Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 806 to Chapter 860. Part 7, Chapter 83, Crisis. After listening to Chu Feilong's words, Yi Wubua frowned tightly. A layer of frost could almost be scraped off from his face. Holy Hall, Chu Feilong, you're not joking with me, right? Yi Wubua looked at Chu Feilong maliciously. The ghost fire in his eyes flickered. You're saying that a kid who didn't return home for 18 years and doesn't have any foundation in the clan, a cripple whose cultivation has been abolished, has become the biggest obstacle to your plan? Do you think I'm a fool? Chu Feilong sighed deeply and said helplessly, 13th Master, I know you don't believe me, but this is the truth. Yi Wubua frowned tightly. The ghost fire in his eyes flickered. After a long time, he said, that kid, is your nephew? Chu Yang? Chu Feilong nodded and said, this kid is slippery and vicious. He doesn't even recognize his own kin. Yi Wubua smiled and said coldly, he's drifted outside for 18 years. It's normal that he doesn't recognize his own kin. I find such a person pleasing to the eye. Chu Feilong smiled bitterly. What's his teacher's background? His past experience? Yi Wubua asked. Chu Feilong shook his head, I don't know anything. But he doesn't seem to have been taught by a famous teacher. Even though his cultivation has been abolished, no one has stood up for him. This sentence was full of deep meaning. Yi Wubua raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a disdainful expression. He said, Chu Feilong, I have high hopes for you. You should know that those who achieve great things shouldn't be bothered by trifles. Only a ruthless and decisive person can be called a hero of the generation. Chu Feilong revealed a ruthless look and said, but it's a pity that I'm the center of attention in the Chu clan now. And, that kid seems to be guarding against something and has been following my fourth brother around. It's not easy for me to kill him. Yi Wubua snorted. The ghost fire in his eyes flickered. After pondering for a while, he said, Old Third Ma, go and find out the background of this Chu Yang. If it's convenient, kill him on the spot. It was obvious that he doubted Chu Feilong's words. However, even if he doubted Chu Feilong, he still had to see it with his own eyes, lest he wrong Chu Feilong. After all, Chu Feilong was a very important chess piece in his plan. Moreover, Old Third Ma was the weakest among the 4 guards he brought with him. He was only at the 3rd stage of the martial monarch realm, but he was quick-witted, observant, eloquent, and resourceful. When he was outside, he didn't have to worry about anything. He was a rare assistant. Wang 7 asterisk, and Chu Yang was just an ordinary person whose cultivation had been crippled. Sending him out would definitely be a piece of cake. Behind him, the skinny Old Third Ma agreed and asked Chu Feilong about Chu Yang's appearance in detail. Finally, he asked Chu Feilong to draw a portrait of Chu Yang. It had to be said that Chu Feilong's drawing skills were really good. He painted Chu Yang so vividly that it was almost as if he could walk out of the painting. Old Third Ma looked at it for a while and revealed a cruel smile. He rolled up the portrait and said confidently, 13th Master, don't worry. With a laugh, he turned around and floated out of the door. Chu Feilong was a little worried and said, 13th Master, that little guy is very slippery. And I don't know how he got acquainted with Sha Xinliang. It's not very safe for Old Third Ma to go. The ghostly fire in Yi Wubua's eyes flickered. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers and said lightly, I'm here to take charge of the southeast region. What I need are elite soldiers. If Old Third Ma can't even deal with a cripple who has lost his cultivation, then, what's the use of keeping him? As he spoke, his ghostly fire-like eyes seemed to sweep across Chu Feilong's face intentionally or unintentionally. His eyes were cold and malicious, and a faint flame flickered. Chu Feilong's heart trembled, and he didn't dare to speak again. This sentence was obviously a warning to him. Because he himself couldn't even deal with a cripple who had lost his cultivation, Chu Yang stayed in the secret warehouse for 3 days. On the 3rd day, he was already practicing the 1000 Phantom technique. The damage to his meridians caused by breaking through these few days was already healed by him using a large amount of Vitality Spring water. But he needed a reason to recover his strength suddenly. And Chu Yang obviously didn't want to fabricate any reason. So, he simply used the 1000 Phantom technique to cover up his aura directly. With his current cultivation of a 4th stage sword sovereign, the speed of practicing this technique was indeed very fast. In just one day, he was able to use it flexibly and reach the third stage of the Thousand Phantom technique, Thousand Phantoms of Aura. Although he still couldn't change his cultivation level at will, he could already completely cover up his aura. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall. Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan had been waiting anxiously for a long time. In these 3 days, they only had one feeling: each day felt like a year. In the end, the two dignified monarch-level experts couldn't help but pray, "But please, please refine the medicine. This is our only hope." Finally, when they saw the door open, the two of them couldn't wait and rushed in at the same time. Inside, the sound of heavy and slow footsteps could be heard. It was as if the person walking used up all the strength in his body with every step. Finally, the person moved towards the door. The two of them stretched their necks and looked around with their hearts in their throats. Finally, Chu Yang appeared. At the moment when they saw Chu Yang, the two of them were inexplicably shocked and couldn't help but feel distressed. The current Chu Yang was absolutely too horrible to look at. His clothes were ragged, his face was pale, and there were traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. His body was also stained with blood. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were lifeless, and his body was swaying. Every step he took, his legs would twitch as if they had no bones. He almost crawled to the door. The two of them looked at Chu Yang in shock and couldn't say anything for a while. Chu Yang's extremely tired eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the two of them. He revealed a comforting smile, and murmured in a voice that was almost inaudible, "The medicine is done, finally, finally." His body went soft and he was about to fall down. Qin Baoshan reacted quickly. He stepped forward and hugged Chu Yang. He called anxiously, "Little brother, little brother." Chu Yang weakly forcibly opened his lifeless eyes. He said as if he would faint at any time, "Quick, quick, take out the medicine, in my arms, or if I fall. I'll. Xia Xinliang hurriedly took out 3 bags of medicine from Chu Yang's arms and held them tightly in his arms. He asked with concern, "Little brother, it's been hard on you. Are you okay?" Chu Yang finally fell into a semi-coma. His arms drooped down and he murmured, "We take care of each other, for the two of you, it's worth it." After saying that, he really fainted. The two of them were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. What a good little brother. For the two of us, he had obviously sacrificed half of his life. He's so affectionate and righteous. He's so affectionate. He's so righteous. He's so. The two of them simply didn't know how to describe it. They carried Chu Yang carefully and rushed into Xia Xinliang's bedroom like a gust of wind. They carefully placed him on the bed. Chu Yang started to snore as soon as he was put down. He's really too tired. Qin Baoshan sighed with emotion. I really don't know how much hardship he's suffered and how much energy he's expended in these few days. It seems that refining medicine this time isn't easy. Xia Xinliang had the same feeling, and said, I heard that thousands of years ago, some senior pharmacists would often exhaust their lives in order to concoct and refine medicines. Now I know that the rumors are actually true. Qin Baoshan nodded solemnly. Immediately, Xia Xinliang gave out a series of instructions. Use the best tonics, the best medicine and the best doctors to quickly recover the little brother's body. Xia Xinliang's repeated instructions caused the entire law enforcement hall of the flat mountain ridge to be in chaos. When Chu Yang woke up, it was already night time. He seemed to have recovered quite a bit. He even opened his mouth to praise, which divine doctor treated me like this? I thought that I'd have to lie down for a few days. I didn't expect to recover so much in such a short time. Then he said gratefully, it must be the two elder brothers who spent a lot of effort, right? Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan felt honored and ashamed at once. They rubbed their hands and smiled, as long as little brother is fine, we should do whatever we want. Chu Yang's eyes flashed and he seemed to be in deep thought. He smiled and said, I'll remember it. The two of them smiled and nodded. Immediately, Chu Yang took out the medicine. Without any delay, he carefully instructed the two of them on how to take the medicine, and what kind of reaction they would have after taking the medicine. He also instructed them to look for him when they had any reaction, and then he would treat them himself. When Chu Yang walked out of the law enforcement hall, it was already the next morning. Actually, Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were completely fine in the middle of the night. Moreover, Qin Baoshan's cultivation had increased by 20 years, and he had finally broken through the bottleneck of the third stage of the martial monarch level. He had successfully advanced to the seventh stage of the martial monarch level. Chu Yang was also shocked by this advancement. Because after Qin Baoshan's cultivation had broken through the bottleneck, the mighty airflow in his meridians flowed endlessly, and his cultivation had actually doubled. Chu Yang also finally knew why it would be more and more difficult for experts to advance when they had cultivated to a certain level. That's because the martial power would increase by several folds if he were to advance by one level. This was simply inconceivable for Chu Yang at his current level. Qin Baoshan's eyes were brimming with tears. His chronic illness was gone, and he had advanced to the next level. This was something that he didn't even dare to dream of, but it had been realized by Chu Yang. At this moment, Qin Baoshan felt that whatever he did for his little brother was worth it. Like Xia Xinliang, whose chronic illness had also been cured, he didn't let Chu Yang go back no matter what when he saw that it was already late. He served Divine Dr. Chu as if he was his ancestor, and stayed in the law enforcement hall for a night. Only in the morning did he send Chu Yang out respectfully. Chu Yang walked on the road in the early morning. He looked at the clear dewdrops on the weeds by the roadside and pondered. He had made use of these two people, and these two people weren't really good people. But as his contact with them deepened, he suddenly discovered a problem. No matter if they were good or bad people, but many of them were sexual lovers, at the very least, as a martial artist's persistence, as a human's brilliance, as a basic gratitude. Chu Yang didn't know what he was thinking about as he walked. He shook his head, smiled bitterly, and quickened his pace. At this moment, his divine soul suddenly trembled. An extreme sense of crisis made Chu Yang's hair stand on end. He suddenly stopped his footsteps and still maintained his posture just. Now. He lowered his head and seemed to be in deep thought, but his divine sense spread out like an inescapable net. He couldn't understand some people's doubts. I can still update continuously when I'm traveling. Do I have to be lazy and ask for a leave of absence after I return home? Then what's the point of my persistence? 40 minutes after he called his editor to ask for a leave of absence, he received a call. He hurriedly wrote and uploaded his story. Then, he saw the doubts. A brother from Shanghai said, "It's so strange. Why is there no power cut here? This reason is too lame." Then, I was speechless for a long time. I could only say, I'm in the suburbs of a small town, not Shanghai. I'm poor and have no money to buy a house in Shanghai. I've also relaxed these few days. My monthly votes have also slipped out of the top 10. Tomorrow, I can only start to work hard. Here, I sincerely ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes in advance. Although Chu Yang was only a fourth-stage sword sovereign now, after he swallowed and integrated the divine soul of the first tribulation sword master, his divine soul and divine sense were truly the strongest in the world. His divine sense was like an inescapable net, silently gushing out for thousands of feet. Chu Yang closed his eyes, and it was as if he could see with his own eyes. On the top of a tall tower in the distance, a thin and small figure in white was floating on the top of the tower. In the early morning sky, he was like a formless ghost. He seemed to be waiting and sizing up the gate of the law enforcement hall, but he didn't go near. At this moment, his eyes were looking in Chu Yang's direction. Although Chu Yang lowered his head, he only felt a sharp pain on his head, as if it was pierced by a sharp needle. Chu Yang was shocked. He could still feel the murderous intent from so far away. His eyes were still so sharp even though he was so far away. Then, this person was at least a monarch-level expert. Chu Yang lowered his head and stayed where he was, like a sentimental teenager looking at a bunch of swaying wildflowers by the roadside. His eyes were focused and affectionate. But in his heart, a monstrous flame of war suddenly rose up. My strength has recovered, I'm now a fourth-stage sword sovereign. Compared to the other party, my strength is far from his, but I still don't know how powerful my attacks will be after this breakthrough. This person's arrival is a touchstone. Sharpening a knife will cause it to break, but not sharpening it will cause it to rust and break. The sword spirit didn't speak, nor did he give any suggestions. Since Chu Yang's cultivation recovered, the sword spirit knew that the fewer chances he had to fight in the future, the better. Only by allowing Chu Yang to overcome all the crises by himself could he grow rapidly, and the sword spirit's role was to turn the tide in a situation where there was no chance of survival. Chu Yang's battle intent rose, but he was as calm as ice. Although his battle strength had improved and his cultivation had broken through, he was still far from the other party. Saint Hall, even if he wanted to sharpen a knife, he couldn't seek his own death by sharpening it, he had to take some measures. The next moment, Chu Yang gently raised his head. There was a warm smile on his face. He looked like a young man who was enjoying the morning sunshine. His clothes fluttered as he took a step forward. He walked in another direction. This direction led to the outskirts of Wujing town. Along the way, the grass was lush, the wildflowers swayed, the morning breeze was mighty, and the clouds in the sky were illusory. Chu Yang walked and stopped like this. He clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at the green grass and yellow flowers on both sides. His eyebrows were relaxed, and his eyes were gentle. It seemed as if he had an inexplicable melancholy of a teenager. It seemed as if he was reluctant to part with the beautiful morning light, and couldn't bear to disturb the sleeping flowers and trees. Without raising a speck of dust, he walked out of Wujing town. The moment he raised his head, old Third Ma, who was 1,000 feet away, unfolded a portrait with a swoosh. He took a quick glance at it. With just one glance, he was sure that this young man with a gentle and soothing face was his target today, the person he wanted to kill. Even a monarch-level expert wouldn't be able to discover me at such a distance. Not to mention a youth whose cultivation was completely crippled. Therefore, old Third Ma wasn't worried at all. Then, old Third Ma's body flew towards Chu Yang like a ray of flowing light. Then, he saw Chu Yang change his direction and walk out of the town. He couldn't help but hesitate. It was good to kill Chu Yang here, but the death of the young master of the Chu clan in Wujing town would definitely cause a fierce backlash from the Chu clan. Furthermore, Chu Feilong was in a sensitive period now. This might hinder him. Hindering Chu Feilong was equivalent to hindering 13th Master's plan. It was better to follow him and see where he went. Once it was slightly more remote, he could kill him and destroy the corpse. Wouldn't it be perfect? Therefore, he slowed down and slowly followed from a distance. Although he was facing a crippled person without any cultivation, old Third Ma didn't dare to be careless. In this world, any accident could happen. This was what 13th Master often said. Old Third Ma didn't want any accidents to happen when he killed Chu Yang. He saw that Chu Yang was walking out of the town leisurely. He didn't seem to be on guard at all. Old Third Ma was overjoyed. You're courting death. Don't blame me. I didn't expect 13th Master's mission to be so easy to accomplish. Thinking till here, he couldn't help but despise Chu Feilong from the bottom of his heart, to be forced into such a state by such a careless and immature person who doesn't even have the slightest bit of cultivation. This Chu Feilong can be considered to have created a new precedent. He thought to himself, when I finish my mission, I must tell 13th Master, Chu Feilong is mediocre and useless. The road in front of him gradually widened. Chu Yang's clothes fluttered in the wind. He walked leisurely and looked around quietly. Occasionally, he bent down and sniffed the wild grass and flowers. Then, a happy smile appeared on his face. It's too small. Old Third Ma curled his lips and followed Chu Yang from 200 to 300 feet away. However, he didn't realize that Chu Yang had taken 3 turns before he chose this path. The reason for that was because they were walking against the wind. The morning breeze brushed against his face. Every 10 steps, Chu Yang would bend down and sniff the wild flowers on his left. After another 10 steps, he would sniff the wild grass on his right. They were scattered left and right, seemingly without any pattern. But after he walked past them, if one paid attention, they would discover that every blade of grass that Chu Yang smelled was extending in the direction where he came from, straight to the heart of the road. Every petal that Chu Yang sniffed, the direction where the dewdrops pressed the petals down was also the path that he came from. It was still, pointing to the heart of the road. Moreover, when Chu Yang sniffed the wild grass and the flower petals, the dew on them changed color imperceptibly. Then, in the blink of an eye, they returned to their original transparent state. Then, this drop of dew quickly evaporated into a thin layer of mist. It rose up and mixed with the faint morning fog. As the morning breeze blew, this faint mist drifted towards the road behind Chu Yang. Slowly, as Chu Yang walked slowly, there was still a piece of morning fog on the road behind him. It seemed that Chu Yang didn't even move the fog when he walked past. However, all of This was so difficult to notice in the beautiful morning light that shrouded the entire suburb. Finally, he walked out of the town. Looking up, he saw a circle of milky morning fog rising and falling slowly on the hillside. The scenery was really dreamy. Xianxia took a deep breath and stretched his arms. He smiled comfortably and said, "It's really beautiful and comfortable." As he stretched his arms, his two palms naturally spread out and tilted to the back. Then, a piece of light fog that couldn't be seen by the naked eye suddenly rose from his palms. The morning breeze blew gently, taking away the light fog from his palms and spreading it densely in the space behind him. Then, Xianxia seemed to be impatient and quickened his pace. Old Third Ma, who was behind him, had been paying attention to Xianxia's every move. Seeing that Xianxia sped up, he naturally quickened his pace as well. When Xianxia walked to the side of a small forest, Old Third Ma was already 100 feet behind Xianxia. Then, they rushed into the fog that Xianxia had just released. Then, Old Third Ma felt that his mind suddenly seemed to be in a trance and then returned to normal. He shook his head in surprise, as if he was doubting that with his cultivation, why would such a trance happen, but when he looked up, Xianxia's body had already entered the small forest and disappeared in the morning fog. He didn't have time to think. He turned his head and looked around, but there was no one around. He sneered silently and floated into the small forest like a cloud. In the small forest, the morning fog seemed to be thicker. But this was a natural phenomenon in the morning. Old Third Ma wouldn't suspect anything else. He looked around, but didn't find Xianxia's figure. Anxious, he jumped up, stepped on the treetops and looked into the distance. But he found that Xianxia's figure had already walked out of the small forest and was slowly turning into the small valley over there. He still had his hands behind his back, looking leisurely and elegant. Old Third Ma snorted and flew over without thinking at all. He had always been cautious. At this moment, he also had doubts in his heart. He has no cultivation, how can he walk so fast? But somehow, although he suspected this, he didn't think deeply about it. He only had one thought: catch up with him. Kill him. He rushed over like a galloping horse. Old Third Ma was stunned when he turned at the entrance of the valley. In front of him, a young man in a light robe stood there leisurely with his hands behind his back and a warm smile on his face. His eyes were looking at Old Third Ma's face with a smile like spring water. The way he looked at Old Third Ma was like admiring a flower. A brilliant flower of blood. When Old Third Ma's eyes met with the young man's, he only felt that the young man's eyes turned from gentle spring water to sharp swords in an instant and shot into his eyes. Old Third Ma was shocked and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his pupils. He took a step back and his pupils shrank. He didn't expect that the young man was a top master. Caught off guard, he clearly felt that his eyes had been injured. When he looked out, his eyes were already a little blurred. Moreover, it seemed that there was a raging sword aura stirring in his eyes. Frightened, he closed his eyes and exerted his martial arts to force out the sword aura that pierced his eyes. 2 thin streaks of blood fell from the corners of his closed eyes. His expression suddenly became ferocious and terrifying. When he opened his eyes, they were already red. The young man in front of him still looked worried. He looked at Old Third Ma indifferently. His clothes fluttered and swayed gently among the green grass and red flowers. There was still no trace of life in him. Old Third Ma's heart gradually sank. He found that his intelligence was seriously wrong. At this moment, he cursed Chu Filong madly in his heart. Fuck you, is this the nephew whose cultivation was destroyed? Fuck you, even if you want to cheat me, you shouldn't cheat me like this. I don't know how much I can write today, but I will continue to write until 10 o'clock in the evening. I don't know how much I can explode today, but I really want to know how much we can catch up with today. Old Third Ma's heart was as cold as ice. The young man in front of him could actually detect that he was being followed, and deliberately lured him here. He was also waiting for him to walk into the trap. It was obvious that he had a well-thought-out plan. How could he be a cripple? How could his cultivation be crippled? The other party's eyes were as sharp as swords. He stood there like an emperor in the clouds. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were indifferent and ruthless. He was making a merciless judgment on his life in this world. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and his eyes were thunderous. This was clearly the cultivation of at least a sword emperor. At least, he was a sword emperor. Furthermore, he was a high-level sword emperor. the most terrifying thing was that he couldn't see through his cultivation even though he was a third-stage martial monarch. Old Third Ma's heart sank, and an incredible thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be, this is a trap that Chu Failong deliberately set up? Is it to kill me? He was about to speak, but Chu Yang had already spoken first. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall. I'm Chu Yang. You must know me, right? Chu Yang retracted the sword aura in his eyes, and his eyes became as warm as spring water. Yes. I'm here to kill you. Old Third Ma didn't want to say this, but somehow, he mustered up the courage to say this. After saying this, he wanted to slap himself in the face in frustration. How could I say this? I know you're coming. Chu Yang nodded and said naturally, you're just in time. I need someone to spar with me with the sword. Your cultivation is not bad. It's not high nor low. You're very suitable for this task. You're just in time to practice with me. What, is this? He knew I was coming? How did he know I was coming? At this moment, Old Third Ma's heart became inexplicably weak, and he had an impulse to run away. The next moment, his heart sank even more. This was because the young man in front of him, whose cultivation was unpredictable, was suddenly emitting sword aura everywhere. The sword aura rushed to the Big Dipper. Chu Yang's entire person was standing in the midst of the sword energy. The long sword on Old Third Ma's waist suddenly popped out of the scabbard with a loud clang without warning. It swayed gently as if it was making a pilgrimage. Old Third Ma was shocked. His opponent did not even draw his sword. Just the vibration of his aura had created the effect of 10,000 swords entangling his body. His aura had even created the presence of I am the king of 10,000 swords, causing the lifeless and spiritless sword that belonged to his enemy to assume the posture of worshipping the sovereign of its peers. He took 3 steps back. Then, he pressed down on the sword hilt, and forced the sword back. Then, he looked at Chu Yang with a serious expression in his eyes. He asked in an extremely serious manner, "Who are you?" The moment the opponent unsheathed his sword, Chu Yang saw the shape of the sword clearly. The sword's body was slender and long. There was a small blood groove in the middle, but it emitted the color of the night. 3 inches from the hilt of the sword was engraved with a flamboyant character, Yi. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. People from the Yi clan. Then, he suddenly thought of the people who had besieged Chu Failong 3 days ago and what Chu Failong had said. Then, he thought of Chu Failong. Who am I? Chu Yang smiled. Didn't my second uncle tell you? Old Third Ma took another step back. His eyes had become certain. Chu Failong? People from the Yi clan seem to have died. The last time was in the 3 days. What's your name again? Yi Ranmo? Chu Yang frowned and relaxed his brows. This time, it's you. Old Third Ma felt cold all over. Of course, he knew that Yi Ranmo had led his brothers to besiege Chu Failong. Yi Wubwa had even ordered him to arrange it himself. Since Yi Ranmo and the others had left, this matter had become a mystery. He didn't expect that the truth would be revealed here. It was indeed Chu Failong's conspiracy. The Yi clan is a very scary clan. Chu Yang smiled slightly and said meaningfully. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall. Old Third Ma was thinking about the meaning of this sentence. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in front of him. Chu Yang had already unsheathed his sword. The man and the sword became one. The sword aura in the sky surged, and the wind and thunder rumbled. The sword light was like a meteor, and it had already reached his throat. This sword seemed to have brought along the blood of the Dead Sea. The monstrous waves of the blood of the sea surged over, mixed with the howls and screams of hundreds of millions of aggrieved souls. The blood of the sea under the sword. Since Chu Yang had created these 4 sword moves, he had only truly exerted the peak power of these sword moves today. Old Third Ma shouted. His thoughts were in a mess. He moved his body horizontally, and at the same time unsheathed his sword. Poke, push, stab, cut, and flick. After a series of clanking sounds, Old Third Ma roared. Blood suddenly splashed out from his shoulder like a fountain. But he didn't dare to treat his wound at this moment. He didn't even dare to take a look at it. Old Third Ma tried his best to stabilize his breathing rhythm as he stared at the terrifying young opponent opposite him. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead and into his eyes. His eyes were stung by his tears, but he didn't even dare to blink. In the face of such a terrifying opponent, Old Third Ma knew that he only needed to blink once. Perhaps after this blink, he wouldn't need to blink again in his life. Chu Yang's robe fluttered elegantly. He somersaulted in the air, and then stood in the air. His eyes suddenly became indifferent and ruthless. The sword in his hand shone with a bloody light, with a cruelty and indifference that could devour the world. Then, the sword light whizzed up, as if a sword light path had suddenly spread out in the air. The mortal world was the ruthless Tao. Old Third Ma's pupils suddenly widened. At this moment, he had completely lost his desire to win. His only thought was to escape. If he couldn't escape, he was afraid that the 13th Master and the others would be completely annihilated under Chu Feilong's successive schemes. He screamed and floated up like a feather. He stabbed his sword madly. He resisted and retreated at the same time. The ruthless sword light of the mortal world was like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. It persevered and rushed over fiercely. Old Third Ma fell to the ground from floating in the air. He retreated continuously, causing dust to fill the air. 2 deep gullies were plowed out. The bloody light flashed again, and Old Third Ma's shoulder was stabbed again. 2 consecutive stabs were on his left shoulder, at the same position. As the blood gushed out, horrifying white bones jumped out of the skin on Third Ma's shoulder. The 2 severed veins did not shrink back but exposed the severed head to the air as if it was cooked. His shoulder bones were broken, and his veins were broken. Old Third Ma's left shoulder was crippled. Old Third Ma's eyes were filled with pain. He looked around anxiously for a way to escape. His heart and guts were already cold. If he continued to stay here, he was afraid that he would really die here. Dust flew up from the opposite side. An extremely fierce murderous intent, which was several times stronger than the previous 2 moves, rushed towards him. He only heard an indifferent and ruthless voice reciting, "Don't retract your blade after killing the entire world." The opponent's killing move was only used at this moment. Old Third Ma was terrified. He screamed desperately and waved his sword madly. Instantly, a huge white lotus flower formed by sword light bloomed, and then he pushed it out fiercely. The lotus flower of sword light bloomed suddenly. The horrifying sword aura from the opposite side rushed towards him. In this gloomy and desolate land of dust, Old Third Ma miraculously saw the opponent's indifferent, ruthless, and cruel eyes, which flashed with a determined cold light. The sword light rushed through like crushing dry weeds, and the lotus flower formed by Old Third Ma's sword light suddenly exploded. Old Third Ma was scared out of his wits. He howled from his throat. Circles of sword light bloomed with defensive sword light. His body retreated rapidly at a speed faster than the speed of flowing light, but the sword light on the other side was like a huge mountain pressing down on him, crushing his rings of sword light into smithereens. The long sword shone, and the sword light on the tip of the sword was crisscrossing. The tip of the sword was pointing at his throat. It was unstoppable. Old Third Ma's heart was filled with sorrow and despair. He had no choice but to urge all his potential. In an instant, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He squeezed out all his vitality and injected it into the long sword in his hand. He swung it like a whirlwind. The long sword hummed and brought up a light curtain that connected the heaven and the earth. Then, Old Third Ma turned the long sword into a sword light and threw it out. Then, without hesitation, he retreated desperately and turned around. He used the fastest speed he could do to escape desperately without thinking about anything. Before he could turn around, he felt a chill on his forehead. Then, he turned around and felt a chill on his left hand and right shoulder. After he ran for 300 feet, he felt a cool and pleasant feeling on his back, followed by a warm and comfortable feeling. Then, with a long howl, he disappeared from the mountain path and entered the small forest from where he came. Only when he was out of the small forest did he feel pain in his back, chest, shoulders, and forehead. The vitality in his body was dissipating rapidly. A feeling called death rushed into his heart. At the last moment, Chu Yang's sword energy pierced through his forehead, creating a bloody hole in his forehead. After he turned around, 2 streams of sword energy chopped off both his arms. When he had rushed out 300 feet, he felt a warm and comfortable feeling after the pleasant coldness. However, Chu Yang's sword light had pierced through his heart from the back. His front and back were unobstructed. The blood in his body poured into the 5 internal organs, which was a temporary warm and comfortable feeling. This was perhaps the last enjoyment that the god of death gave to humans. Old Third Ma's eyes were blurred. He was in despair. He knew that he was going to die. Even if all the supreme martial artists in the world channeled all their cultivation into his body at the same time, there was absolutely no hope for him to survive, but he was not reconciled. He was not reconciled to die under the scheme of Chu Feilong, this despicable person. Moreover, there was the 13th master and his brothers over there. They were all in danger. Even if he died, he had to bring the news back. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the 18-year-old youth he was facing this time, whose cultivation was completely crippled, would actually be such a terrifying character. This was Chu Yang's first battle in the upper three heavens. 3 moves. Old Third Ma, who was a third-stage martial monarch, had been defeated in just 3 moves. Although there were other factors, Chu Yang's cultivation had undergone an earth-shaking change compared to before. A third-stage martial monarch was an unattainable existence when Chu Yang was just a martial artist. An emperor was even a legend in the lower 3 heavens at that time. But now, a third-stage martial monarch had been defeated by him. Old Third Ma's figure disappeared like a falling light. The flying dust slowly fell down, revealing Chu Yang's figure. Looking at the direction where Old Third Ma had disappeared, Chu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. When the dust settled, Chu Yang's body was full of wounds and bloodstains. Chu Yang gasped in pain. Looking at the wounds on his body, he swallowed the vitality spring water and applied it on his wounds. Every time he applied it, he frowned in pain. A martial monarch is indeed extraordinary. Chu Yang sighed deeply. He felt that his road ahead was more and more difficult. Although his strength had improved rapidly, he was still weak. I really don't know how many such experts Chu Feilong has invited this time. Chu Yang frowned and pondered, how can I catch all of them in one fell swoop? After thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. He could only ponder and walk back slowly. In the battle just now, Chu Yang seemed to be at ease, but he knew that he had taken a big advantage. He had cleverly placed incense along the way, which had affected Old Third Ma's mind unknowingly. Although Old Third Ma's cultivation was profound and he naturally had a high resistance to such things, at least, his mind would not be as clear as before. And this was only Chu Yang's first step. For the first step, Chu Yang only asked Old Third Ma to have his mind blurred under the effect of the incense. Then, after a period of time, when he felt that the incense's effect was almost there, he released a mist of dispersing martial arts. As the name implied, the mist of dispersing martial arts was a poisonous mist that could silently disperse people's martial arts. The effect of the combination of the cultivation dispersing mist and the incense would far surpass that of ordinary cultivation dispersing powder. The combination of these 2 poisonous mists was the first type of mixed poison. However, the first kind of mixed poison had caused Old Third Ma's monarch-level cultivation to drop by 1 level without him noticing it at all. Only after entering the small forest did he spread out the soul-seizing fog. The soul-seizing fog was the most overbearing poisonous fog. Its function was to erode a person's consciousness. However, if this kind of soul-seizing fog was used from the beginning, it would be easily detected, so it had to be foreshadowed with incense. The combination of the soul-seizing mist and the incense was the second type of poison. The combination of the soul-seizing fog and the cultivation-dispersing fog was the third type of poison: poison incense, cultivation-dispersing fog, and soul-stealing fog. The combination of the 3 was a unique super-mixed poison that had never appeared in the human world for more than 80,000 years since the first master of the Calamity Sword. This kind of vicious martial art that could kill without leaving a trace was the invincible 3 steps 1 kill of the first-generation Calamity Sword master. Old Third Ma didn't notice this strange killing technique that had been extinct in the heavenly layer for 80,000 years. He took it all step by step. When Chu Yang decided to make a move, Old Third Ma's cultivation had already dropped to the first stage of the monarch level without him noticing it at all. However, he was first poisoned by the incense and then the soul-seizing fog. How could he notice it when his mind was in a mess? Then, Chu Yang, who was supposed to be a powerless cripple, actually turned his eyes into sharp swords and suddenly broke out the cultivation of a sword sovereign. Old Third Ma was caught off guard and suffered a great loss, causing his vision to be impaired. Therefore, in the dust-filled sky, Chu Yang could clearly see Old Third Ma. However, Old Third Ma only had the vision of an ordinary person. How could he see Chu Yang? If he could see it, he wouldn't be so flustered. Because every time they fought, Chu Yang would be injured. At the very least, Chu Yang would be injured by his strong martial power. However, he couldn't see it. He only knew in a panic that Chu Yang wasn't injured at all. This meant that Chu Yang's cultivation was far above his. Before this, under the cover of Chu Yang's thousand phantom technique, he couldn't see through Chu Yang's cultivation at all. This was another preconceived idea. What he saw could only be an invincible sword sovereign. Under such psychological hints step by step, he could only have a feeling of looking up at a high mountain. Fear also followed. Slowly, he was scared out of his wits and could only escape. Moreover, it also gave him a clear intuition that he had fallen into Chu Feilong's trap. This was human nature. Firstly, it was to shirk one's own responsibility. Secondly, it was to vent one's anger on others once there was an accident. Under the dual effects of the incense and the soul-seizing fog, the evil side of human nature and the fear in one's heart were stimulated. At this time, Old Third Ma had no intention to fight at all. It was equivalent to a complete defeat. Otherwise, even if Old Third Ma's martial power had decreased a lot, how could he be defeated so easily? From various aspects of confusion, from psychological warfare to actual combat, all of them were full of conspiracies and tricks. If Old Third Ma didn't lose, something strange would have happened. Everything was in his favor at the right time, the right place, and the right people, plus the indefensible mixed poison skill. Yi Wubwa held the teacup calmly and slowly tasted it. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. If Yi Wubwa didn't open his mouth, no one dared to speak. This 13th master of the Yi clan was a well-known figure for his brutality. Among the direct descendants of the Yi clan, everyone had a high cultivation. Not only were their statuses high, but their cultivations were also outstanding. The Yi clan had their own secret techniques to raise their cultivations. Although this 13th master was one of the weaker ones, his cultivation was close to the martial saint level. Old Third Ma has been out for a day. Yi Wubwa said lightly. Even if he can't break into the law enforcement hall to kill people, he should have completed his task now. Can that little bastard hide in the law enforcement hall and not come out? The sturdy middle-aged man at the side laughed and said, Old Third Ma has always liked to play cat and mouse. Now, he probably doesn't know how to deal with that poor little fellow. Instantly, everyone chuckled. Chu Feilong also felt that the heaviness in his heart lessened a little. If Chu Yang died like this, although it wouldn't be satisfying, but, humph, it's better to die than to live. Otherwise, I'll feel sick of seeing him every time. Yi Wubwa's eyes flashed, and he said lightly, Old Third Ma has a bad temper. This is also the reason why I've always let him stay by my side and rarely let him go out alone for a task. It only takes one stab to kill someone, although it's more satisfying to torture someone, but many accidents happen during this period of time. So, you have to remember that no matter how hateful the person you want to kill is, as long as you can chop off his head at the first instant, don't hesitate. Everyone nodded simultaneously. Yi Wubwa smiled coldly and said, as long as this person dies, the culprit will be gone. Then, it'll be equally satisfying to torture his family members. Chu Feilong couldn't help but shudder. Suddenly, Yi Wubwa frowned and his ears moved. The other 4 people in the room were also startled. The atmosphere in the room instantly became heavy. Someone's flying towards here at high speed. Yi Wubwa frowned. It seems to be Old Third Ma, but he shouldn't be so impatient. Could it be that an accident has happened? Another old man with a goatee stood up immediately. I'll go and take a look. He's already here. At this moment, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. It entered the restaurant with a bang, and then it kept crashing towards the direction of this private room. Everyone's expression changed at the same time. 13th Master. With a bang, Old Third Ma's blood-soaked body appeared at the door. Everyone was stunned at the moment they saw him. Both of Old Third Ma's arms were gone, and there was a deep bloody hole on his forehead. Blood mixed with milky white brain matter slowly seeped out. There was a thin bloody hole on his chest. It could be seen that it was the protrusion of the sword tip. Then, there must be a big bloody hole on his back. A sword pierced through his forehead. A sword pierced through his heart. Yi Wubwa could tell at a glance that Old Third Ma was dead for sure. The reason he was able to make it back here was because he was using the method of burning his divine soul. It was not easy at all. Even so, he would die at any time. Say what you want to say. Yu Wubwa shouted. Old Third Ma finally saw the person he wanted to see. His mind relaxed, and he fell down. That old man with a goatee held him in his arms, and a dense amount of mystical qi was continuously injected into his body. But he found that his meridians were completely blocked, and he couldn't enter. It's useless, the old man with a goatee shook his head sadly. Old Third Ma's throat made some noises. He stared at Chu Feilong and said intermittently, 13th. Third Master, Chu. Chu. Chu Feilong is a spy. That Chu. Chu. Chu Yang is the sword. Sword. Emperor. I. His voice suddenly stopped, and blood gushed out from Old Third Ma's throat crazily. His blood clots and internal organs turned into pieces and flowed out from his mouth. He opened his eyes wide in vain. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Only strange gurgling sounds came from his throat. With a flash of sword light, Old Third Ma's throat was cut off completely. The sword light in Yu Wubwa's hand was sparkling like autumn water. Just now, he was the one who saved Old Third Ma from suffering. He killed him cleanly with a sword. The other 4 people revealed a mournful look at the same time. Yu Wubwa's ghost fire-like eyes stared at the sword in his hand. He lowered his head and suddenly sneered. Chu Feilong was scared out of his wits. He knelt down, 13th Master. I'm wronged. Wronged? Yu Wubwa smiled faintly. He stared at the sword with his ghostly fire-like eyes and laughed softly. Old Third Ma exchanged his life for this information. How can it be fake? I'll continue to work hard. Aunt Feng had returned home from work and was cooking. Begging for votes, please satisfy my vanity as a man, let Sister Feng see our strength, I have already bragged in front of her. If I can't get out of this embarrassing situation, then I won't be able to listen to my husband's orders. So, I'm shouting myself hoarse begging for votes. The other 4 also looked coldly at Chu Feilong's face. The room was filled with an intense killing intent. Chu Feilong, who had been their brother for so many years, died so tragically in front of them. The hatred and anger of the 4 could no longer be contained. At this moment, they needed to vent. They needed to take revenge. Obviously, once Yu Wubwa had confirmed Chu Feilong's identity as a spy, Chu Feilong wouldn't be able to walk out of this room alive even if he had 10,000 lives. Cold sweat dripped down Chu Feilong's face. He felt that the killing intent was getting more and more intense, as if his head would fly away from his house in the next moment. In a hurry, he shouted, 13th Master, there's a misunderstanding. Think about it, I've been loyal to you for the past 20 years. When have I done anything to disappoint you? Even if I'm really a spy, there's no need to wait for 20 years to take action at this sensitive period, right? Yu Wubwa said coldly, you must have a big plan after enduring for so many years. But his tone had become slightly gentler. Chu Feilong said anxiously, besides, that Chu Yang is only a bastard who was left behind in the lower 3 heavens. What ability does he have to cultivate to the level of a sword emperor? 13th Master, it's not possible for an ordinary sword emperor to injure Old Third Ma severely and kill him. This sword emperor should be at least a 9th grade sword emperor close to the monarch level. He took a breath and endured the panic in his heart. He said, even if this little bastard is from a big clan like the Yi clan, it's impossible for him to cultivate to the level of a sword emperor at the age of 18. 13th Master, you must be clear about this. Yu Wubwa was really pondering this time. Yes, even his eldest nephew, Yi Kanmeng, who was recognized as the #1 genius in the heavens and the #1 Grand Duke of the Yi clan, broke through to the level of a first-grade sword emperor at the age of 22. At that time, this news even shocked the big clans. An abandoned child who grew up in the lower 3 heavens could actually cultivate to the level of a sword emperor who could kill Old Third Ma, who was a 3rd-grade martial monarch, at the age of 18. Even Yu Wubwa himself didn't believe in this matter. But could the news that Old Third Ma sent back at the risk of his life be a lie? The other few people still looked at Chu Feilong with suspicion and murderous intent. Templar, I need an explanation for this matter. Yu Wubwa looked at Chu Feilong coldly. I want to see this Chu Yang. Chu Feilong agreed repeatedly. Only then did he wipe off the cold sweat on his head. He only felt that his clothes were drenched in cold sweat at this moment. Then, she became worried, that little bastard Chu Yang, how can I command him? Not to mention asking him to meet Yi Wubua. Yi Wubua lowered his eyes that were like will-o'-the-wisps. He looked at the scarlet blood on the sword. That was old Third Ma's life. The lives of his loyal subordinates who had followed him for so many years. He was buried here just like that. Chu Failong, don't you have any suspicions? In the entire southeast region, apart from the Xiao family and the law enforcers, who else could make old Third Ma unable to escape? As for the Xiao clan and the enforcers, they did not dare to act rashly against the Yi clan. Even if he wanted to take action, he would deal with the most important and core figures of the Yi family. What was the big deal about killing old Third Ma? Was he looking for trouble by alerting the enemy? If it weren't for your nephew, how could Third Ma have died? If he wasn't the one who did it, then it must be someone else. You're just a nephew who just came back. How could you have a monarch-level expert following you around all the time? Wasn't this a joke? This kind of thing was impossible in the Yi clan. Then, there was only one explanation. Chu Yang had already prepared for this. Why did he prepare for this, Chu Failong? How could you get away with this? As long as he could see Chu Yang, the truth would be revealed. Seeing that Chu Failong was in a dilemma, Yi Wubua added another sentence sinisterly. I don't care what means you use. You have to bring Chu Yang to me within 3 days. If I don't see Chu Yang within 3 days, then you, Chu Failong, have to make arrangements for your funeral on the next night. Yi Wubua's will-o'-the-wisp's eyes flickered. The atmosphere in the room was stiff and cold. Chu Failong's whole body was covered in cold sweat again. He bowed and said, yes. 13th Master, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll bring Chu Yang, that little bastard, to you. Yi Wubua snorted. He turned his wrist, and his long sword silently returned to its sheath. He glanced at Chu Failong from the corner of his eyes coldly. Net, after a long time, Yi Wubua got up gently and came to the side of Third Ma's corpse. He stretched out his hand and gently touched Third Ma's cold face. He said softly, Third Ma, I'll avenge you. You have to believe me. As long as I find the murderer, no matter who he is, and no matter what he has done for me, I'll let him die. He said the following 3 words word by word, full of murderous intent. As his hand touched Third Ma's face, Third Ma's round eyes suddenly closed peacefully. At the side, Chu Failong felt a chill in his heart and shuddered. Take Third Ma's corpse and let's go. Yi Wubua walked to the door and stopped. With his back facing Chu Failong, he said slowly, Chu Failong, I'll be here 3 days later, waiting to kill you. Or kill Chu Yang. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared strangely. The other 4 people also walked out. The elder with a goatee silently carried Third Ma's corpse and walked out without saying a word. None of them looked at Chu Failong. Even the martial monarch-level guard that the Yi clan had sent to protect Chu Failong also walked out without looking back. Chu Failong stood stiffly in the room. He only felt that his mind was in a mess. Yi Wubua is still suspicious of me. And he's very suspicious of me. He actually has the intention to kill me. That last sentence was obviously referring to me. After so many years of hard work, did I end up with such an ending? At this moment, Chu Failong's heart was suddenly filled with endless resentment. Yi Shi-san, don't tell me that I, Chu Failong, am just a dispensable character in your eyes? You want to kill me just because of old Third Ma, who is just a follower of yours? And you want to kill me so unjustly? Chu Yang. It's all your fault, you little bastard. Ever since you came, I, Chu Failong, have been surrounded by endless troubles. Endless crises. If I don't kill you, I can't even establish myself in the Chu clan. If I don't kill you, I can't gain Yi Wubua's trust. Chu Yang. If I don't kill you, I'm not a human. As Chu Yang walked all the way back, the sword spirit in the tribulation space was already a little agitated. Because the sword spirit only remembered now that Chu Yang had broken through the bottleneck to become a sword sovereign. Why are you a sword sovereign? Why can you break through to become a sword sovereign? The sword spirit was puzzled. After witnessing the battle between Chu Yang and Third Ma, the sword spirit was sure. Although there was sword aura when Chu Yang broke through previously, the sword spirit didn't think much about it because Chu Yang had always used swords as his main weapon. But before this battle, the momentum that made all swords submit to him was real. The sword spirit was extremely puzzled. Why can't I break through to become a sword sovereign? Compared to the sword spirit's astonishment, Xianxia was also extremely puzzled. The sword spirit cried, "It's impossible for a sword sovereign to appear during the process of upgrading. You can only become an emperor, a martial emperor. No tribulation sword master has ever become a sword sovereign. So what?" Xianxia was puzzled. Others can't, but it doesn't mean I can't. Or maybe they have some other kind of cultivation base. The sword spirit shook his head resolutely. Absolutely impossible. You're definitely abnormal. Xianxia, why? Isn't the sword sovereign level to respect the tribulation sword? Why can't the tribulation sword master become a sword sovereign? The sword spirit said, "The master who created the tribulation sword strictly stipulated that because of the tribulation sword, there would be a sword sovereign. But the sword sovereign isn't the tribulation sword master, but the tribulation sword. So, everyone who uses swords in the world can reach this level as long as they cultivate hard. Only the tribulation sword master can't." Xianxia was stunned. What kind of logic is this? The sword spirit said, "Back then, the master left a message to warn about this. He said, the tribulation sword wants to sink, and the sword is the emperor. He commands all the swords in the world and fights the wind and clouds alone. If the sword master can't be obtained, the sword master must not be separated. This goes against the way of the heavens, and misfortunes and blessings will attract one's own attention. The meaning behind this is that if the tribulation sword master becomes a sword sovereign, he will be in conflict with the tribulation sword, the emperor of the tribulation sword. This goes against the way of the heavens. So, no tribulation sword master in history has ever become a sword sovereign." Xianxia laughed. "So what if I become a sword sovereign? Since my debut, what has not been against the way of the heavens? So what if I go against the way of the heavens again?" The sword spirit was stunned, speechless at how open-minded this guy was. Xianxia said, "Besides, the last sentence is misfortunes and blessings will attract one's own attention. There's not only misfortune but also blessings. If others can't, why can't I? This is simply ridiculous. If it's a misfortune, I'll bear it. If it's a blessing, I'll accept it. Since I've already become a sword sovereign, can I destroy my own cultivation?" He laughed out loud and threw this matter to the back of his mind. Then, he walked back with large strides. The sword spirit was silent for a long time in the tribulation space. Finally, he murmured, "Since this guy became the tribulation sword master, when has he encountered the same thing as the other sword masters? Or am I looking for trouble for myself?" Finally, he stopped talking. When Xianxia returned to the purple crystal's Huichun Hall, the sun had already risen. Endless rays of sunlight followed his figure and entered the purple crystal's Huichun Hall. What made him feel strange was that Chu Le, the servant who usually sat at the door and waited for him, was not present this time. When he went in, it turned out that the inside was actually full of people. He didn't know any of these people, but he could tell that there were many experts among them. These people were all dressed in yellow robes. At a glance, it was a sea of yellow flowers. I just had a meal, so this chapter is a little late. I will continue to write, but there's definitely less than one chapter left, so I'll update at 4 today. Yes, if everyone's monthly votes are good enough for me to look good in front of my wife, I'll continue to explode tomorrow. I'll do what I say. Speaking of which, when I was eating just now, I crossed my legs and shouted, "What meal? What dish? F***CK. Don't you know that I don't like to eat? Are you done? Why aren't you done? Why are you so lazy? Do you want to be beaten up?" After eating, I waved my hand, "Hurry up and clean up. If you don't listen to me, I'll beat you up. Come, don't wash the dishes first. Brew me a pot of tea first. Bring it over. Hurry up. Then, I'll sit here and happily write my story. Yes, actually, I'll just talk about these things here. Everyone knows that I'm the one who has the final say in my family. Everyone, leave some face for my wife and don't tell anyone else. Those who know my wife's phone number must be careful. Yes, you must be careful. A woman's face is important. Don't tell her about this." Chu Fian had been wandering outside the Blood Payers' Hall these few days, waiting for the news of the elixirs. In a crowd of people in yellow, Chu Le, who was dressed in emerald green, was serving the guests on behalf of Chu Fian. The first person was a yellow-clothed youth. On his chest area, there was actually a golden dragon embroidered with a golden light. However, even though this fellow was sitting down, it could be seen that he was thin and long, like a bamboo pole. Furthermore, it was a bamboo pole that was suffering from jaundice. Chu Yang dared to bet that he would admit defeat if he could get 5 kilograms of flesh after dismembering this guy. This young man's hair was actually yellow, with some green in between. Chu Yang didn't know what kind of physique he had to be able to turn his hair into such a yellowish-green withered grass. Chu Yang suddenly realized, it's autumn. This guy's 2 eye sockets were sunken, and his cheekbones were high. His cheeks were sunken, and he looked like a tuberculosis ghost who had been drinking too much. If he appeared at night with such an appearance, he would definitely be scared out of his wits. He looked like a skeleton that had just crawled out of his grave. At this moment, this skeleton-like guy had a reserved look on his face. He tilted his head in what he thought was a graceful manner. His fingers, which were like withered bamboos, were actually tapping on the table in a leisurely and elegant manner. He had an expression on his face that said, I'm very handsome, I'm very confident, I'm very elegant, I'm very graceful. The 8 people behind him were all looking up at the sky with their hands crossed in front of their chests. Their actions were neat and uniform. Who are these people? Chu Yang stepped in and his face darkened. What are they doing? Chu Lu hurriedly came over and whispered, Big brother, they're from the Huang clan. Huang clan? Chu Yang said, so they're from the Huang clan. Huang clan, which clan is it? Chu Lu was speechless. This Huang clan is a big clan that's second only to the Shao clan in the whole southeast region. Big brother actually doesn't know about it. At this moment, the young man in yellow was still sitting on the chair casually. He turned around and sized up Chu Yang. Then, he sneered and actually stretched out his finger to pick his nose. Then, he flicked his nose with his long fingernail. With a click, a lump of booger was flicked to the ground. He actually put on a reserved and fake smile. This must be Divine Dr. Chu, right? My surname is Huang. I know your surname is Huang. I'm asking why you're here. Chu Yang frowned. He tilted his head and looked at Huang Gong. Then, he looked at the pile of boogers on the ground. His face became gloomy. Seeing that Chu Yang was not polite enough to him, Duke Huang's face changed. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and endured it. He crossed his legs and said, I'm here to see Divine Dr. Chu. If I wanted to pick up girls, I wouldn't have come here. Haha. As he spoke, he actually thought that what he said was very humorous. He actually squinted his eyes and laughed out loud. I can't. Chu Yang waved his hand, I'm not in a good mood now. I won't treat any illness. Duke Huang, please find someone else. Not in a good mood? Why? Duke Huang asked in surprise. My mood is extremely bad when I see this thing. I've forgotten all my medical skills and medicine. Chu Yang raised his head and pointed at the pile of boogers on the ground with his foot. He said in disgust, I'm a clean freak. Duke Huang was stunned. He squinted his eyes and sized up Chu Yang for a long time. Then, he said carefully, you don't know who I am? Before Chu Yang could speak, Duke Huang laughed out loud. He was overjoyed, you actually don't know who I am? Ha ha ha. So there's someone in the southeast who doesn't know me. Chu Yang frowned and sat down on the counter. There was really no stool left. Looking at the complacent Duke Huang, Chu Yang asked lightly, you're the Dharma Supreme of the law enforcement officers? Duke Huang was stunned and hurriedly shook his head, no. He couldn't admit this. Chu Yang asked, then, you're the Valley Master of the Medicine Valley? Duke Huang was stunned again and said, no. He still couldn't admit this. Saint Hall. Chu Yang asked again, then, you're the #1 blood payer in the world, Wei Wuyan? Duke Huang said angrily, even more so. F***ck, if I admit it, won't Wei Wuyan skin me alive? He's someone who even dares to provoke the big clans. Chu Yang asked, then, which clan master of the big clans are you from? Duke Huang said dejectedly, no. Chu Yang snorted, then why do I need to know who you are? Isn't your surname Huang? Why haven't I heard of anyone surnamed Huang in the big clans? Duke Huang said angrily, although our Huang clan isn't a big clan, it's not much inferior to that clan. At least, it's stronger than your Chu clan. Chu Yang said in surprise, we're talking about your Huang clan now. Why are you dragging our Chu clan into this? If you really want to compare, why don't you compare with the commoners? Wouldn't that give you a greater sense of achievement and pride? Duke Huang was furious, what do you mean? Chu Yang waved his hand listlessly, what I mean is. Send the guest off. You can go wherever it's cool and stay there. I'm a divine doctor who goes up the mountain to catch tigers, I don't sting monkeys, don't serve monkeys. Duke Huang stood up from the chair and rushed angrily to the counter where Chu Yang was sitting. His two skinny hands grabbed the counter tightly and he yelled, F***ck. You dare to look down on me, Huang Xiaoliu. You actually looked down on me, Huang Xiaoliu. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. Huang Xiaoliu. This is really a good name. I really don't know who gave him this name. Chu Le-er, who was originally worried, couldn't help but laugh out loud at this moment. The 8 experts of the Huang clan were all speechless. They raised their heads and looked at the ceiling. Sigh, there's really no other way. This name of young master is really, too, like that. I don't care whether you're Huang Xiaoliu or Huang Xiaoliu. Divine Dr. Chu said, I don't care what illness you have. Anyway, I can't cure you. Please leave quickly. He paused for a while and said, the fire in your body is burning your heart, and your kidneys are dry. You don't have more than 1 or 2 years left to live. You'd better go back home and prepare a coffin. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded elder behind Huang Xiaoliu widened his eyes and looked at Chu Yang with a face full of surprise. This young man actually saw the root of my illness at one glance. He didn't even feel my pulse. Huang Xiaoliu was dumbfounded. He stared and said, F***ck. There's actually such a scoundrel in this world. He's even more troublesome than my master. Before he finished his words, the white-haired old man behind him had already coughed violently and interrupted him. He walked to Chu Yang and said with a face full of smiles, Divine Dr. Chu. This, my young man is young and impetuous, please don't take it to heart. But my young master has been sick for several years. We've traveled all over the world, but even the Medicine Valley can't do anything about it. Divine Dr. Chu, please give us a big helping hand and take a look at my young master. Our Huang clan will definitely not forget your kindness. As a big clan, when had the Huang clan ever been so humble to anyone? But this person in front of them was obviously a troublesome person who wouldn't be moved by force or persuasion. And he was a troublesome person with unique skills. The Huang clan was the only descendant of the Huang clan, and he had contracted such a strange illness. This was a matter that concerned the continuation of the Huang clan's bloodline. They had finally seen a glimmer of hope and found a peerless divine doctor. If they were to offend this person, the clan head would definitely not blame the young master for offending this person, but they would definitely be in trouble. Chu Yang raised his head and looked at this white-haired old man. He saw that this person was at least a monarch-level expert. But he had lowered himself to beg for help for this youngster. Chu Yang's heart moved, and he said, Then, you all stand aside. Let your father come to me. The white-bearded elder was overjoyed, Thank you, Divine Dr. Chu. He turned around and whispered a few words in Huang Xiaoliu's ear. After pushing him over, the remaining 7 people stood up at the same time and stood up obediently. Chu Yang asked them to stand. But at this moment, who dared to sit down? What if they angered the divine doctor, and he didn't treat their young master anymore? Who could bear this crime? Huang Xiaoliu stood in front of Chu Yang and didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He stretched out one hand to let Chu Yang feel his pulse. But he was still dissatisfied and nagged, This. Divine Dr. Chu. You have to pay attention to what you say. I'm Huang Xiaoliu, and I have a nickname called Master of the Chaotic World. My name is Xia Lu, Xia as in the sunset, Lu as in the willow tree. It's a willow tree that stands gracefully in the land of the endless gorgeous sunset. It's not the despicable, shameless, and despicable Lu, and it's definitely not Huang Lu. You've misheard my name. As he was talking, Chu Yang had already raised his head and looked at him in surprise. You actually have such a problem. You're impotent? You're impotent? In other words, you're impotent? Huang Xiaoliu's face instantly turned red and he roared, F***K. Can you lower your voice? Out of the 3 types, 1 type is enough to explain the problem, but you actually repeated 3 types. You. But the eyes of the white-bearded elder behind Huang Xiaoliu lit up. His white beard trembled as he said, Right. Huang Xiaoliu wailed, don't say that. I'm a man. I also want my face. Chu Yang frowned. He grabbed his hand and said, This young master of yours seems to be overflowing with yin energy. His meridians are blocked, and his kidneys are overdrawn. If other doctors were to examine him, I'm afraid it would be obvious that he's overindulging in debauchery. Huang Xiaoliu flew into a rage and shouted, Nonsense. You quacks, I'm still a virgin. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and looked at him, Why are you shouting? Sit down obediently. Did I say that you're not a virgin? Huang Xiaoliu said angrily, You said that I'm overindulging. Since I'm overindulging, am I still a virgin? Chu Yang glared at him. Then, he shouted like a bolt from the blue, Sit properly, you mother of asterisk cur. If you shout again, I won't let you take a look. Chu Yang was so aggressive that Huang Xiaoliu immediately became depressed. You win. All of you, come over. I'll ask about your condition. Chu Yang stared and slammed the table. The few experts of the Huang clan looked at each other and walked over. Your young master has this problem for 8 years, right? Chu Yang snorted. Question strange pop-up window Yes. We only realized that something was wrong 4 years ago. Then, after checking, we knew that the root cause of the problem was very long. The white-bearded elder replied. He's only in his 20s this year, right? Chu Yang snorted, that is to say, ever since. Speaking till here, he suddenly turned his head, you can't listen to these, and you can't understand them. Go back to your room to rest. Chu Lu was listening with interest. Upon hearing that, she stood up unhappily and walked out. As she walked out, she muttered, Isn't it just becoming a eunuch? Humph, you think I can't understand. Huang Xiaoliu almost shed tears of grief and indignation. Little girl, you. You're infuriating me to death. I'm an excellent man, excellent your head. Chu Yang slapped his little head unreservedly, You're already impotent, what's there to be excellent about? Huang Xiaoliu was filled with grief. I also don't want to. Chu Yang sighed and no longer paid attention to this seemingly arrogant but actually immature young master. He said to the white-bearded elder, Your young master's illness. Although it seems that his body has been hollowed out due to excessive indulgence, in fact, it's not because of excessive indulgence. The white-bearded elder was surprised. What? This question was actually out of shock. Many doctors had been found, but all of them insisted that he was impotent due to excessive indulgence. Only the high priest of the Medicine Valley said, This illness has nothing to do with lust, but I can't do anything about it. Now, Chu Yang said it out just by taking his pulse. How could he not be overjoyed? Huang Xiaoliu's eyes were brimming with tears. All these years, he had been beaten up by his father many times. He always blamed himself for indulging in lust without self-control. He had been wronged for so many years. Now, someone finally spoke up for him. What? Huang Xiaoliu choked with sobs. He was injured, or perhaps he was ambushed. Moreover, it had happened a long time ago. At that time, he hadn't reached, cough. In other words, he hadn't reached the point where he could use it. But, he had already been set up. And this method is known to be incurable in Chong Tian, Chu Yang sighed. What technique? The white-bearded old man asked nervously. Chu Yang said with a heavy face, Yang severing yin hand. The white-bearded old man's expression changed drastically. The Yang severing yin hand was indeed infamous in the Chong Tian 8,000 years ago. Even though it hadn't appeared in the Chong Tian for 8,000 years, it still made people pale when they talked about it. This was because the Yang severing yin hand was the most sinister martial art in the world. It had another name and it was even more famous. It was the Grand Severing Hand. This martial art was specifically used to damage a person's reproductive system. Once it was used, there would be no treatment for the rest of one's life. Men couldn't be masculine, and women couldn't raise their children. This extremely sinister and evil martial art was created by a fellow named Sa Wufei 8,000 years ago. This Sa Wufei was known as the Heavenly Lord of Severance. He was an eunuch, and a long period of repression had caused him to become psychopathic. After he achieved success in martial arts, he racked his brains to create this evil martial art, specifically turning men into eunuchs and women into stone women. Sa Wufei's thought was, what I can't do, no one in the world can do. Later, Sa Wufei aroused public anger. Countless experts besieged him, and he was killed. His grand severing hand also disappeared from the martial world. But he didn't expect that it would appear again 8,000 years later. Yet, it just had to appear on the body of the only remaining young master in his family. The white-bearded old man and the others were all extremely furious. They were shocked and infuriated. Divine Dr. Chu, do you mean that my young master had been attacked when he was 12 or 13 years old? The white-bearded old man's face was as cold as frost, and he asked in a low voice. There's no doubt about it. Xianxia said lightly. Then, he turned his head and asked Huang Xiaoliu, have you never gotten up? Huang Xiaoliu hung his head dejectedly, yes, I've had this for 20 years. Besides peeing, I haven't done anything else. For so many years, it's like a ball of soft snot. I only knew about it when my family started to find a wife for me 2 years ago. Damn it, I just lay on it, and there's no reaction at all. Stop. Chu Yang was speechless, and he waved his hand to interrupt him. Then, he pondered for a while and asked, you don't have any brothers, right? Huang Xiaoliu was startled, how do you know? Then, he said, I used to have 2 brothers, but they died before I could remember anything. Chu Yang laughed, then, is your Huang clan very powerful? Chu Yang really didn't know much about the Huang clan. The white-bearded old man's face was solemn, and his eyes were even gloomier. He understood the meaning of Chu Yang's question. These few words might contain an earth-shattering conspiracy, the white-bearded old man said slowly, our Huang clan has been in the upper 3 heavens for 2,000 years. We rose gradually from a weak clan, and reached our peak 700 years ago. We were almost on par with the Shao clan at that time. The Shao clan wanted to destroy us countless times, but they never succeeded. The Shao clan was one of the dominant clans in the upper 3 heavens. Even with the Shao clan's strength, they couldn't do anything to the Huang clan. But when the white-bearded old man said this, he didn't sound arrogant at all. Instead, he was full of worries and thoughts. And then? Xiang asked, has the clan declined now? It's not that the Huang family has declined. It's just that in the past 300 to 400 years, accidents have been happening to the direct descendants of the Huang family. Later on, even the side branches had accidents one after another. Slowly, although the Huang family's foundation is big, the core Huang family has been withering away, as the white-bearded old man said till here, his face became more and more ugly, and he said, now, the young master is the only surviving direct descendant of the Huang clan. But he's also under the art of severing posterity. Alas. Then, the white-bearded old man looked at Chu Yang and asked hopefully, Divine Dr. Chu, can you cure this illness? Chu Yang pondered. Huang Xiaoliu's illness was different from that of Sha Xinliang and the others. This illness was real and not fake at all. It wasn't very difficult for Chu Yang to cure it, because he had many rare elixirs in his hands. But the problem was that Divine Dr. Chu still wanted to get some other benefits. He frowned and pondered. Everyone thought that he was thinking about the illness, but no one knew that this guy had already thought of 40 to 50 vicious schemes in this short period of time. Cure. Chu Yang took in a breath of cold air and slowly exhaled. After everyone's hearts were in their throats, he said. It can be cured, but, hearing that he could cure it, the Huang clan members were overjoyed. But when they heard the word but, their hearts were in their throats again. But this kind of injury has been around for a long time, and it has become a chronic illness. Plus, this martial art is vicious and ferocious. It's really difficult to cure it completely. Chu Yang sighed. As long as it can be cured, no matter how difficult it is, no matter what price we have to pay, our Huang clan can afford it. We're also willing to pay. The white-bearded old man's eyes were full of tears, as if he had suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw when he was drowning. In heaven, everyone knew the importance of a force. The Huang family was now on the verge of extinction. Once that happened, the monkeys would scatter. Everyone would have no roots. Seeking refuge with other forces would be akin to leaving home halfway. It would be tantamount to lodging under a fence. The taste would be too unpleasant. If they didn't seek refuge, they would inevitably be nibbled away, killed, and exiled. As long as the Huang family's bloodline was still there, there would still be cohesion. No matter how much of a debauchee he was, at least the flag would still be raised. If it was erected, there would be a backbone. When 1,000 people gathered together, they were a force that no one dared to ignore. But when 1,000 people were separated, there would be 1,000 targets. Even a wild dog would dare to bite you. This was one of the reasons why clans were so loyal in the era of cold weapons. Because this was a root, a main root. If the main root was broken, where would the branches go? This was the reason. So, regarding the illness of Huang Xiaoliu, the only remaining young master of the Huang clan, not only the Huang clan was anxious, but the subordinates and experts of the Huang clan were also very anxious. Now, they finally saw a glimmer of hope in the land of infinite despair. How would the Huang clan miss this chance? That was an opportunity that he would rather die than miss. This period of time will be very long. Xianxia sighed and said, moreover, I have to focus on the treatment every day. At all times, I have to let him be under my eyes. As the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, the jade rabbit rises and falls. Every day, there will be a different qi circulation to concoct the medicine. Xianxia stared at the white-bearded old man and said, you're all martial experts. You definitely know more about the flow of qi and blood in the body than Changru. You should know that the rise and fall of the sun and moon, morning and evening, the flow of qi and blood in the body is different, right? Divine Dr. Chu is right. This is indeed different, the white-bearded old man said. So, I need to adjust the flow of qi and blood at every moment for the treatment. Xianxia said solemnly, you can imagine how complicated and troublesome this treatment will be. The white-bearded old man sighed, that's indeed the case, and there's a prerequisite. Your young master Bai Shao has to be completely cooperative and obedient. But from the looks of it, your young master isn't someone who knows his place. Young master will definitely be obedient, the white-bearded old man promised hurriedly. He's obedient, but I'm not willing to. Xianxia curled his lips and said, do you know how much I earn in a day? Do you know that I can't do most of the other things when he's sick? Do you know how much I'll lose? Do you know how many rare medicines I need? Do you know the price of these elixirs? Moreover, if he's a stunning beauty, it's nothing. But unfortunately, he's a tuberculosis patient with jaundice. His saliva is flying everywhere, his breath stinks, and his snot is flying everywhere. Yao Yao has to do a close examination on him. And I'm a clean freak. If it were you, wouldn't you be disgusted? To be continued, the white-bearded elder frowned and said awkwardly, then tell me, what should we do? He thought that it was really difficult for Divine Dr. Chu to do this. It's also possible to cure him completely, but we have to make a 10-point agreement. Xianxia said. You know pop-up window 10-point agreement? The 8 experts of the Huang clan felt a little dizzy. Normally, there were only 3 points of agreement. Why did it become 10 points? First, Huang Xiaoliu must be obedient. If I tell him to go east, he can't go west. If I tell him to hit a dog, he can't chase a chicken. If I tell him to take off his pants, he can't pull off his clothes. He must completely obey my instructions. If he's disobedient, I'll stop the treatment at any time, Xianxia shouted. Then, if you tell me to go east and I can't go west, can I go north? Huang Xiaoliu pouted. Get out. Damn it. I don't want to see any more. I don't want to see any more. You'll be a virgin until you die. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and shouted as he pointed his finger at the door. The Huang clan's members hurriedly apologized. After a long time, they finally appeased this bad-tempered Divine Dr. Chu. But he still pointed at Huang Xiaoliu's nose. If you dare to say no to me again, you'll get lost. Immediately. Huang Xiaoliu kept quiet out of fear. His arrogance when he first came in had long disappeared. Second, during the treatment period, the Huang clan has to be responsible for my losses. I don't want much. You can inquire about my daily income. If you can't be responsible, I'll stop the treatment at any time. Xianxia squinted his eyes and said unwillingly. That's what I should do, the white-bearded elder nodded repeatedly. Third, if the Huang clan is still worried, you can send guards here. But, other than ensuring Huang Xiao's safety, they have to listen to my instructions. If they're disobedient, I can stop the treatment at any time, Xianxia said. That's what I should do. The white-bearded elder nodded repeatedly. Since I'm here, who else can I listen to? Fourth, the Huang clan has to provide the required medicinal herbs. Xianxia said lightly, and a touch of worry appeared between his eyebrows. This isn't an additional condition. I'm afraid that the Chu clan can't get the medicinal herbs that Mr. Huang needs. So, if you can't get them or don't agree, you can stop the treatment at any time. Of course. The white-bearded old man nodded affirmatively. Fifth, don't cause trouble. Otherwise, I can. First, you are not allowed to be rude to my family. This can be terminated at any time. Seventh, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. Xianxia's voice became serious as he said, I'm afraid that this matter is a power struggle between your big clans. If this news were to spread, I would never have a day of peace here. Once it's leaked out, I'll stop it at any time. At that time, it won't be me stopping it, but someone else stopping me. He looked at the white-bearded old man with a deep gaze and sighed, you should know how big of a risk I've taken by accepting Huang Xiao. The white-bearded elder sighed and said, Divine Dr. Chu is right. Who knows how many dangers there are? Xianxia said, so, the eighth rule is that you have to be responsible for the safety of me and my family. We can't sacrifice our family for you. Otherwise, the treatment can be terminated at any time. The white-bearded old man nodded heavily. After I go back and report to the clan master, I'll definitely give Divine Dr. Chu a clear answer. Ninth rule, you have to protect my safety even more. Otherwise, the treatment can be terminated at any time. Xianxia pretended to be sanctimonious. He kept saying that the treatment could be terminated at any time, which made the white-bearded old man feel helpless. And, I want an affirmative answer, not a clear answer, Xianxia said. Of course, how could he not lower his head when he was under Xianxia's roof? What's the 10th rule? Huang Xiao asked curiously when he saw Xianxia stop after saying the first rule. I haven't thought of the 10th rule yet. It'll depend on your performance in the future. If there's anything that's not good, I'll add it at any time. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Huang Xiao hurriedly lowered his head. Anyway, you have the final say, right? Xianxia said with great interest, why don't you have the final say instead? No. You're the big brother, big brother. Big brother Chu. Huang Xiao bowed and raised his head, and said flatteringly, Big brother, you're so wise and handsome. You're so handsome that you can hold back 10,000 men. You've done so many good deeds for the world, but you've never left your name behind. You're really a first-class person in the world. This Duke Huang was really a talent. He knew how to adapt to the circumstances. Seeing that his fate was sealed, he immediately changed his tone and started to flatter Xianxia crazily. The flattery in his words, the flattery in his expression, and the servile manner in which he bowed and bent his knees made everyone's jaws drop. Especially the experts of the Huang clan, they were even more dumbfounded. F***ck, I've watched young master grow up. I really didn't expect him to have such a side to him, he's really smooth and slick, don't flatter me. Xianxia wasn't moved at all. He said, go now and wash yourself clean. Comb your hair, clean your teeth, change your clothes, and be an attendant in the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. Ah? Huang Xiao exclaimed, Big brother, I don't have to be so miserable. Then please go back. Xianxia rolled his eyes. I'll go, okay. Huang Xiao felt very wronged. Well, help me brew a pot of tea, clean the medical hall and wipe the advertisements outside. Xianxia crossed his legs. Huang Xiao's face turned bitter. Divine Dr. Chu. How confident are you? The white-bearded elder asked cautiously. If you find the herbs, I'll be 100% confident. Xianxia smiled slightly, I'll gradually nurse his body and consolidate his kidney water so that it won't be lost. When you find the herbs, he'll be cured immediately. Great! The white-bearded elder said excitedly, what herbs do you need? Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, to cure this disease, we need to fight poison with poison. And it must be absolute poison to attack the insidious power of the art of severing grandchildren. The amount of poison must be large enough to be equal to it. Of course, we also need some herbs that can prolong his life at any time. That's right, that's right. The white-bearded elder nodded repeatedly. So, for this disease, we need absolute vine, water of no life and life pandolin. These are the 10 herbs. The last one is poisonous dagger point iron cucumber. Chu Yang instructed, the first 3 herbs are the most poisonous of poisons, and they must be used. And the last one, poisonous dagger point iron cucumber, is the main ingredient. Once it's missing, the whole set of herbs will be useless. The white-bearded elder frowned, the absolute vine, water of no life and life pandolin are indeed the most poisonous of poisons. But this poisonous dagger point iron cucumber is too vicious? That's a torture instrument. Although it's highly poisonous, I've never heard of it being used as medicine. Chu Yang sternly said, you don't know about this. This is a torture tool used since ancient times to deal with adulterers. But, no one knows that the iron cucumber contains a large amount of traction water. If you want to cure the art of severing grandchildren, you must use this knife tip to pierce the iron cucumber. The white-bearded elder nodded repeatedly and was suddenly enlightened, I see, I see. It's really, the world is full of wonders, remember. You must get these herbs within half a year. Otherwise, I'll have to rearrange the supplements for his blood circulation every day. You must know that the 4 seasons are a big cycle for the blood circulation in his body. The white-bearded old man nodded repeatedly. Then, he carefully put away Chu Yang's prescription. Then, he bade farewell to Chu Yang and left the 4 elders to guard Xianxia. He led the 4 elders back to report to the clan master and prepare to look for elixirs. Before leaving, Xianxia hugged the white-bearded elder's thigh with tears and snot, and cried loudly, Third granduncle. You must find the elixirs as soon as possible. Tell my father not to feel sorry for the purple crystals. How am I going to spend the next half a year? Seeing the 4 elders of the Huang clan leave, Chu Yang arranged for the other 4 elders to stay in the backyard. Then, he kicked Xiao's butt, stand up. Xiao stood up while trembling, Qian what? Chu Yang squinted his eyes, little one, if you don't want to be a eunuch forever, be more honest. I'm not interested in correcting your problems. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. You have to answer truthfully. Xiao said humbly, boss, please ask. He quickly moved a stool over and said politely, boss. Please sit. I'll just stand. Chu Yang sat down on the stool unceremoniously. Do you know who did this to you? I don't know. Xiao shook his head blankly. Then, he gritted his teeth, if I knew, wouldn't I have dismembered that bastard into pieces long ago? You're right, Chu Yang asked again, then, who's the biggest enemy of your Huang clan? It should be the Xiao clan. Xiao said with uncertainty, the Xiao clan has always been guarding against us taking over their position. But these years, we didn't really fight with each other. Oh? Chu Yang frowned, what about the other enemies? Others? Wah-ha, in the whole southeast region, who dares to go against our Huang clan? Xiao laughed complacently. Halfway through his laughter, he saw Chu Yang rolling his eyes and looking at him. He suddenly remembered that he shouldn't be arrogant. So, he immediately stopped and said timidly, boss, of course, is an exception, that's not bad. Xiao clan. Xiao clan. Chu Yang quickly conversed with the sword spirit in the space. Slapping his thigh, he finally said, I remember the legend. Back then, among the experts who besieged the Venerable of Severance, Sa Wufei, the leader seemed to be someone surnamed Xiao. Or perhaps, among the main experts, there was someone surnamed Xiao. I can't remember this legend clearly. Xiao was instantly furious. He gritted his teeth, I'll go back and check on this matter. Chu Yang nodded indifferently. Then, he casually said, I'm just saying. That's all. You don't have to take it to heart. It seemed that he didn't know that because of Huang Xiao's illness, and because the Huang clan was about to have no descendants, all the Huang clan had been repressed to the point where they were about to explode. His casual words had caused such a bloody storm. As a matter of fact, Chu Yang didn't lie. Back then, among the two people who besieged Sa Wufei, one was surnamed Ji, and the other was surnamed Xiao. To be continued. Book 7 Chapter 11 The Tragic Duke Huang Gong. There was one less person beside Huang Xiao now. Duke Huang almost went crazy and sent people to investigate what had happened that year. With the power of the Huang clan, it wouldn't take much time to investigate such things that were clearly recorded. Divine Dr. Chu also started to treat Duke Huang. He carefully prepared medicine. He used a whole caddy of Coptis chinensis, 1, 5 caddy of bitter bamboo roots, 2, 5 caddy of bitter cauliflower, 1, 5 caddy of golden castor beans, and finally 2, 5 caddy of snow cliff bitter gourd. Then, he threw in a small stock of raging blood ginseng and brewed a big pot of decoction. The decoction that Divine Dr. Chu brewed for Duke Huang was as yellow as a latrine after the rain. It weighed a total of 15 caddies. After the decoction was finished, a drop of lust dragon's blood was dripped in to dilute the decoction. 3 meals a day, 2 bowls each time. There's a total of 5 bowls, and each bowl weighs half a caddy. After 5 days, we'll prepare for the next course of treatment. Chu Yang frowned and looked at Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao's legs trembled when he saw the big pot. His calves were cramping. He took up the bowl and drank a mouthful. He only felt an indescribable bitter taste rushing into his stomach. In an instant, his stomach felt like it was filled with ice and fire. Coptis, bitter bamboo root, silver root bitter cauliflower, golden castor bean, and snow cliff bitter gourd were all things that were used to reduce internal heat. They were all things that were cold and bitter. When they were gathered together, it was the culmination of all bitter tastes since ancient times. And it was also extremely relieving internal heat. But raging blood ginseng was relieving internal heat. After eating it, one would feel hot all over and sweat profusely. The rarest thing was that this raging blood ginseng was also bitter. All these things had no effect on the treatment of Duke Huang's illness. Apart from the bitterness that made one wish they were dead, there wasn't even the slightest bit of medicinal properties left. The only thing that was useful was a drop of lust dragon's blood. But only God knew how much effect a drop of lust dragon's blood would have after being melted in this big pot of decoction. This was purely because Divine Dr. Chu didn't like Huang Xiao's name, appearance, and living habits, so he came up with this idea to torment him. Who told this bastard to not only be impolite when he saw me, he even threw a bucket full of snot. Of course, it wasn't just punishment. Divine Dr. Chu's purpose was, the power of the Huang clan isn't small. And it's a feud with the Xiao clan? If Huang Xiao were to stay here, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a group of super bodyguards? A capable fighter. Since Chu Fei Long was able to invite that person to kill him, it proved that the Yi clan had definitely come to the southeast. As long as the Yi clan sent people, how could they be simple? Although Sword Master Chu thought highly of himself and had the sword spirit as his trump card, he wasn't so arrogant to think that he was invincible. After all, the sword spirit's strength was limited by him, and it could only exert a little bit of its power. It would be no laughing matter if a high-level martial saint were to come and destroy his physical body. Moreover, this incident seemed to be another fuse. Could the heavens? God knows what had been going through Divine Dr. Chu's mind these few days. As for these medicines, after drinking these medicines, although Duke Huang's condition would be slightly improved, and there would be absolutely no harm to his life and health, taking these medicines every day was definitely tantamount to going to hell more than 10 times every day. Duke Huang plucked up his courage and took a sip. Instantly, his face twisted into an extremely weird shape. His nose was almost crooked to his ears, and his eyes were raised high. Then, silently, 2 streams of yellow soup rushed out from his nostrils. Drip, 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 he fell to the ground with a thud. For a full 15 minutes, he couldn't breathe and was directly suffocated. She only regained her senses after a quarter of an hour. She took a deep breath and started to cry, "Mommy, mommy, mommy, mommy." His tears gushed out like a broken dam. The 3 guards of the Huang clan rushed out like a whirlwind. "What are you crying for?" Chu Yang was furious. "I painstakingly refined these medicines for you. Why are you crying? Is this a medicine? Huang Xiaoliu pointed at the big pot painfully. What the hell is this? It's bitter, it's as bitter as something. He wanted to say that it was even more bitter than gold thread, but he immediately remembered that the bitterness of gold thread and this medicine were simply worlds apart. As he cried, he vomited. Chu Yang sighed and looked at the three guards. This duke of yours has never suffered any hardships since he was young. A black-faced guard smiled and said, Divine Doctor, you're right. Our duke, after all, he's the only son of our Huang clan. It's human nature for Madame to spoil him a little, but how can I treat him like this? Divine Dr. Chu frowned and shook his head repeatedly. Look, he's become like this after drinking a mouthful of medicine. The three guards were also helpless as they begged, Godly doctor, can you make this medicinal soup sweeter? Chu Yang was furious. Good medicine is bitter, good medicine is bitter. It's all honey, of course, it's good to drink, but can it treat illnesses? If he can't even drink the medicine, how can he treat illnesses? Divine Dr. Chu was furious. The medicine is here. 1 bowl a day, 2 bowls at a time. This is enough for 5 days. I'll leave it to you. If I see him vomiting another drop of medicine, you can bring him back. After saying that, Divine Dr. Chu left angrily. The remaining 4 people of the Huang clan looked at each other. The black-faced guard gathered his courage and scooped a bowl of medicine for Huang Xiaoliu. Duke, you can drink it, I won't drink it even if you beat me to death. Huang Xiaoliu's face was full of tears. He shouted angrily, is this a medicine? Damn it, even feces doesn't taste so bad. Is this AF*** king treatment? This is obviously murder. The 3 guards' faces immediately darkened. Feeling helpless, they advised, Sir, this good medicine tastes bitter. You try a mouthful? Huang Xiaoliu squinted. You'll know, is it really so bitter? The black-faced guard drank a mouthful of the tea in a dubious manner. Suddenly, his black face turned snow-white, and his facial features twisted into a pile. He rolled his eyes for a long time before swallowing the tea. He felt as if the 10,000-year-old ice in his stomach and the fury of a volcano were colliding together. At this moment, he wanted to cut his own throat. After a while, he still said against his will, this doesn't seem to be very bitter. Duke, for the sake of treating illnesses. You can drink it. Huang Xiaoliu only shook his head. The 3 guards looked at each other and walked to one side to discuss. What if Duke doesn't drink it? Pour it? Yes. The 3 guards walked back. Duke, drink it. Huang Xiaoliu was extremely indignant. I won't drink it even if I die. The 3 guards signaled each other with their eyes. They rushed forward and held Huang Xiaoliu down. One controlled his body, one opened his mouth, and the other poured the medicine into his mouth. The one who opened his mouth tapped on Huang Xiaoliu's throat and chest. Then, Huang Xiaoliu involuntarily poured the medicine into his stomach. Another bowl of it, then, one of them still controlled Huang Xiaoliu tightly, while the other 2 rubbed his stomach and chest. They used their spiritual power to circulate all his meridians and blood vessels, so that the medicine could be spread to his limbs and bones as soon as possible. Huang Xiaoliu couldn't move at all. His eyes rolled back and his mouth opened. His face had turned into the color of a dead person. His throat kept making ha ha sounds. When the 3 guards finally released their hands, Huang Xiaoliu jumped up and desperately used his fingers to dig his throat, wanting to spit out the medicine. But no matter what, he couldn't spit it out at all. The 3 monarch-level experts had helped him to clear his digestion. Now, all the medicine had already been absorbed into his limbs and bones. How could he spit it out? Duke Huang sat down on the ground. He was heartbroken and disheartened. I won't treat it anymore. I won't treat it anymore. So be it if the Huang clan has no more descendants. The 3 guards were shocked. That won't do. They looked at each other and thought, we have to prevent Duke from running away at any time. This is a good idea. Looks like we'll do it this way in the future. Divine Dr. Chu appeared out of nowhere. He smiled amiably. When Huang Xiaoliu saw him, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He screamed and jumped up, hiding behind the black-faced guard. His teeth chattered. Demon, remember to use this method in the future. You have to be on guard at any time. Well, if your duke escapes by himself, you can't blame me, Chu Yang said lightly. You have to know that the medicine can't be stopped. Once it's stopped, all the previous efforts will be wasted. The three experts agreed respectfully. They swore secretly, even if I don't sleep or rest, I have to take care of my duke and not let him run away. I have to make sure that he doesn't miss a single drop of medicine, and this is only for 5 days. After 5 days, you can't use this anymore. You have to start the second course of treatment. And you have to find the medicine for the second course of treatment yourselves. But these few courses of treatment are only for consolidating the meridians. It's not hard to find them, Chu Yang frowned. Divine Doctor, please tell us, the three experts agreed at the same time. Well, the second course of treatment requires some small poisons. One of you can go and find them, 15 grams of centipede whiskers, 15 tons of 5-step snakes, 100 pairs of white-bellied bat eyes, 3,000 legs of centipedes, 50 tails of swamp lizards, 15 grams of fly wings, 10 cores of ice poison-type spiritual beasts, 3 stalks of corpse Ganoderma. Chu Yang listed out more than 10 kinds of medicines as if he was familiar with them. He solemnly instructed, you must find them all within 4 days. No problem. The black-faced guard heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Leave it to me. At one side, Xianxia had already foamed at the mouth and almost fainted when he heard the names of these medicinal herbs. What are these things? So, from then on, Xianxia lived a dark life in the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. The guards of the Huang clan were all experts. They were naturally not fools. The next day, the black-faced guard went out to find the medicine. He conveniently brought a small cup of the medicine that Xianxia was drinking now, begging for monthly votes. Seeing that I'm going to be raped again, brothers and sisters, please support me. After the black-faced guard went out, he first found a very famous old doctor to take a look at the medicine. The old doctor frowned and stroked his beard. After looking at the medicine for a while, he drank 1 or 2 drops. After vomiting for a while, he said with an expression as if he had seen the heavens, which divine doctor made this medicine? It's really amazing. He can actually boil the medicine to such an extent. The black-faced guard was stunned. Is this medicine really useful? What's its use? The old doctor said excitedly, I really can't say what's the use of this medicine, but this level of boiling medicine is definitely something I've never seen in my life. Look, it's so uniform. Even with so many years of experience, I can't even taste what the herbs are in it. And the dragon and the tiger are in opposition, water and fire are of the same origin. I can only faintly feel that it has an extreme effect of strengthening the yang energy. This was true. With the sword spirit's level of boiling medicine, no one in the entire Chongtian could compare with him. But before the old doctor finished speaking, the black-faced guard had already disappeared. Hey, don't go, he's really a divine doctor, really a miraculous medicine. The black-faced guard tried his best to find the medicine for the second course of treatment. He was full of excitement along the way. Young master can be saved, the Huang clan can be saved. On the afternoon of the second day, when Huang Gong was still lying on the bed like a corpse after being fed the medicine as usual, 2 people suddenly came in. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao, big brother, are you here? The 2 of them were full of smiles. What's the matter? Xianxia lay on the bed weakly and rolled his eyes. Who are you? Chu Tinghu was stunned. Why is there another person here? He looks like a tuberculosis ghost, as if he's already dead. Why do you care who I am? Xianxia vomited again and again. He only felt that there was an evil fire burning in his heart. Why are you here? Just at this moment, Chu Yang came out from inside. Big brother, you've been back for a long time. We especially came here to invite you and hold a welcome dinner for you, Chu Tinghu said. Oh? Chu Yang tilted his head and looked at the 2 of them. What are these 2 guys thinking about? Chu Tingjiao said enthusiastically, Big brother, we've already booked a banquet at the Lingyun Pavilion. Please come. He laughed and sighed, saying sincerely, Big brother, no matter what, we're brothers after all. Blood is thicker than water. He seemed to want to say something but stopped on second thought. Chu Yang understood and laughed. You mean, you want to treat me to a meal? Yes, Chu Tinghu said sincerely, Big brother, please do us the honor and give us a chance. Chu Yang had a complicated look in his eyes. He pondered silently for a long time. Then, he finally said, "Okay, I'll go." Chu Tinghu and Chu Tinghu were overjoyed, and said, "Then, we'll wait for you at the Lingyun Pavilion." The two of them left. How could you agree? Huang Xiaoliu didn't care about lying on the ground like a corpse. When he saw Chu Tinghu leaving, he jumped up and said anxiously, "Are you crazy?" Chu Yang turned to look at him. "Your two brothers obviously have bad intentions towards you," Huang Xiaoliu said hurriedly. His forehead was covered with sweat. "I know," Chu Yang said calmly. "Then why did you still go?" Huang Xiaoliu was stunned. "You're so concerned about me?" Chu Yang looked at him with a half-smile. Huang Xiaoliu was stunned. Then, he turned his head and spat angrily, "I'm not concerned about you. I'm just afraid that no one will treat me if you die." Chu Yang laughed loudly. But he didn't say out one sentence, "Not only do they have bad intentions, when have I ever come with good intentions? But everything has a beginning." As they were talking, another 3 people came together and hurriedly entered the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. Big brother, are you here?" They were the 15-year-old Chu Tingyun, the third son of Chu Feilong, as well as the 17-year-old Chu Tingxiao and the 13-year-old Chu Tingkong. The 3 youths still had the innocence of a child. They rushed over in a hurry, and their faces were actually steaming with sweat. "What's the matter? Why are the 3 of you here?" Chu Yang asked puzzledly. "Are the Chu brothers going to have a meeting today?" The 3 of them looked at each other. It seemed that no one wanted to speak first, and they were all urging each other. Finally, Chu Tingyun plucked up his courage and spoke first. "Big brother, you've been back for a long time. We brothers haven't sat together for a long time. How about this? Tonight, the 3 of us will be the host at the Purple Chi Pavilion. Let's get you drunk." The other 2 nodded repeatedly. Chu Yang was stunned. "What's going on? It's just a short while, and 2 groups of people have come to treat us?" One group invited the Lingyun Pavilion, and the other invited the Purple Chi Pavilion. The Lingyun Pavilion was located in the northernmost part of Wujing town, and was a top restaurant, while the Purple Chi Pavilion was located in the southernmost part of Wujing town, and was not much worse than the Lingyun Pavilion. One was in the north, and the other was in the south. Chu Yang's gaze changed, and he finally probed, "Just now, Tinghu and Tingjiao came and invited me. I've already agreed. Shall we change the date?" The expressions of the 3 changed greatly, and Chu Tingyun blurted out, "Lingyun Pavilion? Big brother, you can't go." Then, his face turned pale, and he shut his mouth tightly. Chu Yang's body shook, and he looked at Chu Tingyun with a complicated gaze. He only felt his blood boiling. The 4 brothers became silent at the same time. Huang Xiaoliu looked at this and that, and finally sighed. He muttered, "The matters between the brothers are really complicated. It gives me a headache." Then he slipped away quietly, leaving the space for the brothers to talk. Seeing that Chu Yang remained silent, Chu Tingyun's face became paler and paler. Finally, he whispered, "Big brother?" Chu Tingxiao and Chu Tingkong stepped forward at the same time, and whispered, "Big brother. They want to harm you." Tingyun eavesdropped on this. Chu Yang's face twitched, and he asked hoarsely, "Why?" He looked at Chu Tingyun, and his voice was hoarse. There was even some contradiction and pain. Although he didn't say it clearly, the 3 brothers knew that Chu Yang was not asking why Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao wanted to harm him, but why Chu Tingyun came to tell him. Chu Tingyun's immature face turned pale. His lips trembled, and he lowered his head. Then, he suddenly raised his head again. I'm brothers with my elder brother, but I'm also brothers with you. I don't want this clan to collapse. I don't want any of you to get into trouble. We're from the same root, from the same family." Chu Yang shut his mouth tightly. When Chu Tingyun said this, he only felt that his heart moved inexplicably, and he felt a sharp pain. Chu Tingyun stepped forward, raised his face, and looked at Chu Yang with a pleading look. There was panic, shame, and pleading on his face. "Big brother, can you take a step back, please? Can you take a step back, please?" Chu Yang's heart shook. After a long time, Chu Yang said bitterly, "I also want to take a step back, but I already can't take a step back. Since I returned to the clan, I don't have any way back. If I take a step back, I'll be dead." The three youths opposite him looked gloomy. They bit their lips and lowered their heads. As the Chu clan's younger brothers, they were deeply moved by Chu Yang's words. Since their big brother returned to the clan, had he ever asked for anything? In everyone's eyes, their big brother had always been at the top, and had taken advantage of everything, but only they knew that their big brother had no choice but to fight back. That's all. After he returned to the clan, he didn't even take the initiative to fight back. Instead, he was pushed into the whirlpool of conflict by the clan. Every time, he fought back. But Chu Feilong had used his means time and time again. Until now, he had even sent his two sons to invite Chu Yang to a banquet to deal with him. The four brothers stood silently, and no one said a word. Chu Tingyun's breathing became more and more rapid. His chest couldn't help but heave up and down. Finally, his breathing became heavier and heavier, like a bellows. He struggled and said in a low voice, "Big brother, I heard that there's Yi Wubua and Yi Shisan from the Yi clan." Chu Yang's body shook. Chu Tingyun lowered his head and said with difficulty, "Big brother, I know that my father and my two elder brothers have wronged you, but, if you, can you let them go?" After saying this, the young man's two teardrops fell to the ground. He suddenly turned around, and walked out quickly. He didn't even pay attention to Chu Yang, Chu Tingxiao, and Chu Tingkong's calls. He buried his head and rushed out. "Big brother, I'll go and take a look. Tingyun is very emotional." Chu Tingxiao wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, he said, "Big brother, you, think more, and take care." After saying this, he pulled Chu Tingkong and rushed out. The three of them came and went quickly. Until the figures of the three disappeared, Chu Yang was still standing in his original position. His expression was complicated. After a long time, Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Facing the emptiness in front of him, he murmured, "Brother, you're still young. You don't understand. I have no way to retreat. Your father also has no way to retreat. Your two brothers originally had thousands of paths, but they still chose a dead end. But you are making things difficult for me." Ah. He smiled bitterly. In his heart, he had already deduced most of this matter. Chu Feilong and his two brothers had discussed and asked them to use their status as brothers to lure Chu Yang out and make use of Yi Wubua to kill him. But this matter was overheard by the third brother, Chu Tingyun. This hot-blooded youth then wanted to invite him in advance so that he could avoid this disaster. But for some reason, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Thus, there was this scene today. The youth's mood was pure and kind. He had put in a lot of effort. How would he know that his father and this big brother of his had already reached the stage where they couldn't coexist? "I don't want anything to happen to any of you. Because we're from the same family." Chu Yang didn't know how many times he had heard this sentence. He had even said it himself a few times. But only today, the youth's pure and innocent face and voice had deeply touched him. "Unfortunately, I can't retreat." Chu Yang shook his head slowly. He looked despondent. "I can't retreat, to be continued." Just as he was thinking, a figure flashed at the door. Xianxia rushed in hurriedly with his shiny bald head. When he saw Chu Yang, he was overjoyed. "Divine Dr. Chu is indeed here." In order to deceive others, Xianxia had always addressed Chu Yang as Divine Dr. Chu outside. Chu Yang was shocked and said, "Why are you here today?" Xianxia squinted his eyes and said, "I have an important guest who has a sudden illness. I'd like to invite Divine Dr. Chu to take a look at him. Is that okay?" Chu Yang immediately understood. To be able to make Xianxia come here personally, it's probably that law enforcement master. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Chu Yang said cleanly, "I'll go now." Then, he instructed Huang Xiaoliu to guard the door and followed Xianxia out. "I'll carry you." Xianxia obviously didn't want to delay any longer. "Okay. Little brother, the law enforcement master is here." Xianxia lowered his voice excitedly as he carried Chu Yang on his back. "Yes, I've guessed it," Chu Yang said calmly. I've told the law enforcement master about our matter. He expressed his doubts and even scolded me for sowing discord and suspecting the law enforcement master's pharmacist. Xianxia said. Huh? Chu Yang was doubtful. So, the law enforcement master is very likely to blame you when you go there this time. By then, please be magnanimous and forgive me, Xianxia said worriedly. I know, Chu Yang smiled deeply. Then, the law enforcement master's injury, little brother, are you confident? Xianxia asked worriedly. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, if that Tong Wuxin is a spy, he'll definitely lay his hands on the law enforcement master. As long as he's willing to do it, I'll be able to find out. But, if Tong Wuxin is innocent and causes us to wrongly accuse him, then there's no other way. Xiaoxian's galloping body suddenly stopped. What's the probability of that? Chu Yang was silent. Then, little brother, won't you be in extreme danger this time? Xiaoxian became anxious. How about I send you away immediately? Chu Yang smiled sincerely. He felt comforted for Xiaoxian's undisguised true nature at this moment. It's okay. Even if the law enforcement master wants to kill me, he won't use such a trivial reason, right? Besides, if we suspect the wrong person, we should be punished. What's so difficult about that? Moreover, according to our speculations, the possibility that Tong Wuxin is the traitor is 90% certain. Xiaoxian finally felt a little relieved, and said, little brother, don't worry. If we're really wrong and the law enforcement master is furious, I'll protect you even if I have to risk my life. Yes. While they were speaking, they had already arrived at the law enforcement hall. Xiaoxian put Chu Yang down. Then, the two of them walked inside side by side. Qin Baoshan had already come out to welcome them and said, you're finally here. The law enforcement master threw a tantrum at me just now. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Yang worriedly, little brother, are you confident? I see that the law enforcement master is very protective of that Tong Wuxin. It's better for you to leave as soon as possible. He said these words hurriedly, quickly, and softly. Chu Yang blinked his eyes and smiled, things have to pass, and we have to face them eventually. Some things can't be avoided. Isn't that so? Xiaoxian and Qin Baoshan looked solemn. Behind the law enforcement hall, in a small hall. The three of them stepped into the hall. Then, they felt darkness in front of them. It seemed that the day had suddenly turned into night. Chu Yang saw a person at first glance. There was only one person in this small hall. And because of this person, it seemed that his existence had covered the entire sky, making this initial afternoon turn into night. This person was wearing a black robe and a black cloak. He was standing quietly with his back facing the door. He stood in front of the seat with his hands clasped behind his back. He raised his head slightly and looked at the words on the wall. He had a head of black hair, and there was only a lock of dazzling silver-white hair at the back of his head. This person was 8 feet tall and had a straight figure. Although his back was facing the crowd, there was naturally a kind of lofty aura just by looking at his back. He was like a towering mountain that stood quietly. Splendid southeast intercepts the torrent, vast and mighty, overturns the universe for 10,000 years, swallows the heaven and earth, and changes the seasons. This person in black read out the contents of the words on the wall softly with his hands clasped behind his back. He said lightly, Xiaoxian, do you know the contents of this word? Although his back was facing the three of them, there was still an imposing aura when he opened his mouth. It was as if a mountain was pressing down from the sky. Xiaoxian said carefully, I vaguely remember that when the Dharma Supreme was patrolling the southeast, the biggest river in the southeast, Tianshui River, met with torrential rain and torrent. Many places in the southeast were affected. At that time, the Dharma Supreme used his heavenly skills to intercept the torrent, move mountains from all directions, and create the biggest lake in the heavens. That's the Heavenly Venerable Lake. After that, the Dharma Supreme used his heavenly skills to open up the passage to the sea with one punch, and let the excess lake water flow into the sea, saving billions of lives in the southeast. This is the greatest merit in the world. After the incident, the Dharma Supreme wrote this poem. In the future, the Southeast Law Enforcement Hall will hang this poem in every hall to show our infinite reverence for the Dharma Supreme. Xiaoxian said with fear and trepidation. However, Chu Yang's heart was almost numb from shock. Torrential rain ravaged the southeast, and the Dharma Supreme moved mountains to form a lake. Open up the passage to the sea with one punch. What kind of cultivation is this? Even if it's a fairy tale, it shouldn't be so abnormal, right? The person in black sighed and said, yes, the Dharma Supreme was patrolling the southeast 300 years ago, and achieved this legendary feat. This also made the reputation of the law enforcement officers even more prominent in the world. However, this is not the power of the Dharma Supreme alone, but the hard work of countless law enforcement officers. Yes, Xianxia said respectfully. So, I don't need to say more about what the three words law enforcement officers represent, the person in black said lightly, but, a great dike can collapse because of an ant's nest. If the law enforcement officers suspect each other, then the painstaking efforts of the Dharma Supreme and his unparalleled achievements in the past will eventually become a thing of the past. Yes. Qin Baoshan and Xia Xinliang were sweating profusely. They knew that the law enforcement master was warning them. The little guy behind you is the so-called divine Dr. Chu Yang, right? The law enforcement master asked lightly. Yes, Chu Yang said. Haha, you dare to call yourself a divine doctor at such a young age? You even dare to point fingers at the Southeast Law enforcement officers and sow discord. How should you be punished? The law enforcement master's tone was very light, but whether it was Chu Yang, Xia Xinliang or Qin Baoshan, all of them could sense the crisis and depression in his voice. A faint murderous intent spread quietly in the room. Obviously, the law enforcement master had the intention to kill this divine doctor who appeared out of nowhere and was suspected of sowing discord. Crime? I admit that I don't, but I can be considered as having made a contribution, Chu Yang said quietly. Made a contribution? Where is the contribution? The law enforcement master said coldly. Do you have any evidence to prove that you're guilty? Chu Yang didn't give in. The law enforcement master became silent. The atmosphere in the entire room seemed to have solidified at the moment when he became silent. What I said is true evidence. The law enforcement master's voice became colder and colder. This divine doctor's pair of eyes is also the real evidence. Chu Yang sneered, to say something arrogant, my pair of eyes and one finger are unique in the whole world. Arrogant, the law enforcement master snorted lightly, let me see what you're capable of. The meaning of this sentence was obvious. But Qin Baoshan and Xia Xinliang's hearts were beating at the same time. They secretly complained, your back is facing us, and we can only see the back of your head. How can you see what he's capable of when he's dressed in black? Chu Yang became silent. He looked carefully at the back of the figure in black from top to bottom and said softly, law enforcement master, you're indeed worthy of your reputation. Worthy of my reputation, the law enforcement master chuckled, how can you tell that I'm worthy of my reputation? Chu Yang said lightly, your cultivation is extraordinary. You're so young, but you still have black hair and a youthful face. There's only a lock of white hair at the back of your head. I really admire you. When he said this, even Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan noticed that the law enforcement master's body suddenly stiffened. The two of them couldn't help but feel nervous. The black robe flashed, and it was as if the whole world had turned from night to day. The law enforcement master finally turned around. When he turned around, it actually gave people the feeling that there were two worlds in front of him. This was a thin face. His eyes were like an eagle's, and his whole body carried an aura that kept strangers away. A cold and ruthless aura could be clearly felt from his face. Thick eyebrows and a square face. His black hair was combed on his head. His black headscarf was the same color as his hair. His face was slightly dark, but he didn't have any beard. At this moment, his sharp eyes were staring closely at Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang only felt that his face was constantly being pricked by steel needles, and there were bursts of unbearable pain. A martial saint expert, this is the power of a martial saint expert, and he's definitely not a low-stage martial saint. Facing such an expert, Chu Yang finally heaved a sigh of relief, because you've finally turned around. You've let me see your face. All kinds of illnesses in the human body could be seen from one's face. When the law enforcement master was looking at Chu Yang was also looking at him without dodging. Is there anything else? The law enforcement master asked quietly. Law enforcement master, your forehead is full. It's commonly known as a full and round forehead. This is the sign of longevity. But Xianxia looked at him without blinking, and said, although your face is rosy, there's a touch of darkness on your forehead. If I'm not wrong, you'll definitely have a headache every once in a while. Xianxia said softly, although it's not fatal, it's completely bearable. After one time, it won't recur for a long time. But that feeling is probably not good. Even with your martial saint level martial power, you won't be able to suppress it. Xianxia still looked carefully and said, no, it's not that you can't suppress it, but that you can't suppress it at all. Because once you suppress it, the injury will spread and endanger your brain. The law enforcement master didn't express his opinion. His eyes were as deep and cold as a deep pool of water. Without moving, he said lightly, is there anything else? Begging for monthly votes, Sister Feng has returned to her parents' home. Tonight, I'll work overtime to write more chapters. I'll continue to work hard. It might be a little late. Part 7 Chapter 14 Beyond Expectation. There are more. Xianxia said with certainty, and there are too many. The law enforcement master said calmly, continue. Xianxia laughed and said, then I'll say one more thing. Law enforcement master's face is a little dark. It seems that you have a normal complexion. However, dare I ask, your complexion wasn't like this decades ago, right? The law enforcement master looked at Xianxia. His eyes were as sharp as ever, but he didn't say anything. Generally speaking, in the process of cultivation, a martial artist will undergo a few rounds of cleansing. After reaching the saint level, one will be able to maintain one's youthful appearance. This is because all the impurities in one's body will be gone, and one will be able to connect the bridge of heaven and earth in one go. If you're willing, you can even maintain your 30 to 40 years old appearance until the last moment of your life. After the martial saint level, the supreme martial artist can even rejuvenate the body. Xianxia smiled. Of course, at that time, it will be up to each person to decide. Moreover, people above the saint level don't have many requirements for their appearance. However, the law enforcement master's expression is definitely not normal. Instead, it should have become tender and white after the saint-level cleansing. It wasn't until he suffered some kind of injury that his face turned black. Xianxia said frankly and with assurance, although this kind of injury only shows that your face turns black, there must be some blockage in your meridians. The law enforcement master's expression remained unchanged. She just stared at him. However, the murderous aura in the air had already dissipated without a trace. Only that oppressive feeling remained. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that he had finally passed the first hurdle. But the second hurdle would test his true level. As expected, the law enforcement master said in a deep voice, you do have some ability. Although it's too exaggerated to say that you're invincible in the heavens, you're already worthy of being called a divine doctor. However, this is still not enough. I know that this isn't enough for the law enforcement chief today. However, it's enough for me to have a foothold in this heavenly layer, or even in this flat mountain ridge, or even the entire southeast region. Xianxia smiled lightly. The law enforcement master closed his eyes and said, but it's not enough. Xianxia smiled elegantly and said, since it's not enough, may I ask the law enforcement master to extend your hand and let me take your pulse? The law enforcement master looked at him for a while and said in a deep voice, do you know the consequences of feeling the pulse? Xianxia said proudly, if the law enforcement master didn't want to kill me right from the start, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. In that case, I really have no interest in taking your pulse. The law enforcement master narrowed his eyes. Oh? Xianxia smiled and said, law enforcement officers are indeed the masters of the heavens and take care of all the injustices in the world. However, I have a defensive technique that is enough for me to conquer the world. It has nothing to do with me. He chuckled. However, I can't bear the crime of sowing discord within the law enforcement officers, so I can only force a duck onto a perch. Let's clear this accusation first. As for the truth, I dare not speak nonsense. The law enforcement master smiled slightly and said, oh? What do you mean? Xianxia said straightforwardly, as long as my medical skills can be recognized. Then, even if all the law enforcement officers are dead, what does it have to do with me? Upon hearing this extremely unpleasant sentence, the law enforcement master was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed loudly. This sudden laughter gave Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan, who were worried about Chu Yang, a huge fright. Their hair almost stood on end. The law enforcement master stepped forward and came to Chu Yang. He said, "Follow me." The three of them followed behind him and entered the small hall at the back. The law enforcement master smiled and said, "Sit, sit. Xinliang, go and make tea." After a smile, the sky cleared up immediately. Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were instantly overjoyed. But Chu Yang knew that his crisis was far from over. Although the law enforcement master's attitude was cordial, the sudden change still made it ambiguous. But Chu Yang had something to rely on. Chu Yang's reliance was a sentence that Xia Xinliang had once said. 12 years ago, the law enforcement master chased after a martial saint. Although he succeeded in killing the martial saint in the end, he was also badly injured and almost died. There was a lot to be done with these words. A martial saint expert had the cultivation to heal himself. Ordinary injuries would be healed in a few days. Even if his muscles and bones were injured, it wouldn't be a big deal because his cultivation was high. To be able to injure himself so badly that he almost lost his life. That was an injury that even a saint-level cultivator could do nothing about. Since it was so serious, it must have hurt his foundation. Since his foundation was hurt, how could there be no repercussions? The more difficult it was for a person to get injured, the more serious the injury would be once he suffered an injury that he couldn't heal himself. Not long after, Xia Xinliang served the tea. Each of them had a cup. The fragrance of the tea rose in spirals, and the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. The law enforcement master picked up the teacup with one hand, and the lines on his face became gentler. He said, "Divine Dr. Chu, please." Chu Yang said, "You don't have to be so polite." He also picked up a cup. The law enforcement master sniffed the fragrance of the tea and said, "Good tea." He drank a mouthful, closed his eyes and savored the aftertaste. Then he said, "Divine Dr. Chu, you may not know my name. I'm Han Xiaoran. This name is a little soft, so I won't mention it easily. But I'll never forget it. Because this is the name that my mother gave me." His face seemed to be a little blurred in the steam. Chu Yang said softly, "Your mother must be a talented woman." The law enforcement master, Han Xiaoran, gave a nostalgic smile and let out a long sigh. He said disappointedly, "My mother has left me, for more than 1,300 years. But every time I write my name on the paper, I'll remember the scene when my mother held my hand and taught me how to write my name. My heart will suddenly soften. So, I've been a law enforcement officer for many years. But I'll always be lenient to those who are filial to their mothers and have committed crimes because of filial piety. The law is heartless, but people have feelings." Han Xiaoran sighed deeply. Who doesn't have parents, wife and children? We law enforcement officers are not afraid of blood debts, but we must have a clear conscience. If there's a day when your soul returns to heaven, don't regret it before you die. As he said, he looked at Xia Xinliang intentionally or unintentionally. Obviously, this sentence was meant as a warning. Chu Yang was in awe of him. Chu Yang could tell that Han Xiaoran's words were absolutely from the bottom of his heart. No wonder his prestige was so high in the southeast region. You must have a clear conscience. If there's a day when your soul returns to heaven, don't regret it before you die. These words had really struck a chord with Chu Yang. Xia Xinliang was also shocked. He stood up and said, "I'll definitely remember the law enforcement master's teachings." Han Xiaoran nodded slightly. He pressed his palm down and motioned for Xia Xinliang to sit down. He said a little sadly, "It's a pity that law enforcement officers have become more and more powerful in the past thousands of years. But now, how many of them are able to do things with a clear conscience? The entire world is filled with a foul atmosphere." He sighed deeply and said, "I'm in charge of the southeast region, and this is my duty. I can only do my best to build up the southeast region. As for the others, haha." He smiled and said, "We've digressed from the topic. Well, that Tong Wu Xin was recommended to me by the third master of the Shi clan, Shirpadian. Tong Wu Xian had lost his father when he was young. His widowed mother had raised him up. Although Tong Wu Xian himself was unbearable and had a bad reputation of being a heartless killer, he had done his best for his mother and was extremely filial to her. Because of his filial piety and his excellent medical skills, I accepted him into the southeast region. He looked at Chu Yang quietly. Divine Dr. Chu, do you understand what I mean? Chu Yang thought for a while and said, I'm slow-witted. I don't fully understand. Han Xiaoran appreciated his frankness very much. He smiled and said, the law enforcement officers have their own doctors, and they're all the family members of the law enforcement officers. They're selected by the headquarters and sent to the Medicine Valley to learn medicine. When they return, they'll be assigned to different places. So, the law enforcement hall doesn't allow external doctors. Chu Yang was stunned. Then why? Han Xiaoran smiled. That year, the doctors were nervous. There was chaos in the southeast region, and the law enforcement officers suffered heavy casualties. I had to deal with 2 martial saints at the same time. I had no time to spare. So, I accepted Sher Potion's recommendation. When I came back with serious injuries, it was Tong Wuxin who tried his best to treat me. And, haha, I stayed. Firstly, I've also thought about whether or not. So, I decided to wait and see. Secondly, I intentionally owed Sher Potion a favor. Yes, but after so many years, some of my thoughts have already faded. Han Xiaoran looked at Chu Yang. Do you understand now? He said it very vaguely, but Chu Yang already understood what he meant. It wasn't that he didn't have any doubts about Tong Wuxin. Or it could be said that he didn't have his guard up against the Sher clan. And what he said now wasn't because he wanted to confide in Chu Yang, but to further exert pressure on Chu Yang. But although Chu Yang understood, he still didn't understand where the pressure came from. He could faintly tell that this Tong Wuxin didn't seem to be so simple. Han Xiaoran looked at Chu Yang lightly. After a while, he stretched out his wrist and said, Divine Doctor, please feel my pulse. Chu Yang didn't know why, but when he looked at Han Xiaoran's arm, he actually felt his heart become heavy. He took a deep breath and said, since that's the case, I'll try my best to check it. He stretched out his finger and placed it on Han Xiaoran's wrist. Then, he closed his eyes and looked solemn. The power of the sword spirit carried out a comprehensive check on Han Xiaoran's body at this moment. Chu Yang's face slowly became heavy and ugly. Even he himself did not expect that the diagnosis this time would be such a result. Han Xiaoran looked at his face and smiled. Divine Dr. Chu? Chu Yang let out a breath and said, what? An ingenious method. Han Xiaoran laughed. I'm best friends with the great elder of the Medicine Valley. After a moment of silence, Chu Yang said, it turns out that the law enforcement master also knows something. 4th update. Begging for votes. Han Xiaoran smiled lightly and said, that year, I first killed the 5th stage martial saint, Qing Mafeng, and then captured the 8th stage peak Mad Blade poison saint, Nan Kongyun. My internal organs were severely injured, and my head was shaken. Furthermore, I was inflicted with Nan Kongyun's unique poison technique, which penetrated deep into my internal organs. It was Tong Wuxin who treated my injuries, and after that, I became ill. That invisible poison couldn't be removed completely, and I need to be treated once a year. Until now, he smiled faintly and said, that kind of feeling is not pleasant. Chu Yang said in surprise, invisible poison? You're saying that your poison is invisible? Han Xiaoran's body shook violently, and he suddenly straightened up. His eyes were cold, and he looked at Chu Yang without speaking for a long time. Then he said heavily, what do you mean? Chu Yang pondered for a moment and asked, did the great elder of the Medicine Valley also say that this is invisible poison? Han Xiaoran's face turned cold. He took a deep breath and said, you mean, this isn't invisible poison? Chu Yang was silent for a moment and said, poison is something that makes people pale in fright. It's also impossible to guard against experts. But, the scariest part of poison is that it's used, not the poison itself. Han Xiaoran's face was cold and stiff. He sat stiffly and didn't speak. Head Deacon Fa went to chase after Nan Kongyun, so he naturally knew about Nan Kongyun's invisible poison. Therefore, I don't believe that Chief Enforcer Fa will go over without any preparations. Chu Yang said softly. Han Xiaoran's eyes froze, and he said in a low voice, that's right. To deal with the Mad Blade poison saint, if one wasn't prepared and didn't have the confidence to dodge his poison technique, one would only be courting death. When I went there that year, not only was I equipped with the antidote personally given by the Dharma Supreme, but I also had the all-dispelling pill from the Medicine Valley. Besides, I was also wearing the purple silk clothes. Yang said, Head Deacon Fa forgot the most important thing, which is that you're also carrying the cultivation of a peak martial saint. Han Xiaoran didn't speak. He had already said that he had captured Nan Kongyun, who was an 8th stage peak martial saint. Then, wouldn't he be at least an 8th stage martial saint? As far as I know, even if a martial saint doesn't have such tight protection, as long as one's cultivation is used, no matter whether it's invisible poison or visible poison, it's useless. Yang said. Han Xiaoran was silent for a long time before he said, You're right. But you were poisoned. Yang coldly emphasized. This sentence was very ordinary, but it was a conclusion. Yes, I was poisoned. Han Xiaoran stood up and paced slowly. His face was as cold as iron. At this moment, he seemed to be wearing an ice mask. He said slowly, When I came back, I felt discomfort all over my body. I didn't consider that it was poison at that time. Because I'm confident that even if Nan Kongyun used poison during the battle, he wouldn't have succeeded. However, after Tong Wuxin diagnosed me, he said that it was an invisible poison. Moreover, all the symptoms were the same as Nan Kongyun's invisible poison. At that time I had captured Nan Kongyun alive. Under torture, Nan Kongyun investigated for me and confirmed it without a doubt. It is indeed an invisible poison. Han Xiaoran smiled and said, But there's no antidote for invisible poison. That's why you can only rely on Tong Wuxin to heal you, Chu Moyang said. That's right. That's right. From then on, your invisible poison started to take root in your body. Every year, it would break out, Chu Yang continued. Han Xiaoran stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, That's right. So, every year when it breaks out, it's Tong Wuxin who suppresses it for you, Chu Yang pressed on. Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan, who were at the side, were sweating profusely as they listened to the conversation between the two of them. Both of them felt that the atmosphere in the room was becoming more and more oppressive and ghastly. They almost couldn't breathe, as if they would faint from suffocation at any time. That's right. Han Xiaoran put his hands behind his back and turned his back to Chu Yang. But the joints of his hands were already a little white. So, over the years, your skin color became darker. But as a chief enforcer and a man, you didn't notice it at first. Or, you were only reminded by me now, Chu Yang's voice was indifferent. That's right. Han Xiaoran said again. So, one day, your hair turned from completely black to a touch of silver. And this touch of silver can't be removed. And, if I'm not wrong, your scalp under this touch of silver is already necrotic. This silver hair doesn't grow from your scalp, but directly from your brain. Chu Yang said quickly. Everything you said is right. Han Xiaoran stood upright and motionless. Ever since you got injured, your cultivation hasn't improved at all, right? Chu Yang asked. No, there are still some signs of it slipping, Han Xiaoran said. A martial saint expert is already considered to be at the peak. You fought with 2 martial saints consecutively within a year, but you didn't have any enlightenment? Chu Yang asked again. Yes. Han Xiaoran was very straightforward, I had a state of mind, enlightenment, and enlightenment. But I couldn't make any progress. So you once suspected, Chu Yang was silent for a while and said, you once went to the great elder of the Medicine Valley to verify it. Yes, Han Xiaoran admitted. What did the great elder of the Medicine Valley say? Chu Yang asked. Han Xiaoran was silent. After going one round, he still came back to this question. But compared to the question at the beginning, whether it was the state of mind or the atmosphere, it was completely different. This time, this question was filled with murderous intent. Han Xiaoran was silent for a long time before he slowly said in a low voice, at that time, he said that this was like an invisible poison. But, he didn't know this poison. And he couldn't cure it. Chu Yang frowned and asked an irrelevant question, is the great elder of the Medicine Valley and the high priest the same person? No, Han Xiaoran replied lightly. Yes, Chu Yang pondered. The two of them, one sitting and the other standing, were both in deep thought. No one said anything. The atmosphere in the room fell into a dead silence. Xianxia and Qin Baoshan felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, but they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At this point, the truth was on the verge of being revealed. After a long time, Han Xiaoran turned around gently. His face was still calm and his eyes were still deep. He looked at Qu Yang deeply and asked, "Divine Dr. Chu, what do you think?" Qu Yang smiled bitterly. It was Qu Yang's original plan to stir up trouble here. It was Qu Yang's ideal goal to make use of the Southeast law enforcers to deal with the Shi clan. But there was a prerequisite for this goal: the law enforcer must not have any internal injuries. Then, Qu Yang would use this as a pretext to make a fuss and use a despicable means to achieve his goal. But now, he only felt sad. Because after he met Han Xiaoran, although the other party had always had murderous intent towards him, his integrity and toughness from the bottom of his heart made Qu Yang respect him. If Tong Wuxin really wasn't a spy, Qu Yang even intended to let this matter go. He could use endless despicable means to achieve his goal and achieve his expectations, but there was a psychological bottom line and prerequisite: he would only do this when dealing with despicable people and enemies. Facing an upright and righteous law enforcer like Han Xiaoran, an emotionless law enforcer, a filial son who still cherished his mother 1,300 years after her death, and an elder whose character was worthy of respect, Qu Yang couldn't bring himself to do this. However, the world was just so bizarre. Just when Qu Yang was about to give up, things took a turn for the worse. Everything was developing according to Qu Yang's expectations. It was impossible for him not to make use of it. What made him sad was that he couldn't cure Han Xiaoran's injury now. And Han Xiaoran was obviously a straightforward person who would rather break than bend. And after such a long time, he no longer cared about life and death. He would never accept Tong Wuxin's threats, and would never accept Tong Wuxin's kindness. Once it was revealed, Tong Wuxin would definitely die. The battle between the Shi clan and the law enforcer would definitely start. Han Xiaoran would definitely die. Divine Dr. Chu? Han Xiaoran smiled and looked at Qu Yang. He said softly, "I'm waiting for your answer." "It would be a pity if the law enforcer were to die," Qu Yang said softly. Everyone wasn't stupid. Just this sentence alone was enough for them to understand. Xianxia and Qin Baoshan's faces suddenly changed. They stood up and stared at Qu Yang, trembling all over. "Yes. I understand now." Han Xiaoran's face didn't change. He walked slowly back to his seat and sat down. He stared at the green tea and said in a low voice, "I, Han Xiaoran, started learning martial arts when I was young. At the age of 23, I became an emperor. At the age of 15, I became a monarch. It took me 1,200 years to reach the peak of the saint level. I'm only one step away from the supreme level." His words were heavy, and so were the others. Qu Yang sighed in his heart. What kind of genius is he to become an emperor at the age of 23? It only took him 42 years to become a monarch from an emperor. But with such aptitude, it took him 1,200 years to reach the peak of the saint level from a monarch. Han Xiaoran's face relaxed. He poured himself a cup of tea and said, "I became a law enforcer at the age of 30. I've killed 17,833 emperor-level villains, 150 monarch-level villains, and 107 saint-level villains. No one escaped, and no one was wronged." He laughed. "As a law enforcer, I can't avoid killing people. But I have a conscience book. Every time I kill a person, I record it down. It's clear what crime they committed and why they were killed. Even after killing, I still have to investigate. For 1,200 years, I haven't killed anyone wrongly. My heart is at ease." Han Xiaoran smiled faintly. Xianxia said in a hoarse voice, "Director. Director, you." Han Xiaoran sat still. He flicked his sleeves and sneered proudly, "I'm saying all this to say. I, Han Xiaoran, have a clear conscience. I'm not ashamed of anything. I can be dignified and unrestrained in the heavenly court. I can also face the king of hell in the netherworld." He sneered. "Tong Wuxin wants to use such means to make me lower my head? You also have to persuade me to bear with it for the time being. Haha. It's fine before I know. But now that I know, how can I, Han Xiaoran, be someone who can be controlled by others?" Upon hearing this, Sha Xinliang's face was full of despair. Qin Baoshan's face was also gloomy. They had long known about Chief Enforcer Min Fei's unyielding temper, and wanted to use his unyielding temper to expose this conspiracy. But they never expected that after exposing the conspiracy, the price they had to pay was Chief Enforcer Min Fei's life. If they had known this earlier, they would rather die than do this. Chu Yang was shocked. He had a clear conscience in his life, and he had no qualms about looking up to the heavens and looking down to the earth. In the heavenly court, I can be dignified and unrestrained. In the netherworld, I can also face the king of hell. What an upright life. Do I really have to watch such a good man die? How pitiful was that? But I can't expose my identity. Chu Yang's heart was conflicted. Qin Baoshan sighed deeply and said, Chief Enforcer Min Fei, please reconsider. Chu Yang sighed and said, Chief Enforcer Min Fei's temper is really too unyielding. Han Xiaoran smiled and said, who doesn't yearn for life when death is near? For so many years, those who killed the Chief Enforcer under my command all begged for mercy when they were about to die. Why? It's just because of this mortal world. I'm not an exception, he said quietly. But living depends on how you live. Dragging out an ignoble existence and living with a clear conscience are two different things. I've lived for more than 1,300 years with a clear conscience. Do I have to be restrained and listen to other people's orders at my last moment? What a joke. Even if it's a conspiracy, it's still not possible. Han Xiaoran picked up his teacup and said, tomorrow, I'll rush back to the southeast headquarters and report to the Dharma Supreme. I'll completely clean up the southeast. Since Tong Wuxin dared to lay his hands on me, he definitely won't let off the others. Maybe some people have already started to work for him under his coercion. In the long run, won't the southeast belong to the Chief Enforcer Min Fei become the world of the Shi clan? His expression was cold and hard as he said, the Shi family secretly sent people down for 3 days and interfered in the battle at the Lake of Despair. After they returned, I suggested that they be punished, but they were covered up. Humph. This time, the Shi family won't have it easy in my hands. Sha Xinliang said, Lord Sha Fa, this matter shouldn't be rushed. In my opinion, since Divine Dr. Chu can detect it, he might be able to treat it. If Chief Executive Fa fully recovers, then we can hide in the dark and pretend that we don't know anything. With the smallest price, we can completely eliminate the enemy. This lowly one believes that this is a foolproof plan. He raised his head. If we have to pay the price of Head Enforcer Fa's precious body to eliminate the traitors, then in the future, our entire southeast, without Head Enforcer Fa, what will happen? This humble one's heart chills just thinking about it. Han Xiaoran smiled and said, Divine Dr. Chu can see it, but I didn't ask if it can be cured. Do you find it strange? Sha Xinliang nodded. Han Xiaoran said, if Divine Dr. Chu could cure him, he wouldn't be deliberately mystifying it this time. So, I decided not to ask so as not to embarrass Divine Dr. Chu. But the two of you insisted that I make it clear. Sha Xinliang was in despair at once. He looked at Chu Yang pleadingly and said, little brother, is Head Enforcer Fa's injury really incurable? Chu Yang pondered. Seeing him pondering, Sha Xinliang's eyes lit up and revealed a hopeful look. This poison of Head Enforcer Fa isn't an invisible poison, but a shadowless poison. Chu Yang pondered and said, although the shadowless poison isn't as cruel as the invisible poison, it's a kind of mixed poison. In the initial stage of the attack, it's exactly the same as the invisible poison. So, it's suspected to be a fake. This poison should be directly implanted into the body during the treatment. Because of this, it's particularly difficult to treat. And after a long time, the brain has already begun to rot. Generally speaking, it's a terminal illness. In this case, even Tong Wuxin's annual treatment can't be delayed for too long. It definitely won't be delayed for more than 5 years. So, if there's any conspiracy, it must be within 5 years. Is there no hope at all for Head Enforcer Fa? Sha Xinliang asked in despair. Chu Yang pondered and said, actually, there's still a way to treat Head Enforcer Fa's injury. But there's no such way. What way? Sha Xinliang was shocked. The first way is, the heavy pill of the Tribulation Sword Master. Chu Yang frowned and said, if there's a heavy pill, Head Enforcer FA can not only recover, but also improve his martial power. Han Xiaoran smiled and said, Divine Dr. Chu's words make me excited. But it's equivalent to not saying anything. Qu Yang smiled bitterly. The second way is to use the force of extreme yin, extreme yang, extreme evil and extreme poison to completely suppress this shadowless poison. Then, a supreme martial artist will use a pure martial art to open the bridge between heaven and earth and force the shadowless poison out. Because the poison has already entered the brain and infected the heart meridians. Except for the supreme martial artist's ability to control it, no one below the level of a supreme martial artist can do anything about it. Moreover, Head Enforcer FA is already a martial saint, no one below the level of a supreme martial artist can open his meridians. Qu Yang said. Supreme martial artist, we have a few Head Enforcers. If it really doesn't work, Lord Dharma Supreme won't watch the Head Enforcer die so young. But those four heavenly treasures, the power of extreme yin, the power of extreme yang, the power of extreme evil, and the power of extreme poison, what are they? Sha Xinliang asked. Han Xiaoran sighed sadly and said, There's no such way. Why? Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan asked at the same time. The power of extreme yin is the mysterious ice jade paste of the great miracle medicine. The power of extreme yang is the mysterious yang jade marrow of the great miracle medicine. The power of extreme evil is the evil illusion mysterious jade of the great miracle medicine. The power of extreme poison is the heaven poison jade of the great miracle medicine. Han Xiaoran laughed and said, The mysterious ice jade essence has always only existed in legends. It's said that many years ago, the Diwu clan, which is a vassal of the Zhuge clan, once got the mysterious jade essence ginseng, but there's no evidence. So, it was left unsettled. There's a piece of mysterious heaven divine essence in the headquarters of the Head Enforcers. Other than that, no one has seen the others in the past 10,000 years. Sha Xinliang lowered his head as if he had lost his parents. It was more difficult to find these four elixirs than to find the master of the tribulation sword. At least, there was a real master of the tribulation sword. But these four elixirs had always only existed in legends. Whether they really existed or not was still uncertain. Qu Yang took a deep breath and said, Actually, the Head Enforcer, Mr. Fa, said too much. If the treatment of the shadowless poison requires 4 kinds of mysterious ice jade essence ginseng, then it's overestimating the shadowless poison. It only needs the accompanying creatures of the mysterious ice jade essence ginseng. For example, the profound ice jade core that comes with the profound ice jade paste, the profound yan jade core that comes with the profound yan jade essence, the evil illusion jade core that comes with the evil illusion profound jade core, and the heaven poison jade core that comes with the heaven poison jade crystal. Although Qu Yang said so, everyone still felt depressed. What's the difference between finding these 4 elixirs and finding those 4 elixirs? It's also as difficult as ascending to heaven. Han Xiaoran was silent for a while and said, Illusory means that this is fate. Since this is the case, what I can do is to perish together with it. When he said the words perish together, his face was calm, but he paused after every word. Qu Yang took a deep breath and said, Actually, Mr. Fa, you don't have to do this. I don't have the ability to cure your illness for the time being, but it's still possible to suppress it for a while. At this moment, he finally made up his mind to help Han Xiaoran, not for other reasons, but for that sentence, if you have a clear conscience in your life, don't regret when you're about to die. Why should he care so much when facing such a man? Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were both overjoyed. Sha Xinliang rushed over and grabbed Qu Yang's hand. His eyes were filled with tears. Little brother, you, little brother, he kept saying little brother, but his heart was moved and he couldn't say anything. Han Xiaoran looked at Sha Xinliang's moved expression and sighed softly. But his eyes were moist. A trace of warmth slipped from his eyes. His face also became gentle. Qu Yang smiled bitterly and said, I can use the acupuncture technique to seal the decayed part at the back of the head and pierce the heart meridian to seal the lock. Then, I can supplement it with medicine to put it to sleep. Finally, I can use extreme cold to suppress it. Qu Yang smiled bitterly, this method can guarantee 10 years of health. But, if I use it again after 10 years, it can only guarantee 5 years. If I can't find the tribulation sword master and the 4 miraculous medicines after 20 years, there's nothing I can do. Han Xiaoran smiled contentedly and said, I'm already satisfied with 2 years of time, let alone 20 years. A real man only needs to be carefree and do what he wants to do. One day is enough. He stood up and bowed deeply to Chu Yang. He said solemnly, I'm grateful for your kindness to grant me 20 years of life. Chu Yang nodded and took out an antique necklace. It looked like it had been worn for a long time as it was rusty. Below the necklace, there were 2 small jade plates. Once they were separated, they immediately changed. One of them was filled with fog and chilliness, the other was filled with heat waves. Chu Yang ordered the sword spirit to make it. With the sword spirit's ability, it was easy to make such an antique necklace. It looked like it was excavated from an ancient tomb thousands of years ago. The eyes of Xianxia and the other 2 lit up at the same time. Han Xiaoran was shocked. Shan Ice Jade. Xianyang Jade. Yes. Chu Yang said softly. He looked at the jade pendants with infinite preciousness and said, these 2 jade pendants were hung around the neck of a skeleton in the cave when I accidentally fell into the cave and obtained the inheritance of the medical book. I've always regarded them as treasures and have never shown them to anyone. As he said, he handed the necklace over. Deacon Fa, wear this necklace to protect your heart meridian. Although it can't expel poison, it can suppress the traceless poison. Then, disperse your cultivation. With my acupuncture, you'll be safe for 10 years. Han Xiaoran was touched and said, this is a priceless treasure. I'll accept your gift. How can I repay you? He did not decline pretentiously, nor did he hypocritically decline. Instead, he generously accepted it. Chu Yang smiled, Deacon Fa, if you feel apologetic, I also have something that I need your help with. Han Xiaoran's face turned serious and he said, Divine Dr. Chu, please say it. Chu Yang smiled and said, someone has invited me to a banquet tonight. I'm afraid that my life will be in danger if I go. But I can't not go. Deacon Fa, you'll be my guest. Take it as the fee for this visit. We're even. Han Xiaoran laughed and said, since you want to drink, I'll accompany you to drink to your heart's content tonight. Although Han Xiaoran said so, he knew in his heart that he owed Chu Yang too much. But since Chu Yang didn't claim the credit, Han Xiaoran thanked him profusely, which would make him seem like a stickler for formalities. Friends should only be made in the future. It was better not to say anything than to say it now. So, he only remembered it in his heart and didn't say anything. He only changed the way he addressed them to elder brother and little brother to show that they were friends despite the difference in age. Xia Xinliang and the others knew the weight of Han Xiaoran's elder brother and little brother. They looked at Chu Yang with joy in their eyes. Chu Yang's heart was moved. Looking at the 3's eyes, he suddenly felt warm. This kind of feeling had never arisen since he separated from Gu Duxing and the others. Law Enforcement Master, I'm very honored to be called little brother by you, Chu Yang smiled. Han Xiaoran was silent for a while and said, for so many years, ever since my brother disappeared and turned into a midnight dream, I, Han Xiaoran, have never called anyone brother. Law enforcement officers have great responsibilities, and they can't form cliques. Han Xiaoran smiled bitterly, the human heart needs to be comforted. Even a heart of stone needs to be soft at times. This is a human need, not a transaction of interests. Han Xiaoran said in a low voice, just like how little brother didn't want to suppress it from me at the beginning, because you clearly know how much trouble you'll get into. But in the end, I still resolutely took action. It's not because I, Han Xiaoran, have deep feelings for you, nor because I, Han Xiaoran, have promised you wealth and glory. It's just because I, Han Xiaoran, have been upholding justice for 1,200 years. This recognition is conscience. Han Xiaoran said seriously. Especially the last word, conscience. What I, Han Xiaoran, value the most in my life is conscience. So, for this word, I, Han Xiaoran, am willing to make friends with you. Han Xiaoran smiled gently, little brother, you've seen the part of my heart that outsiders can't see the most. And I've also seen your pure heart. You didn't save me because of my power, and I didn't make friends with you because of your medical skills. So, if you don't mention the price, I won't mention it either. Han Xiaoran said, when making friends, firstly, it's pleasing to the eye, and secondly, it's in the heart. There's no point in talking too much, but a cup of wine is enough. Well said. These words made Xianxia radiant with joy. Elder brother, tonight I will drink with you till we're drunk. Han Xiaoran nodded and smiled. Who dares to deal with little brother? Xianxia asked anxiously. I'm ashamed to say this. Xianxia explained the whole matter, including his own background, the conspiracy back then, his current situation, and the Yi clan's intervention. A cold light flashed across Han Xiaoran's eyes, and he said, Yi Wubua? Yi 13? Xianxia smiled and said, you know this person? Han Xiaoran was silent for a while before he said, Yi Wubua is the 13th brother of the current clan master of the Yi clan. He's a gloomy and resourceful person. He always hides in the dark to scheme. I didn't expect him to be the mastermind behind this matter. He pondered for a moment and said, it seems that the Yi clan has great ambitions. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, it doesn't matter if the Yi clan is powerful or what their conspiracy is. But this matter involves me, so I won't bother about them. Han Xiaoran said, little brother, you're very courageous. He pondered for a while and said, I'll take on this matter for you. But, you have to be mentally prepared. That is, I'll take on the small part of the Yi clan for you. If this matter really involves the overall situation of the Yi clan, or if there's any long-term plan, and supreme martial artists are mobilized in the end, I won't be able to take it on. So, we have to be fully prepared when we do things. Han Xiaoran's words were very honest. Xianxia also understood what he meant. Han Xiaoran could take on anyone below the level of a supreme martial artist. But if a supreme martial artist were to take action, Han Xiaoran could only pay with his life. But this was only the worst-case scenario. In fact, Han Xiaoran's words were absolutely foolproof. Although the heavenly layer was big, how many supreme martial artists were there? There was no doubt that the Yi clan had the cultivation of a supreme martial artist, and there should be more than one supreme martial artist in the Yi clan. But, if it wasn't a matter of life and death for the Yi clan, how would a supreme martial artist take action so easily? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Xianxia laughed, it's useless to think too much before it happens. It's better to take care of your body first. Elder brother, please enter the inner chamber and disperse your protective Xian technique. I'll suppress the shadowless poison for you first. Okay. Han Xiaoran said emotionally. When the lanterns were lit, the Lingyun Pavilion looked magnificent at night. Two youths were looking around in front of the Lingyun Pavilion, as if they were waiting for something. The top floor of the 7-story Lingyun Pavilion had 3 individual pavilions. It was named after the 3 stars gathering. Those who were able to attend the banquet not only represented wealth, but also the nobility of their status. The pavilion on the left was where Chu Feilong and Yi Wubua met last time. Now, Yi Wubua and Chu Feilong were sitting opposite each other inside. In front of the two of them were Yi Wubua's 2 bodyguards. Yi Wubua had 4 bodyguards, but the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. Chu Feilong's face was full of nervousness. He kept wiping his sweat and muttered in his heart, why haven't they come yet? Why haven't they come yet? On the main seat, Yi Wubua's face was gloomy and cold. He said lightly, why haven't they come yet? Chu Feilong, you've already exceeded the time limit that I gave you. Chu Feilong hurriedly said, 13th Master, please don't be angry. It's because the Hall of Justice went to invite Xianxia. I think that's why Xianxia is late. But since he's agreed, he should come. Yi Wubua snorted and said coldly, for so many years, I've never waited for anyone like this. I didn't expect to taste this kind of feeling for the first time in this small flat mountain ridge. Chu Feilong's face was full of cold sweat, and he didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, voices could be heard. Someone had already entered the pavilion, and the sound of tables and chairs being pulled open could be faintly heard. That elder with a goatee pushed the door open and said softly, 13th Master, Sha Xinliang and the others from the Hall of Justice have entered the pavilion. There's Sha Xinliang, Qin Baoshan from the Hall of Justice, and another elder. Oh? Do you have any impression of that person? Yi Wubua asked. I haven't seen him before, the elder with a goatee said, but I think he should be an expert from the local Hall of Justice. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Yi Wubua's mouth, and he said, "It seems that Chu Yang is coming." He was silent for a while and praised, "Chu Failong, your nephew is really not simple. He's already expected that there'll be danger here, and he's already called for reinforcements in advance to support the situation." Chu Failong smiled bitterly and said, "I've never been on good terms with him. It's reasonable for him to have such scruples. After all, he feels that only Sha Xinliang and the others can protect him here. It's not strange for him to do so." Yi Wubwa smiled. The elder with a goatee said, "13th Master, do you want to go over and greet him?" Yi Wubwa snorted and said, "No need." He raised his eyebrows and said gloomily, "If I, Yi Wubwa, want to kill someone, I think Sha Xinliang won't dare to stop me. So what if I kill him in front of him? If I go over now and let Sha Xinliang know that I'm here, it won't be good. After this matter is over, I'll just inform him." Yes, the elder with a goatee didn't seem surprised at all. With the reputation of the 13th Master of the Yi clan, how would he be afraid of a mere law enforcement hall in the flat mountain ridge? At this moment, the sound of clothes fluttering in the air was heard, and a figure came in from the window. 13th Master, that Chu Yang is already on his way here. He's only a few thousand feet away from here. Yes, Yi Wubwa said, "Is he alone?" Yes. He's wearing white clothes and walking slowly. His demeanor is very relaxed and free. The road to the underworld is short. It's also a good thing to be able to walk on it so easily. Yi Wubwa's ghost fire-like eyes flickered slightly, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. As Chu Yang walked, he looked at the flat mountain ridge at night and couldn't help but feel that it had a different flavor. When he saw Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao, the two of them had already been waiting anxiously. When they saw Chu Yang coming, they instantly felt as if a huge treasure had fallen from the sky. "You're finally here. Even Big Brother didn't come. Since two brothers invited me, I naturally have to come," Chu Yang said. "Let's go up." The two of them sandwiched Chu Yang between them and walked up. "So anxious?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Two younger brothers are really enthusiastic." Chu Tinghu smiled sinisterly and said, "Younger brother? Ha ha ha. Chu Yang, it's your good fortune to be able to call me younger brother in this life. When you walk on the road to the underworld in the future, don't forget this honor." Chu Yang was stunned and said, "Younger brother Tinghu, what do you mean?" "We're brothers, and blood is thicker than water. F***K. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao scolded at the same time, "Which one is your younger brother? You're a bastard with an unknown background. You're about to die without a complete corpse, but you're still dreaming." Chu Yang's eyes turned cold, and there was a faint blood-red killing intent flowing in them. "Oh? What do you mean? Could it be that you've mistaken me for someone else?" Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao knew that Chu Yang was going to die today, and they couldn't bear it anymore. They scolded him all the way, and thought that Chu Yang had lost his cultivation and couldn't get rid of him. So, they actually became unscrupulous, and scolded him continuously. Every time they scolded him, Chu Yang's face turned colder. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao were venting their anger, and wanted to humiliate Chu Yang more before he died, but the reason why Chu Yang had endured until now was to accumulate a reason for himself to kill them. Although they were unfilial and incompatible, blood was thicker than water after all. Chu Yang didn't feel that there was anything wrong with killing 10,000 outsiders, but Chu Yang didn't have any scruples about killing his blood-related cousins. But now, the scruples in his heart were disappearing little by little along with Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao's scolding. When he came to the front of the elegant room, a blood-red light flashed across Chu Yang's eyes. He finally figured out one thing. Enemies didn't differentiate between close and distant. The title of the previous chapter is wrong. It should be Chapter 17. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall has reached 18. This chapter is only 18. The title can't be changed. Please forgive me. Chu Yang stood in front of the elegant room. He turned around and looked at Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao. His eyes were cold and sharp. "Don't you two care about the kinship between us?" He said in a low voice, "I know that you two hate that my return may rob your interests. But you have to know that hatred is hatred. Our blood comes from the same source, but it can't be changed. Even if we fight against each other, we still have the same root." Coldness rose in Chu Yang's heart, and his killing intent spread. But he still controlled himself and said these words. Rather than saying that he was admonishing the two, it would be better to say that Chu Yang was forcing himself. Forcing himself to kill, because Chu Yang even knew how these two would answer. Was there a need to think about the answer? Sure enough, Chu Tinghu sneered and said sarcastically, kinship? Facing the huge interests of the whole clan, you still have the mood to talk about kinship. You're already at death's door. Can these words save you? Chu Yang, I have to admire you. You've been outside for 18 years, and you've become stupid. Chu Yang smiled silently. He then muttered, you still have the leisure to talk about blood ties when you're faced with the enormous interests of the clan. You're already at death's door. Do you think that blood ties can save you? Then, he smiled and said from the bottom of his heart, thank you for reminding me. A sturdy man appeared behind him and said coldly, 13th Master has been waiting for a long time. What are you waiting for? Chu Tinghu smiled and said, take him in now. As he said, he pushed Chu Yang's back. The door opened at this moment. Chu Yang saw Yi Wubua at first glance. This person could be the culprit and mastermind behind the scenes that he had imagined countless times, and was most likely to cause him to lead a wandering life outside for 18 years. Yi Wubua was dressed in black and had a thin face. When he looked over, Chu Yang's eyes seemed to be burning with a ghastly fire. In that instant, he could only hear the cries of ghosts, as if he had been born in a graveyard. You're Chu Yang? Yi Wubua looked at him gloomily, but his voice was very gentle. In fact, after hearing it, people immediately felt a sense of familiarity in their hearts. Chu Yang's heart thumped. This Yi Wubua actually tried to bewitch me when we just met. His voice clearly contained psychic fluctuations that had been brewing for a long time. They were very subtle and cautious. Clearly, this was only the beginning. I'm Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled gently, second uncle, you're also here. Aren't you here to drink? And this is? Chu Feilong's face was as cold as ice, you still want to drink? Yi Wubua waved his hands, and a trace of a smile appeared in his cold eyes. He could clearly see that the young man who had just entered did not have any cultivation at all. Chu Yang. Yes, Chu Feilong's son. Haha, not bad, not bad, Yi Wubua actually laughed and said, have a seat. Chu Yang nodded, and sat down opposite him. You're brave and have a good temperament, Yi Wubua praised, it's enough to comfort Chu Feilong that he's like this. The whole room was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. If ordinary people came in, they would have been scared to death. Just the invisible pressure alone would make people go crazy. But Chu Yang's expression didn't change in the face of several monarch-level experts. Just this kind of determination was already much better than ordinary people. It was no wonder that Yishur-san had also praised him. Yishur-san turned his head and said to Chu Feilong, this little one is stronger than your 3 sons. Chu Feilong's face twitched. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao were standing behind Chu Yang now. Their faces twitched, and their eyes were full of hatred as they looked at Chu Yang's back. Yishur-san looked at Chu Yang and said, maybe you don't know me. My surname is Yi, and I'm from the Yi clan. Chu Yang's expression didn't change, and he said, you're indeed extraordinary. Yi Wubua said, my name is Yi Wubua. I'm ranked 13th in the Yi clan. People in the Holy Hall call me 13th Master. Of course, there are also people who call me Yishur-san. Chu Yang nodded and didn't say anything. He knew that this was just Yishur-san's opening speech. Since Yishur-san had said this opening speech and gradually deepened the power of mental bewitchment, Yishur-san wouldn't take action immediately. Instead, he wanted to talk to Chu Yang. But Chu Yang had a rough idea of what he wanted to talk to Chu Yang about. Chu Yang, I asked the two of them to call you here today because I want to ask you something. Yi Wubua tapped the table lightly with his finger. The tapping sound was actually filled with a kind of ethereal and peculiar rhythm. Obviously, it had a peculiar effect of bewitching people. Just tapping the table like this was actually a kind of divine technique that could bewitch people's hearts. When Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao heard this sound, they instantly felt absent-minded. Chu Yang's eyes also gradually became perplexed. That day, someone went to kill you. 2 days ago, early in the morning, Yi Wubua's voice was gloomy and gentle, is it? Chu Yang shook his head and pinched his eyebrows gently, as if he wanted to get rid of that dizziness. He forced himself to support himself and said, "Yes, someone wanted to kill me." Yu Wubua's finger tapped the table slowly with a constant rhythm. His voice was even gentler as he said, "Then, how did that person die?" Chu Yang's eyes were perplexed. Looking at Yu Wubua's finger tapping the table, he murmured, "How did that person die?" "Yes, how did that person die?" Yu Wubua's eyes stared closely at Chu Yang's eyes. That person, is so fierce." Chu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of fear. "Fierce, but he's still dead." Yu Wubua's eyes flickered strangely, emitting a faint red light. "Yes. He's dead." "How did he die?" Yu Wubua asked patiently. I can't say." Chu Yang's eyes were gradually losing focus. From Yu Wubua's point of view, he could clearly see that Chu Yang's pupils were dilating. Obviously, he couldn't control his divine sense anymore. Chu Feilong also became nervous. After all, Chu Yang's answer would really reveal the biggest mystery in his heart: who's behind Chu Yang? Why can he make the law enforcement officers lower their heads? Why can he turn danger into safety time and time again? He stared at Chu Yang nervously and pricked up his ears, not wanting to miss a single word. He even neglected that his two bodies were also swaying and sliding slowly to the ground. Yu Wubua's guards behind him caught Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao and let them lie gently on the ground, so as not to disturb Yu Wubua's hypnosis on Chu Yang. "Of course, you can't say it to others, but it's okay to say it to me." Yu Wubua's eyes flickered, and his voice became softer and softer. "After all, he came to kill you, but he's dead. Isn't it something to be happy about that you're still alive?" Chu Yang's face relaxed, and he murmured, "Indeed, are you the one who killed him?" Yu Wubua asked softly. "No." Chu Yang shook his head honestly. Every time he answered, there was a kind of trance lingering in his voice. "Well, you're not the one who killed him." "I believe you," Yu Wubua encouraged him. Chu Yang revealed a smile of being trusted. "Then, he died in front of you, right?" Yu Wubua asked again. "Yes," Chu Yang said, "he died very miserably." "Died very miserably?" Yu Wubua asked with great interest, "How miserably?" Chu Yang laughed, with a kind of mysterious flaunting and a kind of pleasure from killing a powerful person. He even said with a smile of exultation, "He fell into an ambush, ha ha ha." Yu Wubua's eyes lit up and he said, "Fell into an ambush?" "Yes, so many of us attacked him at the same time. That guy thought that I didn't know anything and was full of complacency, so he was attacked by us at the same time." Chu Yang laughed naively. Speaking of this, Yu Wubua's 4 guards looked a little ferocious and excited. "Old Third Ma, the truth of how you were killed is about to be revealed. We'll take revenge for you." "Impressive." Yu Wubua praised, "This is really a good plan to deal with the enemy." "But, was this ambush set up in advance?" Chu Yang rewarded him with a look as if he was looking at an idiot. "Nonsense, since it's an ambush, of course it has to be set up in advance." Yu Wubua said puzzledly, "But how did you know that this person was going to kill you? How can such an expert expose his whereabouts and purpose so easily?" Chu Yang was instantly amused and he said, "Of course, this problem can't be solved by others. But to me, there's no such concern at all." "Why?" Yu Wubua's voice became gentler and more delicate. Even his eyes became more and more amiable and warm. The sound of his fingers tapping on the table became softer and softer, but it also became more and more hurried. It was almost as if they were connected together. His fingers even formed a phantom on the table. "We have a spy," Chu Yang said happily. Chu Feilong's face changed greatly. He felt that something was wrong and wanted to stop Chu Yang. At the same time, the aura of 4 high-level monarchs locked onto him at this moment. It was as if 4 mountains were pressing on his body at the same time. Chu Feilong even had difficulty breathing. He couldn't even move his tongue, let alone speak. "So there's a spy," Yu Wubua said easily. "Of course." Chu Yang said excitedly, proudly, and mysteriously, "You don't know. Everyone thinks that our Chu clan doesn't get along well with each other, so someone came to bribe us, especially my second uncle. He seems to be targeting me and wants to get rid of me." "Actually, haha, actually what?" Yu Wubua's voice was still gentle, but he couldn't help but breathe heavily. Some doubts also arose in his heart. "Actually, our Chu clan has been passed down for thousands of years. If we were so easily bribed, would there still be a Chu clan now? Xianxia smiled proudly, don't you think so? Yi Wubo laughed, you're right. Xianxia said admiringly, my second uncle has endured humiliation for so many years. What's the reason for that? It's really not easy for him, it's too hard for him. Yi Wubo suppressed his emotions that were about to explode. He sighed and said, yes, it's really not easy. It's really not easy. On one side, Chu Feilong, who was suppressed by the 4 monarch-level forces, couldn't move at all. His face was full of despair, and his eyes were full of deep hatred. Extreme fear had almost destroyed his sanity. He knew that as long as Yi Wubo believed Xu Yang's words, he would definitely die today. But now, Yi Wubo obviously believed Xu Yang's words. Yi Wubo's belief came from his strong self-confidence. The Yi clan's triple soul-seizing technique was one of the top 3 interrogation secret techniques. It was comparable to the interrogation secret techniques of the law enforcement officers. In terms of details, it was even better. With Yi Wubo's monarch-level strength, if he still couldn't get the information he wanted by using the triple soul-seizing technique to deal with Chu Yang, a teenager who had no cultivation at all, or even got fake information, Yi Wubo felt that he should just dig a hole and bury himself. I'm very interested, Yi Wubo knocked on the table and asked with great interest, how did this second uncle of yours, who has not had it easy, arrange this trap? Chu Yang's eyes also revealed a look of confusion and fear, which seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. It's very easy to set up a trap, but you didn't know about it beforehand, right? Yi Wubo sensitively sensed the confusion and fear in Chu Yang's eyes, and instantly cleverly came to a conclusion, but you didn't know about it beforehand, right? No, who said that I didn't know? Unexpectedly, Chu Yang actually objected to this statement. Oh? Yi Wubo was stunned. I'm just curious. Those people who set up the trap aren't from our Chu clan. Chu Yang said confusedly and proudly, they're my second uncle's friends. Your second uncle's friends? Yi Wubo instantly became serious. He had a feeling of dispelling the clouds to see the clear sky, but I don't know the true face of this mountain, but I'm in this mountain. He faintly felt that there was a big scheme behind this. Yes, Chu Yang said seriously, although I've only returned to the clan for a short period of time, I still know that there's no expert like the Sword Sovereign in our clan, let alone the Sword Sovereign. That's reasonable, Yi Wubo had schemed against the Chu clan for so many years. How could he not know the strength of the Chu clan? Since when did the Chu clan have such a genius like the Sword Sovereign? Then who is it? Yi Wubo frowned. He seemed to be asking Chu Yang, but also seemed to be talking to himself. I only heard someone call him Seventh Master. Chu Yang said, I don't know which Seventh Master it is. Yi Wubo was shocked. At this moment, his face showed an expression of shock, astonishment, and sudden realization. Inside the room, the bodies of the 4 guards trembled at the same time, and their eyes were filled with hatred. The 2 words Seventh Master caused a great shock to these experts. It even interrupted Yi Wubo's triple soul-seizing technique, causing the 4 experts to be caught off guard. Thus, the pressure from their imposing aura also relaxed a little. Chu Feilong was finally able to open his mouth and scream, 13th Master, I'm innocent. Don't believe this little bastard. I'm loyal to you, make him shut up. Yi Wubo's face was gloomy and cold. His chest was heaving up and down. A surge of anger and humiliation from being fooled was brewing like a volcano. A monarch-level expert slapped Chu Feilong's face. With a loud bang, Chu Feilong's face turned to one side, and half of his teeth fell to the ground. Sword Sovereign, 7th Master. It's 7th Master, Yi Wubo sneered. Gloomy ghost fire was flickering in his eyes. Hello, 7th Master Xiao. Hello, he laughed wildly. Yi Wubo, am really a fool. Awahahaha, 7th Master, Sword Sovereign, 7th Master Xiao of the Xiao clan. The genius of the Xiao clan was of the same generation as Yi Wubo. He was obsessed with swords since he was young. In the big clans, he had a resounding nickname, Sword Maniac. The more Yi Wubo thought about it, the more upset he felt. I've painstakingly planned for 18 years to control the Chu clan in the southeast region. In the future, when something big happens, I'll use the Chu clan to completely cut off one of the Shao clan's supply bases and block the Shao clan's continuous supply routes. At the crucial moment, I'll be able to stab the Shao clan in the back. For this step, Yi Wubua had carefully planned and implemented it step by step. It could be said that he had spent a lot of time thinking about the future. Over the past few years, as Chu Feilong gradually took over the power, he had also slowly gained some trust from the Shao clan according to his plan. He had even gained some authority over the Shao clan's trade routes. He was preparing to help Chu Feilong gain a firm foothold and fully support him to expand the results of the battle. In the future, he would give the Shao clan a fatal blow. But he didn't expect to receive such a piece of news at this time. Chu Feilong had been in contact with the Shao clan. He even colluded with 7th Master Shao to kill his right-hand man, Old Third Ma. At this moment, Yi Wubua really wanted to vomit blood. At the same time, he recalled that he had previously sent a martial emperor to assassinate Chu Feiling at the request of Chu Feilong. That martial emperor was also a subordinate of the Yi clan, but he didn't come back either. Could it be that it was also Chu Feilong's conspiracy at that time? In this case, under his leadership, the Yi clan thought that they had succeeded. But they were gradually used by the other party and sent to their deaths one by one. And he was still complacent about it, and his plan, which he thought was successful, was actually under the Shao clan's observation. Every step was observed by the other party. To think that he had been so careful and sneaky in his plan. In the eyes of the Shao clan, he was definitely the #1 fool in the world. If he knew that they would laugh their heads off after seeing how diligent he was. Thinking of this, Yi Wubua was so embarrassed that he almost wanted to commit suicide. Yi Wubua looked straight at Chu Feilong. His eyes and face were ferocious, and even his limbs started to tremble. With his cultivation, he actually behaved like this. It could be seen how humiliated he was. Chu Feilong, good, good. What a good second Master Chu. What a good second Master Chu, Yi Wubua nodded heavily. I've really belittled you. I've really belittled you. Chu Feilong looked at him hopelessly. His eyes were full of pleading, but he couldn't say a word. On the other side, after losing Yi Wubua's triple soul-seizing technique, Chu Yang lay on the table softly, as if he had already fainted. This was the most normal reaction after using the triple soul-seizing technique. Chu Feilong, I really don't understand. Yi Wubua shook his head with all his might, to the extent that his neck made cracking sounds. Then, he nodded his head with all his might, as if he was going to smash his head onto the ground. I've treated you very well. Chu Feilong looked at him pleadingly. 10 years ago, you were being chased. I only knew that you were Chu Feilong after I saved your life. After that, I realized that you were ambitious, so I supported you fully to fight against your elder brother. For this reason, I didn't hesitate to use the men of sacrifice of the Yi clan to kill Chu Feiling and his wife, forcing them to the lower 3 heavens. They were separated from their wives and couldn't recover from this setback. And you also took the opportunity to take control of the Chu clan. Yi Wubua sneered self-mockingly. After that, I removed the 4 stewards of the Chu clan who were most loyal to your elder brother and cleared all your obstacles. Just last year, when you had completely stabilized your position and started to cooperate with the Shao clan, our Yi clan paid the price of 3 experts and successfully caused your father, Chu Xianxia, to be seriously injured. Then, the power fell into your hands. Then, we took advantage of the time when your elder brother went out to look for medicine and received your request to send a martial emperor to kill Chu Feiling. Today, we're still doing our best to plan for you to remove the last obstacle. Chu Yang is ready to let you take control of the Chu clan and become the clan master. You're ready to do something big. Yi Wubua gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. His malicious eyes widened. All these are for you. We're all helping you. The matters of our Yi clan haven't even started, and you actually colluded with the Shao clan. Yi Wubua laughed. He exhaled and shook his head. You are really scheming and scheming. Yi Wubua, really didn't realize that you, Chu Feilong, are actually such a great person. Chu Feilong looked at him sadly and hopelessly. His eyes had already turned gray. He knew that he was finished. He was completely finished. Yi Wubua didn't even give him a chance to defend himself. Fortunately, I discovered it early. Yi Wubua shook his head and rejoiced, otherwise, wouldn't my bones be buried by you in the southeast? He exhaled heavily and stared at Chu Feilong. Suddenly, he screamed from his throat, "Don't look at me with such a gaze. If you continue to look, I'll dig out your eyeballs." Chu Feilong struggled anxiously, but he couldn't move. "You're still looking? You're still looking?" F***CKU. Yi Wubwa gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot and he finally exploded. He stretched out his right hand and inserted 2 fingers into Chu Feilong's eye socket fiercely. Blood splattered everywhere. Red and black splattered out of the eye socket. The pressure from the 4 martial monarchs couldn't suppress Chu Feilong's miserable howl at this moment. Chu Feilong's 2 eyeballs were thrown to the ground and rolled around. Chu Feilong's miserable howl had turned into a painful gasp. He was suppressed by the 4 martial monarchs again and couldn't make any sound. He could only silently bear this torture of having his eyeballs dug out. The saddest thing was that at this moment, even fainting had become an extravagant wish for him. At one side, Chu Yang's body, which was leaning on the table, trembled slightly. All sorts of feelings welled up in Chu Yang's heart. At one side, 2 horrified screams were heard. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao woke up at this moment. Their minds were only disturbed by the aftermath of the triple soul seizure, and their spirits weren't seriously restrained. But when they opened their eyes, they saw this horrifying scene. They couldn't help but scream out in terror. Chu Feilong heard their screams and struggled even more violently. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he suddenly broke free from the suppression of the 4 martial monarchs. He screamed in despair, Jiao, run away quickly." To be continued. Part 7, Chapter 100, Humans Can't Lose Their Conscience. Part 7, Chapter 100, Humans Can't Lose Their Conscience. Chu Feilong knew that he was finished. But when he heard his son's screams, he remembered that his 2 sons were in the same danger as him. And Chu Feilong screamed desperately. The 4 monarch-level guards were enraged at the same time. They exerted more force to suppress Chu Feilong, but Chu Feilong seemed to have thrown caution to the wind at this moment. Blood spurted out from his mouth. He broke his heart meridians and unleashed all his vitality. He struggled and shouted, "Escape! Escape! Escape! Teach him a lesson. Make him shut up. Don't let him die so easily." Yi Wubwa's face darkened as he ordered coldly. The 4 agreed and attacked at the same time. Chu Feilong screamed as he punched and kicked Chu Feilong. But he still mustered all his strength and shouted, Jiao. Escape! Escape! You must remember. In the future, you must." He mustered all his strength and spat out blood and broken teeth. "You must be a good person in the future." This Chu Feilong had used all kinds of schemes in his life. He even schemed against his father and elder brother. It could be said that he had done all kinds of bad things. However, at the moment when he knew that he had no luck and that he had reached a dead end, the words he shouted out were actually to educate his son. "You must remember, you must be a good person in the future, teach him a good lesson." Yi Wubwa looked at Chu Feilong cruelly and happily. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao screamed wildly. They jumped up and wanted to rush out. Yi Wubwa stretched out his palms. His arms and palms seemed to have grown out at this moment. He had already grabbed the 2 of them back and slammed them onto the ground. Chu Feilong was no longer in his human form. He still struggled and shouted, "Chu Yang! Chu Yang! They're your younger brothers. They're your younger brothers. I beg you, please save them, save them. I'll repay you in my next life. I'll repay you." Chu Yang's heart was filled with grief. He didn't even know how he should react. From what Yi Wubwa had just said, to the things that Chu Feilong had done in his life, the 18 years of suffering that his parents had suffered, the 18 years of wandering outside, the death of his clan's backbone, and his grandfather's injury. They all had their answers. Everything in front of him was created by him. He made use of Han Xiaoran, Sha Xinliang and the others' analysis and intelligence in the afternoon to successfully divide and drive a wedge between Yi Wubwa and Chu Feilong. Until now, it could be said that he had achieved his goal. So many years of suffering, so many years of pain, and the hatred and mystery of 2 lifetimes were all compensated at this moment. Everything came to light. He had finally gotten his revenge. Logically speaking, he should feel relieved and happy. Chu Yang himself also felt that he should be very relaxed and happy. However, in his heart, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy from taking revenge. Instead, there was an oppressive heaviness. It was as though his soul was being interrogated at this moment, and he was also being tortured. All sorts of emotions welled up within him, and he could feel the joys and sorrows of life. In that instant, he didn't know what to feel. "Stop!" Yi Wubwa shouted coldly. The four martial monarchs stopped at the same time. "I just realized that there are two of your sons here." "Ha ha ha." Yi Wubwa laughed. "You're called Chu Tinghu, and you're called Chu Tingjiao?" He smiled cruelly. "I won't kill all of you, but only one of you can live." With a clang, he threw the two swords on the ground and laughed coldly. "Pick up your swords. Kill your brothers and kill Chu Fei Long. Then, the one who kills him will be able to live." After he said this, the entire room became silent. Even Chu Fei Long, who was on the verge of death, and the four guards opened their mouths in shock. Yi Wubwa's plan was extremely vicious. "Yi Wubwa. You're so vicious. You're so vicious." Chu Fei Long screamed miserably. His face was hideous. Chu Tingjiao looked at the shining swords on the ground. His whole body trembled and his face turned pale. He retreated step by step. Chu Yang couldn't help but jump up. But at this moment, an unforeseen event happened. Chu Tingjiao roared. He took a big stride forward and grabbed the long sword on the ground. Without any hesitation, he turned his hand and stabbed the sword into Chu Tingjiao's heart fiercely. Chu Yang was so shocked that he couldn't react. Even Yi Wubwa, who was the initiator of this, was dumbfounded. He was in a state of shock. The four guards opened their mouths even more. Chu Fei Long lay on the ground on the verge of death. He only heard a loud roar and then a chi sound. His eyes were already blinded and he couldn't see anything. He could only turn his head in vain and ask anxiously, "What happened? What's happening?" Blood spurted out from Chu Tingjiao's mouth. Chu Tingjiao's young face was filled with fear and shock. He lowered his head and looked at the swords in his mouth. Then, he looked up at his elder brother in disbelief. You, the muscles on Chu Tinghu's face twitched. His lips trembled. "Tingjiao, don't blame me. If I don't kill you, everyone will die. This is our chance, our only chance." On the ground, Chu Fei Long finally understood what was happening. He spurted out blood and his heart ached. "Chu Tinghu, you." Chu Tinghu trembled all over. "Don't blame me, father. You always teach us that we must be vicious and merciless in our lives. We should do it if we can. Otherwise, we won't even be able to catch up with the hot shit. This is my life. Decades of life. I don't want to die. Then you'll kill me." Chu Tingjiao's pupils were dilated. He struggled to ask the last sentence. "Tingjiao, you're still young. You don't know how fun this world is. You don't know how much power there is." Chu Tinghu tilted his head. His expression became more and more perverse. However, his body stopped trembling gradually. "Tingjiao, you don't know anything. I know. If you kill me, it's meaningless to live on. So, I have to kill you. Tingjiao, we're brothers from the same mother. You can go in peace. You can fight for a chance to live for me. You can die with a smile." Chu Tingjiao looked at his elder brother blankly. His eyes were dilated. Finally, he closed his eyes. Before he died, he only spat out two words, "Hee." With a swoosh, Chu Tinghu pulled the blood-stained sword out of his brother's mouth. Seeing the blood dripping down, his body trembled again. He turned around and looked at Yi Wubwa, 13th Master. "Do you mean what you said?" Yi Wubwa looked at him faintly. He laughed weirdly. "Now, even if I don't mean what I said, you can't do anything about it. So, if you want to live, you can only trust me. Now, kill Chu Feilong for me." Chu Tinghu roared towards the sky. He gritted his teeth and panted heavily. "I want to live. I believe you. Believe me. Then I'll kill your father." Yi Wubwa's eyes were cold. Chu Tinghu trembled. He turned around blankly. He lifted up the blood-stained sword slowly and pointed it at Chu Feilong. "Father, please forgive me. Chu Feilong only felt that his breath was stuck in his mouth. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. You, cough cough cough, he coughed violently as he was moved. Chu Tinghu stepped on the blood on the ground. That was the blood of his father and younger brother. He walked over step by step. Father. I have no choice. I want to live, please help me, you're blind anyway, Chu Feilong cried loudly. Retribution, retribution. I regret it so much, I regret it so much. I regret it so much. At this moment, he recalled the time when he framed his elder brother and caused his elder brother to be separated from his wife. His elder brother had suspected him for a long time. But every time his elder brother saw him, his elder brother's eyes were filled with pain. He recalled that he colluded with outsiders and caused his father to be poisoned. When his father was dying, his father's eyes were filled with pain as he looked at him. Then, he felt the pain in his heart now. Chu Feilong was disheartened. Chu Tinghu stood in front of his father. His face changed continuously and became more and more ferocious. Suddenly, he roared, Father. I'll send you on your way. Have a safe journey. He lifted the sword and stabbed it down. It stabbed deeply into Chu Feilong's mouth, his heart. Chu Feilong didn't even have the slightest intention of struggling or dodging. As he felt the coldness of the sword piercing into his chest, a sad smile appeared on his face. He sighed deeply and said, as a person, I can't lose my conscience. There will really be retribution. Now, I really believe that. In his mind, he recalled the way his father had looked at him back then. Feilong, tell me honestly. Did you do something to your big brother? No. Father, why would I do such a thing? That's a serious crime of killing one's own kin. Father, I really don't know where to start from. Are you sure? It's really not. Father, I swear that if I did this, I'll die under the sword of my own son. Chu Feilong's mind quickly replayed the past. He didn't know why, but he didn't remember anything at this moment. He only remembered this scene. Then, he sighed. He wanted to say, heaven really has eyes. Retribution, but he couldn't say it. His throat made gurgling sounds, and he finally took his last breath. His body trembled, and there was no sound. Chu Tinghu's body trembled, and his sword fell to the ground. He turned around and revealed a flattering smile. 13th Master, can I leave now? Yi Wubo looked at him, and the ghostly fire in his eyes flickered. He said, you can leave now. Chu Tinghu said, thank you. He didn't even look at the corpses of his father and brother. He turned around and left. Yi Wubo looked at his back and said, Chu Tinghu, you're very dangerous. You're also a talent. If you cooperate with me, I'll be at ease. Furthermore, I can give you something that your father didn't even get before he died. Yi Wubo actually proposed to recruit Chu Tinghu at this moment, but his eyes flickered with killing intent and scruples. Obviously, Chu Tinghu's cruelty and viciousness, and Huayan's unscrupulous behavior made this 13th Master of the Yi clan feel danger. Second update. I continue to write. Third update. Begging for votes. People like Chu Tinghu no longer had any humanity. He was like a viper through and through. Anyone who saw him would shudder with fear. Holy Hall, but Chu Tinghu paused and immediately turned around. He knelt down and said, I'm willing to serve you, 13th Master. Yi Wubo's eyes were filled with more scruples. He said, are you sincere? Chu Tinghu said, yes. This humble one is willing to be at 13th Master's beck and call. Why? Life is nothing more than power and beauty. There are many things that others can't give you. You need to fight for it yourself. To work hard. And now, since 13th Master has given me this opportunity, I'll never let it go. Chu Tinghu said. I'm your father's murderer. Yi Wubo stared at him coldly. I killed my father. Chu Tinghu said. Yi Wubo stared at him for a while. Then, he waved his hand and said, you can go. Chu Tinghu kowtowed respectfully and said, I'll be waiting for 13th Master's orders anytime and anywhere. Then, he retreated. Looking at Chu Tinghu's back, the elder with a goatee said, 13th Master, are you letting him go just like that? Yes, Yi Wubo looked at the direction where Chu Tinghu left. This little is too dangerous. The elder with a goatee shivered. There was a kind of coldness that came from the bottom of his heart. He killed his own father and younger brother just like that. This little one is a talent. If he can survive for a long time in the future, he'll definitely be an ambitious and ruthless person. Yi Wubwa said heavily, he was just an idiot in the past. But today, he's really become an ambitious and ruthless person. It's a pity to kill such a talent. But 13th Master, after all, you're his father's murderer, the elder with a goatee said. In such a person's heart, there's no such thing as his father's murderer. Yi Wubwa said coldly, if one day, he's fully fledged and his strength surpasses mine, then he'll lay his hands on me without hesitation. But before his wings are fully grown, he will be more obedient than a dog in front of me. Yi Wubwa's eyes flashed with sinister light. If this little one is used well, he'll be a mad dog. And an extremely obedient mad dog at that. This mad dog is more useful than Chu Feilong. Yi Wubwa said solemnly. The elder with the goatee hesitated for a while and finally said, 13th Master, I feel that. Chu Feilong's matter isn't so simple. Yi Wubwa said, oh? The goatee hesitated. At that time, we were all furious. 13th Master, you too, but we didn't give Chu Feilong a chance to defend himself from the start, we just let him die like that. Now that I think about it, it's a little thoughtless. Yi Wubwa frowned and started to ponder. If Chu Feilong is really guilty, why would he let his son Lord Chu Yang here? The elder with the goatee said, I don't understand this point. Are you saying that I believed only one side of the story? Yi Wubwa asked slowly. Now that he was furious, his heart seemed to be a little empty. Yi Wubwa's anger and shame had also come to an end with Chu Feilong's death. His mind gradually became more flexible, and he muttered, indeed, there seems to be something wrong. As he spoke, he carefully thought about it and said slowly, under the triple soul-seizing technique, will there be any lies? This was a question that no one could answer. Because only the direct descendants of the Yi clan could cultivate the triple soul-seizing technique. Although the other 4 people knew that this technique was very powerful, they didn't know how powerful it was. Yi Wubwa pondered for a while and said, our Yi clan has been established for thousands of years. The triple soul-seizing technique has always been a powerful weapon. It's always foolproof. How can there be a mistake? There's no mistake. Yi Wubwa's eyes turned sharp. He looked at the elder with the goatee and suddenly said sternly, it's already a big mistake for you to have such thoughts and suspect my technique. Although Yi Wubwa was clever, he was headstrong and self-opinionated. At this moment, the doubts in his heart were completely covered by his strong self-confidence. So, another person said, this matter is really done by the Shao clan. Old Third Ma was really killed by 7th Master Shao? Yi Wubwa said coldly, besides 7th Master Shao, that bastard, is there a second sword emperor in the entire southeast region? The elder thought, 7th Master Shao isn't the only sword emperor in the Shao clan. It seems that there are a few elders in the Shao clan whose cultivation is higher than 7th Master Zhao's. They are all sword emperors. Net, but he was reprimanded for his suspicion just now. If he were to say it now, he would probably suffer even more. So, he could only swallow it down. Then, how should we deal with this Chu Yang? Another person pointed at Chu Yang, who was lying on the table silently. Kill him. Yi Wubwa didn't even blink. Yes, the elder with the long face answered and was about to take action. After being reprimanded just now, of course, he had to perform well now. Kill? Aren't you too ruthless? A voice sounded, Yi Wubwa, are you going to exterminate the Chu clan here? His voice was not loud, but the 5 members of the Yi family in the room felt dizzy at the same time. Obviously, the cultivation of this person was already shockingly high. He was definitely a martial saint. Yi Wubwa's pupils shrank and he shouted, who is it? The door opened with a creak. 2 people stood at the door. The one in front was an elder with a white face and no beard. His face was like a piece of stiff iron. He had a square face, a straight nose and a square mouth. He looked dignified without being angry. Once he stood at the door, he naturally had a decisive and incorruptible posture. This person was said to be an elder, but his hair was black, his face was white and his skin was smooth. He was more like a middle-aged man. Behind him was the commander of the law enforcement hall, Xianxia. Han Xiaoran's gaze was calm. With his hands behind his back, he walked in slowly. Xianxia followed closely behind him. Yi Wubua's pupils shrank suddenly. His eyes revealed scruples and puzzlement. It turns out that Law Enforcement Master Han has come personally. Yi 13th is really unexpected. When he said this, the 4 guards' bodies trembled. It turns out to be him, the leader of the law enforcement officers in the southeast region of the upper 3 heavens. Han Xiaoran, no wonder Yi Wubua also addressed himself as Yi 13th. If it was in the past, Yi Wubua would be angry if someone mentioned this name. Well, Yi Wubua, you came to the southeast region to kill people? Han Xiaoran walked in slowly. Wherever he passed, the corpses and blood on the ground would automatically separate, revealing the smooth ground. He snorted coldly and sneered, "How dare you? Have you told me that you killed people in the southeast region?" Yi Wubua smiled apologetically, "Law enforcement master, this is a big hat. I can't bear it." Han Xiaoran flicked his sleeves, "Then how do you explain the 2 people on the ground?" Yi Wubua laughed, "Law enforcement master must have heard it just now. These 2 people are my men, but they betrayed me. I'm just punishing traitors. It has nothing to do with killing people." He smiled and said, "If I knew that law enforcement master was just next door, I wouldn't be so rash." Punishing traitors? Han Xiaoran's face was cold and hard. He pointed at Chu Yang, "This young man is also your traitor?" Yi Wubua said straightforwardly, "That's not the case. Since the law enforcement master has stepped forward, I'll let him go." "Just let him go?" Han Xiaoran frowned. Yi Wubua muttered in his heart, "What exactly does this Han Xiaoran want to do? Why does he look like he's unwilling to let him go?" But no matter what, he wouldn't dare to act rashly when he met Han Xiaoran in the southeast region. Yi Wubua was very clear that even though he was a member of the Yi clan, and this identity was extremely respected, even the other law enforcement masters in the world region had to be wary of the Yi clan's power when they met him. But Han Xiaoran was a special case. When Han Xiaoran wanted to kill someone, he never looked at the clan or power, but only looked at the crime. If he thought that someone should be killed, not to mention that he was the 13th prince of the Yi clan, even if his elder brother, who was the clan master, was here, this Han Xiaoran would still kill him. This guy was a one-track-minded person. That was why Yi Wubua behaved very honestly. Because as long as Han Xiaoran gave an order, even if he could leave this place alive, he wouldn't be able to fly out of the southeast region. Then, law enforcement master means. Yi Wubua swallowed his anger and said, "You've killed someone here. You have to give me an explanation." Han Xiaoran said faintly, but firmly, "And, you've killed a member of the Chu clan. Although the Chu clan is only a small clan, it's also a power that's protected by the law enforcement officers. What right do you have to kill him? You've lured others to be spies, and killed them once the matter was exposed. How dare you talk about punishing a traitor?" Han Xiaoran looked at Yi Wubua coldly, 13th Prince Yi, "I think it's better for you to follow me back and go through a trial." Go through a trial? Yi Wubua was in a dilemma. If the 13th master of the Yi clan was caught by the law enforcement officers and went through a trial, it would be a big joke. How would he have the face to meet others in the future? "Then, I'll compensate you for your loss." Yi Wubua gritted his teeth and said, "I'll do whatever you say. As long as you can give us a way out and give the Yi clan some face today." 10,000 purple crystals. Han Xiaoran said faintly. "No problem." Yi Wubua agreed readily. Yi Wubua knew that since Han Xiaoran had stated the price, even if he hesitated for a moment, he would have to go through a trial. So, he agreed without any hesitation, "I'll send 10,000 purple crystals to the law enforcement hall later." "Good." Han Xiaoran said, "Xinliang, send 5,000 purple crystals to the Chu clan when the purple crystals arrive." Xinliang bowed and said, "Yes, sir." Han Xiaoran turned his head and looked at Yi Wubua. "I'll settle this matter with the Chu clan for you. You can leave now." Yi Wubua scolded in his heart, what can happen to the Chu clan? Even if the Chu clan knows about it, will they dare to settle accounts with the Yi clan? They actually need you to settle it, but on the surface, he said respectfully, since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you. I'll repay your great kindness in the future. The 4 people from the Yi clan heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. They bade farewell to Han Xiaoran and walked out in a single file. They were like a group of roosters who had lost a fight. Seeing that they had walked away, Han Xiaoran patted Chu Yang's shoulder. Why are you still pretending? They've all left. Third update. Begging for monthly votes. My monthly votes are getting further and further away. I'm very sad. Chu Yang raised his head slowly. Han Xiaoran's face turned serious when he saw Chu Yang. Saint Hall Chu Yang's face was a little pale, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. He forced a smile and said, Elder brother, you've come in time. Han Xiaoran sighed softly, do you feel upset? Chu Yang smiled bitterly and nodded, yes. The 3 of them all deserve to die. It's not that I haven't killed anyone before, and this time, it's for revenge. But, seeing them die in front of me like this, I still don't feel good in my heart. Han Xiaoran smiled understandingly and said, I understand this feeling. The reason why you feel upset is because you are still a human, and not a heartless beast like Chu Tinghu. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, I thought that I'm a heartless killer who treats my enemies like pigs and dogs. But I didn't expect that I'm really not. Han Xiaoran was silent for a while and said, actually, everyone treats human lives like grass and is indifferent and heartless. Everyone treats all living things as nothing, and is absolutely heartless and selfish. It's just like the world we live in. Every day, hundreds of thousands or even millions of people will die. And those people's deaths are just a number in our eyes, and in everyone's eyes. What can they do? But once the people around you have an accident, or are killed or die of illness, you'll feel upset for years. This is simply human nature. Chu Feilong has been dealing with your father by hook or by crook for so many years. But, as long as your surname is Chu, no matter whether you return to your clan or not, you'll feel very strange and subtle when you face him. This has nothing to do with hatred. This is kinship, Han Xiaoran said. Kinship? Chu Yang wanted to sneer, but he couldn't. He said, what kinship can I have with Chu Feilong? This kinship comes from blood. Just because you think there isn't, it doesn't mean that there isn't. Han Xiaoran laughed and said, blood ties are a very wonderful thing. Because your surname is Chu. Chu Yang pondered and said, do you mean? I understand now? Han Xiaoran looked at him with a smile, oh? Chu Yang chuckled and said, actually, Chu Feilong and I are like this. As long as he's alive, I'll do everything I can to kill him. But after killing him, I didn't feel good because no matter how bad he was still my grandfather's son and my father's brother from the same mother. This is kinship. Han Xiaoran placed his warm palm on Chu Yang's shoulder and said, that's right. Although it's a roundabout way of thinking, it's still true kinship. The reason why you're upset isn't because of Chu Feilong. It's because he is your uncle. This was something that would never change, be it life or death or enmity. As long as kinship exists, then no matter how much he betrays and hurts you, this kinship will not disappear. It will only change from warmth to pain, just like the pain you are in now. Chu Yang nodded. He had a feeling of enlightenment. Han Xiaoran said deeply, kinship, haha, even Chu Feilong's kinship isn't much worse than anyone else's. Before he died, the only thing on his mind was the safety of his son. Isn't this kinship? Chu Yang sighed deeply. Han Xiaoran said, I've been a law enforcer for many years. Every evil person that I've killed deserves to die 10 times. But, do you know, as long as they have family members, everyone will be extremely sentimental towards their family members. Before they died, they would beg me to arrange for their family members after knowing that they have no hope of surviving. How can kinship change because of good and evil? Chu Yang felt the same way and said, that's right. Kind people have love in their hearts. Evil people's hearts aren't just a piece of desert. That's right. What you said is very reasonable. So, after I kill them, I'll only confiscate 80% of their property. As for the remaining 20%, no matter how much it is, I'll leave it for their family members. Han Xiaoran sighed, if there's no pity or reverence in law enforcement, it's just a privilege. Chu Yang said from the bottom of his heart, elder brother's law enforcement is really full of pity and benevolence. Han Xiaoran smiled with a clear conscience, this is the biggest reason why I feel that I have a clear conscience. Chu Yang smiled. Net, let me tell you a story, Han Xiaoran said with a smile. Okay. Chu Yang knew that anything that came out of the mouth of such an expert would be filled with a different charm or state of mind. Often, it would have a profound meaning. Since Han Xiaoran told him this at this moment, he must have his own intentions. There was once a third-grade monarch-level expert. I won't say his name here. Han Xiaoran recalled, he was obsessed with martial arts and neglected his newly married wife, causing her to have an affair with his best friend. This caused his temperament to change greatly, and he became extremely vicious from then on. He killed his best friend and imprisoned his wife for 10 years. For 10 years, he didn't even let his wife die, not even if she died of illness. He just kept her imprisoned. In the end, he fell into my hands. Do you know what his last request was before he died? Chu Yang asked, what? Han Xiaoran let out a long sigh. Before he died, he begged me to let his wife go and give all his wealth to his wife. Then, he asked me to ask for forgiveness from his wife. He said that he had let her down in his life. Han Xiaoran smiled bitterly. Tell me, is this man too spineless, too hateful, too pitiful, too humiliating, too vicious, and too heartless? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. This question was really not easy to answer. This man imprisoned his wife for 10 years, and he could be said to be vicious. But his life was also ruined because of this matter, and he could be said to be pitiful. He actually asked for forgiveness from the woman who betrayed him before he died, and it was simply humiliating, but who would know the pain of such a man in his life? If he didn't love his wife, why would he imprison her for 10 years? Wouldn't it be neat to kill her with one strike? He didn't kill her because of love. If he didn't hate his wife, why would he imprison her for 10 years? Imprisonment was also because of hate. Who could differentiate between love and hate? Chu Yang mulled over this story. This ordinary and even somewhat sorrowful story was filled with a kind of inexplicable feeling. This was the binding of love and hate. It really made one's mood depressed. But, it also made one sigh sadly. This man can't let go, Chu Yang sighed. Let go? Can't let go? Han Xiaoran let out a deep roar. His voice was like thunder in this narrow space filled with the smell of blood. Chu Yang's whole body shook, and he suddenly felt as if he was enlightened. A cool feeling poured down from his head, and he said, yes. The key is to let go. I can accept it. When it's time to let go, let go. Han Xiaoran smiled cheerfully. If you can't let go, it's painful. If you let go, you'll be at ease. Actually, whether you let go or not, depends on whether you're willing to torture yourself. Do you want to torture yourself? Yes, when it's time to let go, let go. Chu Yang laughed heartily. He only felt that his mood was very good, and he was very happy. Am I, Chu Yang, such a stupid person who tortures himself? Han Xiaoran also laughed happily. Seeing that Chu Yang had let go of the knot in his heart, he finally felt relieved. He laughed and said, yes, just because you said to let go, it's really good. Since you're not a stupid person, then let's go. I'll accompany you to drink. Then, the corpse? Chu Yang was a little hesitant. He was thinking about how the clan would react if he sent the corpse back. It's not suitable for you to go home now. Han Xiaoran said, if you bring the corpse back home now, then no matter how innocent you are, it'll be a huge blow to your clan. I'll help you settle this matter, Han Xiaoran said. Sha Xinliang will handle it and send the corpse back. No matter how unwilling and uncomfortable you are tonight, you can't go back. He smiled, with me here, you can't go back either. Then how do you conclude this matter for the clan? Chu Yang asked. Killed by Yi Wubua from the Yi clan. Han Xiaoran said, this matter has nothing to do with you. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Elder brother, you've broken the law for me this time, and you've even given false testimony. Han Xiaoran smiled. Not only that, I've also helped the evildoer. Huh? Chu Yang was puzzled. Bring him in. Han Xiaoran turned back and shouted softly. Qin Baoshan, who hadn't appeared all this time, strode in. In his hand, he was carrying a person who looked like a dead dog. Qin Baoshan turned his hand, and the person in his hand turned around. His eyes were tightly closed, and he had obviously fainted. Chu Tinghu. It turned out that Qin Baoshan hadn't appeared all this time because he had gone to chase after Chu Tinghu. Chu Yang's eyes emitted a cold and sharp light, murderous intent surged from his heart. Chu Yang had long made up his mind to never let this cruel, vicious, and shameless Chu Tinghu, who killed his father and brother, live. Now that he saw Chu Tinghu appear in front of him, he couldn't contain his anger anymore. If little brother can't bear to kill him, I can do it for you. Han Xiaoran laughed. Of course, if little brother wants to keep him alive, you can too. No need. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. He clenched his teeth and said, I may be a little touched when dealing with human beings. And, I may feel a little disappointed even if I kill them. But, wouldn't I be letting down my conscience if I don't kill these beasts that are even worse than pigs and dogs? Qin Baoshan shouted, Little brother, you're right. Catch him. He shook his hand and threw Chu Tinghu over. With a thud, Chu Tinghu fell to the ground. But at the same time, he regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes and saw Chu Yang, he couldn't help but tremble. Chu Yang? Chu Yang looked at him coldly. Then, he lifted the blood-stained sword with the tip of his foot. A cold light flashed in his hand. The sword was stained with Chu Feilong's blood, Chu Tingjiao's blood flashed. Chu Tinghu was extremely shocked, but before he finished his words, Chu Yang's sword had already pierced into his throat without any hesitation. Chu Yang didn't even let him finish calling him Big Brother, because he felt that if this beast called him Big Brother again, he would be so disgusted that he would vomit on the spot. As Xianxia and Qin Baoshan led people to send the corpses of Chu Feilong and the other two back to the Chu clan, the peaceful courtyard of the Chu clan was suddenly in chaos. No one expected that Chu Feilong and his father would be sent back with 3 corpses when they went out at the same time. Chu Feilong's wife spat out blood and fainted on the spot. Chu Feiling, Chu Fian and the others rushed to the hall. The cries of the Chu clan were loud. Old Master Chu Xiongqing only wore clothes and ran out barefooted. Seeing the corpses of his sons and grandsons, the old master burst into tears. It was really unbearable for a white-haired person to send off a black-haired person. Although Chu Feiling was prejudiced against Chu Feilong, he couldn't help but feel sad when he saw the corpses of his brothers in front of him. What's going on? The old master's eyes were filled with tears. He shouted, Where did Feilong go today? How did he die? How did he die just like that? His voice was hoarse by the time he finished speaking. Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't know what Chu Feilong was busy with these 2 days. Tingyun. Chu Xiongqing shouted, Do you know? Chu Tingyun was crying loudly on his father's corpse. Hearing his grandfather's question, he suppressed his sadness and said, Father has been leaving early and returning late these few days. And, yesterday afternoon, I heard that father arranged for 2 brothers to invite Brother Chu Yang to a banquet at the Lingyun Pavilion. Chu Yang? Chu Xiongqing's body shook and he took a step back. His face was pale, as if he had suddenly aged a few years. Yang? Chu Feiling raised his head and was shocked. Yes. Chu Tingyun said, I heard that father had a good relationship with Yi Wubua from the Yi clan, so he asked 2 brothers to lure Big Brother over. I was afraid that Big Brother would be in trouble, so I specially went over with Brother Tingkong to remind Big Brother. Chu Xiongqing looked at Chu Tingkong and Chu Tingxiao, and both of them nodded. Chu Xiongqing straightened back instantly bent down. His heart was filled with grief and indignation, yet there was nothing he could do about it. Although Chu Tingyun didn't say it clearly, Chu Xiongqing had guessed it. Chu Feilong must have colluded with Yi Wubua and wanted to borrow Yi Wubua's power to get rid of Chu Yang. But somehow, he and his 2 brothers were killed. Since that was the case, then this matter obviously had something to do with Chu Yang. Chu Xiongqing recalled that when Chu Feiling got into trouble back then, there were also people from the Yi clan who were active in this area. Last year, when he was seriously injured, it was Yi Wubua who led the Yi clan to retreat suddenly, causing him to be poisoned. All these showed that Chu Feilong and Yi Wubua had long colluded with each other. Chu Xiongqing felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He didn't know what to say. Where's your big brother? Where's Chu Yang? Why didn't he come back? Chu Feiling asked anxiously, Who sent the corpse back? It was sent back by Commander Shah. Chu Tingyun lowered his head and said, Commander Shah is currently outside the hall. Chu Xiongqing didn't say a word and strode out. He only stopped when he was in front of Sha Xinliang. Commander Xia, this matter, what exactly is going on? Chu Xiongqing suppressed the sadness in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Xia Xinliang sighed and said, Second Master Chu fought with someone in Lingyun Pavilion, and who is it? Chu Xiongqing's eyes were burning. Xia Xinliang wanted to say something but stopped. Chu Xiongqing's face suddenly turned pale and he said, Could it be Chu Yang? Why would Clan Master Chu think so? Xia Xinliang said in astonishment, The other party is powerful, and there are many inside stories about this matter. It's inconvenient for me to say it directly. Chu Xiongqing pulled Xia Xinliang and walked a few steps forward. He bowed deeply and said, Commander Xia, please speak out for me. Xia Xinliang sighed and said, When the incident happened, we were in Lingyun Pavilion. Commander Xia Fa of the Southeast region, Commander Han Xiaoran, had just arrived at Flat Mountain Ridge recently. Brother Qin and I were welcoming Commander Han Xiaoran. Reply to the first floor 2012-07-3016, 58 report, Let me say something too. Tieba Commonweal Even if heaven is heartless, it will live forever. Marshal King 8-inch Commander Han Xiaoran was also there at that time? Chu Xiongqing was shocked. Although he was there, he saw what happened clearly, Xia Xinliang said. I'd like to hear the details. Chu Xiongqing's face became serious. Han Xiaoran was also there, but he didn't stop it. This was enough to show how complicated this matter was. At this point, Chu Xiongqing wouldn't doubt Chu Yang at all. With Han Xiaoran's presence, how would he protect anyone with his temper? It seems that Second Master Chu was originally Yi Wubua's subordinate. Xia Xinliang's words made Chu Xiongqing's face change. It seems that Second Master Chu had done something during this period of time, which made Yi Wubua unhappy. Then, Yi Wubua lost his men. Second Master Chu blamed it on your grandson, Chu Yang. So, Yi Wubua requested to meet Chu Yang, and the meeting time was tonight, Xia Xinliang said. After Chu Yang arrived, Yi Wubua realized that Chu Yang had no cultivation. After confirming that Chu Yang had no cultivation, he flew into a rage. He believed that Second Master Chu had deceived him, and instantly turned hostile. Then, Xia Xinliang recounted the situation at that time, including every word that Yi Wubua said. Then, he sighed and said, We were next door at that time, but Commander Xia Fa didn't do anything. He said at that time, What's the point of saving such a disloyal and unfilial person who killed his father and brother? As for his two sons, they killed each other in order to survive. They're even worse than beasts. Saving them was a dirty move. Chu Xiongqing sighed and looked up to the sky, speechless. Xia Xinliang's narration of Yi Wubua's words dispelled the last bit of hope in Chu Xiongqing's heart. It turned out that the tragedy of his eldest son, Chu Feilong, being separated from his flesh and blood was caused by Chu Feilong. Chu Feilong was also the one who caused the sudden misfortune of the clan's few capable stewards. Chu Xiongqing's poison was actually caused by his own son. Chu Xiongqing looked up to the sky and sighed. He could completely understand the meaning of Han Xiaoran's words. What's the point of saving such a person? If he were Han Xiaoran, he would definitely not do anything. In the end, when Commander Xia Fa saw that Yi Wubua was going to lay his hands on Chu Yang again, the two of us begged him to save Divine Dr. Chu. Xia Xinliang sighed, There's something that Clan Master Chu may not know. My chronic illness was cured by your grandson, Chu Yang. So, I have always had a good impression of Duke Chu Yang, and have taken care of him before. This sentence also revealed Chu Xiongqing's long-standing doubts. Although Commander Xia Fa sent the two of us to send the corpse back to the Chu clan, he also asked us to pass a message to you, Xia Xinliang said. Head Enforcer Lord Fa has a message for me. What message? Chu Xiongqing vaguely guessed, but still asked. It's fine, if you don't take revenge. If you don't want to take revenge, you can take it slowly, Xia Xinliang said. Thank you, Commander Xia Fa. Chu Xiongqing looked up to the sky and sighed. At this moment, he seemed to have aged suddenly. Han Xiaoran's words were very clear. Can you afford to offend the Yi clan? Moreover, is it worth it to offend a strong enemy who can easily destroy the entire clan for such a person who's even worse than an animal? Your grandson has been hit by the Yi clan's triple soul-snatching technique. Commander Xia Fa is treating him personally. Once there's any improvement, we'll send someone to send him back. Clan Master Chu, you don't have to worry. Sha Xinliang and Chu Xiongqing took their leave. Chu Xiongqing stood in the courtyard for a long time, as if he was a wooden sculpture. Hearing the cries behind him, he felt helpless, sad, and lonely from his body to the bottom of his heart. Little brother, actually, there's something I don't understand. Han Xiaoran sat opposite Chu Yang, drank a cup of wine, and said with a smile, "You've spent so much effort and used all means to get rid of Chu Feilong through Yi Wubua. It's all because you don't want your hands to be stained with the karma of your relatives. But why did you suddenly take action and kill Chu Tinghu in the end?" Chu Yang smiled faintly, "Nothing. But at that time, I just felt that this bastard must die in my hands. If he died in someone else's hands, firstly, it's not enough to vent my hatred. Secondly, it's too easy for him." Han Xiaoran smiled. "Thirdly, it's also because this person is too dangerous. It's too risky to leave him alive. You don't feel assured to let others kill him, right?" Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. "Elder brother, you're underestimating me. No matter how dangerous Chu Tinghu is, how can he be compared to Yi Wubua?" Reply 8. Keep reply 2 ND Floor, July 30, 2012, 1658 Report Permanent Petite Bourgeoisie, Front Row Report July 30, 2012, 1700 Hours Reply Permanent Petite Bourgeoisie, Front Row Report July 30, 2012, 1700 Hours Reply The only Xiao Yang in this bar, 3 Report July 30, 2012, 1703 Reply Only Xiao Yang, Begging for Fans Report July 30, 2012, 1703 Reply Saint Extreme Master, Front Row Report July 30, 2012, 1704 Reply Remnant Dream Xiao Tian, Squeezing Report July 30, 2012, 1704 Reply Yuyo, When a diver enters the water. What's his hand movement? Report July 30, 2012, 1707 Reply Only Xiao Yang, Report July 30, 2012, 1708 Reply I'll say something too. There are 3 more replies. Click to view. Tieba Commonweal Even if heaven is heartless, we'll live forever. Marshal King, 8 Han Xiaoran nodded, "From your words, you don't intend to let Yi Wubua off?" "Of course." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. "Yi Wubua is the main culprit. How can I let him off so easily? Dealing with Yi Wubua isn't a small matter." Han Xiaoran reminded solemnly, "You need to have absolute confidence to kill him in one strike. Otherwise, you'd rather let him off and find another chance in the future. You mustn't act rashly. Your Chu clan is really not enough for Yi Wubua to deal with." Chu Yang smiled deeply. "I know what I'm doing. Yi Wubua isn't Chu Feilong. I've long heard of the Yi clan behind him." Han Xiaoran nodded heavily. Then, he seemed to ask intentionally, "Little brother, your spiritual fluctuation is normal. Even when you're using the triple soul-snatching technique, there's no abnormality. This is really strange." Chu Yang was shocked. He knew that Han Xiaoran was a little suspicious. He said meaningfully, "I'm the inheritor of the medicine fairy. Doctors attach the most importance to the inheritance of the divine spirit." Han Xiaoran suddenly realized and said, "It turns out that you've obtained the inheritance of the divine spirit." Chu Yang smiled and nodded. "Elder brother, please keep it a secret. This is my greatest reliance." Han Xiaoran smiled and said, "Of course." Then, he sighed, "No wonder your medical skills are so superb. No wonder. It turns out that you've obtained the inheritance of the divine spirit that's rarely seen in thousands of years." There was admiration and gratification in his voice. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and lowered his voice. He winked and said, "Actually, Sha Xinliang seemed to have used this method to interrogate me before. I used it as a pretext to scold him and sprayed saliva all over his bald head." Pfft. Ha ha ha. Han Xiaoran suddenly choked and spat out a mouthful of wine. Then, he laughed and pointed at Chu Yang with his trembling finger. "You're small, ha ha ha. You're small, ha 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 ha." As he laughed, he shook his head. "You're too mean." Chu Yang spread out his hands innocently and said, "I can't do anything about it. If I had shown it at that time, I'm afraid I would have been torn apart by Brother Sha. Sha Xinliang really made me have a stomachache." Han Xiaoran still couldn't help but laugh when he thought of it. He winked and said, "How did you scold him then? Quickly tell me, let me have some more fun." Chu Yang was stunned. Chu Yang didn't expect this strict and impartial law enforcement master to have such a gloating and gossipy side. At this moment, Xianxia and Qin Baoshan finally arrived. They heard Han Xiaoran's laughter from afar. Xianxia walked over with his shiny bald head and said, "Law enforcement master is so happy. You must have encountered something good? But what is it? Can you let me have some fun too?" Puff. Puff. Chu Yang and Han Xiaoran spat out a mouthful of wine at the same time. Then they coughed and laughed at the same time. Xianxia's bald head was instantly covered with sweat. Xianxia wiped his head awkwardly. Although he was depressed, he didn't dare to flare up. He said, "This is really. It's rare for law enforcement master to be in such a good mood." Han Xiaoran stopped laughing and said, "I'm talking to Brother Chu about how you interrogated him that day." Hearing this, Xianxia suddenly remembered. Instantly, anger rose from his heart, and hatred rose from his guts. New and old hatred surged into his heart. He jumped up, grabbed Xu Yang's lapel and roared, "Good. If law enforcement master didn't mention it, I wouldn't have remembered it. Now I finally remember. You little bastard. You. He roared furiously, "How come nothing happened to you after Yi Wub was 3 stages of soul seizing this time? Last time, you actually pulled my collar and scolded me for half a minute." Xu Yang's face turned red, cough cough. Cough cough. Cough cough. "You let go of me first." Xianxinliang's face turned red. "No, you have to give me an explanation first." Chu Yang stuck out his tongue and had difficulty breathing. Suddenly, he saw Xianxinliang's shiny bald head and couldn't help but laugh with difficulty. "Wasn't it?" "Ha ha ha ha." Xianxinliang widened his eyes and panted heavily, "You have to give me an explanation today." "What explanation?" Han Xiaoran said majestically, "You were already planning to kill him at that time. How would he dare to tell you the truth? You didn't even think about how many of your lives were saved by this little brother. Furthermore, this little brother has uncovered the conspiracy this time, which is equivalent to saving millions of law enforcement officers in the southeast region. You actually have the nerve to say that." Xianxinliang let go of his hand embarrassedly and laughed dryly, "I'm just joking with him." As he said, he glared at Chu Yang fiercely, waved his fist and said, "I'll settle accounts with you after the law enforcement master leaves." As he said this, he couldn't help but laugh. Starter / Han Xiaoran then asked with great interest, "Xianxinliang, what did he scold you for?" Xianxinliang was dumbfounded and opened his mouth wide. Qin Baoshan couldn't help but laugh out loud, "I was there and saw everything. If law enforcement master is interested, I can explain everything to you in detail." Xianxinliang was furious and glared at him, "You." Qin Baoshan wasn't afraid of him at all. He snorted disdainfully and began to narrate vividly. Before he even finished half of the story, Han Xiaoran was already convulsing with laughter. Xianxinliang sat at one side angrily and drank cup after cup. In the end, even he was immersed in Qin Baoshan's story. He slapped his thigh and laughed heartily, as if the story was about someone else. The 4 of them talked for a while and laughed continuously. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Chu Yang said, "Elder brother, when are you leaving today?" Han Xiaoran's face turned serious and he said, "The Southeast Law Enforcement Hall has been invaded. We really can't delay any longer. If there's nothing else, I want to set off tomorrow afternoon and rush back to the law enforcement headquarters in the South region." Chu Yang nodded and said, "So, how do you plan to carry out this matter?" Han Xiaoran's face was gloomy and he said, "Just kill." Chu Yang said, "If you want to kill him, there's not enough evidence." Han Xiaoran laughed aloud, "Although elder brother seems too strict and impartial, I'm not an inflexible person. Since it's already confirmed, why do we need any evidence if we want to kill him? As for his accomplices, we'll start with Tong Wuxin and interrogate him with torture. There hasn't been a single person who can hold back and not speak under the thousands of punishments in the law enforcement hall since ancient times. This matter is very likely to involve the Shi clan. Elder brother, you must be very careful. Don't alert the enemy." Chu Yang exhorted, "After all, the Shi clan is one of the big clans. There are many martial saints in the clan. Elder brother, you can't do anything alone. You must be very careful." "I know." Han Xiaoran sighed, "It's a pity that there are too few trustworthy people on hand. Otherwise, it's no big deal to start a war." He paused and said to Qin Baoshan, after I leave, you draft a document and report it to the southeast headquarters. Let the Chu clan take over the transportation channel of the auction hall. He turned to Chu Yang and said, Chu Filong is already dead. There shouldn't be any problem, right? This was undoubtedly a huge cake. If the Chu clan took over the transportation channel of the auction hall, the strength of the entire clan would be greatly improved. Chu Yang frowned and said, Chu Filong is already dead. There shouldn't be any problem within the Chu clan. The problem is, all the goods of the auction hall are transported through bloodpayers. If the Chu clan suddenly takes it over, we might offend the bloodpayers and block their source of income. And the strength of the Chu clan is also a little weak now. Han Xiaoran smiled, this isn't a problem. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally go to the Chu clan and make an agreement with the clan master of Chu Xiongqing. Also, the emblem of the law enforcement master of the southeast region will be flying on the caravan. I believe that in the whole southeast region, anyone who dares to rob, will also have to think twice. Xia Xinliang said, little brother, the law enforcement master is right. Why are you still refusing such a good thing? Besides, with the emblem of the law enforcement master, even if something really happens, it has nothing to do with the Chu clan. It's a matter of the entire southeast law enforcement officers. To put it bluntly, the people of the Chu clan are just running errands. That's all. Han Xiaoran's words were still a little reserved, but Xia Xinliang went straight to the bottom and revealed his bottom line. Han Xiaoran was unhappy and stared at Xia Xinliang fiercely. Xia Xinliang immediately shut his mouth. Chu Yang laughed and said, since there's such a good thing, even if you don't mention it, I'll still shamelessly stick to it. Han Xiaoran said, then, this matter is settled. Everyone nodded. Han Xiaoran turned to Xia Xinliang, the law enforcement hall also needs to replenish some manpower. Once the situation is really chaotic, you need to become my last strength. Do you understand? Xia Xinliang stood up suddenly, I understand. Han Xiaoran said, after I go back, I'll immediately send some men to give you a purple cloud pill. After you take it, use the fastest speed to raise your cultivation to the martial saint level. If one pill doesn't work, then take two. And Qin Baoshan, you too. Raise your own strength as soon as possible so that you can have more power. By the way, filter the men I send strictly and select the reliable ones to form a sharp knife team. Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan agreed at the same time. Han Xiaoran sighed and said, currently, the only people I can trust here are the two of you. Don't let me down. If one day, I, Han Xiaoran, die in the hands of a despicable person, the two of you will be my last base, and also the last hope of the entire Southeast law enforcement officers. Xia Xinliang said excitedly, law enforcement master, don't worry. You'll definitely be fine. Han Xiaoran smiled and said, the weather is unpredictable. Who can say whether the Qingming day will be a stormy wind or a stormy sea? He said deeply, the two of you have misdeeds, but you're upright. This is the most desirable point. Moreover, there's little brother here. If there's anything, you can discuss it with him. Although he's young, he's much more scheming than the two of you. Don't underestimate him just because he's young. Do you understand? Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan stood upright and nodded repeatedly. Han Xiaoran thought for a while, took off a token from his waist and passed it to Chu Yang, little brother, there's a lot of undercurrents in the law enforcement officers now. Although your strength isn't weak, it's still too weak. So I don't dare to invite you to become a doctor in the law enforcement officers, for fear that I'll harm you. But you have my token. At times of crisis, you can take it out and say that you're the law enforcement doctor in the southeast region that I personally appointed. Then, you'll be safe. Chu Yang took it over solemnly, but he felt that Han Xiaoran's words were a little dejected, as if he was entrusting his will to Chu Yang. Chu Yang couldn't help but ask, Brother Han, don't you have the confidence to purge the southeast region this time? Han Xiaoran smiled faintly and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. He said meaningfully, if you're fully grown and come to help me, I'll have nothing to worry about. Chu Yang's face was solemn and he nodded. He seemed to have agreed to something. Han Xiaoran raised his wine cup and said, there's one thing that I want to remind the three of you. If I, Han Xiaoran, die, then all your efforts will be for naught. Little brother, you must immediately destroy your token and cut ties with me. the Chu clan will immediately terminate the cooperation with the law enforcement auction hall. Do you understand? As long as I'm here, I can protect you. But if I'm not here one day, the crisis will come immediately. The three of them didn't know what to say, so they could only drink this cup of wine silently. Han Xiaoran said, I have a clear conscience in the southeast region. But if I'm not here one day. Sha Xinliang, you must also remember that law enforcement officers enforce the law, the supreme law of the heavenly layer. If the heart and the law are united, even if you kill millions of people, you'll have a clear conscience. Han Xiaoran held the wine cup in his hand, and his expression was a little melancholy and contemplative. He said sympathetically, the heavenly layer has always been about the rule of law, but this rule needs to be enforced by people. So there's never any rule of law. If a person is righteous, the law will be righteous. If a person is evil, the law will be evil. Whether a person is good or evil depends on his heart. As law enforcement officers, you and I must never let the supreme law of the heavenly layer become the plaything of power. You must remember this. Sha Xinliang and Qing Baoshan stood upright and listened respectfully. Strange pop-up window cue, but Chu Yang was silent, pondering over the meaning of Han Xiaoran's words. He had been trying his best to hide his cultivation, but Han Xiaoran said, although you're not weak, you're still a little weak. This sentence was enough to show that he couldn't hide his cultivation from Han Xiaoran. In other words, the current stage of the Thousand Phantom technique couldn't make Han Xiaoran misjudge him. Then Han Xiaoran said, I look forward to your success. This sentence was obviously looking forward to Chu Yang's influence, and not his martial arts cultivation. As long as the Chu clan's prestige and status rose, his reputation as a divine doctor would be able to complement the Chu clan's strength. Neither of them could be omitted. With the Chu clan's strength, even if the Chu clan was fully supported by Han Xiaoran for 100 years, it might not be able to catch his eye. With Chu Yang's medical skills, if he were to break into the world alone, he would either be captured or killed. It would be hopeless for him to stand out alone. So, only when the two complemented each other, could the Chu clan's strength rise like a rocket in a short period of time. It could achieve Han Xiaoran's goal. So, Han Xiaoran had made it clear that he was fully supporting the Chu clan. Chu Yang frowned and pondered. This also means that although Han Xiaoran downplayed the matter of the southeast region, it might not be so easy. Similarly, although he said it with a heavy heart, it wasn't that he lacked confidence. It was opportunity. Lack of opportunity, waiting for opportunity. Behind Tong Wuxin was one of the dominant clans, the Shi clan. Their strength was continuous and they occupied one half of the continent. How could they be easily humiliated? Han Xiaoran turned to look at Chu Yang. Seeing that Chu Yang was deep in thought and seemed to have understood something, Han Xiaoran's eyes revealed a look of approval. He knew that Chu Yang had more or less understood his meaning. You can't hide your cultivation from a martial saint. Do you understand? Han Xiaoran said lightly. Chu Yang raised his head in horror. Thank you for enlightening me. He thought, it seems that I need to cultivate the Thousand Phantom technique further. Han Xiaoran pondered for a while and said, both of you, during this period of time, do your own things well. While improving your strength, do your best to support the Chu clan and let the Chu clan grow stronger as soon as possible. The flat mountain ridge can't be monopolized by one force. It's best to unite them. He frowned slightly and said casually, what Liao family? Just ban them. Yes, Sha Xinliang and Qing Baoshan agreed at the same time. Han Xiaoran made it sound as if the two big clans were not worth mentioning. Sha Xinliang and Qing Baoshan also agreed as if it was absolutely natural. From this, it could be seen how powerful the law enforcement officers were. In this way, as long as the Chu clan can be successfully integrated in the shortest amount of time, its strength will be greatly improved. However, the unification and internal digestion after the integration is an extremely complicated matter. Little brother, do you have any good ideas? Han Xiaoran asked. That's all. Chu Yang sneered and said, how can we still have the time to use conciliatory methods to divide and influence them bit by bit? We can only use the most forceful method to unify them into a group. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. That's it. As for the future troubles, even if there will be none after the thunderous methods are integrated. I really didn't misjudge you. Little brother, you're someone who can achieve great things. Han Xiaoran smiled with relief. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Chu Yang smiled faintly. Yes, and the purple cloud pills that I've given to Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan will be in danger if they take them. At that time, we need a brilliant doctor to take care of them. We mustn't let these two guys not only fail to improve their cultivation, but also explode into minced meat. That's not worth the loss. Han Xiaoran smiled slightly. Elder brother, don't worry. Chu Yang said solemnly, with me here, as long as the purple cloud pills really have that kind of effect, I guarantee that they'll advance to the martial saint level smoothly. That's good. Han Xiaoran was relieved. Little brother, your first sentence is better than any other guarantee. Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were also relieved. The purple cloud pill was really the #1 treasure of the law enforcement hall. Back then, the third-generation Dharma Supreme was proficient in pharmacology. After thousands of years, he gathered countless rare medicines and wanted to refine the pill for his dying father to increase his cultivation and compete with heaven for his lifespan. Although he didn't succeed in the end, the prescription of this magical pill was passed down. After being modified by generations of Dharma Supreme, it was discovered that although this prescription couldn't increase one's lifespan, it could increase one's martial power. Moreover, it could increase one's cultivation by as much as 500 years. The only drawback was that the medicinal effect was too strong. Generally, after taking it, one would probably explode and die on the spot. And even if a monarch took it, there was a 100% risk of his body exploding. And once he reached the martial saint level, he wouldn't be able to use the medicinal effect to increase his cultivation. It was a magical pill, but also extremely poisonous. This pill was named the Purple Cloud Pill from then on. It became the top-secret medicine of the law enforcement hall, and was also a great means to cultivate experts. When Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan heard about the Purple Cloud Pill, they were both happy and worried. Now that they heard Chu Yang's promise, they were slightly relieved. Little brother, when Yi Wubua from the Yi clan brings over 10,000 purple crystals, the Chu clan can keep 8,000 purple crystals. Han Xiaoran added 3,000 purple crystals from the original 5,000 purple crystals. Okay, Chu Yang didn't decline and agreed directly. These 8,000 purple crystals were what the Chu clan urgently needed at the moment. Since they wanted to expand their forces, how could they do it without purple crystals? Well, the integration and development of the Chu clan will be smooth in 4 months, right? Han Xiaoran asked. Chu Yang lowered his head and frowned. The time is too short, but it should be enough. That's good. Half a year later, on the 10th day of March next year, there will be a medicine banquet in the Zhuge clan. At that time, all the outstanding pharmacists from the big clans and law enforcement officers will go. All the seniors from the Medicine Valley will also go. Even the Dharma Supreme will send an MC. Little brother, if you want to stand out and make a name for yourself, that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Han Xiaoran said solemnly. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Medicine banquet? Han Xiaoran said, yes. At that time, it will not only be a competition between pharmacists, but also to determine the new generation's #1 pharmacist. Moreover, all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs will appear one by one there. That place is equivalent to a super big market and super big auction. Everything will be hosted by the headquarters of the law enforcement officers. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, the big clans will be there with sufficient financial resources, and everyone will take what they need. So, there will be people who will make a fortune, and there will also be people who will go bankrupt. Han Xiaoran's words had a deeper meaning. This is a good opportunity. Chu Yang squinted his eyes and started to daydream. For people with superb medical skills like you, it's indeed a great opportunity. Han Xiaoran said, you must know that even if you have medical skills but no medicine, you'll be greatly discounted, especially, if you can make a name for yourself there, you'll immediately become popular. In heaven, as long as you're recognized by the Medicine Valley, you'll become the target of recruitment by the big clans. And with such a divine doctor, it'll be equivalent to having an excellent protective amulet. He smiled and looked at Chu Yang. Little brother, are you interested? Chu Yang said without hesitation, of course. I'm very interested. His voice was even a little excited. The sword spirit in Chu Yang's consciousness space was also so happy that his mouth cracked open. It seemed that a top-class banquet was about to unfold in front of him. Medicine banquet, haha, Chu Yang's tribulation sword hadn't had top-class medicine for a long time. As long as he entered that place and had enough financial resources. Then, wouldn't tribulation sword be able to eat whatever he wanted? Moreover, even if he didn't have enough financial resources, wouldn't he have Han Sharon's help? To say the least, even if he didn't have the financial resources and Han Sharon's help, wouldn't he be able to steal from tribulation sword? Damn it, if he wanted to steal from tribulation sword, who could stop him? King of Hell Chu's imagination was running wild. If you're interested, come to the southeast headquarters to find me. I'll wait for you there and give you the identity of a member of the law enforcement hall to follow me there. Han Xiaoran said. Chu Yang smiled and said, since you've already made up your mind, I'll naturally be happy to comply. Han Xiaoran smiled and said, today, we'll start to clean up the Chu clan and increase our strength. Then, your identity will definitely be exposed. So, when the time comes, not only will I provide you with an identity, I'll also change your appearance. I hope you'll be prepared early. Chu Yang said, I know. If there's a top pharmacist in the world in the Chu clan now, I'm afraid the Chu clan will disappear from this world in less than half a month. But if I use the identity of a member of the law enforcement hall, it'll be completely different. Han Xiaoran's eyes were full of admiration. Chu Yang's comprehension ability really made him admire him. Chu Yang could infer many things from one instance. So much so that he had only started to speak, and Chu Yang had already understood everything. It was really comfortable and pleasant to talk to such a person. After the medicine banquet, you'll have to gain fame. Then, with fame, you'll be able to rely on others to enter another important occasion to absorb talents. Han Xiaoran's face was solemn, and this occasion is the key. It's also the key to your future achievements. Chu Yang said, oh? Han Xiaoran said, what I'm talking about is the Heavenly Prosperity Assembly. Heavenly Tripod Assembly? Chu Yang was puzzled. Yes, the Heavenly Tripod Assembly is an assembly held once every 100 years in the Heavenly Tripod continent. It's also a chance for the martial artists in the world to reach the heavens in one step. And you, if you become the new king of medicine, then you'll have the chance to become this heavens in one step. Han Xiaoran smiled and said, if the big clans really have a conspiracy to deal with the law enforcement officers, our forces will also start to take shape at that time. Chu Yang nodded solemnly. He had vaguely heard about the Heavenly Tripod Assembly and the medicine banquet before. But he didn't know much about it. Now that he knew that it was actually these two places, he was instantly interested. To be continued, you can marry me if you want. Lu Tingyun said, love without sexual bliss won't last long. If you want a woman to belong to you forever, the first thing you have to do is to make sure she can't leave your bed. Is it really just pain? Mu Han didn't believe it and asked again. Han Jingyan nodded her head like a rattledrum. Mu Han was deeply affected by her straightforwardness. He pulled his hair and his face turned green and white. Han Jingyan looked at him in fear. She was afraid that Mu Han would pounce on her and force himself on her. To do it or not to do it? This was a question worth pondering. Looking at Han Jingyan's pitiful and aggrieved look, Mu Han was very conflicted. He was currently looking up. He was burning with desire and his heart was itching unbearably. If he stopped at this time, it would most likely leave a scar for the rest of his life. He might even be impotent forever. Han Jingyan's expression gave him the heaviest blow to his dignity as a man. As a true powerhouse, how could he not let his woman experience sexual bliss? He pulled his hair and pressed down on Han Jingyan again with a pale face. He didn't give up and asked again, you really didn't enjoy it? Han Jingyan's face was as red as a tomato. She squeezed out a voice from between her teeth, no. She was so resolute that it hurt Mu Han. How could this be? He looked at his erect little brother and then looked at Han Jingyan with an expression that said, don't even think about forcing yourself on me again. Mu Han had to admit that he was being looked down upon. Moreover, it was a question of a man's ability. He looked at Han Jingyan aggrievedly and coaxed softly, be good. Let me try again, okay? My little brother really hurts. Han Jingyan's face was burning red. After hearing his shameless words, she really wanted to tear his mouth apart. He looked at her and said, "You just said that you will love me. My little brother is really in pain. Can you bear to see it impotent forever?" Han Jingyan was embarrassed and angry. She didn't know who Muhan learned this shameless look from. She really wanted to slap this shameless pervert to death. However, she thought about it again. His willingness to coax her meant that he was in a good mood. If she really dared to slap him, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't go berserk and torture her to death. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't make up her mind. Her life had been ruined by Muhan. When he was in a good mood, she was his lover in the palm of his hand. When he was unhappy, she was a slave crawling at his feet. #blocked Han Jingyan's eyes were red as he looked at him, feeling wronged. Although Muhan's gaze was gentle, it carried the unquestionable authority of a superior. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato, making people want to take a bite. "Good girl, don't let it wait too long." He wrapped his arms around her waist and smiled fawningly. "You have to learn to adapt, right? You said you would love me, right? We are doing what is good for love. Why don't you kiss it?" He looked at her with a burning gaze and saw her face turn red as if blood was about to drip out. He felt even more aggrieved than her. Lu Tingyun's girlfriend always helps him suck on his penis. "Little Yan Yan, didn't you say you would love me? Who would ask someone else's lover like this?" Han Jingyan was so embarrassed that she couldn't raise her head. Muhan was still nagging her. She really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Did he want her to live or not? #blocked Muhan was so happy that he immediately stripped himself naked. He pressed Han Jingyan's hand to his crotch and coaxed softly. "It likes you a lot. Touch it." He had always been direct in his masturbation. In the past, those women would always faint from his violence, but they would still stick to him when they woke up. Therefore, he always thought that he was very good in this aspect. Muhan had never thought that this kind of masturbation was wrong. It was only when Han Jingyan cried out in pain and begged for mercy that he started to realize that he was a little too rough. He didn't know much about sex. Although Lu Tingyun was an expert in masturbation, he always gave him dirty tricks. He would spoof Japanese adult education films for him. Muhan learned from him. He wanted to give Han Jingyan a happy sex life, but he didn't expect that it would be so far away. It even left a shadow in Han Jingyan's heart. Han Jingyan touched Muhan as she shed tears. She didn't tell him what she was feeling, but she just couldn't stop her tears. She felt that she was really cheap. She was no different from a prostitute. #blocked Han Jingyan opened her eyes and glared at the hand that was being held tightly by Muhan. She really wanted to chop off the ugly thing that was slowly growing in her hand. She bit her lower lip. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to cry. Why didn't it let her go? #blocked he smiled coldly. Han Jingyan, this is mine. Han Jingyan shouted, "No, you said you wanted to use your hand." She blamed him angrily. Muhan shrugged and smiled. "You believe a man's words in bed? You're so silly and naive." Seeing that the moon had already set to the west, Han Xiaoran finished the wine in front of him. His body was a little shaky, and he said, "Little brother, it's not early anymore. From today onwards, your life will be stormy. It's better for you to rest early." What a surprise. Chu Yang laughed and turned his thoughts back to the Chu clan. He thought, what's the situation in the Chu clan now? Han Xiaoran stood up and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. He seemed to be a little drunk, but Chu Yang knew that he wasn't drunk. With Han Xiaoran's alcohol tolerance, he wouldn't be drunk even if there were dozens of jars of wine, let alone this much wine. But often, the words spoken when one pretended to be drunk were the true insights. Since Han Xiaoran behaved like this, there must be something important that he wanted to tell Chu Yang that was inconvenient to say when he was sober. So, Chu Yang immediately pricked up his ears. Han Xiaoran was drunk and laughed loudly. Then, he lowered his voice and leaned his whole body on Chu Yang's shoulder, as if he was too drunk to stand. Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan put their arms around each other's shoulders knowingly and whispered at one side. Han Xiaoran leaned close to Chu Yang's ear and laughed softly. He said, "Brother, there's no other choice in this world. No matter if you want to do good or do evil, you need power. And all these require power and influence. As long as you have fame, you can have influence. With influence, you can have power. Only when you have power, you can have people to rely on. That's why you have power. If you want to do good, but you don't have power, then don't talk about helping others. You don't even dare to marry a beautiful wife, because you can't protect her. Marrying a beautiful wife is just waiting to be cuckolded. If you want to do evil, but you don't have power, you can only be a model. If you have power, even if you kill someone in front of the Dharma Supreme will also turn a blind eye. Just like Yu Wubwa, isn't he evil? Haha, but today, even I can only watch him leave. Punishing him with 10,000 purple crystals is just a small gesture. Everyone, do you want face? Yu Wubwa has done too many evil deeds in his life. He should have died 100 times. Don't I want to kill him? Don't I want to catch him? But he has power behind him, the Yi clan. This is called being helpless. So what if your chest hurts from holding it in? So, little brother, in this life, you must not be helpless. Don't be as helpless as this old brother. The laws of heaven are the most sacred things. I hold them in my hands, but I don't dare to kill them. If there are scruples about the law, then what kind of law is this? If you also feel helpless, then you will feel helpless. So, entering this life, in order to not feel helpless, we have to do something, something that can make us feel less helpless. Han Xiaoran laughed. Isn't this also a kind of helplessness? He let go of Chu Yang's shoulder, and roared as he left. He laughed all the way, helpless ah, helpless ah. His body disappeared into the thick darkness of the night amidst the helpless sound of his voice. Chu Yang stood there in a daze. He pondered over the meaning of these words for a long time. Then, he slowly turned around and walked back. Before he left, he didn't say goodbye to Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan. Since Han Xiaoran told him in this way, his meaning was obvious: don't let Xia Xinliang know about it. Why don't I let him know? Chu Yang asked himself. Because Xia Xinliang doesn't have such courage, Chu Yang answered himself. Then what did he mean? Did he just say that he felt helpless? No, he told me that I have to build up my own strength and influence first. But he already said that just now. What he said just now was to build up everyone's influence. Not my influence. My influence, what is my influence? My influence is the influence that I can completely make decisions for myself. This kind of influence is different from what he said just now. Of course it's different, because this is the real backup plan that Han Xiaoran has arranged. Once everyone's influence fails, there must be a completely independent influence left. So, although Han Xiaoran has planned this operation thoroughly, he still isn't confident? Yes. So he reminded me that although he's the leader now, I can't rely on him for everything? Yes, I need to have my own plans. Rely on yourself for everything. This is the real meaning of what Han Xiaoran wanted to say. Chu Yang walked all the way back to the Chu clan silently. When Chu Yang reached home, it was almost dawn. But the Chu clan was still in a busy and sorrowful state. Chu Yang was caught by his mother, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, and interrogated. After dealing with his parents, he was called by his grandfather for another round of interrogation. Is it you? Chu Xianxia looked at his grandson blankly, and his eyes were red. Chu Yang realized that half of his grandfather's hair had turned white overnight. It has something to do with me, Chu Yang said frankly, but it wasn't me who did it. Chu Xianxia let out a long sigh and sat on the chair wearily. He waved his hand and asked Chu Yang to go back and rest. However, he seemed to have lost all his strength and didn't want to say a word. Chu Yang sighed, bowed, and turned to leave. I can guess what he's done all these years, although I don't have any evidence. I've always been suspicious. Chu Xianxia said softly when Chu Yang was about to leave the room. Chu Yang paused. But I didn't do anything, Chu Xianxia murmured. Because he's still your flesh and blood, Chu Yang said quietly. I can understand you, but I can't agree with you. And I won't agree with you. That's because you're still young, and you haven't been a father, Chu Xianxia said sadly. Maybe. Chu Yang was silent for a while, and said, but even if I'm a father, I won't allow an unfilial child to cause another obedient child to be wronged and persecuted. Chu Yang said lightly, it's good for a son to be filial, but a filial son doesn't mean that you'll allow him to be wronged indefinitely. Chu Xianxia sighed deeply, a bowl of water isn't full. But it's also because of this that the Chu clan has always been in a half-dead state, and hasn't improved for so many years. Chu Yang said, as the clan master, you're not just a father. You don't have the right to let thousands of people in the clan die for an unfilial son. After saying that, Chu Yang walked out of the door without looking back. Chu Xianxia sat beside the coffin, motionless under the oil lamp. After a long time, his tears fell silently, and he sighed, but even if I'm wrong, I'm still a father. The next day, in the morning, the Chu clan, which was busy with the funeral, welcomed a distinguished guest. The law enforcement officer of the southeast region, Han Xiaoran, entered the Chu clan in a high-profile manner. The local law enforcement hall was escorted by 80 law enforcement officers, and Commander Sha Xinliang cleared the way. The law enforcement auction hall was escorted by Clan Master Qin Baoshan, and all the members of the law enforcement bloodpayers hall were following behind. Han Xiaoran entered the Chu clan with a great momentum and shook the entire flat mountain ridge. He made an agreement with the clan master of the Chu clan, Chu Xianxia, and gave the Chu clan the right to escort goods. Then, a few law enforcement officers spread the news and issued orders to various places. They even reported to the top clan in the southeast region, the Shao clan, immediately. This was equivalent to Han Xiaoran declaring to the Shao clan, in the future, the Chu clan will be under my protection. Please let go of the Shao clan. For the sake of the law enforcement officers, please give me face. Han Xiaoran's cultivation was definitely not the highest in the southeast region. Even in the Shao clan, there were many people whose cultivation was higher than Han Xiaoran's. However, Han Xiaoran's identity was directly under the Dharma Supreme, the law enforcement officer of the southeast region. This identity was like that of a governor of the border. Who dared to disrespect him? The Chu clan had the backing of the entire southeast law enforcement officers and the Dharma Supreme. Therefore, no matter how unhappy the Shao clan was, they could only accept it for the time being. At the same time, Han Xiaoran sent out news to the elders of the Liao clan and Bao clan, as well as the temporary elders of the Shao clan, to rush to the Chu clan and announce the dominant position of the Chu clan in the flat mountain ridge. They even killed 7 elders of the Liao clan and Bao clan who dared to disagree with them. They used their blood to show their determination to bring the Liao clan and Bao clan into the Chu clan's territory. If there's any problem with the goods, both of you will be held responsible. Han Xiaoran's words completely stopped the Liao clan and Bao clan from having any devious thoughts. The ruthlessness of the law enforcement officers, Han Xiaoran's heartlessness, and the silence of the Shao clan made the Liao clan and Bao clan feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Han Xiaoran sat coldly on the high platform, full of murderous intent. Beside him, the law enforcement officers from the law enforcement hall, the law enforcement auction hall, and the law enforcement bloodpayers hall all had murderous looks in their eyes. Obviously, as long as the 2 clans dared to say no, they would be exterminated, under the threat of survival if they nodded, and death if they shook their heads. The 2 heads of the Liao clan and Bao clan could only sign this inexplicable contract with tears in their eyes. This was really a disaster that fell from the heavens. Moreover, they couldn't figure out the reason at all. Since ancient times, there had been many annexations by aristocratic clans, but it was the first time that law enforcement officers came out to help annexation. They really didn't know what kind of luck the Chu clan had to encounter such a thing that fell from the heavens. Subsequently, Han Xiaoran announced that Chu Feiling, Chu Fian and Chu Feian from the Chu clan would be the commanders of the caravan. And they were awarded the flag that represented the southeast law enforcement officer on the spot. This action showed that Han Xiaoran was trying his best to support the Chu clan. It was obvious that he was trying his best. He wanted the Liao clan and Bao clan to give up completely. Subsequently, Qin Baoshan represented the law enforcement auction hall to pay the Chu clan a deposit of 3,000 purple crystals. This made everyone's jaws drop. All along, it was the caravan that paid the law enforcement auction hall as a deposit, and after the goods arrived safely, the deposit would be returned to the law enforcement auction hall after it was confirmed that there was no mistake. But now, the law enforcement auction hall actually paid the deposit first? There was such a saying. Finally, Han Xiaoran expressed his deep condolences for the death of the second master of the Chu clan, Chu Feilong, and said, "The murderer has been found, and the law enforcement hall has punished him." The murderer is willing to pay 8,000 purple crystals as compensation to the Chu clan. To be continued. After completing the ceremony, Han Xiaoran had a cordial conversation with clan master Chu Xianxia. Then, he warned the other big clans and left hurriedly. Strange pop-up window queue. He came and went as fast as lightning. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Everyone in the Chu clan felt the same way. This was a great thing for the Chu clan. Even the sad atmosphere caused by the death of Chu Feilong's father was blown away to the greatest extent. Originally, the biggest source of income for the Chu clan in the flat mountain ridge was to compete with the other two clans for the Shao clan's trade route. As for the trade with the law enforcement hall, the Chu clan didn't even dare to think about it. That was a big cake, but the Chu clan didn't have the ability to eat it. Besides, the law enforcement officers were known to be difficult to talk to. Once there was a little mistake, even if the Chu clan lost the entire clan, it wouldn't be enough to make up for the anger of the law enforcement officers. But now, such a great thing was not only sent to the Chu clan, but also gave them preferential treatment. Not only did the Chu clan give them a source of income, but they also didn't need to bear any responsibility. How could there be such a good thing? The Liao clan and the Bao clan were completely shocked. In this case, even if they submitted to the Chu clan, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Because, it was obvious that the Chu clan had a lot of connections. It was good to lean on a big tree. Now that the Chu clan had just started to develop, there wasn't much that could be done. As long as everyone worked hard and developed, they wouldn't be mistreated, right? Their future was bright. The Chu clan immediately became busy. Master Chu Xianxia took this opportunity to integrate the three big clans. The two commanders, Chu Feiling and Chu Fian, were immediately appointed. All the experts above the 5th grade of martial emperor from the three big clans were selected to form a group of bodyguards for the caravan. Each clan sent out 3 martial monarchs, while the Chu clan sent out 4 martial monarchs. A total of 10 martial monarchs were to hold the fort. The bodyguards were ready to go on the road and start the trade. The resistance from the other 2 big clans didn't happen. Instead, they cooperated. Everything went smoothly. The Liao clan became the second hall of the Chu clan, and the Bao clan became the third. The Chu clan naturally became the headquarters. In the afternoon, Qin Baoshan from the law enforcement auction hall sent a message. There was a mission. Chu Feiling and Chu Fian immediately set off on their journey to strengthen the Chu clan. The Chu clan's funeral was also hastily handled. Although the situation was still solemn, it wasn't considered a big occasion. This was because old Master Chu was still alive. Chu Feilong's father would at most die a premature death. It wouldn't be a major funeral. This was the custom of the Chong Tian. Everything was carried out in secret. Everything was simple and fast. Divine Dr. Chu looked and listened for a while, and finally realized that even if he wasn't here, it didn't seem to matter. Actually, it was like he had hunted a rabbit on the night of the 35th day of the Lunar New Year. With or without him, he would still celebrate the Lunar New Year. So, Divine Dr. Chu wanted to slip away. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Chu Yang quietly started to move. After taking a few steps, he was grabbed by a pair of small hands. "Take me back too." It was Chu Lu-er. The little girl was very tired. Because Chu Lu-er insisted on following him, and she was so tired that she couldn't walk, Chu Yang could only carry this little girl on his back. How pitiful. Divine Dr. Chu sighed in his heart. Even if I'm in the law enforcement hall, I have a special carriage to sit in. But in my own home, I don't even have such treatment. Just as he left the Chu clan's gate, he saw a few black-clothed people standing in front of the gate. Behind him, there was a person who was looking at Chu Yang with unfriendly eyes. Chu Yang frowned. These 7 people were from the Shao clan's Flat Mountain Ridge branch. The first person to enter was the temporary host of the Shao clan. He was still inside just now. Why did he suddenly appear here? Looking at the situation, it seemed that the host was specially here to block him. "You're Chu Yang? The master of the purple crystals Huichun Hall?" The first person looked at Chu Yang with gloomy eyes and a hooked nose. He looked at Chu Yang with some disdain and asked lightly, "What do you want from the Shao clan?" Chu Yang, who was carrying Chu Lu-er, didn't put her down. He curled his lips and replied lightly, "You're rude to me, so how can I be respectful to you?" Xiao clan? So what? Wasn't Xiao Yulong crippled by me? Xiao Yulong fell into your trap. Not only did he die tragically, but he also compensated you with a large sum of purple crystals? The hooked nose asked heavily. That's the punishment of the law enforcement officers. It has nothing to do with me. Chu Yang pushed the blame away cleanly. The hooked nose snorted coldly. His face was covered with a layer of frost. You think that you can do whatever you want with the law enforcement officers backing you up? Chu Yang sneered and said, You're right. If all the law enforcement officers in the world are backing me up, then I really have nothing to fear. The hooked nose was so angry that he couldn't say anything. He snorted heavily and said, I'm Xiao Yuqing. Chu Yang said weakly, I've heard a lot about you. Xiao Yulong is my younger cousin. Xiao Yuqing looked at Chu Yang with his eagle-like eyes and said heavily, Not only did he die for no reason, but he also died too unjustly. Chu Yang sighed and said, All the people who die say this. Xiao Yuqing sneered. He lowered his voice and said, Grand Duke Chu, you'll say this very soon. You dare to blackmail my Xiao clan. You've got guts. Chu Yang said impatiently, Do you dare to kill me today? Xiao Yulong said angrily, Do you think I don't dare? Chu Yang sighed and walked over with Chu Le on his back. He stretched out his hand and pushed Xiao Yuqing to one side. He walked past Xiao Yuqing and scolded, There's always such a group of idiots in the world. They obviously don't dare to, but they still say that they dare to. They're just flaunting their authority with their mouths. I've seen a lot of such idiots. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Cut the crap. To think that I thought that someone with some backbone had come. I didn't expect that I've wasted half a day's worth of saliva. Just now, when the law enforcement master was here, I didn't see this guy being so awesome. When Sha Xinliang and the other law enforcement officers were here, this guy also didn't dare to fart. But now, he's blocking me. He really knows how to bully others. Tomorrow, I'll catch a rat and scold him. Isn't he just bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Who doesn't know how to do that? As he scolded, he carried Chu Le and walked away. Xiao Yuqing was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. He glared at Chu Yang as he walked away with Chu Le on his back. After a long time, he finally started to pant. The other law enforcement officers also turned purple with anger. Chu Yang, when you land in my hands, I'll make you pay 1,000 times the price for what you said today. Xiao Yuqing panted. Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because you've curried favor with the law enforcement officers. He thought that Chu Yang wouldn't be able to hear him because he didn't have any cultivation. But he didn't expect that Chu Yang could hear every word clearly. In front of him, Chu Le's crisp laughter could be heard. Brother Chu Yang, your words are really hooligan. But I like it. Hee hee, Xiao Yuqing's face became distorted. Chu Yang said faintly, you must remember that it's okay to scold such a cowardly person. You can even scold his own mother, yes, yes. Big brother, you're so awesome. I'll remember it. That person doesn't dare to say a word after being scolded by you. But it's better that big brother doesn't scold his mother. That's not good, yes, Lu is a good girl. She's soft-hearted. I like Gaga. Yes, I won't scold his mother in the future, yes, big brother is so nice. You can just scold his father. The voices of the brother and sister faded away. The 7 members of the Xiao clan stood there in a daze. Murderous aura was emanating from Chu Yang's body. His face was distorted and smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Chu Yang didn't intend to speak nicely at all. He understood very well, since the Xiao clan had specially sent Xiao Yulong's cousin here to preside over this matter, then the meaning of this was obvious. One could even guess it with their knees. Since this matter couldn't be avoided or resolved no matter what, why should I swallow this insult? So, he took advantage of the fact that Xiao Yuqing was at the gate of the Chu clan. Moreover, Han Xiaoran had just supported him. He was sure that Xiao Yuqing wouldn't dare to lay his hands on him. So, he scolded him fiercely. Even if he still had to kill him in the end, this scolding still made him happy. The little girl's body was very light. But King of Hell Chu didn't use his cultivation, and only used his physical strength to carry her. In the end, it felt like he was carrying a small mountain. When Chu Yang returned to the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall, he couldn't even lift his legs. When he finally arrived at the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall, he saw that Huang Xiaoliu was angrily refusing to drink the medicine. Seeing that Divine Dr. Chu wasn't around, Huang Xiaoliu finally started to make trouble. Chu Yang was very angry. He shouted, "Get lost if you don't want to drink it. Why do you have so many bad habits?" Huang Xiaoliu's whole body trembled as if he had heard thunder. His face turned pale, and he drank the medicine obediently. Now, when Huang Xiaoliu saw Chu Yang, it was as if he had seen the incarnation of a devil. He felt an indescribable fear. Then, he ran to the corner of the wall with a bitter face. He slanted his nose and mouth, and the corners of his mouth opened slightly. A line of bright saliva could be seen flowing down from the corner of his mouth. Drip, 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 drip. It was the bitter water that flowed out from the physiological reaction of his mouth. This kind of bitter water, no matter if it was too sour or too bitter, would flow out. Huang Xiaoliu couldn't vomit, but he realized that this could slightly reduce the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. So, every time he drank the medicine, he would lean against the corner of the wall and drool by himself. Huang Xiaoliu had been drinking the medicine for 3 days. In these 3 days, Huang Xiaoliu felt that he had already spent 3 years. No, it was 30 years. Every day, Huang Xiaoliu would feel full after drinking a bowl of yellowish medicinal soup. Even if he wasn't full, he would feel full from the disgust. It's like shit. Is this still a day? On the 4th day, the people from the Huang clan came back. Chu Yang still underestimated how much the Huang clan valued this only son. Not only did they bring back all the medicines that Chu Yang needed for the so-called second course of treatment, but they also brought back extremely detailed information. Not only that, the clan master of the Huang clan also came personally. He even brought along Huang Xiaoliu's mother, his 4 concubines, and Huang Xiaoliu's 2 wives. And a large number of experts to protect them. Such a huge lineup made Divine Dr. Chu dumbfounded. To be continued. When the few husbands saw Huang Xiaoliu, they immediately called him darling. They surrounded him and asked him questions. Huang Xiaoliu was at the most uncomfortable moment in his life. When he saw his wife, he immediately burst into tears and rolled on the ground, as if he had suffered some grievances. He cried and complained, causing the other husbands to tear up. Some of them couldn't help but look at Chu Yang with an unfriendly look in their eyes. In fact, some of them were gnashing their teeth. Chu Yang finally understood how this playboy came about. It seems that Huang Xiaoliu is treated like a treasure at home. Who dares to reprimand him? Huang Gong's 2 wives stood timidly at one side. They seemed to be a little embarrassed, and their faces were red. Divine Dr. Chu looked over and saw that Huang Xiaoliu's 2 wives were beautiful. Although they weren't exceedingly beautiful, they had graceful figures and were very elegant. Although they were dressed as young women, they were obviously still virgins from their figures and faces. There was a little bitterness in their eyes. When Huang Gong saw his wives, he immediately felt guilty. He didn't even cry anymore. He rubbed his hands, smiled embarrassedly, and occasionally sighed secretly. Helpless. Divine Dr. Chu suddenly had a deep realization. The biggest helplessness in life wasn't that he couldn't earn money or gather strength. It was that he couldn't do anything despite having 2 beautiful wives by his side. Chu Yang really sympathized with Huang Xiaoliu at this moment. Under such circumstances, he actually persisted for so long and didn't commit suicide. Huang Gong's endurance was also one of the best in the world. How many worries could one have in life? He was just like Huang Xiaoliu, who had beautiful wives. If Huang Gong went to the brothel, he would be even more worried. This time, Clan Master Huang even specially brought a pharmaceutical master to study Huang Xiaoliu's condition with Divine Dr. Chu. The pharmaceutical master's surname was also Huang, and his name was Huang Yaoshi. Huang Yaoshi was studying the medicinal decoction made by Divine Dr. Chu for a long time. Finally, he whispered to Clan Master Huang, "This medicinal decoction is the first one I've seen in my life. And it has a mysterious power. It seems that it's very beneficial to men." It seems that Divine Dr. Chu is helping Huang Gong to strengthen his foundation. Clan Master Huang instantly beamed with joy and felt relieved. Clan Master Huang was thin, like a twin. When he saw Chu Yang, he sighed, cupped his hands and laughed heartily. "Divine Dr. Chu? Ha ha ha. Thank you for taking care of me. I've troubled you during this period. Xianxia smiled and said, Clan Master Huang is too polite. He thought, this Clan Master Huang is much smaller than my son. My name is Huang Shang. Hee, I am the current head of the Huang family. The head of the Huang family revealed his name. Divine Dr. Chu's body shook, and he almost kowtowed, Your Majesty? Huang, noble, Shang. Huang family head had seen this kind of expression many times. He didn't know how many people had misunderstood this name, so he didn't care at all. He said, It's not the emperor who entered the imperial court. Huang, clan master, Huang's clan master Huang clan, Divine Dr. Chu, you don't have to be so polite. Besides worrying about my son, I also want to ask you a question. Huang Shang squeezed out a smile on his thin face and said in a low voice, Divine Dr. Chu, how confident are you in curing my son's illness? Without waiting for Chu Yang to answer, Huang Shang added, to restore him to a normal man, that kind of, that kind of power? Chu Yang pondered, and said, but how confident is the Huang clan to find those few key medicines? Huang Shang stroked his beard and said, I've inquired about those few medicines through the law enforcement hall and asked the 5 big clans one after another. Finally, I've got their whereabouts. Our Huang clan has the poisonous stinging iron cucumber. As for the absolute vine, we have 3 stalks in the Medicine Valley, lifeless death water is stored in the Ling clan. And, the life pangolin is in the Zhuge clan. As long as Divine Dr. Chu says that you're confident, I'll immediately send 200,000 purple crystals to the Medicine Valley, the Zhuge clan and the Ling clan. I'll buy the medicines back at all costs. Chu Yang's heart shook. He thought, damn it, there's no comparison between the two. I'm so worried about the 30,000 purple crystals that I don't even know how to spend them. But this clan. Master Huang actually offered 200,000 purple crystals. He's indeed extremely rich. But he's also extremely concerned about his son. Chu Yang smiled and said, as long as Clan Master Huang can get these few medicines, I can guarantee that once you get the medicines today, you'll be able to return to normal tomorrow. Not only that, but your ability will even surpass Chang Jin. Good. Huang Shang clapped his hands and his face flushed red. He said, are you serious? I'm not lying. Chu Yang smiled slightly, if I've lied to Clan Master Huang. Then, our Chu clan doesn't seem to be a match for the Huang clan, Chu Yang made a joke. Huang Shang laughed and said, the Chu clan now is also gradually rising. Even I admire the Chu clan from the bottom of my heart for being so resourceful. Clan Master Huang, you're too kind, Chu Yang smiled reservedly. Huang Shang put down one of his worries and walked out to whisper to a few of his men. Instantly, the few men's faces were full of joy. Then, Huang Shang issued a series of orders, at all costs, with the fastest speed, with the shortest distance, with, no matter what, you must get the medicines. Immediately, a large number of attendants rushed out and rode away. After everything was arranged properly, Huang Shang came in with a face full of joy. Divine Dr. Chu, this poison is really caused by the art of severing grandchildren, right? Chu Yang was surprised and displeased. Do you think that I've seen wrongly? Huang Shang laughed and rubbed his hands. Then, he thought of something and his face turned gloomy. He said, to be honest, Divine Dr. Chu, these few days, after receiving the news, I've immediately investigated the life of the art of severing descendants. Sa Wufei. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and pretended that he didn't take it to heart. He said, oh? In fact, he had pricked up his ears and paid full attention to it. Back then, Sa Wufei ran amok in Chongtian and did all kinds of evil deeds. No one knew how many descendants he had killed. Finally, he aroused public anger. 2 big clans sent their men to cooperate with the blood payers of the world to encircle and annihilate him. Huang Shang said. Which 2 clans? Chu Yang asked casually. One of them is the number 1 dominant clan in Chongtian, the Yi clan. At that time, Yi Di, the number 1 expert of the younger generation of the Yi clan, was dispatched. He was also the ancestor of the Yi clan, a supreme martial artist. Now, no one knows if he's still in the world. When Huang Shang said the name Yi Di, his tone was full of respect. Yi Di. Chu Yang muttered to himself and remembered this name. And the other clan is the Xiao clan. Xiaoxia, the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Xiao clan, was dispatched as well. And when Xiaoxia became a martial saint later on, he mysteriously disappeared. That was 7,100 years ago. Huang Shang said slowly. And as far as I know, Sa Wufei was first severely injured by Yi Di and escaped with his injuries. Then, he was killed by Xiaoxia. Huang Shang's voice was heavy. Qu Yang pondered and said, in other words, the one who killed Sa Wufei was Xiaoxia. And the first one to get Sa Wufei's corpse was also Xiaoxia. Exactly. Huang Shang nodded heavily. Qu Yang was silent. He knew that there were many things that Huang Shang needed to deduce by himself. If he said it, it would not have that effect. If that's the case, then Xiaoxia got Sa Wufei's art of severing descendants. Huang Shang said seriously. In these 7,000 years, the Xiao clan must have had many people practicing it. Ever since the rise of our Huang clan, the Xiao clan didn't pay much attention to us at first. That was until our Huang clan produced a brilliant Huang Feng. Huang Feng's ancestor was a peerless genius, and he unintentionally saved an important item of the Yi clan. They became sworn brothers and helped each other out. So, things got out of hand. The Huang clan slowly grew. From a small clan, it developed into a huge clan in 300 years. Later on, the Huang clan's descendants also lived up to expectations. Generation after generation, the clan became more and more prosperous. Until 400 years ago, the Huang clan suddenly began to decline. Once the important members of the clan left, there would be no news about them. They would disappear without a trace. Moreover, the number of younger brothers in the clan was also very small. Later on, it was found that it was a small clan that poisoned them. Since then, it was peaceful for a few years. In the recent 200 years, things got worse. Several members of the Huang clan successively contracted this unspeakable disease, resulting in no descendants. There were also some who were mysteriously killed. In my generation, it was even worse. Of my 4 sons, 3 died in accidents one after another. The last one actually also. Huang Shang sighed, his eyes filled with intense hatred. I suspected the Xiao clan more than once, but I never had any evidence. Today, I finally understood. The origin of everything is in the hands of this art of severing descendants. The Xiao clan schemes are truly deep and vicious. As long as the Huang clan's bloodline is cut off, the Huang clan will collapse without a fight. Moreover, such a slow decline won't attract any attention. It's more beneficial for them to gather the strength of the Huang clan after its decline. Huang Shang gritted his teeth, the Xiao clan wants to cut off our Huang clan's bloodline. So, Clan Master Huang has already confirmed it, Qu Yang said lightly. Yes. Since that's the case, Clan Master Huang's visit today has brought me a lot of trouble. Qu Yang sighed. Trouble is destined, Huang Shang sighed. When Divine Dr. Chu took over Xiao Lu, trouble was destined. Qu Yang let out an "oh" sound. Then, he looked at him meaningfully and said, this sentence is not bad. Huang Shang's eyebrows were filled with ruthlessness. He said, since the Xiao clan can lay their hands on our Huang clan without any reason, why can't our Huang clan lay our hands on them? To be continued, Qu Yang laughed, Clan Master Huang, whether it's the Xiao clan or you who's attacking the Xiao clan, this is your Huang clan's matter. Qu Yang's laughter was a little cold. Web, yes, I've said too much. Huang Shang suddenly realized. He smiled and said, but, I still have something to trouble Divine Dr. Chu. Once the battle starts, there will be casualties. By then, I'll need Divine Dr. Chu's help. Qu Yang said lightly, when I practice medicine, I only recognize purple crystals, not people. As long as your Huang clan can pay enough purple crystals, I'll be able to bring you back to life. But if you don't have purple crystals, I can't help. He rolled his eyes and said, this is my principle. Clan Master Huang, please fulfill my request. It has nothing to do with friendship, or hatred. Just now, Qu Yang suddenly felt suffocated. The meaning of this Clan Master Huang was very obvious, and he didn't even try to hide it. I've come here with great fanfare, and the Xiao clan must know. It's impossible for you to keep a secret and get away from this matter. So, you're already in my muddy water. So, it means that you're already on my boat. So, if our Huang clan has any requests, such as treating injuries, you can't just stand by and watch. Once our Huang clan is destroyed, you won't have a good ending. That was why he said, trouble is destined. But it was this sentence that expressed his current thoughts. How could King of Hell Chu feel good about this? Damn it, I've always been scheming against others, but someone's scheming against me. Besides, what did he mean by trouble is destined? What kind of logic is this? I've always been leisurely here to treat illnesses and earn purple crystals. Where did trouble come from? If your son didn't come, why would I have trouble? Now, not only did you send trouble to me, but you even magnified it. Not only magnified it, but you even want to make use of me? Therefore, King of Hell Chu didn't like this Huang clan's lord in his heart once he realized this. Huang Shang said a little embarrassedly, of course. Divine Dr. Chu's loss must be compensated. He knew that his words had touched the sensitive nerves of this divine doctor. He couldn't hide his thoughts from him, so he was a little embarrassed. Marshal Yin Yang knew Chapter Chu Yang said, since that's the case, Clan Master Huang has taken out 200,000 purple crystals at once for your son's sake. Let's make up for the loss of my little shop first. Let's just make up for 1 month's worth. If the Huang family still hasn't sent the spiritual herbs a month later, we'll count it again. Huang Shang said straightforwardly, of course, but how many are there? Chu Yang stretched out 2 fingers. 2,000 purple crystals? Although Huang Shang felt that this number was rather large, he still smiled and said, no problem. That won't be a problem. No, it's 20,000. Purple crystals. Chu Yang looked at him coldly. 20,000. The head of the Huang family shouted. This is only a loss. You haven't said that it's the medical expenses. Chu Yang said indifferently, I refuse to bargain. If Patriarch Huang thinks it's too expensive, you can take your son and leave. The medicine you took before is a gift from me. You're too kind, Divine Dr. Chu. Although Huang Shang was the clan master of a big clan, he really didn't dare to be disrespectful to Chu Yang. He had just arrived here when he heard that the law enforcement master of the southeast region, Han Xiaoran, had personally gone to the Chu clan to show his support. How could Huang Shang not have any scruples? Now that the Xiao clan's matter was urgent, it wasn't good to complicate matters. His son and the inheritance of a big clan were still in Chu Yang's hands. He also couldn't offend Chu Yang. Of course, if it weren't for the first 2 conditions, Clan Master Huang would have already brought Divine Dr. Chu back. Would Chu Yang even have the chance to bargain with him? Isn't it just 20,000 purple crystals? And it's Divine Dr. Chu's loss because of our Huang clan. It's only right that we compensate you. Huang Shang squinted his eyes and smiled. Now that the compensation is settled, let's talk about the medical expenses. Chu Yang smiled. His smile was pure. But Huang Shang was very careful. Divine Dr. Chu, you can say it. Until your son recovers, it'll probably cost 20,000 purple crystals. Chu Yang said generously, the specific amount should be 23,000 purple crystals, but I don't want the 3,000 purple crystals. Since we're so familiar with each other, I'm also embarrassed to ask for more. He chuckled and said, but I'm also embarrassed to ask for less. Patriarch Huang is willing to take out 200,000 purple crystals just for 3 stalks of poison without a frown. If I ask for less, it would be an insult to Patriarch Huang. Now that we're so familiar with each other, how can I insult you? Divine Dr. Chu smiled kindly. I feel that such a price is neither too much nor too little. Clan Master Huang, Clan Master Huang? You. What's wrong? Huang Shang lowered his head and coughed for a while. After a long time, he raised his head and said, cough, cough, cough. Yes, neither too much nor too little. 20,000 purple crystals. Just right, cough, cough, haha, just right. He was extremely depressed. You might as well insult me. Please come and insult me. Well, it's great that Clan Master Huang doesn't have any objections. Chu Yang smiled. Huang Shang was depressed. Who said that I don't have any objections? I just didn't say, Chu Yang said sincerely, Clan Master Huang, although we're familiar with each other, I rely on this to make a living. It's better to make some things clear in advance, lest there's a dispute later on. If that happens, I'll be very embarrassed. Huang Shang instinctively felt that something was wrong. He stammered, "What is it?" Qiyang smiled embarrassedly, rubbed his hands and said shyly, "It's when your son recovers completely, what price does Clan Master Huang intend to use to thank me?" Huang Shang was surprised. Even a sly old fox like Huang Shang also felt a little uncomfortable when this sentence was said so bluntly. Of course, in today's eyes, this matter is very normal. But at that time, Qiyang still felt a little embarrassed to cover up this matter. At that time, even if you went to the brothel, you still had to listen to music first, Qiyang said excitedly. You see, once Duke Huang's injuries are healed, the Huang clan's grandchildren will be multiplied immediately. Ha ha ha. Besides, after Duke Huang has undergone my divine treatment, his ability will definitely surpass that of ordinary people by many times. Clan Master Huang, the day when you can enjoy your grandchildren to the fullest is just around the corner. This is something that's worth looking forward to and celebrating. Then, for a great contributor like me, I think Clan Master Huang won't be stingy, right? Divine Dr. Chu asked expectantly. Huang Shang only felt a little bitter in his mouth, as if the family business that his ancestors had accumulated for generations was about to grow wings and fly away at this moment. He gritted his teeth, frowned, stamped his feet and said, "At that time, I'll add another 20,000 purple crystals for Divine Dr. Chu, 20,000? Chu Yang dragged his voice with dissatisfaction, 20,000. Ha 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 ha, 25,000. Huang Shang said painfully. Clan Master Huang still doesn't pay much attention to the bloodline inheritance. Chu Yang sighed, there are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants is the worst, 30,000. Veins on Huang Shang's forehead bulged. Deal. Divine Dr. Chu snapped his fingers and smiled like a flower. Clan Master Huang, please take a seat. I'll let them serve tea. Huang Shang was like a deflated ball. He sat on the chair and wrinkled his face. This Divine Dr. Chu is a greedy ghost. He wants money as if he's peeling off someone's skin. Oh, yes, Divine Dr. Chu turned back again and asked for confirmation. The 30,000 that Clan Master Huang said is purple crystals, right? Huang Shang roared angrily, do you think I'll give you silver? That's good, that's good. Qiyang breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Shang rolled his eyelids, exhaled and closed his eyes. He didn't even want to look at this divine doctor now. Even if you have something, you shouldn't be sick. Even if you don't have something, you shouldn't be poor. Clan Master Huang now had a deeper understanding of this sentence. If you're sick, all your family's assets will be at the disposal of the doctors. With such a black-hearted mental cultivation method, how many families' assets can't be emptied out? Huang Shang secretly made up his mind. When dealing with the Shao clan, I'll snatch as much as I can. I'll try my best to recoup my losses first, but he didn't know that the reason why he paid such a high price was because he had offended Chu Yang. He shouldn't have schemed so much against Chu Yang. What Chu Yang hated the most was being schemed against and used by others. Huang Shang had touched his reverse scale. How could he not be ruthlessly slaughtered by him with his lion's mouth wide open? Of course, if Huang Shang knew the whole story of this matter, and knew that he had taken out 70,000 purple crystals for something that could be settled with 10,000 purple crystals, he would probably have the heart to pull out his own tongue. That night, Huang Shang brought his men to stay at the inn nearby. 2 martial saints were left to protect Huang Xiaoliu. Huang Xiaoliu was tormented by Divine Dr. Chu's medicine, and he fell asleep very early. In the middle of the night, the stars were dim. In Chu Yang's room, Chu Yang was dressed in black and sat in front of the bed. He took out a grass figurine that was about the size of a human from the tribulation space and put it under the quilt. After covering the quilt, he took out a strange object with holes in it. One end was thick while the other was thin. He gently placed it under the window and held his breath. A gentle breeze blew in from the window. Chu Yang adjusted the direction of the strange object. When he showed a satisfied smile on his face, there was suddenly a light breathing sound in the room. It was like the most natural breathing sound of a person sleeping soundly. But Chu Yang had already held his breath. Where did this breathing sound come from? It turned out to be the strange object that Chu Yang placed by the window. This object was dug out from the memory of the first tribulation sword master, and Chu Yang made it with great care. It was an excellent item to deceive others. It was called someone in the room. This object could adjust the best effect of sleeping and breathing according to the direction of the wind, and let others know that someone was sleeping soundly in the room. It seemed inconspicuous, but in the martial world, this object was very useful. The most important thing was that it didn't cost much to make this object. As long as one knew the method, one could make it with any stone. Chu Yang was especially interested in it. So, he made this object at the first moment, and it came in handy now. Everything was arranged properly. Chu Yang's divine sense sank into his consciousness space and asked, "Sword Spirit, are you ready?" 100 votes. The Sword Spirit smiled gently, and his smile was full of killing intent. He said, "Do we really want to kill them?" Chu Yang smiled coldly, "Not only do we want to kill them, we want to kill them to our heart's content." The Sword Spirit said, "Since that's the case, then let's have a great massacre." Chu Yang chuckled. Net 7 by 24 hours of non-stop novel updates. Sword Spirit, this time, you must remember that our mission is like this. The Sword Spirit nodded deeply, "Don't worry. It's absolutely foolproof." A black shadow floated out of the opened window like a black cloud. It spun with the wind and soared into the sky. It flashed in the air and disappeared without a trace. In the side room, the two martial saints of the Huang clan were meditating. One of them suddenly opened his eyes and frowned, saying, "There's movement." The next moment, the two of them had already reached the courtyard silently. With a flash of their figures, one of them had already flown up to the roof like a gust of wind. Looking into the distance, they saw that the surroundings were silent. There were only the stars and the bright moon in the sky. "There's no one," the person on the roof said softly. "Strange." The person below frowned. Then, the two of them stopped talking at the same time and listened to the movements in each room. In Chu Lu'er's room, Chu Lu'er's soft breathing could be heard. Even though this little girl was asleep, her breathing was still soft and weak. In Huang Xiaoyou's room, Huang Gongjing was sleeping with his limbs spread out. His snoring sounds could be heard, and he would occasionally whistle and grind his teeth. In Chu Yang's room, a soft breathing sound could be heard continuously, indicating that the owner of this sound was asleep, and he was sleeping peacefully. There's really nothing unusual. The two saint-level experts looked at each other before they entered the room. After a while, the two of them flew out from two different directions at the same time. They circled around the purple crystal's Huichun Hall once before they climbed up and looked around. They still didn't see anything unusual. Net 7 by 24 hours of non-stop novel updates. Their vigilance and experience in the martial world were undoubtedly revealed in these two operations. But they still didn't discover anything. They couldn't help but be amazed. It's really strange. There's obviously that bleak and sharp aura fluctuation of the vicissitudes of life. Why is there nothing unusual? One of them frowned in bewilderment. That's true. You're not the only one who felt that aura. Even I felt it. If an expert came, then this person's cultivation is definitely above ours. It's just that invincible loneliness that disturbed us. Could it be that he's just passing by? The other person was also puzzled. That can't be. How could such an expert pass by so late at night? The saint-level expert who spoke earlier muttered in a low voice. It's really strange that I've encountered such an inexplicable thing on my first night here. That divine Dr. Chu has been staying here every day, but he's used to it, that guy. I reckon he won't wake up even if there's a thunderstorm on a sunny day. Look at how he's sleeping so soundly. I wonder what kind of good dreams he's having." The two of them shook their heads as they walked into the room. That night, the two of them were even more vigilant, not daring to close their eyes. However, he didn't find anything. What they didn't know was that the abnormal aura that had aroused their vigilance was already dozens of kilometers away. Xiao family branch. Ever since Xiao Yuqing came back from the Chu clan, he looked like a toad who was about to explode from anger. His mouth and eyes were crooked. He had just taken up the position and was thinking of ways to establish his authority in the flat mountain ridge. In the end, not only did he fail to establish his authority, he was also slapped in the face. Until now, Xiao Yuqing's face was still burning from Chu Yang's abuse. He had lost all his face in front of his subordinates. However, the situation at that time was special, and he really couldn't flare up or take action. He had to suffer in silence. Xiao Yulong kicked down the doors of more than 10 houses on the way. After he came back, he drank a few cups of wine to drown his sorrows, and his chest felt even more stifled. Marshal Yinyang at the side, the faces of the 8 emperor-level experts were all ugly. Among these 8 people, 4 were brought by Xiao Yuqing, and the other 4 were the remaining 4 people after Xiao Yulong's incident. This is intolerable. Xiao Yuqing drank another cup of wine, picked up a piece of fragrant fox's buttocks, and bit on it fiercely. Ordinary people liked to eat meat from other places, but Xiao Yuqing had a weird fetish. No matter if it was pork, chicken, or mutton, he liked to eat buttocks. Fragrant fox was a delicacy, but the buttocks of fragrant fox were also more disgusting. As everyone knew, all foxes had a stink gland in their bodies. Yes, the stink gland of fragrant fox was in their buttocks. Naturally, the meat from other places was delicious, but the buttocks meat, not to mention having a strange smell, even if there wasn't, it would really make people suspicious. But Xiao Yuqing still liked to eat buttocks. And he chewed loudly. The 8 subordinates could only accompany him to eat. In fact, they just watched him eat. You're just a kid. How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you disregard me, Xiao Yuqing? Xiao Yuqing's face was ferocious, and he bit on the buttocks of fragrant fox with big mouthfuls. He didn't forget to scold. I, Xiao Yuqing, will definitely take revenge for this humiliation. He ate the buttocks in big mouthfuls. This little bastard, just because he has the support of the law enforcement officers, he actually dares to be so lawless. He ate the buttocks in big mouthfuls. I will definitely take revenge for Xiao Yulong. Xiao Yulong can't die in vain. He ate the buttocks. In big mouthfuls, little bastard. Xiao Yuqing was obviously a little crazy, and he tore the buttocks of fragrant fox crazily and chewed with big mouthfuls. His eyes were ferocious. The 8 martial emperors sat there like wooden blocks. The 8 of them had never seen Xiao Yuqing in a rage before, and they didn't expect that Xiao Yulong would vent his anger in such a way. Looking at the table full of pig buttocks, chicken buttocks, duck buttocks, sheep buttocks, cow buttocks, fragrant fox buttocks, the 8 of them felt that their throats were twitching. At the beginning, they could still scold along with Xiao Yuqing, but now, their anger had been completely dispersed by this clan leader Zhao's crazy act of eating the buttocks. Everyone's throats seemed to be swallowing something. Don't you think this is infuriating? Xiao Yuqing raised his head and drank a cup of wine. He threw away the fragrant fox buttocks in his hand, grabbed a big piece of duck buttocks, and bit into it. Just at this moment, a sharp scream suddenly resounded through the sky. Along with this scream, the entire Xiao clan's branch hall was in chaos. Xiao Yuqing was still in a daze, but the 8 martial experts had already rushed out of the hall. At this moment, the 8 of them even had the feeling of finally being free. Damn it, it's better to go out and fight with the enemy than to stay here and watch this guy eat buttocks crazily. I really don't understand, what's so good about this buttocks? I don't know if this guy eats human buttocks or not. He's a branch of the Xiao clan, but he actually has such a weird fetish. I've heard of people who lack maternal love and like women's breasts, but I've never heard of people who lack love for buttocks since childhood. It's really disgusting, Xiao Yulong shouted and threw down the duck buttocks. He strode out of the hall and shouted, "Why are you shouting in the middle of the night?" But the next moment, he shut his mouth. He saw a ghostly black shadow coming in from the direction of the gate. His movements were neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. The sword in his hand was shining brilliantly. Even when this black-robed man saw the Xiao clan's martial artists coming out with all their might, he would even wait for a while. Behind him, there were corpses lying in a mess. There were already 40 to 50 corpses. Everyone was either stabbed in the throat or the chest. Fresh blood flowed silently on the ground in the dark night and gathered into a pool of blood at the gate. This black-robed man walked slowly towards the pool of blood and corpses. Hundreds of Xiao clan's martial artists rushed up like a tide and attacked ferociously, but they actually couldn't stop this man's footsteps. He actually stopped and waited for someone to come up and die. "Who are you?" Xiao Yuqing shouted hoarsely. The black-robed masked man actually raised his head calmly and looked at Xiao Yuqing, who was on the steps, with a deep look. This look seemed to have cut through time and space and connected with the ancient times. On the steps, everyone, including Xiao Yuqing, felt a bleak, cold and lonely aura, which seemed to have hit their hearts hard. Everyone felt a sense of loneliness that made them want to cry at the same time. At this moment, this peculiar mental stirring made him forget his fear and rage. They were actually stunned for a while, and their spirits seemed to have stopped at this moment, but also seemed to have entered a wonderful state. Then, they heard a series of screams again. Everyone was shocked at the same time. What kind of magical skill is this? What kind of cultivation is this? It was a mess. The black-robed man laughed loudly and said lightly, "It's time to have a good talk with you." Suddenly, his black robe rose gradually, and a dense sword light spread out like the halo of the bright moon in the sky. Slowly, it drew out a big circle with a radius of 500 feet. The Shao clan's martial artists who were attacking from all directions froze at the same time. They didn't move at all. The black-robed man smiled and walked towards the steps with ease. After he took 10 steps, there was a bang behind him, and the remaining 100 martial artists fell to the ground at the same time. The power of his sword actually killed more than 100 martial artists at the same time. Everyone was in the same position. Everyone's lower body was still upright, but their upper body flew out and fell neatly in front of their own feet. Even the direction in which the blood was splattered was actually the same. Even if they had rehearsed it thousands of times, they would definitely not be able to do it so neatly. The black-robed man walked for another 10 steps, and suddenly sighed, "Why are you still standing when you're all dead?" As his voice sounded, there was a bang behind him, and the lower bodies of the 100 martial artists fell down at the same time, in a pool of blood. The black-robed man raised his head and looked at the person on the steps. He smiled lightly and said, "Don't go, don't be anxious, I'll be there soon. 200 votes and more. Who exactly are you? What deep hatred does our Shao clan have with you? How dare you be so vicious?" Xianxia's teeth chattered as he spoke. Being in the pugilistic world, everyone had seen a lot of battles and killings. Killing people while gnashing their teeth wasn't scary at all, but it was rare to see someone like this man in black, whose eyes were calm from beginning to end and whose voice was as gentle as usual, as if he was attending a banquet instead of a massacre. Not only Xianxia was scared, everyone was scared. This man's cold-bloodedness wasn't cruelty. Instead, it had a kind of strange freedom, as if he had seen through life and seen through the essence of life. So vicious? This man in black seemed to smile. Strangely, he was wearing a mask, but everyone clearly felt that he was smiling at this moment. "Is it vicious?" the man in black asked softly. As he spoke, he moved forward. His sleeves fluttered and he said, "Compared to your Shao clan's way of making people die without descendants, my method is really too gentle." As he spoke, he had already walked to within 100 feet. Suddenly, he frowned and said softly, "You're standing too high. I'm not used to looking up and talking like this." Then, he stretched out his right hand and pressed down gently. He glanced outwards. With a boom, Xianxia and the others suddenly realized that they were already standing on flat ground. The 18 high steps actually disappeared into thin air. On one side, at a distance of 200 feet, there were 18 steps standing alone. There wasn't any hall or house behind the steps. This man in black actually moved all the steps away with one palm. From the feet of the people who were standing on the steps, and these people were all emperor-level experts, but they actually felt like they were in a dream. This kind of skill was extremely close to a legend. "It's much more comfortable to talk now. At least, I don't have to look up. That's too tiring." The black-masked man said faintly, "What do you think?" Xianxia's breathing became hurried. "Senior, there must be some misunderstanding." "Yes, there's definitely no misunderstanding." The masked man in black was none other than the sword spirit. He chuckled and said, "How could there be a misunderstanding about the matter of not having any descendants?" Xianxia said anxiously, "Senior, you keep talking about the matter of not having any descendants, but I've never heard of it. Our Shao clan, as one of the ruling aristocratic families in the heavens, would definitely not do such a cruel thing." The sword spirit laughed strangely, "You are not qualified to know." He paused for a moment and said bleakly, "You only need to know that this old man has killed people today with great satisfaction. Killing to the satisfaction of everyone. Kill to take revenge. That's enough." A faint murderous look appeared in his eyes as he said, "Shao clan, when you reach the netherworld, help me pass a message to Xiaoxia. Tell him that what he did to others in the past, what his grandson did to others, today, I will do to his Xiao clan. Xiao Yuqing was shocked and said, Senior. Senior, you. The sword spirit's body floated up, and he stretched out his palm. With a clang, a long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was as if the long sword was hidden in his body, and with a thought, the long sword would come out from his palm. Then, he took a stride and slid out a distance of 100 feet in the air. He said lightly, this is the first hall of the Xiao clan that will be buried. There will be a second one, a third one. The long sword suddenly turned into a scorching sun in the air. It fell down with a loud bang, but this unparalleled momentum had already taken away the minds of the few people, and their souls were scattered. They were scared out of their wits. They shouted at the same time and attacked, but Xiao Yuqing threw out his long sword at the moment when the 8 martial emperors attacked at the same time. His body swayed, and he flew backwards. The sword spirit snorted coldly, although I want you to stay alive to report the news, you shouldn't be so impatient. He turned his left palm, and his palm spat out. At the same time, the long sword in his hand came into contact with the weapons of the 8 martial emperors. With a soft clang, a sword broke. The sword spirit's long sword continued to cut into the neck of the martial emperor without any pause. With a puff, a head flew up. The sword spirit's long sword had already broken the second person's saber and cut into the second person's neck. Then came the third sword, the third person, the fifth person. A simple wave of the sword was enough to destroy everything in its path. Any ingenious moves were like snowflakes under the scorching sun, melting without a trace in front of the sword. The 8th person's sword was broken into 2 pieces, and his body was broken in half. At the same time, Xiao Yuqing, who had already run for more than 300 feet, felt as if he was suddenly hit by a huge hammer. His body, which was running at high speed, suddenly became sluggish. He fell to the ground without a sound. The sword spirit floated up and landed beside him. All the bones in Xiao Yuqing's body had been shattered by his palm. For the rest of his life, he would never be able to use his own power to do anything. Including eating, drinking, and defecating, there was only one purpose left for him, to say a few words. Don't forget to tell your Xiao clan that you will suffer retribution for not having any descendants, the sword spirit said lightly. Then, the black-robed figure floated up and flashed on the roof. With a shake of his hands, a few sparks flew out. The entire Xiao clan branch was set ablaze. In the fire, the black-robed figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Leaving behind a corpse, a pool of blood, and a half-dead Xiao Yuqing, it seemed that the sword spirit had forgotten that Xiao Yuqing couldn't move at all. This fire would roast Xiao Yuqing alive. Then, he would lose the purpose of his message. Soon after the sword spirit's black-robed silhouette disappeared, a few more silhouettes rushed over as if they were flying. These people's movements were extremely fast this time. Their cultivations were much higher. Who did such a vicious thing? The first person had thin eyes, a pair of eyebrows that were like short swords, and a tall figure. His whole person was like a sharp sword hidden in its sheath. Although he didn't show his ability, he was extremely dangerous. Even with a sweep of his eyes, there seemed to be sword light shooting out. This was the second stage of a sword cultivator's cultivation after reaching the level of a sword emperor. The first stage of a sword cultivator was commonly known as the martial emperor sword emperor. At this time, his whole body was like a sword, and he couldn't hide his ability at all. Just like a treasure sword that had just come out of the furnace, he couldn't wait to show his peerlessness to the whole world. Domineering and sharp, he would kill anyone who blocked him. He would respect himself as a king, but at the second stage, his ability would be restrained. Although he would still be aggressive, he would be able to hide his aura. This was the sword monarch. Commonly known as the sword monarch, when an emperor had the aura of a monarch, he would be a monarch that was taking shape. At this moment, he would no longer act arbitrarily. Instead, he would have concerns and thoughts. In other words, he had matured a little. The third stage was the sword monarch. At that time, he would be a real monarch, majestic and lofty. At the fourth stage, his ability would be restrained again. He would cultivate step by step until he was no different from an ordinary person. That was the highest realm of swordsmanship. Returning to one's natural state, at that time even heaven and earth would be a sharp sword. and this black-clothed man who had rushed over was a 100% sword emperor. There's no one alive. The two men he brought along quickly circled around the corpses and came to this conclusion. This person raised his sword-like eyebrows and shot out like a sword. He quickly turned around and his eyes flashed with sword light. What a powerful sword! The other two men asked, Seventh Master, this man cultivates swordsmanship? That's right. Cultivates swordsmanship. And, although his cultivation isn't as pure as mine, his power is far above mine. This man was the sword genius of the Xiao clan, Seventh Master Xiao. There was a huge change in the flat mountain ridge. Even Xiao Yulong was killed. How could the Xiao clan not send people over? With the Xiao clan's cautiousness, how could they let Xiao Yuqing take charge of the overall situation? He was just a puppet on the surface. But Seventh Master Xiao was one step too late. The 17 people at the door were killed by one sword. Seventh Master Xiao looked at these corpses and paid attention to the direction where the corpses fell, the distance and direction where the blood splattered and the density of the blood closest to the corpses. He didn't miss a single drop and said, this man's sword moves as he pleases. After entering the door, more than 10 people died here. Obviously, that man stayed here for a while and was besieged. He shouldn't have stayed here. With his swordsmanship, these people couldn't stop him at all. Why did he stay here? Seventh Master Xiao looked at the clean wounds on the corpses and frowned as he pondered, unless, he deliberately waited here to be besieged and then killed all of them. When he came here, he obviously found his target. So, the 113 people here were cut in half by his sword at the waist at the same time. One sword? He killed 113 people at the same time? The other two men raised their heads in shock. That's right. Seventh Master Xiao stood at the place where the sword spirit swung his sword at that time. Looking at the corpses around him, Seventh Master Xiao's face turned solemn. He pulled out his long sword and made a slash. He closed his eyes, as if he was experiencing and imitating this person's action at that time. After a long time, he shook his head disappointedly, I can't do it. He sighed, this person's swordsmanship is really unpredictable. He kills people like grass. His viciousness is also rarely seen in the world. Then, he saw the lonely 18 steps, the 8 corpses and the broken weapons on the ground. His eyes revealed a strong desire to fight, and he muttered, what an overbearing martial art. What an overbearing sword. If I can fight with this person. Seventh Master Xiao raised his head and frowned. His eyes were deep. A low groan of pain came from not far away. There's still a survivor here. It's Xiao Yuqing. One of them hurriedly jumped over. He looked down and exclaimed, all the bones in his body have been turned into powder. He can't move at all. Seventh Master, if you want to ask him something, you can only ask him like this. If he moves, he'll die immediately. Seventh Master Xiao strode over and looked down at Xiao Yuqing. Xiao Yuqing? Seventh Master. Xiao Yuqing groaned weakly. What's the matter? Seventh Master Xiao asked. 300 votes. Part 7 Part 113, Threading the Needle Update. It's a masked man in black. Xiao Yuqing's memory was even a little blurred. Net Seventh Master Xiao pointed his finger at Xiao Yuqing's forehead like a sword, and a pure sword essence penetrated into his forehead. It was like a complete coolness that watered Xiao Yuqing's mind. Sword Heart Autumn Water, this wasn't a finger, but a sword. This sword was filled with a chilling and sobering power. Although the person's head would be smashed into pieces after this sword, and there was absolutely no hope of survival, it could support a dying person to finish what he wanted to say. This was the means of the Sword Emperor. Speak. Seventh Master Xiao said in a low voice. The masked man in black had a bleak and vicissitude aura. He killed as soon as he came. He killed his way in from the gate. Xiao Yuqing was shocked and recalled carefully. I asked him what hatred he had. He said, the hatred of severing his descendants. Xiao Yuqing said intermittently. Seventh Master Xiao's face became more and more serious, and a chill condensed into frost on his face. Then. I don't know anything. Xiao Yuqing finally finished speaking, and the power of the Sword Heart Autumn Water was about to explode. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming pain, and he screamed, Seventh Master, give me a quick death. Obviously, he had found out about his miserable state. Severing my descendants, for severing my descendants, revenge. Seventh Master Xiao muttered to himself. Without looking at the sword in his hand, he stabbed it into Xiao Yuqing's throat. Send a message to Xiao Sei. Xiao Sei. His well-defined face was full of contemplation. Suddenly, he snorted and said, could it be, the Huang clan? At this moment, the power of the sword heart autumn water exploded in Xiao Yuqing's head. With a bang, Xiao Yuqing's head exploded like a watermelon. Seventh Master Zhao's robe fluttered, blocking the flesh and blood outside. He was still in contemplation. Author's note: Pure TXT novels are updated 24/7 non-stop. The people of the Huang clan came to the flat mountain ridge this afternoon, an expert beside him said thoughtfully, and his eyes flashed fiercely. Does the Huang family have the guts to attack us here? Seventh Master Xiao raised his sword-like eyebrows. His gaze was cold. Isn't it too brazen? Another person next to him quietly said, when people reach a dead end, they will have no descendants. Now that they have found the culprit, I'm afraid no one would be able to remain calm. If it's the Huang clan, then who is it? Seventh Master Xiao pondered and said, I still think it's impossible. Although the Huang clan feels wronged and indignant, it's not very rational to take action at this time. Even though he was a sword maniac, how could his intelligence be doubted since he was able to cultivate to the Sword Emperor realm? He was definitely a genius among geniuses. After thinking about it, he found a loophole. Besides, who in the Huang clan could emit such a desolate aura? Seventh Master Xiao frowned, that person is at least 1,000 years old. After a long period of loneliness, he could emit such an aura. And he's using a sword. Although he isn't a sword emperor, his standard is able to surpass me, a sword emperor. Who is it? Seventh Master Xiao couldn't figure it out. He waved his hand and said, send a message to the clan. Check all the famous seniors of the Huang clan in the past 2,000 years, yes. Clean up this place and throw all the corpses into the fire. Yes. Collect all the wealth inside. We're going to set off. Yes. Seventh Master Zhao's eyes were deep. Looking at the fire in the sky, he muttered to himself, why do I feel that there's a big net falling from the sky? Is there going to be a big crisis? Just when Seventh Master Xiao arrived at the fire, Chu Yang, who was possessed by the sword spirit, entered a dense forest at lightning speed. His black robe was fluttering in the wind. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the top of the tallest tree. Standing on the tree, he moved up and down with the wind. At this moment, Chu Yang's huge spiritual power was completely combined with the sword spirit's spiritual power. His spiritual power spread out in all directions. Author's note: Pure TXT novels are updated 24/7 non-stop. There's obviously a sword intent coming from the sky towards the fire. It must be the main mission of the Xiao clan. Why don't you let me kill him? The sword spirit asked discontentedly. Do you still want to keep him alive? If you kill him, who's going to pass the message back? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Besides, killing him is only secondary. Keeping this person alive is far more useful than killing him for a moment. The sword spirit was silent for a while and said, you're thinking too fast. Do you think that we can really shift the blame to the Huang clan by doing this? Let the Xiao clan believe it? You should know that this method is considered inferior. The Xiao clan won't be fooled. Chu Yang laughed, we didn't let them be fooled directly. As long as they have some doubts in their hearts, it'll be fine. Now, the Huang clan has an excuse to take action, but the Xiao clan still lacks an excuse. And our killing this time is purely to give the Xiao clan an excuse to take action. That's all. If they decide to take action, no matter whether this matter is true or not, it'll be a reason. Reason? Then, why do you still want to include Yi Wubua? The sword spirit was a little puzzled about this. Since you've already shifted the blame to the Huang clan, why do you still want to involve the Yi clan at this moment? Won't this make things even more complicated and confusing? I naturally have my reasons for involving Yi Wubua. Only by making this matter even more mysterious and unpredictable. Hee. Then it'll be more interesting. By the way, have you found Yi Wubua? Chu Yang asked. Don't worry, the sword spirit closed his eyes and carefully sensed the aura within the search area. Yi Wubua has suffered such a big loss here. he'll definitely not be willing to retreat like this, Chu Yang said affirmatively, so, as long as we're determined to find him, we'll definitely be able to find him. There's no doubt about this. Yi Wubua's character is obstinate and self-opinionated. How can he be willing to be played by others? The sword spirit nodded and agreed with Chu Yang. He'll definitely wait to fight with 7th Master Xiao to vent his anger. And 7th Master Xiao from the Xiao clan is the highest person in charge of the Xiao clan this time. Chu Yang nodded. This news comes from the law enforcement master of the southeast region. It's definitely Han Xiaoran's news. The sword spirit agreed. If the news that Han Xiaoran got from the southeast region was still wrong, then the Xiao clan would really become a big joke. This was the reason why Chu Yang mentioned the word 7th Master to Yi Wubua that day after he talked with Han Xiaoran. When Han Xiaoran said that, he didn't mean it intentionally, but Chu Yang listened attentively. He would store all the information that was beneficial to himself in his mind. Once it was useful, he would be able to pull it out immediately. Chu Yang wouldn't be able to shift the blame to someone who didn't have any basis or couldn't be triggered immediately. If he wanted to do something, he would do something big. 7th Master wasn't something he said casually. How many 7th Masters were there in the world? Or in big clans, there were many 7th Masters, but how many 7th Masters could have the cultivation of a sword emperor? In the entire heavens, only 7th Master Xiao from the Xiao clan could have such a cultivation. Since Han Xiaoran knows that 7th Master Xiao is coming, with the ability of the Yi clan's intelligence network, it's impossible for Yi Wubua to not know. Chu Yang said heavily. So Yi Wubua is definitely looking for 7th Master Xiao. The sword spirit concluded. And with such a big thing happening in the Xiao clan's branch, it's impossible for 7th Master Xiao to not be there. That sharp sword intent is very likely to be him, Chu Yang said. So you're thinking, as long as you find Yi Wubua and lure him a little, you can make him go to the fire to look for 7th Master Xiao. Then you can make this matter more complicated. So you don't just want to cause a war between the Huang clan and the Xiao clan, but also want to drag the Yi clan into a war between the 3 clans? The sword spirit smiled. Of course. Although the Huang clan is powerful enough, it's still too weak compared to the Xiao clan. If they really shed all pretenses and fight to the death, the Huang clan is definitely not the Xiao clan's opponent. Chu Yang said lightly, of course I have to find an ally for the Huang clan. Now that Yi Wubua has come to the southeast region, if I don't find him, who else can I find? Insidious. The sword spirit laughed. You're wrong. Chu Yang smiled. Yi Wubua is now racking his brains to find 7th Master Xiao. Now that I've sent 7th Master Xiao to him, Yi Wubua should be grateful to me. After we're done with this, we can watch the show, Chu Yang said. Find Yi Wubua as soon as possible. The sword spirit laughed. Your way of thinking is indeed different from the others. Well, let me accompany you to complete the embryonic stage of this war between the 3 clans. Immediately, a trace of complacency appeared in the sword spirit's smiling eyes. I've found Yi Wubua. The fluctuation of the Yi clan's unique martial arts is extremely obvious. Where is he? Chu Yang asked excitedly. 3,000 feet away. The sword spirit smiled gently. The next moment, the black figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. It flew out like a wisp of flowing smoke. The black figure swept across the ground silently. Behind him, the patch of green trees that had once borne the weight of a person swayed gently in the breeze. It seemed that it didn't realize that a person weighing more than 50 kilograms was standing on it just now. Yi Wubua's face was gloomy. He was sitting quietly in the room. Ever since he returned to this temporary residence, Yi Wubua had been meditating here. Although he was a little obstinate and self-opinionated, he wasn't a fool. Chu Feilong's matter was dealt with cleanly and neatly in a fit of rage. Now that such a long time had passed, his mind had gradually calmed down, and he had discovered a lot of suspicious points. Chu Feilong shouldn't have exposed himself in front of him after setting up a trap. He shouldn't have brought his 2 sons along. Chu Yang was only a doctor without any cultivation. Why did Chu Feilong think that he could withstand his interrogation? Since he couldn't withstand it, then Chu Feilong's actions couldn't be explained at all. But what he used was the triple-stage soul seizure, the top-secret martial arts of the Yi clan that was only passed down to females. Would there be any loopholes? Yi Wubua reprimanded the old man's guess, but he himself started to be suspicious. After he came back last night, he immediately used a secret technique to send out his doubts. Has the triple stage soul seizure ever failed? 400 votes. Thank you to the 2 Alliance Masters for your tips. Thank you to all my brothers and sisters for your tips. There are too many people, so I can't list them one by one. I can only say one sentence: heartfelt thanks. Yi Wubo waited until this afternoon before he received a reply from the headquarters of the Yi clan. It was a stiff reply: no. Can't you King say it in detail? These 2 dry words made Yi Wubo scold. Will writing a few more words kill you bastards? But since the headquarters had sent the word no, the people at the headquarters must be inexplicably annoyed by Yi Wubo's question. As the younger brother of the Yi clan, do you have so little confidence in your clan's martial arts? If it had failed before, wouldn't your clan have reminded you time and again to pay attention to it? To think that you would ask such a stupid and retarded question, but this made Yi Wubo even more puzzled. If it had never failed before, it meant that it was absolutely feasible. But, is Chu Feilong really a fool? Crazy? Such a seemingly simple but actually complicated question made Yi Wubo entangled in it for a long time. Marshal Inyang clap. Yi Wubo clapped his hands and said gloomily, all of you, come here. In a split second, 4 expert guards quietly walked in. Yi Wubo's eyes flashed with a ghastly light, and he suppressed his doubts about Chu Feilong. He decided not to think about this anymore. Chu Feilong was already dead, and he was the one who gave the order to kill him. Even if he killed the wrong person, then so be it, but it's just Chu Feilong. At most, the deployment in the southeast region would be a little weak, and it would be a little embarrassing if they couldn't achieve the expected goal. But by then, as long as they pushed the responsibility to Han Xiaoran, who would blame them, with the law enforcement master of the southeast region, Han Xiaoran, obstructing them, who would be able to carry out this plan smoothly? That would be a joke. Looking at the 4 people's puzzled faces, Yi Wubo said gloomily, what do you think about 7th Master Xiao? 7th Master Xiao. The elder with a goatee frowned. He looked at Yi Wubo hesitantly and retracted his head. Webb, if you have something to say, say it. The ghastly light in Yi Wubo's eyes shone brightly, and he shouted angrily. I think that 7th Master Xiao's matter, whether it's true or not, still needs to be verified. The elder with a goatee was a little depressed. The last time I said it, I was almost choked to death by your big hot fart. You still need me to say it this time. But there are indeed many suspicious points in this matter. Goatee was conflicted, so he chose his words carefully. Still need to be verified? Yi Wubo snorted coldly, how? Go find 7th Master Xiao and ask him, did you kill 3rd Ma? Is this how you verify it? The horse-faced old man lowered his head and stopped talking. The southeast is the Xiao clan's territory. Yi Wubo said solemnly, according to the news that we've received, ever since Xiao Yulong, the head of the Xiao clan's local branch, suffered a setback in the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall, not only did he lose his life, but he also lost his purple crystals. Afterwards, the Xiao clan sent a guy called Xiao Yuqing to take charge. However, the Dark One sent someone else to observe in secret. And this person has the right to kill everyone in the flat mountain ridge. Yi Wubo said gloomily, do you know who this person is? The old man with the goatee was sweating. According to the family's information, this is 7th Master Xiao. Yi Wubo looked at him coldly, does this mean that 7th Master Xiao is already here? Yes. Then, who in the whole southeast can kill 3rd Ma easily with the cultivation of a sword emperor? Who else? Yi Wubo's eyes flashed with ghostly fire. He was obviously impatient with this old man with the goatee. Only 7th Master Xiao. The old man with the goatee was sweating even more. If it's not 7th Master Xiao, did you kill him? Yi Wubo said angrily, you have a goatee, but don't tell me you also have a goat's head? The old man with the goatee was sweating profusely, 13th Master, please calm down. Order the local Yi clan spies to search for 7th Master Xiao. Once they find him, report back to me immediately. Yi Wubo stood up, and his eyes flashed with coldness, since 7th Master Xiao killed 3rd Ma, he must know my plan very well. For so many years. Ha ha ha. 7th Master Xiao, how can I let you off? Yi Wubo's face was distorted. Marshal Inyang, the other 3 people agreed at the same time. Everyone was ashamed and angry. Right at this moment, the sword spirit's ghostly figure flew over from 1,000 feet away. He smiled coldly, Yi Wubwa. In the room, Yi Wubwa immediately became alert and shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." With a boom, the 5 of them broke through the roof at the same time and came to the sky. But they saw a dazzling sword light flying towards them. At this moment, it was as if countless stars in the sky had fallen at the same time. The stars filled the entire horizon. Even if the sun suddenly appeared in the dark night, it would definitely not be as dazzling as the sword light at this moment. Although this sword light was a sneak attack, it was majestic, as if a monarch was looking down on the world. It was filled with the domineering spirit of "I have the power to decide the fate of the world." When the sword light flashed, Yi Wubwa and the other 4 swordsmen heard a clear sound from their scabbards at the same time, as if their long swords were bowing and submitting to the Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor! Yi Wubwa was furious and roared, "Seventh Master Xiao, don't hide your head and show your tail. How dare you use such a childish method in front of me? Don't you think it's ridiculous?" The 5 of them drew out their swords at the same time and pounced on Yi Wubwa crazily. The sword light filled the air, and a gloomy voice, which seemed to have changed his own voice, said hoarsely, "Who's 7th Master Xiao? Yi Wubwa, are you crazy?" Yi Wubwa was so angry that his nose became crooked. "You're standing right in front of me. Do you think that you can hide from me by changing your voice? Do you think that I, Yi Wubwa, am so gullible? You've lied to me for 18 years. Do you really think that I'm retarded?" With a bang, the 5 of them collided with each other fiercely. That majestic sword aura let out a sharp whistle, and instantly, countless sword aura burst out. Yi Wubwa and the other 4 people were caught off guard. Their clothes were torn apart by the sword aura. 2 of them even had their shoulders and waists slashed by the sword aura. Fortunately, they dodged quickly and didn't suffer the disaster of being cut open, but the black figure opposite them didn't have it easy either. With a cough, he somersaulted 100 feet away and said hoarsely, "Yi Wubwa, you're really scheming. You actually brought so many people to ambush me in the middle of the night." Yi Wubwa was furious, "You despicable, shameless, and obscene 7th Master Xiao. You came to ambush me in the middle of the night, and you still have the face to say that I'm here to ambush you. Do you dare to ambush me in the Yi clan?" The black figure sneered, "Yi Wubwa, have you eaten too much sulfur rice? Why are you spouting such nonsense? Who told you that I'm 7th Master Xiao? You're still denying it." Yi Wubwa was so angry that he flew over like a bolt of lightning. The 4 people beside him roared at the same time and followed him. This time, the momentum was much greater than just now. After all, the other party had been accumulating power for a long time, and they responded hastily. But this time, they took the initiative to attack. Sword light and sword shadows instantly filled a radius of 400 feet. The masked man in black sneered, "Look, this is the prestige of the number 1 clan in the heavens. Your Yi clan only has this little ability. Other than winning by numbers, what other heroic means does your Yi clan have?" Yi Wubwa scolded angrily, "7th Master Xiao, ****. You're not fit to be beaten up. Your Xiao clan isn't noble either. You're all shameless people who dare to do things but don't dare to admit to it." The masked man in black was so furious that his voice changed a little, "Yi Wubwa. Junja doesn't speak ill of you, but you're so presumptuous. How dare you insult your elders? Is this the upbringing of your Yi clan?" This roar seemed to have exposed his real voice under his fury. Especially the word Yi Wubwa at the beginning, it was even more ghastly and sharp. Although his voice changed into a hoarse and unpleasant accent, Yi Wubwa was a very clever person. He couldn't restrain his anger. "You're still pretending." The 2 of them fought crazily. The clanging sounds of swords colliding sounded as if tens of thousands of people were forging iron together. They were all in high spirits and attacked crazily. Wonderful unique skills emerged one after another. The whole radius of 1,000 feet was filled with sword aura. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard. All the trees in the vicinity were cut in half by the saber light and sword chi. One by one, they fell down. Dust and sand flew everywhere, covering the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. After all, the masked man in black was only one person. Even though he had the cultivation of a sword emperor, how could he resist the attacks of the 5 of them alone? Although he tried his best to hold on, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Being surrounded by the 5 of them, he was in a precarious situation. Yi Wubua's sword flashed, and layers of sword light flashed out. He laughed sarcastically, "Seventh Master Xiao, aren't you a sword emperor? Show me what you're capable of. Why do you have to be so secretive? Won't you be wronged if you lose your life in vain? Yi Wubua, you should really get rid of your tricks. You don't even know who you've offended. How dare you say that I'm 7th Master Xiao? My name is Ling Hanshan of the Ling family, and I have never changed my name." The masked man in black said hoarsely. ***. You're still Ling Hanshan at this moment? Yi Wubo laughed and ridiculed, "Why don't you say that you're the Dharma Supreme?" The masked man in black lowered his head and didn't say a word. Because his situation was even worse. His black clothes were already full of holes. Blood was gradually flowing out from his wounds. Suddenly, he roared, "Yi Wubua, you've forced me to do this." As the sword light flashed, an awe-inspiring sword intent suddenly appeared, as if it was pressing down from the sky. Then, the sword wind emitted a whooshing sound, and a sense of desolation arose spontaneously. It was as if the whole world had suddenly changed from early autumn to late autumn at this moment. The sword light turned into fine raindrops and spread out in all directions. The coldness of autumn fills the world, and the autumn wind and rain kills. Yi Wubua shouted angrily, "7th Master Xiao, you've finally used your Xiao clan's autumn wind and rain sword. I've been waiting for this moment." 500 votes. The masked man in black didn't say a word, but only sneered. Brandishing the sword. Sword or a sword to the sky, this was the unique sword technique of the Xiao clan. Once the sword emperor was used, the situation changed instantly. The sword spirit had followed the previous master of the calamity sword, and the Xiao clan was one of the calamities of the previous master. How could the sword spirit not know the sword technique of the Xiao clan? But this usage of the sword technique had confirmed his name as 7th Master Xiao of the Xiao clan. Yi Wubua let out a long roar. The 5 of them retreated in 5 different directions at the same time, and then jumped up at the same time. After a series of shuttles in the air, the 5 figures transformed into a light net, and rushed down madly without any blind spots. The masked man in black yelled, revealing his extreme exasperation, "Yi Wubua. Your Yi clan indeed harbors evil intentions. You've already researched the formation to deal with the autumn wind and autumn rain sword." Yi Wubua laughed complacently, "It's too late for you to know now. 7th Master Xiao, it's your fortune to die here and in my hands. 18 years of humiliation, you must be King satisfied, right?" Sword lights and sword shadows fell madly. The black-cloaked masked man yelled, and the sword chi filled up again. Suddenly, he bent his body, and the black-cloaked man disappeared mysteriously. A stream of light, like a rolling cylinder, suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Its whole body was brightly colored, sparkling, and translucent, like a silver dragon, crazily appearing, shooting. Man and sword as one. Yi Wubua gritted his teeth, "Don't retreat. Kill him. If you kill 7th Master Xiao today, it'll be a great achievement." The 5 weapons carried a desperate stance, and mixed with the power of the 5 people, fiercely chopped down on the rolling sword light. It was like a bomb suddenly exploding. Light splashed everywhere, all of them groaned at the same time. The rolling ray of sword light was like a snake that was suddenly hit at its weak point when it was about to attack. After a series of distortions, the sword light dispersed, and a figure in black with disheveled hair fell to the ground. He staggered a few steps back and roared, "Yi Wubua. I'll remember you." Before he finished his words, he spat out a mouthful of blood from behind the cloth covering his face. He staggered for a moment, then suddenly jumped up. "Stop him. Don't let him escape." The injuries of Yi Wubua and the others were much lighter than that of the masked man in black. With the joy of victory, the 5 of them rushed up crazily, ignoring the pain on their bodies. The black-cloaked man dashed left and right, but he couldn't rush out. Seeing that he was about to be cut into pieces by the sword, he suddenly let out a long howl. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. His long sword flashed with brilliance and once again turned into a rolling silver dragon sword light, fiercely rushing in the direction of Goatee. Novel network slash with a bang, Goatee's body was sent flying like an embroidered ball. He flew high into the air and then unconsciously fell to the ground. The sword light suddenly rushed out like a long dragon. Seventh Master Xiao actually used the secret technique of burning his life to escape. Although this method was fast for the time being, it definitely wouldn't last long. He was seriously injured and definitely couldn't walk far. As long as I catch up with him, it'll be his death. Yi Wubu's expression was mournful and crazy. With a leap, he chased after Yi Wubu crazily. Another person behind him leaped up and caught Goatee in his arms. Then, he continued to chase after Yi Wubu's figure in front of him. 4 figures swept past like a gust of wind. In front of them, the silver dragon-like shadow seemed to have taken an aphrodisiac. It got further and faster, and finally disappeared in the night, but Yi Wubu and the others were already in a killing frenzy. How could they stop here? Besides, 7th Master Xiao had already used the secret technique of burning his life potential. As long as they could catch up with him, this #1 sword genius of the Xiao clan in 100 years would die in their hands. This was tantamount to eliminating a future sword supremacy. That was an absolute threat to anyone. They absolutely couldn't let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity. Yi Wubu, together with his 3 subordinates, carried Goatee on his back and chased after 7th Master Xiao in the direction where the sword light disappeared. In the fire, 7th Master Xiao was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for his 2 subordinates to pack up their belongings. Under the blazing fire, 7th Master Xiao kept urging, "Hurry up! Hurry up!" 7th Master Xiao felt a little uneasy. This kind of feeling made him wary and fearful. Where did this feeling of panic and uneasiness come from? Is there a danger in this southeast region that's enough to kill me? This feeling hadn't appeared for a long time. But 7th Master Xiao believed in his own feelings and intuition. So, he was more or less impatient. His heart also seemed to have grown grass, and he actually felt a little uneasy. He frowned and thought about what had happened and what had happened. Then, he paced back and forth unconsciously. The 2 subordinates finally rushed out from the blazing fire. Each of them was carrying a box in their hands. They were the treasures, crystals and some rare medicines of the local branch. "How is it?" 7th Master Xiao asked anxiously. "There's no loss at all. But there's 2 little purple crystals. There's only less than 3,000 pieces. The black crystals are also in this box. There's a total of 5,000 pieces. It's a little heavy." One of his subordinates carried a box that was almost twice as big as his body. He smiled and said, "I didn't pack up the rest of the white crystals, gold and silver. I just threw them here. There's not a lot of medicines. There are 30 to 40 stocks that are still useful. I've taken them all. But there's only this." The other person carried a small box and said, "Big brother, I'm going to find something else. Give me some of the things. That way, we can walk faster." 7th Master Zhao's face was heavy. He said, "Hurry up." That person responded. Then, he went to some of the rooms that weren't on fire to search for the medicines. 7th Master Xiao became more and more upset. He said, "There's something wrong with this. Why do I have such a feeling?" The person next to him put the big box on the ground and sat on it. He said, "7th Master, what's wrong? I can't tell the reason. I just feel confused." 7th Master Xiao frowned tightly. "This is an ominous sign." The guard laughed and said, "7th Master, you're thinking too much. In the whole southeast region, who dares to provoke our Xiao clan? Even the Huang clan, who almost had no descendants because of those people from the Severing Hall, only dared to vent their anger on our branch. Moreover, they're hiding their heads and tails. They're not magnanimous at all." 7th Master Xiao said, "This matter won't be so simple. I feel that there's a lot of danger. We must be careful." He frowned seriously and said, "Only by being careful can the ship sail for 10,000 years. Yes." The guard didn't think much of it, but he still responded respectfully. "Tell your brother to hurry up," 7th Master Xiao said. The 2 of them were blood brothers. Furthermore, they were twins. Their joint attack techniques were unparalleled among those of the same generation in the Xiao clan. One was called Yunshan, and the other was called Yunhai. The 2 brothers had equal strength. They both advanced to the 8th stage of monarch level at the same time. They were 7th Master Zhao's right-hand men. When the three of them were together, it was unknown how many storms and waves they had weathered. Before he finished his words, Yunhai had already rolled out a few sheets from a room and spread them on the ground. He said, "Big brother, give me half of the things. I'll carry them." Yunshan said, "Okay." Then, he carried the big box and walked over. This big box was close to 3,000 pounds. It was indeed a bit strenuous for him to carry it. It was fine for a short distance, but if he carried it for a long distance, he was afraid that his speed would be extremely slow. 7th Master Xiao stood up with his hand on the sword hilt. He looked at the road and listened carefully. He felt more and more uncomfortable. He couldn't help but urge again, "Hurry up." Yun Shan and Yunhai felt that something was wrong at the same time. 7th Master was usually the most patient. Moreover, he was always calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. But what happened today? Since they started to pack up the belongings, 7th Master had already urged them several times. Why, right at this moment, a desolate, lonely, and ancient aura suddenly filled the sky. 7th Master Zhao's eyes flashed with sword-like light. He suddenly raised his head. My feeling wasn't wrong. They've really come. At this moment, the messy emotions in 7th Master Zhao's heart were completely restrained and disappeared. What replaced it was a battle intent that had been washed away. 7th Master Xiao didn't move, but his body was already surrounded by sword aura. Since you've come, hurry up and attack. 7th Master Xiao shouted coldly. As if responding to his words, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the distance. The moment it appeared, a sword light flashed fiercely. Then, it appeared in front of 7th Master Zhao's eyes in a flash, just like the legendary shrinking distance. 7th Master Zhao's pupils contracted. It's so fast. It's so powerful. This is the most brilliant enemy that I've encountered since I started my cultivation. This will also be the most dangerous battle in my life. 7th Master Zhao's long sword was already in his hand. He was still empty-handed just now, but the long sword was already in his hand without any sound. He turned his body and jumped. A round and bright sword light appeared directly. It was the killing move of man and sword as one. The moment 7th Master Xiao saw the opponent, he knew that if he didn't go all out in the face of such an enemy, he would only be killed unjustly. He wouldn't even have a complete corpse, so, he used man and sword as one, but the black shadow was too fast. It rushed over like lightning. The two sword lights collided with each other silently and then separated with a bang. 7th Master Zhao's sword light was defeated in one blow. This was simply unimaginable. Ever since 7th Master Xiao became the Sword Emperor, he had never thought that such a situation would happen. 7th Master Xiao staggered back. He looked at the man in black who continued to chase after him in horror and exclaimed, "Sword Emperor?" The man in black didn't answer him. He didn't stop and continued to rush forward. 7th Master Xiao shouted and tried his best to block. He knew that he was definitely not the opponent. But, he still had to risk his life. At this moment, he would only die if he didn't risk his life. At this moment, Yun Shan and Yunhai finally reacted. They roared loudly and rushed forward. But the man in black was even faster. His long sword connected the whole heaven and earth at this moment. In an instant, there were 1,500 swords slashing towards 7th Master Xiao like a storm. 7th Master Xiao felt cold all over and a sense of despair surged up. He tried his best to block with his long sword, but he couldn't. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7th Master Zhao's clothes were torn into pieces in an instant. Streaks of blood appeared, but they weren't deep. 7th Master Xiao felt strange after escaping from death. This person's cultivation is obviously far above mine. He can kill me easily. Why didn't he kill me? Why did he just leave some small wounds on my body? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Regarding this matter, 7th Master Xiao couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, since he had such strength, wouldn't it be easy to kill him? But he didn't kill him. Is he playing with me? Just as he was wondering, the black-robed man hit his chest with his palm like lightning. A sword light flashed and went into his mouth, piercing his tongue. 7th Master Xiao was furious and said, "Kill me if you want. Why are you making fun of me?" but the black-robed man didn't say a word. He quickly retreated and avoided Yunshan and Yunhai. He went behind the two of them like a ghost, and the two boxes on the ground disappeared instantly. The black-robed man jumped up and disappeared in a flash. From the moment the black-robed man appeared to the moment he left, it didn't even take half a breath's time, but the sword genius of the Xiao clan, 7th Master Xiao, had been defeated. He was injured, he even wandered around the threshold of death countless times. And he didn't die in the end because the other party showed mercy, but for a proud person like 7th Master Xiao, this kind of mercy was not as comfortable as being cut into pieces. 7th Master Xiao opened his eyes in grief and indignation. He watched the black-robed man disappear into the night sky. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backward. He sat on the ground and his whole body trembled. It wasn't fear, but anger. 7th Master Xiao was crazy about swords all his life. He rarely suffered a crushing defeat. But it wasn't that he didn't suffer any defeats, but today, he didn't even have the strength to fight back and was beaten to a pulp. Moreover, the other party was like a cat playing with a mouse, scratching him here and there, cutting his clothes until he was even more miserable than a beggar, but he didn't kill him. The most excessive thing was that the sword pierced into his mouth, but only pierced his tongue a little. The other party didn't kill him. Are you F***king here to humiliate me? 7th Master Xiao roared to the sky. His tears fell down in grief and indignation. It was too shameful, too humiliating. Recalling the cold feeling of the sword piercing into his mouth, 7th Master Xiao couldn't help but vomit. As he vomited, he cursed and cried. He lay on the ground and panted. Come and kill me if you have the guts. 7th Master Xiao said angrily. Yunshan and Yunhai stood beside 7th Master Xiao awkwardly and said, 7th Master, the other party is the sword sovereign king. Losing to such a person isn't shameful at all. 7th Master Xiao roared angrily, so what if he's the king? Even if he is a supreme being, he can't humiliate me like this. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Such humiliation, what the F***ck is going on? Yunshan and Yunhai were speechless. To be honest, today's matter was indeed sullen. No one was afraid of death. They were all Jianghu people, so wasn't life and death a very normal thing? In Jianghu, if you don't kill someone, you'll be killed, but this kind of naked humiliation didn't seem like something an expert would do. Novel network / killing people is just a matter of nodding your head to the ground. After scolding for a while, 7th Master Xiao finally calmed down. He panted and said, F***ck. Yunshan and Yunhai were slightly relieved. They moved forward and asked, 7th Grandpa, are you alright? 7th Master Xiao felt uncomfortable in his chest and abdomen. He spat out another mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and said, I won't die. At this moment, 4 figures came in from the outside like a hurricane. When they saw 7th Master Xiao sitting on the ground and spitting out blood, the person in the front laughed loudly, 7th Master Xiao. F***ck. Run away. Why don't you run away? F***ck. How dare you play tricks in front of the 13th Master? Is this what your ancestors taught you? It was Yi Wubua. As Yi Wubua chased, he realized that there was a fire in front of him. It turned out to be the Xiao clan's branch clan. He instantly took pleasure in 7th Master Xiao's misfortune. Then, he saw 7th Master Xiao sitting on the ground and spitting out blood. His clothes were torn and tattered by them. He felt even more comfortable. This guy used the secret technique of burning his life. Sure enough, he couldn't hold on for long. Luckily, I, the 13th Master, was far-sighted and chased him relentlessly. I finally intercepted this guy who was at the end of his rope. Let's see where you can run to. Just when 7th Master Xiao was suffering, another 4 people came out of nowhere. It was 5 people. One of them was actually being carried by someone else. Before 7th Master Xiao could see clearly who it was, the other party scolded him furiously. Immediately, Xiaoqi was puzzled and furious, only then did he see clearly that it was an acquaintance. It was the 13th Master of the Yi clan, Yi Wubua. 7th Master Xiao was originally annoyed, angry and sorrowful. When he heard Yi Wubua's impolite words, he instantly flared up and said furiously, Yi Wubua, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've become so impolite? How can you speak like that? How can you say such words? You're simply a bastard. Although the two of them weren't very familiar with each other, they had met each other a few times. Since they were all descendants of big clans, how could they not meet each other frequently? When they met each other in the past, they would just nod and smile. They didn't dare to have a deep relationship with each other, but they also wouldn't offend each other. So, 7th Master Xiao didn't like what Yi Wubua said today. F***ck your grandmother. The fire in Yi Wubua's eyes flickered, and he scolded furiously, 7th Master Xiao, do you still think you're innocent? 7th Master Xiao stood up suddenly. He felt that his chest was going to explode from anger. He said, Yi Wubua, you bastard. Have I dug up your ancestral grave? Why are you scolding me with your mouth full of shit? You're really ridiculous. Our two clans are both heavenly clans, and we've always been on good terms. How can you say such words today? What's your intention? 7th Master Xiao was furious, but he didn't expect Yi Wubua to be even more furious after hearing this. Do you really think I'm a fool? You said you're not 7th Master Xiao when you put on the mask, but you're 7th Master Xiao when you take off the mask? We've just fought, and Big Nyo, who was injured by you, is still on Big Nyo's back. Now that you're at a disadvantage, you still have the face to talk about the friendship between our two clans? Friendship your ass. Yi Wubua was so angry that he laughed, 7th Master Xiao, we've known each other for dozens of years. Only today did I realize that you're such a genius. You're really a genius. Do you really think I'm a fool? How can you speak so eloquently? 7th Master Xiao was so angry that he was seeing stars. He pointed at Yi Wubua and shouted, Yi Wubua, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll never let this matter rest. Yi Wubua smiled sinisterly, you still want to let this matter rest? You're dreaming. He pointed at 7th Master Xiao with his long sword and shouted, 7th Master Xiao, you killed my men, sneak attacked me and played with me for 18 years. Tonight, you even seriously injured my right-hand man and almost killed him. I, Yi Wubua, am absolutely irreconcilable with you. Today is the day you die. Go. Wait. 7th Master Xiao shouted. No matter how slow-witted he was, after hearing Yi Wubua's words, he understood that he and Yi Wubua had been schemed against. What did he mean by killed my men, sneak attacked me tonight and played with me for 18 years, it's too strange. Yi Wubua, calm down. I'm afraid we've fallen into a vicious trap tonight. 7th Master Xiao finally understood why that person didn't kill him just now. I see. He wants me and Yi Wubua to have a life-and-death battle so as to cause a conflict between the Xiao clan and the Yi clan. 7th Master Xiao originally didn't want to talk much. His tongue had been stabbed, and every word he said now would cause him great pain. But now that he had fallen into a trap, he had no choice but to speak. If it were someone else, not from a big clan, there wouldn't be such serious consequences. If you misunderstood, then so be it. But Yi Wubua was not only a member of a big clan, but also a descendant of the Yi clan, which was ranked number 1. If this misunderstanding wasn't clarified, the consequences would be serious. After hearing 7th Master Xiao's words, Yi Wubua tilted his head and looked at 7th Master Xiao with interest. You mean, we've all fallen into a vicious trap? 7th Master Xiao's face was solemn. Yes. Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. Listen to me. This is really a misunderstanding. If you and I were to fight each other because of a misunderstanding, wouldn't we fall into a trap? Wouldn't we hurt our loved ones and delight our enemies? Pain for those close to you, but joy for those who hate you. Yi Wubua's ghost fire-like eyes looked even weirder under the illumination of the surrounding flames. His expression also became more interesting. 7th Master Xiao, you're saying that you didn't do all these? 7th Master Xiao shook his head seriously. I don't dare to be called 7th Master Xiao by Brother Yi. But these things really weren't done by me. Brother Yi, you have to believe me. Yi Wubua drew back the corners of his mouth and smiled. So, you didn't kill old Third Ma? 7th Master Xiao was stunned. What old Third Ma? I haven't even heard of him. Besides, I, 7th Master Xiao, have never killed a nameless person. Yi Wubua smiled. Yes, I've never killed a nameless person. He thought in his heart, I'm not a nameless person. Then he asked patiently and teasingly, so? Chu Feilong isn't your man too? 7th Master Xiao said gloomily, Brother Yi, this is a joke. Isn't Chu Filong a member of the Chu clan in the flat mountain ridge? The Chu clan is just a small clan. How can I take a liking to Chu Filong? But you. Why did Chu Filong suddenly appear? Well, you don't know Chu Filong too. You're so clean. So, the one who fought with me just now wasn't you too? Yi Wubua's expression was very strange. He seemed to be smiling. Under his calm face, there seemed to be a volcano that was about to erupt. Seventh Master Xiao swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva and said anxiously, just now? Of course not. Brother Yi, I've been here all this time and didn't move at all. Brother Yi, you finally said the main point. You've been here all this time and didn't move at all? Yi Wubua repeated doubtfully. Suddenly, he roared like a thunderbolt, if you didn't move at all, where did your injuries come from? Do you have nothing better to do than to cut yourself? Seventh Master Xiao, you're not as stupid as you look. Seventh Master Xiao didn't know how to explain himself. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Just now, someone came to fight with me. When you came, he just left, just left. Yi Wubua nodded his head hard and laughed mockingly, what a coincidence. It's really a coincidence. Seventh Master Xiao smiled bitterly, it's really a coincidence. So coincidental that I'm really speechless. Yi Wubua nodded his head repeatedly and looked at Seventh Master Xiao with an astonished look. He praised from the bottom of his heart, Seventh Master Xiao, you're awesome. You're talented. 700 votes. I'm still working hard. While you're voting, I'm also not idle. I've just sent a screenshot to the group. I've already written more than 20,000 words today. I haven't stopped for even a moment. In order to repay everyone's enthusiasm, monthly votes. Can it be more intense? Seventh Master Xiao could only smile bitterly. He knew that Yi Wubua didn't believe him, but he still tried his best to say, Yi Wubua, to be honest, am I someone who's afraid of trouble? Even if we really fight, do you think that I, Seventh Master Xiao, will be afraid of you? Seventh Master Xiao said sincerely, if I did all these things, why do I need to explain to you? Isn't it more straightforward to have a fight? Brother Yi, you must believe in my painstaking efforts. Asterisk. Latest update ******. Yi Wubua laughed and said admiringly from the bottom of his heart, Seventh Master Xiao, I really admire you. How did you grow that mouth of yours? I'm puzzled. When your upper lip touches your lower lip, the white becomes black, and when your lower lip touches your upper lip, the black becomes white again. Yi Wubua said speechlessly, Seventh Master Xiao, if you have such a mouth, why do you still practice swordsmanship? You can just stick out your tongue and rush up to any opponent you see. Even a supreme martial artist isn't your opponent. This mouth, together with your thick skin, you're unrivaled in this world. Seventh Master Xiao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He said angrily, you don't believe me? Yi Wubua said, don't talk nonsense with me. I only want to ask you, how did you get those injuries on your body? Don't talk nonsense like you've just fought with someone. Why aren't your two subordinates injured? You've just fought with someone here, and you're already injured like this. How can your two subordinates be so unharmed? Seventh Master Xiao said angrily, that person fought with me alone, and the time was very short. Once they started fighting, I was defeated. They didn't have time to do anything. Why, you don't believe me? Yi Wubua said smilingly, then, I heard that you don't seem to be very energetic when you talk, and your tongue seems to be in pain. Can I know what happened to your tongue? Seventh Master Xiao's face turned red, and he said angrily, it was cut by that person's sword. Why? You don't believe me? Yi Wubua's expression was strange. Can I understand it this way? Just now, someone came and exchanged blows with you. Your two subordinates didn't have time to react, and you were seriously injured. This person slashed you hundreds of times with his sword in one move, but you're still safe and sound. Then, this person inserted a sword into your mouth and lightly cut your tongue. Then, this person left, and we came, right? Seventh Master Xiao nodded, that's right. What you said is not at all. Yi Wubua's face changed, and he laughed. The three people behind him laughed mockingly at the same time. Even the heavily injured goatee elder, who was carried on his brother's back, couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Asterisk asterisk. Latest update asterisk asterisk. What a fantastic story. Yu Wubo laughed until he was out of breath. Seventh Master Xiao, in the history of the heavenly layer, you're undoubtedly the number one in terms of eloquence, fabricating nonsense, lying and making irresponsible remarks. Seventh Master Zhao's face turned cold. He said, Yu Wubo, don't think that I'm afraid of you. I've already done my best and have a clear conscience. If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. When the truth comes to light in the future, I'm afraid that you'll be too ashamed to show your face. Done my best and have a clear conscience. Ha ha ha. Yu Wubo rocked back and forth. Finally, his face changed into a cold and vicious one. He scolded, Seventh Master Xiao, F asterisk asterisk K your mother. Seventh Master Xiao. Damn your ancestors. Seventh Master Xiao, I'll overturn 18 generations of your ancestors. You're a despicable and shameless bastard. You're a dirty and obscene bastard. You're a shameless bastard. You're a heartless, mother asterisk asterisk cur. You actually played me like a fool. Isn't it enough that you've played me for 18 years? Now, you're telling such a big lie to my face. This scolding was really the culmination of all the scolding techniques. Yu Wubo scolded all of Seventh Master Zhao's female relatives, from his ancestors to his descendants. Seventh Master Xiao couldn't restrain his anger anymore. His face turned extremely dangerous and red. He breathed heavily, Yu Wubo. You're a bastard whose mouth is full of shit. You actually think that I'm afraid of you? That I played you for 18 years? Damn your ancestors. Do you think that you're a virgin? Do I have so much interest in playing you for 18 years? Pooh. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Don't tell me that I, Seventh Master Xiao, can't kill the 13th Master of the Yi clan tonight. Both of them were furious. Yu Wubo waved his hand, go. Slaughter him to death for me. Regardless of the cost, he had to destroy this bastard here. The 13th Master will bear all the consequences. Seventh Master Xiao pointed with his long sword and roared, kill these bastards from the Yi clan. Don't worry, I'll bear all the consequences. I'll F asterisk asterisk K his ancestors to death. With a shout, both sides were already burning with rage. There was no need for any more encouragement. With a strange cry, they began to fight. Yunshan and Yunhai joined forces to fight against the three experts of the Yi clan. Everyone was shouting loudly and fighting fiercely. Every strike of their saber was aimed at the opponent's vital parts, every strike of their sword was aimed at the opponent's head. Yu Wubo and Seventh Master Xiao went straight to the point. It was a battle of kings. One of them gritted his teeth, while the other was furious. Killing moves and unique skills came out of their mouths, and filthy words came out of their mouths. Both of them fought and scolded each other at the same time. They fought fiercely and scolded each other fiercely. In just a short while, all the ancestors of the Yi clan and the Xiao clan in the past 10,000 years had been called out and scolded several times. Both of them were actually on par with each other. Although Seventh Master Xiao was 2 levels lower than Yu Wubo, he was a sword emperor. If both of them were in good condition, after a fierce battle, either both of them would be injured, or Yu Wubo would die and Seventh Master Xiao would be crippled. There was such a subtle difference between them. But Yu Wubo had fought with the sword spirit first. He was injured and his strength was reduced by 30%. And Seventh Master Xiao had just been severely humiliated by the sword spirit. This palm shook his internal organs, but it weakened Seventh Master Zhao's strength by 35%. In this way, both of them were on par with each other in terms of strength. There was a saying, when one meets his match, a general will meet a talent. When one meets his match, one will fight for victory and defeat, and when a general meets a talent, one will gamble on victory and defeat. In the darkness, the sword spirit and Chu Yang were watching the fight with great delight. Under the illumination of the fire, it was simply one of the greatest pleasures in life to watch such a great show. It's such a pity. If Seventh Master Zhao's sword was a little lower, Yu Wubo's right leg would be gone. Yes, if Yu Wubo's sword was a little higher, Seventh Master Zhao's leg would also fly off. Seventh Master Xiao is an idiot. He doesn't know how to be flexible. Yu Wubo is a good-for-nothing. He's too conformist, Chu Yang and the sword spirit commented as they watched the fight. They were in high spirits. When they saw the exciting parts, both of them couldn't wait to come out and criticize. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. The two unscrupulous fellows stayed in the same body, winking and laughing as they took pleasure in other people's misfortune. Two screams sounded at the same time. Xianxia's left leg was stabbed, while the shoulder of the monarch-level expert who was carrying the elder with a goatee on Yu Wubua's side was slashed fiercely. His shoulder was almost chopped off. Both of them screamed at the same time and became furious. The battle between monarch-level experts was different from that between ordinary martial artists. Qi followed the heart, and the heart followed the sword. No matter where it was stabbed or chopped, the destructive qi would penetrate deeply and destroy the skin, meridians, tendons, and bones. Both of them retreated immediately and desperately operated their martial arts to force out the other party's qi. At the same time, they gritted their teeth and cursed at each other. On the other side, the battle between Yu Wubua and 7th Master Xiao was getting more and more dangerous. Up till now, they were already exchanging injuries for injuries and risking their lives for another. Their words were also getting harsher and harsher. They even brought out the old scandals from many years ago to attack the other party. Does your Yi clan still have any good things? For the power of your clan, you didn't hesitate to betray your own daughter and sacrifice her happiness. What kind of number one clan is there? How many men do you have in your Yi clan? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You're just like your ancestors, snobbish. Bastard. 7th Master Xiao cursed. Yi Wubua shouted furiously, bullshit. What do you know? 7th Master Xiao waved his sword and laughed, am I wrong? Your sister Yi Chuchen was originally in love with Meng Gain, the Duke of the Meng clan, which was a vassal clan of your Yi clan. But in order to form an alliance with the Ling clan, you forcibly separated them. You wanted your sister to marry the second Duke of the Ling clan, Ling Hanwu. Yi Wubua attacked crazily and shouted furiously, bullshit, bullshit. Bullsh*t. Seeing that he flew into a rage out of humiliation, 7th Master Xiao was even more pleased. Ha ha ha, what's the result? Yi Chuchen would rather die than submit. Meng Gain was deeply in love with her, and Ling Hanwu, as a man, took the initiative to withdraw. Your Yi clan lost everything. What else do you have besides becoming a joke in the heavens? So what if you've killed everyone in the Meng clan? So what if you've imprisoned your own daughter? Can you shut the mouths of the people in the world? Can you turn a joke into glory? Despicable. What number one clan, pooh? Yi Wubua was furious and retorted, is your Xiao clan a noble figure? You're just a bunch of thieves and prostitutes. Back then, your granduncle Xiao Qingyue overestimated himself and wandered the martial world. But he was castrated and became impotent ever since. His concubines actually had an affair with a coachman. Ha ha ha. It's really glorious. So what if your Xiao clan has killed everyone? A bastard is a bastard. A tortoise is a tortoise. Yi Wubua laughed loudly. 7th Master Xiao was so angry that he scolded loudly, what do you know? Your Yi clan only knows how to make groundless accusations. A bunch of shameless bastards. Ha ha ha. If we're shameless, then you're a family of thieves and prostitutes. A family of cuckolds. A family of living bastards, ha ha ha, including you. 7th Master Xiao, you're known as a sword maniac. I heard that you didn't touch your wife after finding one? Ha ha ha. I really don't know who your wife is. If there's really no other way, let her come to me. 7th Master Xiao. I'll satisfy her for you, ha ha ha. The more they spoke, the more vicious their words became. They exposed each other's scars and scolded each other viciously. As a result, 7th Master Xiao became more and more furious. Since their strengths were equally matched, he had to think of ways to make the other party confused. Once the other party was confused, he would have an opportunity to take advantage of it. Since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality and were going to have a life and death battle, what else was there to worry about? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios with such a mentality, both of them were in equally dangerous situations. Up to now, both of them had more than 10 new wounds on their bodies. But the two of them didn't dare to relax. They continued to mock each other as they fought. They wouldn't stop until the other party died. However, from the looks of things, the only path left for the two of them was to perish together. This won't do. Xianxia saw that the situation wasn't right. He frowned. They can't die. If they die, how will the enmity arise? Why not? If both of them die, as long as their subordinates are still alive, won't the two clans immediately start a war if they go back and report? This is better than both of them being alive, right? If no one dies and the main characters don't die, how can it be considered a great enmity? The sword spirit was a little puzzled. Please familiarize yourself with the domain name. No. Xianxia said heavily, as the saying goes, if the master is humiliated, the subordinates will die. If the master dies, the subordinates, what will happen? I dare to bet. If Yu Wubwa and 7th Master Xiao perish together, these people who are fighting now will definitely stop immediately. Then, they'll have a high chance of returning to the forest. Because even if they bring the news back, they'll still die. The sword spirit frowned. That's reasonable. It's not reasonable, it's a fact. If the master is still alive, the subordinates will naturally fight with all their might. But if the master is no longer alive, who will they fight for? Who will they fight for? Especially, if they still die in the end. If they don't fight to their death, they'll be killed by the master. Who will go back to die? Xianxia said, so, the two of them can be seriously injured, but they can't die. The sword spirit blinked and said, if they're seriously injured, it'll be even better. Xianxia was shocked. He scolded, damn it, you're worse than me. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. The sword spirit was stunned. Xianxia added, those people can die. The sword spirit was still stunned. On the battlefield, both sides were already in a frenzy. Besides the thought of killing the other party, there was nothing else in their minds. Yunshan and Yunhai were bathed in blood. They were fighting side by side. Yi Wubwa's 3 bodyguards gritted their teeth and attacked even harder. Even Brother Ox, who was lying on his brother's back, was also gathering his strength to release the hidden weapons. The two sides were already irreconcilable, and they despised each other. The people from the Xiao clan felt that these people from the Yi clan were too despicable and unreasonable. The Yi clan felt that the Xiao clan was too shameless. They dared to do it but didn't dare to admit it. The battle had reached its climax. Right at this moment, Yunshan stabbed out with his sword. His original intention was to protect his brother Kong. Who would have thought that his sword would deviate to the side? His opponent's sword was like the wind, piercing through Kong's lower abdomen at lightning speed. Yunhai let out a blood-curdling scream. He twisted his body and actually used his palm to stop the sword that had pierced his stomach. The sword in his hand ruthlessly pierced into the man's chest. The energy attached to the two swords exploded in each other's bodies at the same time. One's chest exploded, while the other's lower abdomen exploded with a bloody hole the size of a wash basin. The two of them didn't retreat. Even so, they still locked onto each other and used all their strength to destroy each other. Popping sounds that sounded like popping beans could be heard, and the bones in their bodies were crushed by each other. Both of them grabbed onto different parts of their bodies and twisted them with all their strength. They gritted their teeth and glared at each other. In the end, their eyes condensed at the same time, and they turned into 2 piles of mud that fell together. Their spines, ribs, and shoulders were all crushed by each other. Yunhai. Yunshan screamed. His sword had deviated to the side for no reason, causing his brother's death. However, the monarch in front of him who was carrying a person on his back was the same. His body staggered for no reason. Yunshan's sword, which had already deviated from its original direction, had coincidentally pierced through this person's left thigh. The sword was like a stick of candied hawthorns, piercing through Niu Laosi and Bosnio who was on his back at the same time. Frenzied sword chi and Xianxia cultivation exploded within these two people's bodies. With a blood-curdling scream, the goateed ox boss was blasted away by the violent explosion of Xianxia. He was actually torn apart in midair, and couldn't be more dead. Yunshan pulled out his sword crazily and slashed down crazily. Blood splattered everywhere. The only remaining person on the other side roared angrily and pounced over with all his might. Yunshan grinned maliciously. He didn't dodge, but used his chest to welcome the opponent's sword. At the same time when the thick sword slashed open his chest, his sword pierced through the opponent's throat. 7th Master Xiao and Yi Wubwa cried out in grief and indignation at the same time. the two of them didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, 3 pairs of their subordinates, who were fighting for their lives just now, would die. The two of them were extremely indignant, those who could follow the two of them everywhere. Which one of them wasn't a hardcore brother who had been with them for many years? The two of them had been through countless battles, and it was unknown how many storms they had weathered together. Today, all of them died here. Even if the two of them were cold-blooded, they still felt an intense pain in their hearts. They were so hurt that they went crazy. 7th Master Xiao. I, Yi Wubua, am absolutely irreconcilable with you. Yi Wubua. From now on, I, 7th Master Xiao, am irreconcilable with you. I won't let go of this bloody debt even if your Xiao clan is annihilated. Ha ha ha. Even if your Yi clan's ancestral graves are filled up, it won't be able to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Let's fight again. Kill. The two of them attacked with their long swords at the same time. They both gritted their teeth. Almost at the same time, Yi Wubua's long sword left his hands. He waved his hands, and black concealed weapons flew out like a swarm of wasps. 7th Master Xiao forcefully raised his qi. The sword light changed direction, and a dazzling light pillar shot up into the sky. Obviously, the two of them were prepared to fight with their lives on the line. At this moment, the two of them, who were in a frenzy, didn't notice that 2 thin and small short swords had quietly blended into Yi Wubua's concealed weapons. As the two of them collided, the 2 short swords strangely changed their direction. One of them intercepted a flying knife that was going to pierce 7th Master Zhao's heart, while the other short sword appeared from Yi Wubua's hand and blocked 7th Master Zhao's sword that was going to pierce Yi Wubua's throat. The two of them shouted at the same time. More than 20 of Yi Wubua's concealed weapons disappeared into 7th Master Zhao's body. However, 7th Master Zhao's sword pierced into Yi Wubua's left shoulder. With a bang, there was an explosion of energy. Yi Wubua's left arm was separated from his body. Along with a rain of blood, Yi Wubua screamed miserably. His face was distorted, and he staggered back a few steps. Then, he sat on the ground crookedly. At the place where his arm was cut off, blood spurted out like a fountain, and his whole body convulsed. He gritted his teeth and screamed. At the same time, he used his right hand to point a few times around his broken arm. The blood flow immediately slowed down. Then, he took out a whole bottle of medicine and sprinkled it on his wound. Then, he took out another bottle of medicine and stuffed it into his mouth. As he screamed in pain, he chewed and cursed crazily. On the other side, 7th Master Xiao spun and fell from the sky. His whole body was like a blood sac that had been pierced dozens of times, and blood was spurting out. He fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Then, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He wanted to stand up, but he fell down halfway. Then, he hugged his right leg with both hands and cried out miserably. One of the hidden weapons had severed the tendons of his right leg. Then, 7th Master Xiao did the same actions as Yi Wubua: stop the bleeding, apply medicine, eat medicine, and curse. Now, both of them didn't have any strength left. Besides cursing, they couldn't do anything else. They were less than 200 feet apart. If it was in the past, with their cultivation, they would have reached each other before they could even use their martial arts, but now, if they used all their strength, they wouldn't even be able to reach each other in half an hour. Then, as if they had made an agreement, both of them shut their mouths at the same time. They were 200 feet apart. Under the illumination of the fire, both of them stared at each other fiercely. Their eyes were filled with irreconcilable hatred. The flames flickered, illuminating the two men's faces, making them look bright and dark. Both of their faces were stained with blood. Their muscles were convulsing and twisting. They gritted their teeth and looked ferocious and terrifying. They were like 2 devils who wanted to devour the world, staring at each other fiercely, but neither of them spoke. Neither of them opened their mouths. It was silent. Only the crackling sound of the fire could be heard. After a long time, both of them moved at the same time. Then, they sat down dejectedly at the same time. After another period of time, 7th Master Xiao sheathed his sword, which was full of holes. On the other side, Yi Wubua did the same. Then, as if they were taught by the same master, they used the sheath as a crutch to support their bodies and stood up shakily. 7th Master Xiao didn't say anything. He looked at the fire sadly and reluctantly. Then, he looked at the corpses of Yun Shan and Yun Hai. A drop of tear fell from the corner of his eye. Then, he turned around and walked towards the east. Yu Wubwa also did the same. He stared at the corpses of his 4 subordinates for a long time. The ghost fire in his eyes seemed to be burning crazily. Then, he turned around and walked towards the west. The 2 of them staggered, swaying with every step. Just as their figures were about to disappear into the night, they turned their heads at the same time. 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other fiercely. At this moment, the hatred and resentment in these 4 pairs of eyes almost condensed into substance. Both of them didn't say anything. But both of them knew that this was a deep hatred that couldn't be resolved. Today's hatred could only be washed away with blood. At this moment, it was no longer important to talk about the reason. After the 2 of them looked at each other, they turned around at the same time and disappeared into the night. They didn't turn back, there was silence in the fire. After a long time, a black shadow appeared quietly and stood in the fire. It's really tragic. Chu Yang took a breath. It's really tragic. The sword spirit breathed a sigh of relief. From this battle, we can see how strong the foundation of the Shao clan and Yi clan is. Chu Yang's face was a little heavy. He said, 7th Master Shao and Yi Wubwa aren't core figures in their respective clans. Both of them are from the 2nd last generation. One can only be ranked 7th, and the other can only be ranked 13th. But, the strength of these 2 is obvious to all. Chu Yang said deeply, I don't know how the core disciples of these clans will fare. The sword spirit smiled faintly and said, no matter how the core disciples are like, as long as you walk step by step, you'll meet them sooner or later. Let's go back. Chu Yang smiled with a heavy heart. His heavy heart wasn't because of the huge forces that he was about to face, but because of the name that 7th Master Shao said during the battle of words between 7th Master Shao and Yi Wubwa, Yi Chuchen, the 100th vote. My hands are trembling and stiff. I'll rest for a while before I start a new chapter. Chu Yang was thinking intensely in his heart, Yi Chuchen is Master's lover. She's Yi Wubwa's sister? Or his biological sister, the Meng clan? A vassal clan of the Yi clan, Master's name is Meng Chaoran, but the name that 7th Master Shao said to be in love with Yi Chuchen is Meng Gain. But Chu Yang understood immediately. Meng Gain's clan was exterminated and he escaped from the upper 3 heavens alone. How would he dare to use his original name? So, it was natural for Meng Gain to become Meng Chaoran. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Meng Chaoran finally understood the meaning of Master's detachment. Meng Chaoran had always been indifferent to everything in the world, as if he didn't care about anything. This detachment wasn't innate, nor was it his nature. It was because he had gone through too much pain, the hatred of his clan's extermination, the misery of being separated from his wife, and the pain of being exiled all weighed on him. And the enemy was not only the number 1 clan in the world, but also the clan of the woman he loved deeply. Even if he could take revenge, it was still uncertain what would happen between him and Yi Chuchen in the future. After all, the Meng clan was exterminated because of the 2 of them, and the Yi clan would also be bathed in blood because of the 2 of them. Could the 2 of them continue their predestined relationship? Could the grudges in their hearts be eliminated? Could they face each other calmly? Master should be in the upper 3 heavens now, and he's definitely near the Yi clan. He's definitely not far from Yi Chuchen. Chu Yang was a little anxious. In such a place, there would be many acquaintances around him. Once his whereabouts were exposed, it would be a disaster. I have to end things here as soon as possible, and then go over there to help Master. Chu Yang thought silently in his heart. Master's life is already hard enough. If he still can't spend his life with the person he loves, then it'll be a tragedy to the end. Chu Yang thought, although there's a huge hatred for the Yi clan, it's not appropriate for Master to kill them personally. It's better for me to kill them all. Then, Master won't have any sins. I'll kill them all and then betray Master. Then, Yi Chuchen won't blame Master. Chu Yang thought to himself as he walked back. The sword spirit muttered, this Shao clan branch is considered a large place, and it's not far from other clans. Such an intense battle has almost caused the houses of those clans to collapse. Why hasn't anyone come to see what's going on? Chu Yang laughed, who dares to come and see? With such a big thing happening, everyone couldn't wait to hide. Since he dared to provoke the Shao clan, how could he be ordinary? Come over to check? Isn't that just looking to be silenced? In the night wind, the black-cloaked figure sped along. A faint smell of blood and a somber aura spread out along the way. Chu Yang continued to release his biting cold aura into the night wind. Once a person killed someone, after an intense battle, they would have a special aura. This aura would make ordinary people feel uncomfortable when they come into contact with it. And an experienced warrior would immediately know what this person had just done. What Chu Yang was doing now was to disperse this aura. Otherwise, when he went back, he would be stopped before he could even enter his own room. In these few days, after being reminded by Han Xiaoran, Chu Yang had been working hard to cultivate the Thousand Phantom technique. The difficulty of this kind of auxiliary technique wasn't very high. Once a theory was understood, 100 would be understood. And this kind of technique mostly required mental strength. And Chu Yang's current mental strength were undeniably the best in the world. With just a few days' effort, he had already cultivated to the second level of the Thousand Phantom technique. And he was moving towards the third level. If I want you to see my level of cultivation, you can only see my level of cultivation. He could do whatever he wanted. On the way back, when he was about to reach the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall, the sword spirit took control of his body again. He entered the room lightly and kept the person in the room. Minister Chu laid on the bed peacefully and fell into a sweet dream. As if he hadn't done anything, the next day, the entire flat mountain ridge was turned upside down. The Shao clan branch has been destroyed. Yes, they're all dead. Not a single one is left. It's really tragic. You went to see? Damn you. You're the one who went to see. Don't harm me. You can't say this casually. How would you know if you didn't see? The smell of blood could be smelled from a few miles away. Last night, there was a huge fire, and even the sky was burning red. In the morning, Divine Dr. Chu was in the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. Clan Master Huangshang's face was as gloomy as the sky before a storm. When he walked in, he greeted Divine Dr. Chu with a bitter face. Huangshang had heard about the Shao clan's branch early in the morning. He flew into a rage on the spot. He really didn't expect that such a big pot of shit would be placed on his head without any warning. The Shao clan and the Huang clan had enmity. The Huang clan had just threatened to deal with the Shao clan yesterday. This wasn't a secret, and yesterday, the Huang clan had just arrived at the Flat Mountain Ridge. Last night, the Shao clan's branch in the Flat Mountain Ridge had been massacred. Who did it? Was there a need to ask? But the problem was that the Huang clan really didn't do it. If it was really done by the Huang clan, then there was nothing to say. The problem was that the Huang clan didn't do it, but was instead made a scapegoat. This was called injustice. To a big clan like the Huang clan, this matter was not only injustice, but also depressing. The biggest problem was that there was no way to explain it. You brought so many people just to play in the Flat Mountain Ridge? What's the point of playing in such a poor and desolate place? They could only swallow this grievance silently, and couldn't tell anyone about it. Clan Master Huang, you're early. Divine Dr. Chu greeted him refreshingly. It seems that you look good today. Huangshang sat down and said dispiritedly, not only do I look good, but I'm also extremely excited. Huh? Clan Master Huang, is there something bothering you? Divine Dr. Chu asked thoughtfully, did you not sleep well last night? This? Huangshang opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He only had black lines on his forehead as he let out a long sigh. Divine Dr. Chu, I'll leave the dogs to you. Huangshang sighed and waved his hands. The people behind him immediately carried up 5 big boxes and placed them in front of Chu Yang. Here are 40,000 purple crystals. Divine Dr. Chu, please accept them first. As for the remaining 40,000 purple crystals, I'll immediately send someone to deliver them to you after I go back. The medicinal herbs will be delivered within a month. By then, please take care of them. Chu Yang was stunned. This is so embarrassing. He rubbed his hands. Clan Master Huang, are you going back? Huangshang sighed, I can't not go back. If I don't go back, I'm afraid that the Huang clan will be overthrown by the Shao clan. This matter is extremely serious. Chu Yang turned pale with fright. What happened? So serious. It's a long story. How would Huangshang know that the shocked Divine Dr. Chu in front of him was actually the real culprit? He only sighed again and again, looking distressed. Although he was angry at the Shao clan's viciousness and wanted to take revenge, he definitely didn't think of using such a blatant way to take revenge. He knew clearly that although the Huang clan was powerful, it was still a few streets behind the Shao clan. Especially their foundation, they couldn't be compared at all. The Shao clan had tens of thousands of years of foundation. If those old fellows didn't come out, the Shao clan and the Huang clan would be evenly matched. But once those old fellows came out, the Huang clan would immediately be defeated. But now that the curtains had been drawn, how could the elders of the Shao clan not come out as the battle became more and more intense and more people died? When he thought of this, Huang Shang felt a headache coming on. Huang Shang finally left with his wives, leaving only 2 martial saint experts to be Huang Xiao's bodyguards. And they weren't the 2 from last night. The 2 martial saints from last night were both second-stage martial saints. But the 2 who stayed today were second-stage martial saints and fifth-stage martial saints. These 2 people were the sworn brothers of the previous clan master of the Huang clan. One was called Bai Wuji, and the other was called Zi Tingchong. Contrary to his name, Bai Wuji's face was purple, but Zi Tingchong's face was like white dough, which was very funny. With these 2 people here, Huang Xiao was basically safe. In addition, Huang Xiao's 2 wives also stayed here. Clan Master Huang's intention was very simple. Although he didn't say it out, everyone understood. If Huang Xiao regained his masculinity, then don't waste any more time and quickly spread out. Anyway, you're useless and only have this little use left. We don't count on you for the clan's prosperity, but on your son. Divine Dr. Chu specially arranged for Huang Xiao to stay in the same room with his 2 wives. This decision was strongly resisted and loudly protested by Huang Xiao, who already felt guilty and had an inferiority complex. But under Divine Dr. Chu's tyranny, Huang Xiao had no choice but to give in. As Huang Shang and the others left the flat mountain ridge, Huang Xiao also started the second course of treatment. The collected centipede legs, venomous snake tongues, poisonous stinging iron cucumber and so on, were all boiled in a big pot by Divine Dr. Chu. The pot was filled with black and shiny medicinal soup, with centipede legs and other things floating on it. Divine Dr. Chu dripped 2 drops of lust dragon's blood this time. The medicinal effect was twice as strong as the first course of treatment. But when Huang Xiao smelled the stench of the medicinal soup, he had already vomited, and when he saw the color of the medicinal soup, he was even more scared out of his wits. He dragged his feet on the ground and sat back fiercely. No matter what, he wouldn't go forward, let alone drink it. Divine Dr. Chu frowned, but it didn't work. Huang Xiao shook his head like a rattledrum. I'm a man of my words. If I say I won't drink it, then I won't drink it. Seeing that Divine Dr. Chu was furious, the 2 martial saints caught Huang Xiao and used the method of the previous guards, pinch his nose and force the medicine down his throat. Then, they immediately operated their martial arts to help him digest the medicine. When they let go of Huang Xiao, he was lying on the ground and twitching. His mouth and eyes were crooked, and he seemed to have lost his will to live. When he heard that he had to drink this medicine for 5 consecutive days, Huang Xiao directly screamed, took off his belt and hung it on the door. Then, he couldn't wait to stretch his neck into the room, *MP*, as he was too tired yesterday. He was in a daze today. He felt that he woke up and slept and woke up again. He only woke up in the afternoon. When he got up, he realized that he was still far away from the first place. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Continue to work hard. The 2 deputy moderators sent a screenshot. At midnight yesterday, everyone had actually cast 1,134 votes. Everyone is too strong. I owe everyone 2 chapters. I'll work overtime today to make up for these 2 chapters. That is to say, I'll update at least 4 chapters today. This is the first chapter, fight, just 1 word, I'm fighting, so I hope everyone can accompany me and give me strength. Give me motivation. I sincerely beg everyone for monthly votes. I need it very much. Please continue to be crazy with me. I'll never admit defeat. Divine Dr. Chu had no choice but to comfort him. After the 3rd course of treatment, the medicine won't stink anymore. Huang Gong's tears flowed down his cheeks as he looked at the sky speechlessly. How unbearable these 5 days would be, but on the 2nd day, Huang Xiao was extremely excited. The sky had just turned bright. Divine Dr. Chu had just woken up and was sitting in the purple bamboo forest, breathing in the fresh air. Divine Dr. Chu was shocked by a strange cry. Then, he saw Huang Xiaolong rushing out naked into the room of the two martial saints. Then, he heard from inside, "There's a reaction, there's a reaction. Look, look. It's a little hard." Huang Gong's voice was ecstatic. Then, he heard the two martial saints trembling with excitement, "It's true, it's true. Damn, it's really a little hard." Then, Huang Xiao's voice was heard, "Ah, don't touch it. Hey! Don't fiddle with it." Embarrassed laughter sounded. "Air. Ha 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 ha." Bai Wuji's excited voice was heard, "Can you use it now?" Huang Xiao's voice was a little depressed, "I tried it just now, but it still didn't work." "It's almost done, don't worry, you'll be able to use it soon. Divine Dr. Chu is really a miracle-working doctor. You can even cure this thing." Hearing the sound from inside, Divine Dr. Chu was dumbfounded, and his head bumped into the purple bamboo. Early in the morning, Chu Lu'er was surprised to see something that she couldn't believe. Huang Xiao, who was scared to death by the stink of the medicine yesterday, actually took the initiative to drink it today. Moreover, he held the bowl with great care, as if he was afraid of spilling a single drop. He gulped down this bowl of medicinal soup, which was as smelly as the septic tank in public toilets. After he finished drinking, he even smacked his lips twice. He then took some water to rinse the bowl before drinking it again, and then the second bowl, rinsing it again after he finished drinking it. Then, with a satisfied expression, he even burped, hummed a tune and walked away. He actually regained his original arrogance of a hedonistic young master. Chu Lu'er was stunned. What the hell? Could it be that there's something tasty in the medicine? Chu Lu'er was perplexed. She gathered her courage and sniffed at the pot. Chu Lu'er's curiosity could kill a cat. The little girl covered her mouth and rushed out. She couldn't stop herself from vomiting when she reached the outside. She vomited so much that she felt as if her liver and intestines had been cut to pieces. When he stood up again, he looked at Huang Xiao in disbelief. Martial Yin Yang knew chapter this guy was too strong. Eunuch Huang actually enjoyed such a smelly thing and cherished it so much. After drinking the medicine, he even washed the bowl clean before drinking it again, afraid that he would waste even the slightest bit of its medicinal strength. "Big brother, is this Duke Huang possessed?" Chu Lu'er asked suspiciously when she saw Chu Yang again. "No, he's just too excited." Chu Yang smiled and rubbed the little girl's hair. He said, "Lu'er, let me tell you a piece of good news. You're only missing 2 types of medicines." "Really?" Chu Lu'er's eyes instantly turned into crescents. "Of course it's true. Our Lu'er is very lucky. Many kind-hearted people will help you." Chu Yang squinted his eyes and smiled. Chu Lu'er smiled happily. "Doesn't that mean that as long as I recover, I'll be able to practice martial arts very soon?" "Yes," Chu Yang replied. Then, he reacted, "You want to practice martial arts? To become a heroine?" "What heroine?" Chu Lu'er wrinkled her nose. "I just don't want to be bullied." "By the way, I also don't want to be bullied." Chu Yang laughed. "When you recover, I'll definitely give you an unparalleled martial arts technique. You'll be like a dragon soaring into the heavens." "It's a phoenix." Chu Lu'er stared and said. It's a phoenix, ha ha ha." Chu Yang broke into a sweat and laughed. In the next few days, Chu Fian was about to set off with the caravan. Before he left, he came to look for Chu Yang. After considering for a long time, Chu Yang still let Chu Fian go to the Blood Payers Hall to cancel the 5 types of medicines that he currently had. After all, this was a huge expenditure. Originally, Chu Yang didn't intend to cancel it. After all, these things were heavenly treasures. So be it if he wanted to collect more. Anyway, they were useful. But after hearing about the medicine banquet, Chu Yang wanted to cancel it. The medicine banquet was definitely a place where money was burned. Without sufficient preparation, how could he exchange for good things in the medicine banquet? He couldn't possibly steal everything. Currently, the Chu clan already had the 8 types of medicines that Chu Lu'er needed to treat her illness. Moreover, the Huang clan had also gotten another one. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan had gotten the Jade Clover Ganoderma and Heavenly Jade Elixir. the Huang clan was about to send the life pandolin and death water. In addition, the blood payers organization, Jingjian Hall, was also sending a flower over. Currently, only the color lotus and earthly soul ginseng were missing. The rewards for these two types of medicines would naturally not be cancelled. In less than 2 months, Divine Dr. Chu had already gotten one of the 8 types of medicines that he was originally helpless against. This ability was also shocking. Although his methods were not very open, but the remaining 2 types of medicines were the most important. Because the places where these 2 types of medicines grew were especially hard to find. The color lotus had to grow in an extremely cold place. And it had to be in a place where thousands of poisons gathered. This was a problem, since it was an extremely cold place, it was impossible for thousands of poisons to gather there. And the earthly soul ginseng had to grow in an extremely cold and humid place. And this place had to be where many people had died. It could only grow in a place where the yin aura couldn't be dispersed for a long time. But in the process of the earthly soul ginseng's growth, there had to be sunlight. This was another contradiction. Since it was humid and cold for a long time, how could there be sunlight in a place where yin aura couldn't be dispersed? So these 2 types of medicines were the most difficult to find. But Chu Yan felt that there might be some medicines in the medicine banquet. That was where all the elixirs in the world would be gathered. 3 days later, there was finally news. But it wasn't news from the Huang clan or the Yi clan, but from the Shao clan and the Li clan. 4 days ago, which was the day before the battle between Yi Wubua and 7th Master Shao, the Li clan's master, Li Nantung, passed by 8 Corners Mountain and was ambushed by the 3rd master of the Shao clan, Shao Jianhan. In this battle, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Li Nantung survived, but more than half of Shao Jianhan's side died. This battle was like a bugle horn that sounded the monstrous offensive of the 8 super clans against the Li clan, but the Li clan didn't back down. In order to ensure the safety of Li Xiongtu, the Li clan didn't hesitate to do anything. Protecting Li Xiongtu meant protecting the Li clan for 10,000 years. They wouldn't retreat no matter what. Flames of war rose in the Chon Tian continent. The Li clan started to be attacked from all directions. The Yi clan, Ling clan, Zhuge clan, Shi clan, Shao clan, Yun clan, Lan clan and Chen clan all attacked at the same time. All the clans adopted the same method. They started to wipe out the Li clan from the periphery. First, they got rid of all the Li clan's branches and businesses to cut off its source of income. Then, they attacked the subsidiary clans of the Li clan and waited for an opportunity to kill the important figures of the Li clan. Gradually, they went inwards and cleared the fields. Although this method would take a long time, it was the best way to get things done once and for all. There was absolutely no need to worry about any fish escaping the net, especially when Li Xiongtu's portrait started to secretly circulate within the clans. The request of the clans was, no matter what, they must remember this face. No matter what, they must kill this person. This was the biggest premise. If Li Xiongtu survived in the end, so what if they killed all the members of the Li clan? Wouldn't it be of no use at all? Not to mention the fact that the clans were attacking the Li clan. The Shao clan had already started to secretly deploy troops in the southeast region. The Shao clan's branch in the flat mountain ridge was destroyed and massacred. And on that day, the clan master of the Huang clan, Huang Shang, entered the flat mountain ridge. Needless to say, what this meant was obvious. Moreover, 7th Master Shao, who was in charge of the Shao clan's branch in this region, was missing. Until now, no one had seen him alive or dead. But the bodies of 7th Master Zhao's 2 capable subordinates were found at the scene. Then, 7th Master Shao must be dead. The Shao clan hadn't suffered such a big loss in so many years. How could they tolerate it? While they sent people out to look for 7th Master Shao, they were already preparing to take revenge on the Huang clan. And the Huang clan was even more heavily fortified and prepared for mobilization. The battle could start at any time. Both sides were in full swing, and it was as if there was no rain. The only thing that could be confirmed was that once the battle started, the flames of war would burn the sky. It wouldn't happen overnight. In the flat mountain ridge, Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were also working hard to reorganize the law enforcement officers and their subordinates. They were preparing all kinds of weapons, hidden weapons, poisons and demonic means as much as possible. At the same time, the 2 of them and their brothers were crazily practicing martial arts. Both of them knew that once Han Xiaoran started to take action, there would never be a day of peace. Unless one of them was exterminated, so, if they were more prepared now, they would have more chances of survival in the future. Xianxia and Lu Gong had already started the third course of treatment. The medicine for the third course of treatment wasn't bitter or smelly, but it was extremely sour. Du Kuang only took a sip, and he couldn't even chew the tofu. Du Kuang didn't even frown as he drank it all. And he drank the medicine on time. He also mixed the dregs with water and drank it. Isn't it just sour? I can bear it. Du Kuang actually became very arrogant. In these few days, Du Kuang was very cooperative. He ate whatever was given to him. His worship and trust for divine Dr. Chu had also reached the extreme. Every morning, he would scream in surprise, "It's harder, harder, wah-ha." A wolf-like laughter started to come out from Du Kuang's throat. Such a surprise was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to understand. I've been eunuch for 7 to 8 years. I've never used it before. Now, I'm finally going to have a good time. Du Kuang's face was full of tears. Under such circumstances, how could he not cooperate? Now, even if divine Dr. Chu pointed to a pile of feces and said, "This thing is useful to eat," then Du Kuang would definitely swallow it without frowning, not to mention taking medicine. Isn't it just a little bitter, smelly, and sour? Brothers and sisters, if I didn't get the first place in the monthly votes, I'll explode again. Speaking of risking my life, I'm not afraid of anyone. But the recommendation ticket didn't even make it to the front page after 11 p.m. I'm so sad. Don't make me too sad. I've already suffered a lot. I beg for monthly votes, beg for recommendation tickets. After another 3 days, the Blood Payers Hall sent news that Xianxia Hall had arrived at Flat Mountain Ridge with spray of flowers. At this time, Chu Fian and Chu Failing had already set off. Divine Dr. Chu had no choice but to go personally. Xianxia Hall was an organization of blood payers. There were only 5 of them, but all of them were not ordinary. Moreover, they were brothers from the same mother, and they were ranked beyond the top 200 in the Blood Payers Hall. But this organization was famous for one thing: they were despicable, shameless, insidious, and cunning. Xianxia Hall was best at robbing other blood payers to collect rewards. Or after other blood payers collected their rewards, they would kill them and rob them of the purple crystals. This was the most despicable thing for the people in the martial world. If you have the ability, go find it yourself, fight for it yourself. What kind of ability was it to rob other people's labor? This was also considered as robbing blood payers. After all, the nature of blood payers' organization determined its people's purple crystals and items. They never cared about who submitted the task. As long as you completed the task and got the item, the reward would be given to you. Over the years, Xianxia Hall was notorious. But these 5 people were extremely slippery. They would escape if they couldn't win. But each of them had the ability to escape. No one could do anything to them. So they were free for the time being. Moreover, the 5 of them were despicable and arrogant. They were not willing to submit to anyone, including the big clans that ruled the heavens. They did not even put them in their eyes. Of course, when they saw the people of the big families, Jinjiantang was definitely more obedient than a dog, wagging its tail and drooling its face, trying its best to flatter them. But as soon as the person left, they would curse the whole world. The catchphrase of Nangong Shifeng, the boss of Xianxia Hall, was, "Are the big clans all stupid? Have these bastards lived for more than 10,000 years in vain? They don't have any knowledge and courage. For example, this matter. Are they stupid? For example, this matter, how stupid must they be to do it like this? If I'm from a big clan, what will I do?" This guy always made comments after the event. He would only talk nonsense after he understood the cause and effect of everything. Finally, he would add, "I'm really speechless." It never occurred to him that everything he said had already happened. It had already been announced to the world. Even an idiot would know that he shouldn't have done this back then. But why didn't he say it before it happened? Typical belated advice. When someone from a big clan came to settle the score with him, Nangong Shifeng immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He kept repenting and only begged for his life. But after that, he still behaved the same way. Later on, the people of Jianghu gave this guy a saying: "A person who is too shameless is invincible." Not only did he have the word Lei Feng carved on his face, there was even a tattoo of a dog's head on his forehead. Thus, he was called the three-headed snake. And, two on the top and one on the bottom. After offending the Yi clan, he was castrated by the Yi clan. Because of this, its nickname changed to two-headed snake. If one of its three heads was cut off, wouldn't it be two heads? Furthermore, Nangong Shifeng's character must have been soaked in the latrine. It was said that this guy's wife ran away with another man and he wore a few green hats. In addition, he was castrated, which led to his psychological perversion, and Jingjian Hall was the official name. But when people mentioned these people, they would call them the Silver Sword Hall. But Chu Yang naturally didn't know the whole story. But when he knew that it was Jingjian Hall who got spray of flowers, he investigated this organization. He also knew the style of this organization. Naturally, he was on guard. As for Jingjian Hall's exorbitant demand of 30,000 purple crystals, he wasn't surprised. Under the guidance of the Bloodpayers Hall, the 5 people of the Jingjian Hall finally met with Chu Yang. Their strength was really not weak. They had all reached the monarch level. When Chu Yang saw these 5 people, he was speechless. As expected, Nangong Shifeng's face was covered. But seeing his 4 younger brothers was the same as seeing him. His 4 younger brothers didn't cover their faces. Each of them looked exactly the same: triangular eyes, broom-like eyebrows, bulbous nose, toad mouth, protruding ears, withered yellow hair that curled up sparsely. Their heads were like large single cloves of garlic, and there was a sharp tip on top. At this moment, Chu Yang lowered his head and looked at his crotch with uncertainty. Damn it, did that thing run out and become a spirit? You're the buyer? You need spray of flowers urgently? The boss of Jingjian Hall, Nangong Shifeng, had his face covered, but his domineering tone couldn't be concealed. His eyes flashed with cold light like a viper's as he sized Chu Yang up. Originally, when Bloodpayers offered a reward, the buyer and seller would never meet face to face. But Chu Yang's reward was 10,000 purple crystals, while Jingjian Hall wanted 30,000 purple crystals. The difference was too big, so they came to discuss with the buyer. For safety reasons, Chu Yang covered his face. It's urgent, but it depends on the price. Chu Yang said. Lightly, even if I were to sell everything I have, I would only be able to offer a reward of more than 10,000 purple crystals. If you can't offer the purple crystals, you still want spray of flowers? Nangong Shifeng snorted and said, for a flower like you, we've suffered a lot before we managed to get it for you. You want to use 10,000 purple crystals to dismiss us? Do you think we're beggars? The enforcer of the Bloodpayers Hall frowned and said, 10,000 purple crystals is already quite a lot. Nangong, don't go too far. Nangong Shifeng smiled and said, Big brother, don't be angry. We also want to get the greatest benefit. After all, this trip is extremely tiring. It's all hard-earned money. Of course, everyone's hard work is inevitable. So, I'll also add some rewards at my discretion. But how much does this big brother want? At such a critical juncture, Chu Yang didn't want to complicate matters. He only wanted to quickly hand over the money with one hand and end this matter with the other. He really felt a little nauseous looking at these 5 guys. Being ugly isn't a sin, but if you're ugly and still insist on thinking that you're extraordinary and that you're an excellent duke of the secular world, then that's too nauseating. So, this expert doesn't lack purple crystals? Nangong Shifeng's cold eyes flashed. I still have some. As long as it's not too much, I'll accept it. Chu Yang smiled lightly. 50,000 purple crystals. Nangong Shifeng smiled and stretched out 5 fingers. Nangong. You said 30,000 purple crystals just now. The enforcer of the Bloodpayers Hall was furious. Big brother enforcer. The 5 of us almost lost our lives to snatch these from the wolf's den. Look at the wounds on 3rd and 4th brother's legs that were bitten by the wolves. We almost lost our lives. Nangong Shifeng said pitifully. It's too much. Chu Yang said emotionlessly, I don't have so many purple crystals. Then how much do you want? Nangong Shifeng blinked. 20,000 at most. Chu Yang said. Absolutely not. Nangong Shifeng's voice suddenly became fierce. This buyer, are you playing with us brothers? Chu Yang frowned and said, I don't have so many purple crystals. Do you want me to rob you? 50,000 purple crystals. Don't even think about doing this business if there's one less. Nangong Shifeng said viciously, at most, I'll destroy this flower and we'll go our separate ways. Then do as you wish. Qi Yang stood up, I don't want this flower anymore. If you want to kill someone, you don't have to use this flower. Goodbye. Qi Yang walked out without any reluctance. He's had enough, you don't want face. Then don't blame me, King of Hell Chu, for being ruthless. Seeing this buyer turn around and walk away without any reluctance, Nangong Shifeng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this guy, who had offered a reward in the Blood Payers Hall, obviously needed this flower very much. Now that they couldn't reach an agreement, he actually didn't want it anymore. What was this saying? How could Nangong Shifeng bear to destroy a flower? This was a huge fortune. If I can't sell it to you, can't I sell it to others? But obviously, others couldn't pay such a high price. Not to mention 20,000 purple crystals, they couldn't even reach 10,000 purple crystals. Because this thing was definitely not worth such a high price. For this kind of thing, only those who urgently needed it would pay such a high price. How could Nangong Shifeng not know this principle? Thinking of this, Nangong Shifeng wished he could give himself 2 slaps. 20,000 purple crystals wasn't a small amount. If he had known this, he would have sold it for 20,000 purple crystals. This. Big brother, what is this saying? This. Nangong Shifeng turned around and looked at the enforcer of the Blood Payers Hall, saying with grievance, this person offered a reward in the Blood Payers Hall, but he doesn't want it anymore. This is not taking the Blood Payers Hall seriously. The enforcer said coldly, he really doesn't take the enforcers of the entire Southeast region seriously. So what if he doesn't take them seriously? This person was the second in charge of the Blood Payers Hall. That day when Han Xiaoran supported the Chu clan, he was also there. And Han Xiaoran even specially instructed the 2 in charge of the Blood Payers Hall, definitely. Don't let anything happen to this young master, since Han Xiaoran had already instructed so, then, this young master. Needless to say, how to serve him. Upon hearing the enforcer's words, Nangong Shifeng was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't take the enforcers of the entire Southeast region seriously? Nangong Shifeng instantly wanted to cry, damn, could it be the main figure of the Xiao clan? So. I've offended the Xiao clan today? Big brother, please say something. Nangong Shifeng almost cried, 20,000 it is. The enforcer spread out his hands and said, I can't help even if I want to. Nangong, let me remind you, this person isn't someone you can afford to offend. Don't have any crooked ideas. You're on your own. As he said, the enforcer sighed and disappeared in a flash. Even if Nangong Shifeng really had crooked ideas previously, he absolutely didn't dare to do so now. He stood there as if he had lost his parents, as if he had lost his soul. Big brother, you're too greedy, you should have sold it for 20,000 purple crystals. 20,000 purple crystals have already exceeded the real value by several times. His few brothers obviously had the same character as him, and instantly started to give advice after the fact. Nangong Shifeng said with a long face, how would I know it would turn out like this? Book 7, Chapter 122, Do you understand? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Nangong Shifeng and the other 4 left the flat mountain ridge and sighed. The topic was, if I had known. I would have done that earlier, but it was too late to say anything now. Since things have come to this, let's leave quickly. One of the 5 brothers frowned and said, this is the only time we didn't rob. We fought so hard against a pack of wolves and only managed to pick a flower. We thought it was a rare commodity that we could hoard. Who would have thought that we would travel thousands of miles to the southeast to offend someone? And from the looks of it, we offended a big shot. Yes. If this person comes to rob us, we'll be in trouble. Another one suddenly realized. They were all robbers, so they were very cautious about this. We really went for wool and came back on credit, Nangong Shifeng said dejectedly. Forget it, let's go to the Zhuge family and sell this medicine to the medicine banquet. I think we'll earn a lot of purple crystals. The 5 of them quickened their pace and rushed out of the flat mountain ridge like a gust of wind. They crossed a mountain and turned a corner. Seeing the endless forest in front of them, they heaved a sigh of relief. We're finally out, I was really afraid of being intercepted. One of them wiped his sweat. Yes, you guys have come out. However, this should be enough. A cold voice rang out. Along with this voice, a bleak and vicissitude aura suddenly filled the air. The 5 of them were shocked. They turned around and saw a figure in black standing under a pine tree in front of them. Looking at his posture, he had been waiting for a long time. It was the sword spirit in charge of the body, waiting. Here to rob them. Even if I can't buy it, can't I rob it? It's you. Nangong Shifeng recognized at a glance that this was the masked man in black just now. He was scared out of his wits. Just from this bleak and vicissitude aura, he knew that he had hit the nail on the head. Feeling the terrifying aura that was like a mountain pressing down on him, he was even more sure that the person he had offended not only had a strong background, but also had a terrifying cultivation. Just by sensing this aura, he understood one thing: if he made a move, he would definitely die without a doubt. The most important reason why the Jingjian Hall had existed for such a long time was that his boss was smooth and slick. When met with a soft approach, he would be hard. When he wanted to be hard, he would be soft. This was the supreme law of the heavenly layer. It's me. The sword spirit chuckled. What a coincidence to meet you again. Senior. What do you want? Nangong Shifeng asked cautiously. Nothing much, the sword spirit said. I miss you, so I wanted to come and have a chat with you. Is that okay? Nangong Shifeng took a step back and was tongue-tied. Senior, we can discuss it again. Actually, 20,000 purple crystals isn't something that isn't negotiable. The sword spirit chuckled. But I can get it without spending a single purple crystal. Do you believe me? I believe you. Nangong Shifeng nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Big brother, you're brilliant, handsome, and elegant. You'll definitely succeed in whatever you want to do. Don't say that you didn't spend a single purple crystal to get this flower. I think you don't even need to waste any effort. Someone will send this flower to you with purple crystals. The sword spirit's eyes lit up. You're giving me purple crystals? Is there such a good thing? Nangong Shifeng said flatteringly, yes, big brother. Actually, with your unparalleled cultivation, you only need to say a word, and we'll gather enough purple crystals even if we have to break our legs. We'll also have to send over thousands of mountains and rivers to you, the sword spirit said excitedly. Really? I don't know how many purple crystals they'll give me. Nangong Shifeng cried instantly. Senior, how many purple crystals do you think is appropriate? The sword spirit pondered for a while and said, sigh, it's SOSO. 20,000 purple crystals should be enough. I'll kindly accept it. Nangong Shifeng and his brothers twitched their bulbous noses at the same time, as if 5 heads of garlic were shaking at the same time. They could have earned 20,000 purple crystals, but now they had to pay 20,000 purple crystals? What kind of explanation was this? Nangong Shifeng grinned and said tearfully, but if I don't bring it with me now, don't bring it with you? The sword spirit was instantly furious. He was here to kill and rob, so how could he show mercy? Are you fooling me? At this moment, in the entanglement space, Chu Yang beamed with joy. Wait, I'll deal with them. The sword spirit was startled. Why? Chu Yang smiled. Don't you see that these 5 people are very tactful? If they were other monarch-level experts, they would have already become corpses. But if you continue to talk like this, they won't die. The sword spirit said, I'll slash them with my sword. You'll really die with your sword. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, it's a pity to kill these 5 people. Coincidentally, the medicine banquet is short of people, and I need information. It's rare that they're so obedient. The sword spirit disappeared silently, and Chu Yang regained his consciousness silently. Nangong Shifeng suddenly felt that the strong pressure and vicissitudes of life, as well as the terrifying murderous aura, had disappeared together. Although the black-robed man was still standing in front of him, he obviously didn't want to kill anymore. He was so happy that he wanted to cry. He choked and said, Senior. Senior is really magnanimous, boo-hoo, Chu Yang sighed. It's not easy for you too, yes. Nangong Shifeng nodded repeatedly. Surviving in the martial world. The 5 of us brothers are not loved by our uncles and uncles. It's really hard to earn a living. Well, where's that flower? Chu Yang dragged his tone. It's here. Nangong Shifeng no longer had the imposing manner of wanting to destroy the flower. He hurriedly took out a small jade box from his bosom and presented it to Chu Yang with both hands. Put it down, let's talk. Chu Yang didn't take it. He gestured for Nangong Shifeng to put it down on the ground. Only then did he sit down on the roots of the pine tree. Nangong Shifeng considerately moved a flat big rock and wiped it clean with his sleeves. Then, he took off his coat and laid it on the flat surface of the rock. He nodded and bowed. Please, take a seat. His expression was flattering, just like a dog that was wagging its head and tail. Yes. You're quite sensible. Chu Yang sat down steadily and crossed his legs. I heard that you don't like the big clans? Chu Yang's main point was this. In terms of character, this guy would have been killed by Chu Yang long ago. But these guys were very good at currying favor. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. They were very slippery. Chu Yang immediately wanted to use them for other purposes. Not only don't I like the big clans. Nangong Shifeng said angrily, we can't make a living because the big clans forced us. He was smart enough to understand the meaning of Chu Yang's words. Yes, I also don't like the big clans. I heard that your power was erased by the Yi clan? Chu Yang asked, who did it? The veins on Nangong Shifeng's forehead bulged. It's that transvestite Yi Xiu. I offended him last time. He ordered people to catch me, and then, just, cut me off with a sword. How did you offend him? Chu Yang was full of interest. It's a long story. That time, someone mentioned the matter of the Yi clan's daughter, so I said sarcastically that if I knew that Ling Hongwu would quit, I would have let a pair of lovers be together. But now, he killed his own subordinate and didn't get to cozy up to Yi Xiu. In the end, Yi Xiu heard it. Nangong Shifeng slapped his own mouth. I'm just a cheap talker, you are indeed a cheap talker. Chu Yang felt the same way. This guy's problem was indeed caused by that bad habit of his. If I knew earlier, how good would it be? It's all because of the hindsight. Do you want to take revenge? Chu Yang asked. Even in my dreams? Nangong Shifeng said affirmatively. Then, he said dejectedly, but now that we are like this, how can we talk about revenge? That transvestite Yi Xiu is vicious. Not only did he cripple me, he also made me unable to see anyone. He tore off the scarf covering his face, take a look. He tattooed the word idiot on my forehead, and even drew a dick on it. If it weren't for the fact that I was worried about my 4 brothers, I would have killed myself long ago. I'm also a man. When Chu Yang saw this shape, he almost spurted out. I didn't expect that transvestite Yi clan was also a talent. He was actually so mischievous, he was the one who did it both times? Chu Yang felt strange. Yes, once. Nangong Shifeng wanted to cry but had no tears. I've been keeping it a secret. But later, that transvestite saw that no one knew about it, and actually sent people to spread the news that I was done by him. Chu Yang held back his laughter and muttered, it's just a tattoo. It's easy to get rid of it. Nangong Shifeng widened his eyes in surprise and blinked his eyes. Chu Yang said, all of you, come over. The 5 brothers came over, not knowing what was going on. Chu Yang's hands were as fast as lightning. Pa, 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 he tapped on each of their chests. The 5 of them only felt a pain in their chests, which disappeared immediately. Chu Yang took out 5 pills and said, everyone, take 1 pill. From now on, you'll work for me. His voice became heavy. As long as you do your best to work for me, not only will I get rid of your tattoo, I'll also help you take revenge and seek justice from Yi Xiu. I'll also help you recover your lower body. Nangong Shifeng jumped up in surprise and said in a trembling voice, really? Chu Yang snorted and took out a bottle of liquid medicine. He said, don't move. With a flash of sword light, a thin layer of skin on Nangong Shifeng's forehead floated down, and the tattoo fell off entirely. Before Nangong Shifeng could scream, he felt a cooling sensation. Half of the liquid medicine had been spilled on his wound. Immediately, he felt an indescribable itch and comfort. Then, the other half of the bottle was stuffed into his mouth. Vitality spring water? Nan Gongshifeng knew that he was saved. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. He snatched the pill from Chu Yang's hand and swallowed it. When the other four heard the words Vitality Spring Water, they swallowed the pills without any instructions. Elder, what do you want us to do? Just tell us. Nan Gongshifeng said. The medicine banquet will be held when the flowers bloom next spring. Chu Yang said lightly, I need all of you to go there first. Just do this and that. Nan Gongshifeng nodded repeatedly as Chu Yang explained. Take this half of the dagger. When the time comes, someone will appear at the medicine banquet to look for you with the other half of the dagger. As long as you do what I ask you to do, the person holding the other half of the dagger will give you the antidote for today's poison, and will also cure your unspeakable illness. Chu Yang took out a thumb-long broken dagger and handed it to Nan Gongshifeng. He said lightly, do you understand? Yesterday, 1100 votes to make up for yesterday. I reckon that it will continue to explode in the next few days. So, please support me with monthly votes. Understood. Nan Gongshifeng carefully took over half of the dagger, wrapped it up carefully and put it in his bosom. He didn't look uncomfortable from being coerced. Instead, he was full of excitement. Nan Gongshifeng, don't you feel awkward? Chu Yang asked, your acupoints were sealed by me first, and then you took my poison. No matter what happens, you'll die without a complete corpse. Don't you feel aggrieved after being tempted by me and promising you great benefits to do things for me? Nan Gongshifeng's bloody face actually revealed a smile. He said, not at all. Not at all. He didn't show any flattery in his words. His tone was solemn and serious, as if he was sincere. Why? Chu Yang was a little interested. He really wanted to understand the mentality of this guy who had just been subdued by him. This would determine his future development. After all, Chu Yang really didn't have anyone to use now. That's why he caught these 5 people. If he had other principles, he wouldn't be willing to use such disreputable people. In Chu Yang's heart, he was still inclined to abandon these 5 people if they were to follow him all the time or to be abandoned according to the situation. Coercion. Actually, when have we not been coerced in this world? Nan Gongshifeng smiled a little sadly. All along, when we were young, we were coerced by our livelihood. The 5 of us brothers once had a full 4 years where we didn't have enough to eat every single day. Sometimes, we only got a bun for 3 days, and the 5 of us ate it. He looked sad. Elder, do you think that we were born like this? Although we're not handsome, we still have some human features. But in those years, we had no choice but to eat rye-face mushrooms so that we wouldn't starve to death. Although rye-face mushrooms are poisonous, they won't kill people. After eating a lot of them, a person's face will become more terrifying than a rye-face mushroom. And, hair will become sparse until it's completely gone. Fortunately, we only ate for a month and a half before we were lucky enough to encounter a wild boar that fell from the cliff. But that month had already turned us into something that was neither human nor ghost. Later on, we had a fortuitous encounter and became capable. We no longer had to be coerced for food, but we were coerced by our strength. In order to increase our strength, we had to constantly train. After that, we were coerced for the sake of our reputation. We became ugly, but we cared more about our reputation. That's why we have to stand out and not be looked down upon. But in this layer of heaven, because of our ugly looks, none of the big aristocratic families or big forces are willing to take us in. So we became blood payers. If you become a blood payer, you can earn purple crystals. You can eat and cultivate. But, we had to hand in the task. We weren't even emperor-level experts at that time. So, how could we snatch it from others? Since he had come to the blood payers' hall to offer a reward, what kind of simple task would there be? Do you think we can handle it with our cultivation? So we can only look for an opportunity to take advantage of the situation when both sides are injured. Over time, we have been doing this all the way. When others look down on us, we look down on others. When big forces look down on us, we look down on them even more. We can't afford to offend them, but we can afford to hide from them. Along the way, we have been treated coldly and experienced the fickleness of human nature. Even my wife. Haha, actually, it's not. That time, I saved a dying old businessman and escorted him home. It was considered as an occasional act of kindness. Actually, it wasn't, because the old man said that as long as I escorted him home, he would be willing to give me his precious purple crystals. I escorted him home and took good care of him along the way, fearing that he would die. In the end, the old man thought that I was reliable and said that he would betroth his daughter to me. After I sent him home, he didn't break his promise. At the very last moment, he invited all the guests to a banquet and announced the marriage between his daughter and me, setting us up. I was ugly and had no intention of having a family in this life. But that time, my heart was really moved. Nangong Shifeng had already sunk into his memories. There was a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. That was the happiest and most peaceful day of my life. At that time, I even thought that as long as this family didn't despise me, I would give up wandering in the martial world and live here with my 4 younger brothers. I would continue to do business in the old man's family business. I wouldn't be involved in any disputes in the martial world and would just treat myself as an ordinary person. As long as my wife was willing to accept me, I would treat her well wholeheartedly, for a lifetime. The old man passed away half a month after he returned home. I buried him as a human and took care of him in his old age. Only then did I know that my fiancé's heart was already with someone else. And the two of them were in love with each other and made a vow of love. When she told me about it, she said that if I didn't want to give up, she would give him half of the family property so that he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. And she was willing to keep her promise and serve me for a lifetime and be a good wife and mother for me. If I was willing to let her go, I was willing to give her all the family property, and she only wanted to be with her lover for a lifetime. Nangong Shifeng shook his head and laughed, but a few drops of tears fell down. Then what did you do? Chu Yang asked. Nangong Shifeng laughed hoarsely. Although he said that he was laughing, it sounded more like he was crying. I, Nangong Shifeng, am ugly. I admit it. Because I'm ugly, no woman is willing to look at me. I admit it. I'm despicable and shameless for my livelihood. I admit it. I can kneel in front of others and lick their shoes for my younger brothers to survive. I admit it. But I'm not so despicable as to force the woman that I like to do something that she doesn't like. Especially when it's a woman's lifelong happiness. That's why I left. I left the small town alone. I didn't want anything and left everything to them. Others said that my wife ran away with someone else. I admit it. Nangong Shifeng laughed. Why would a person like me look for a wife? Isn't that a joke? His voice was bleak and his smile was bleak. Chu Yang sighed. You left just like that? Just like that. Nangong Shifeng laughed. For so many years, even if I passed by that place, I would take a detour. Even if I had to walk a few thousand miles, I would still avoid that place. Not even once. Why? Why don't you go back and take a look? Go and see if she's doing well? Chu Yang frowned and his eyes flashed. No. Why should I go back? Nangong Shifeng shook his head and laughed. If she's not doing well, what can I do? Rejoice in her misfortune or snatch her away? If she's doing well? What can I do? Do I feel more upset and lost? Nangong Shifeng tried hard to frown and raise his eyebrows. He widened his eyes and controlled the tears that were about to flow out of his eyes. I'm also a very vulgar man. Although I'm uglier than other men, I have the temperament of a man. I've thought of seeing her not doing well and seeing her regret. I hope that when I go back, she'll hug my leg and say that she's regretful. Then, I'll kick her away and leave. I've also thought that if I see her living well, I'll go crazy with jealousy and maybe kill both of them. But I just think about it and don't dare to do it. Chu Yang sighed and patted his shoulder. He didn't say anything. At this moment, he suddenly decided to let Nangong Shifeng stay. This was a villain, a despicable villain. A despicable villain who was afraid of death and bullied the weak and the strong. But Chu Yang was moved by his last sentence. A very honest villain, feeling the warmth of Chu Yang's hand, Nangong Shifeng could feel the warmth and understanding in Chu Yang's pat. He couldn't help but choke with sobs. Just now, you said that it's awkward to coerce, but I don't feel that it's coercion. Because every day is like this. But this time, it's the first time that we're working for a big shot. This is also our best chance. Nangong Shifeng raised his head and looked at Chu Yang frankly. I know that you're just making use of us now, but we really want to do a good job this time. We've been wandering for a generation and really want to find someone to rely on. In this heavens, without any power to protect us, we're like a child without a mother. Life is too hard. He sniffled and said with a self-deprecating smile, if I can earn a living openly in this life, who would be willing to do such a despicable and shameless thing? If I can be happy and stable in this life, who would be willing to wander about? Chu Yang chuckled and said solemnly, as long as you can do this well and be loyal to me in the future, I will give you a happy and stable life in an open and aboveboard manner. I'll even get rid of the poison of the rye-face mushroom in your brothers' bodies. Nangong Shifeng was overjoyed, looking at Nangong Shifeng and the other three leaving with gratitude. Chu Yang held the black jade box in his hands and felt a little disappointed for a long time. Nangong Shifeng, Jin Jianhao. In everyone's mouth, he was unpardonably evil, but he also had such difficulties. Although Nangong Shifeng didn't say anything, Chu Yang could tell that this guy was afraid of death. He was probably doing this for the sake of his 4 younger brothers. Although the other 4 looked ferocious, he could tell at a glance that they weren't scheming. Without their big brother's care, they wouldn't be able to live for long in this heaven's world. Chu Yang could see the despair in Nangong Shifeng's eyes. A man's head was engraved with something that represented absolute shame, and the most important thing of a man was castrated. His reputation wasn't good, his looks were too ugly, and he fell in love only once in his life, but he still helped someone else. This was really a hopeless life. If it were others, they might not have the courage to continue living. But not only did Nangong Shifeng have to survive, he also had to fight with his 4 brothers. Although their methods were despicable, but, with their conditions, just like what they said, who would use us for a job that's just and honorable, but if they could live happily and peacefully, who would be willing to wander from place to place? Since you want to live like a rebirth, I'll fulfill your wish this time. Chu Yang thought to himself. Chu Yang held a flower in his hand and rushed back. When he returned to the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall, he found that the Huang clan's people all looked serious. Even Huang Xiaoliu, who was always unruly, was frowning. What happened? Chu Yang asked. They fought. Huang Xiaoliu sighed. Huh? The Xiao clan and your Huang clan fought? Chu Yang was shocked. So fast? How many people died? Is it important who died? Begging for monthly votes. We're about to be attacked. Brothers, hang in there. Hang in there. Brothers at the front line have run out of ammunition and food, call for backup. Huang Xiaoliu rolled his eyes. Boss, can you not gloat over my misfortune like this? I know I've offended you, but you don't have to be so obvious. No, I have a bad habit. I get excited when I hear about a fight. Chu Yang said seriously, my blood is boiling. Huang Xiaoliu twitched, I'm so worried that my hair has turned white. And you're still gloating over my misfortune. Quickly tell me, how's the fight going? Chu Yang was in high spirits as he crossed his legs. It turned out that recently, the people of the Xiao clan finally found 7th Master Xiao, who was almost dying, and saved him. At that time, 7th Master Xiao couldn't speak and was unconscious. The Xiao clan was finally furious and directly ordered an attack. The Huang clan had been waiting for a long time. Both sides confronted each other on both sides of the Black River. After a few words, a bloody battle broke out. Both sides had invested a lot of experts, and countless killers were dispatched. The Huang family even issued a bounty for blood payers, offering a huge reward for their help. Currently, the whole southeast region was like a pot of water. Flames had already started to burn under the pot, and it was slowly heating up. As the temperature increased, it would become a pot of rotten porridge sooner or later. By then, both the Xiao clan and the Huang clan would suffer great losses, but there was one thing that Chu Yang couldn't figure out. Why is 7th Master Xiao unconscious? I remember that although his injury is serious, it's definitely not fatal. With 7th Master Xiao's perseverance, he could totally support himself and return to the clan. But he fainted halfway? Is there something fishy about this? In the space, the sword spirit said, stupid. Yi Wubua's hidden weapons contain poison. It's already not bad that 7th Master Xiao didn't die. Chu Yang was suddenly enlightened. Then, he said angrily, why didn't you say so earlier? If 7th Master Xiao died, what should we do? The sword spirit was also a little depressed, because he only thought of it just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so earlier. But there were mistakes in this matter. 7th Master Xiao was unconscious, and they couldn't drag Yi Wubua out, so they went against the Huang clan first. When they reached a certain level and couldn't stop, even if they knew that it was the Yi clan, they wouldn't be able to back down. If the Yi clan got involved, it would be even better. 3 days later, Chu Yang's dream came true. The Huang family and the Xiao family fought for 3 days. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. On the 3rd day, the Xiao family suddenly sent out their experts and attacked the Huang family's front line. Just as the Huang family was retreating, the Yi family suddenly appeared. More than 300 experts faced the Xiao family's experts head-on and crippled them on the spot, forcing them to retreat. The Huang clan's morale was greatly boosted by the sudden arrival of strong reinforcements. They pursued the Xiao clan's men and actually forced them back to the south of the Black River. They even swept through the black pine forest like a gust of wind and burned the sky. The Yi clan's sudden intervention, and in such a domineering and irreconcilable manner, caught the Xiao clan off guard. After reorganizing their forces, both sides tacitly agreed to stop fighting and began to negotiate. Although the Yi clan was clear about this matter, the Xiao clan was still kept in the dark. How could they come to an agreement? Therefore, after a few discussions, the two sides fell out again. The experts sent by the Yi clan joined forces with the Huang clan and actually suppressed the Xiao clan for a while. At this time, the battle was in a stalemate. If the older generation experts or the secret forces of the Yi clan were not sent out, this battle would not end in a short time. These few days, Qi Yang hung a sign saying that the divine doctor has something to do and will not be seeing patients temporarily. It was simple and clear. He stayed in the law enforcement hall almost every day, waiting for the latest news of the battle. Sha Xinliang hung a map of the upper 3 heavens that was as big and as wide as the wall on the wall of the law enforcement hall. Qin Baoshan sighed in front of the map. It's really messed up. Look here, the Ling clan and the Li clan are fighting against each other. They don't play big games, but only launch sneak attacks and assassinations every day. Over here, the Xiao clan and the Li clan are fighting. On this side, the Xiao clan and the Huang clan are fighting. The Xiao clan is actually fighting against 2 sides. So is the Yi clan. The Yi clan is actually fighting against the Xiao clan at the same time. But in the general direction, the 2 clans are still joining forces to suppress the Li clan. What's going on? On this side, Zhuge Yunwu from the Zhuge clan is gradually reducing the power of the Li clan and going north step by step. This is the most regular one. But why did the Chen clan disappear after attacking once some time ago? And this side? Chu Yang sat at one side, drinking tea and watching Qin Baoshan's analysis. His face was solemn. Net 7 by 24 hours non-stop update pure TXT hand novel. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit sighed deeply. The tide of the heavenly layer has finally been raised by you. Chu Yang insipidly said, it's far from enough now. Only the middle-aged generation and the young generation are participating in the battle. The elders of each clan, and even the elders of their grandfather's generation, haven't come out yet. It's still far from a real riot. Such small skirmishes can only be considered as training for soldiers at best. The sword spirit said, with your current strength, being able to reach this step is already very good. Are you still not satisfied? What can you do with your current cultivation base of 4 swords if you really want to do that? Chu Yang nodded. So I have to find the 5th fragment. The sword spirit said, can you leave now? Now that you have such a big business here, the Huang family, the Xiao family, the Yi family, Luer's illness, and the law enforcer's matter can all hold you back. You can't just leave as you wish. Chu Yang frowned and said, apart from Luer's illness, the rest are not a problem. Luer's illness needs you to treat once every 3 months. It can't be delayed, so she can only follow me. With her delicate physique, the long journey will be a big problem. The sword spirit also frowned. Then if you want to go to the medicine banquet, do you still need to go there in advance? Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up with Luer. That's the only way. Chu Yang said, but before I leave, I must improve the strength of the Chu clan. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. The sword spirit said, yes. It's necessary to improve the strength. But the Chu clan has that elder of yours, so there won't be any problems. If the clan is in a life and death situation, I don't believe that he'd rather die than improve his strength to save the clan. Chu Yang sighed deeply. He thought of Chu Xiaxin's expression at that time. He was so affectionate. He really had no confidence in this matter. At this moment, Xia Xinliang hurriedly walked in from outside. It's here, it's here. Qin Baoshan said discontentedly, what's here? You're already so old, why don't you have any self-control? You make a fuss whenever you encounter something. Little brother is still here. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? It's the purple cloud pills. Xia Xinliang swallowed his saliva and took out a purple crystal jade bottle from his chest with trembling hands. Qin Baoshan jumped up immediately, purple cloud pills? Ha ha ha. Let me see. And he rushed up. Xia Xinliang snorted and said, you're so careless. Look at how weak you are. You're already so old, aren't you ashamed? Chu Yang laughed. The purple cloud pills were placed on the table. Has the law enforcement master taken any action? Qin Baoshan looked at the jade bottle of purple cloud pills and asked Xia Xinliang, is there any news? Tong Wuxin is missing, Xia Xinliang said. Tong Wuxin is missing? Qin Baoshan straightened up suddenly, what happened? After the law enforcement master went back, Tong Wuxin disappeared. Xia Xinliang said implicitly. Oh, Qin Baoshan heaved a sigh of relief, missing. So be it. Chu Yang thought, it seems that Han Xiaoran has already taken action. He went back and controlled Tong Wuxin immediately, as he thought. He picked up the purple crystal jade bottle and unplugged the cork. A spicy smell came into his nose. Chu Yang coughed and said in surprise, why is there such a smell? This is the smell of purple cloud pills, Qin Baoshan and Xia Xinliang said at the same time, we've heard about it before. There were a total of purple cloud pills in this small bottle. Obviously, Han Xiaoran's meaning was very clear, Chu Yang, Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan should have 2 pills. No more, no less. Everyone should share them equally. Every purple cloud pill was wrapped with a layer of wax. But even so, the spicy smell was still enough to make people cry. Chu Yang simply couldn't imagine how those experts who had taken the purple cloud pills to improve their martial powers were able to swallow them. He picked up a purple cloud pill and broke the wax layer. Instantly, the whole room was filled with chili powder and mustard powder. The 3 of them instantly cried, I was wondering why I've never heard of purple cloud pill. It turns out to be heaven ascending pill. The sword spirit twitched his mouth disdainfully in the tribulation space, wasn't this medicine abandoned and banned? Why is it still available now? Heaven ascending pill? Chu Yang asked. At that time, the tribulation sword master wanted to improve the strength of his subordinates. So he gathered elixirs from the heavens and earth to refine elixirs. Thus, this medicine was created. It's similar to heavy elixirs, but its effect is overbearing. It's not as gentle and harmless as heavy elixirs. Theoretically, this medicine can increase a person's martial powers by 1,000 years out of thin air. But after a few people took it, they realized that this medicine was actually highly toxic. Even a supreme being would instantly die from the rupture of all the meridians in his body after eating it. This is because the medicinal power of this medicine burst out together. Only by absorbing all the medicinal power at once and circulating it throughout the body and back to the dantian can one obtain this 1,000 years worth of martial powers. But, even immortals don't have such wide meridians that can accommodate 1,000 years worth of martial powers at the same time. The sword spirit explained. Why? Chu Yang asked doubtfully, I don't understand what you mean. For example, a human's body is like a lake, and the power of this medicine is another, bigger lake. If it's injected slowly and continuously, this lake may be expanded by the impact and accommodate another lake, merging into one big lake. But if such a big lake suddenly falls from the sky in an instant, I'm afraid that the lake on the ground will be gone in an instant, and split into pieces. So, this medicine is called Heaven Ascending Pill. Once you take it, you'll ascend to the heavens. In other words, this Heaven Ascending Pill is made from all the great tonics to create an absolutely fatal poison. The sword spirit laughed. I see. Chu Yang pondered and said, but it can be eaten now. The sword spirit said, let me take a look. Chu Yang put a pill into his bosom, and the sword spirit stole it into the tribulation space. Then, without thinking, the sword spirit swallowed it. Chu Yang was shocked. You, be careful. You'll stuff yourself to death. Only after he said this did he realize, this guy is just a soul, how can he stuff himself to death? Second update. I'll continue to write the third update. Begging for monthly votes. Brothers and sisters, the monthly votes list is in jeopardy. I need all of your support. Maybe the one in your hand is the vote that can change the situation. Everyone, please support me. Under Chu Yang's wide-opened eyes, the sword spirit's body bulged up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, he looked very fat. Then, he deflated heavily. Then, he bulged up again and deflated again. After 3 rounds of this, he finally returned to normal. I see. The sword spirit heaved a long sigh of relief. The heaven ascending pill is missing, but the heavenly star wood powder and the inner core of the lust dragon are added. No wonder this heaven ascending pill can suddenly be consumed. The sword spirit clicked his tongue. This Dharma Supreme who can think of this method is really a genius. Even I didn't think of this method back then. Huh? Without the heaven ascending grass, the medicinal effect will be reduced by half. Moreover, by using the heavenly star wood and soaking it in the supreme martial artist's soul blood and merging it into the pill, the meridians in the body will have the same storage function as the heavenly star wood. Lastly, by using the inner core of the lust dragon, it will widen the meridians in the body to the extreme using the power of the world's #1 aphrodisiac poison. After that, after the medicinal effect enters the body, it can be temporarily stored in the meridians. Then, by fully exercising one's martial arts, the medicinal effect will be removed from the meridians bit by bit, entering the meridians and returning to the dantian. By the time the medicinal effect of the heavenly star wood is about to disappear, the total amount of cultivation in the body will have already exceeded the remaining medicinal effect. Coupled with the fact that the meridians have been widened by the aphrodisiac poison, there won't be much danger. The sword spirit clicked his tongue in praise. A genius, really a genius. To think of such a method, it's really incredible. Inner core of the lust dragon? Isn't that the world's #1 aphrodisiac? Chu Yang licked his lips. We have it too. It's not that strange. It's not that strange? The sword spirit widened his eyes and sized Chu Yang up. Finally, he looked up and sighed. Do you know how many lust dragons there are in the heaven? Do you think that they're everywhere? Do you know how much you've gained? Do you know how precious lust dragons are? Chu Yang was stunned. Lust flood dragons are not spiritual beasts, so it's hard to judge their rank. However, they are extremely rare. Lust flood dragons usually live in the same place as males and females. They prefer to be quiet and don't like to move. They can stay in the same place from birth until they die of old age. As long as they have food and drink, they won't move. Moreover, their biggest advantage is that they can eat anything. If there's meat, they'll eat meat. If there's no meat, they'll eat grass, trees, or even stones when they're very hungry. Furthermore, the lust dragon's movements are soundless, and it doesn't release any of its aura. Even if a middle-stage supreme being is outside the cave, as long as the lust dragon doesn't move, he won't be able to discover it. You think that it's easy for you to get those 2 lust dragons, but have you ever thought that this place belongs to Beyond the Heavens sect? How many years has your Beyond the Heavens sect been there? Who had ever seen 2 such huge lust dragons growing so close to each other? If Jing Menghun hadn't set the mountain on fire, and burned the stones until they turned red, and forced the lust dragons to come out by themselves, I'm afraid that you wouldn't have been able to see them even in 10 reincarnations. You wouldn't have been able to get so much flesh and inner core of a lust dragon even if you had killed it if you didn't have the tribulation space. Lust flood dragons have to self-detonate before they die, and their inner cores will explode together with their inner cores. Sword Spirit said angrily. He was speechless towards this guy who was pretending to be innocent after getting a bargain. He was holding a precious treasure in his hand, and he was treating it like grass? How could this be true in this world? Chu Yang sweated, so that's how it is. Fortunately, I didn't waste it. Do you think that you can waste this thing as you wish? Sword Spirit said angrily, do you want to eat more meat or drink more blood? No matter which one it is, your body will be burned to death by the lust poison if you overdo it. Yet, you're still rejoicing? You wouldn't have gotten a single strand of hair if this Sword Spirit hadn't spent so much effort to preserve the corpse of the lust dragon for you. Xianxia was sweating profusely from being scolded, and he finally flew into a rage out of humiliation. He said angrily, that's because you wanted me to ask you to preserve it. You just did a little thing, and now you're talking about it endlessly. Why don't you just destroy it? Sword Spirit was stunned. Sword Master Chu's words were very unreasonable, and he was almost making a scene, but Sword Spirit really didn't dare to do anything. Besides, the tribulation space was Sword Master Chu's space. Sword Spirit could preserve anything, but if he wanted to destroy it. Sword Master Chu didn't agree. Could he destroy it? That was absolutely impossible. So, Sword Spirit was stunned. What was the use of meeting such an unreasonable Sword Master? Even if Sword Spirit had great abilities and unparalleled eloquence, Xianxia smiled. This is called one strong person can defeat 10 skilled people. Sword Spirit curled his lips and said, one hooligan can deal with 10 righteous sovereigns. That's how it is. Sword Master Chu snorted and said, I'm a hooligan, what can you do about it? Sword Spirit didn't say anything. Now that he had the upper hand, Chu Jianzhu was filled with pride as he asked, can we make such a pill? Sword Spirit said listlessly, we have all the other medicines, and even if there's a shortage, we can use Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng and a little bit of mysterious ice jade ointment to make up for it. Now, as long as we have a little bit of powder from Heavenly Star Wood, we can produce it immediately. And from my hands, it'll definitely be much stronger than this stuff. Although the effect will still be reduced from 1,000 years to only 500 years, there'll definitely be no side effects. At most, we'll just have to worry about the spiritual realm and divine soul realm. But we'll definitely not die from it. Xianxia was overjoyed. This is really great. Actually, we have Heavenly Star Wood too. He thought of the tea box made of Heavenly Star Wood that Elder Chu Xiaoxin had and couldn't help but smile. Of course, Elder Chu Xiaoxin wouldn't be willing to smash all of it. But if he only scraped off a little bit of powder and didn't harm the foundation, Elder Chu Xiaoxin shouldn't be so stingy. Sword Spirit snorted and said, you go and try? That Elder Chu Xiaoxin is very stingy. Scraping off a little bit of powder? He can even scrape off a layer of your skin. Xianxia smiled mischievously. This is like reading a songbook while riding a donkey. Let's wait and see. I have many ways to make that Elder Chu Xiaoxin voluntarily give me Heavenly Starwood powder. Sword Spirit snorted. Well, for these few pills, Old Sha and Old Qin should take 2 pills each. There shouldn't be any problem? Xianxia thought of this matter and asked Sword Spirit. Qin Baoshan is a little stronger. He's an 8th stage martial monarch. It shouldn't be a problem for him to increase his power by 500 years to the peak of the martial monarch level. It shouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 1st stage of the martial monarch level with the 2nd pill. But you'll need to use silver needles to help him unblock his meridians and expand them. Sword Spirit looked at Qin Baoshan and Sha Xinliang with glowing eyes in the tribulation space. Both of them suddenly felt a chill down their spines. It seemed that a powerful enemy was staring at them. But when they looked around, they didn't find anything. Only Xianxia lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about how to take the purple cloud pills. Both of them didn't dare to disturb him. Both of them felt strange. What's going on? As for Sha Xinliang, he's only 1 stage lower than Qin Baoshan. It'll be more difficult for him to take the pills. And he'll have to suffer more. But even though he'll be better off dead, he'll still be able to get through it, Sword Spirit continued. Then it's okay. Let the 2 of them take the pills first. After I've solved the problem for them, we'll immediately return to the Chu clan and ask for the Heavenly Star Wood from our ancestors. Xianxia said excitedly. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan looked at Xianxia in deep contemplation anxiously. Both of them knew that as long as Xianxia said it was okay, there would definitely be no problem for the 2 of them to take the pills. If Xianxia said it wasn't okay, the 2 of them would definitely not take the pills. Other people who took the pills would have at least 1 high-level martial saint guarding them and helping them to stabilize their meridians. But now, there was only a teenager in front of them. Thinking of this, both of them felt like crying. "It's okay," Yang finally raised his head and said. The two of them were excited. "But there'll be a pain worse than death," Yang continued. Both of their faces fell. "Who'll go first?" Yang asked. Yang couldn't wait to go home and refine his own purple cloud pill. "I'll go first. I'll go first." Xianxia and Qin Baoshan stepped forward at the same time. Both of them looked at each other with determined eyes. Although the pills they'd never taken before could improve their cultivation, it contained absolute danger. Whoever took the pills first would be in greater danger. And whoever took the pills later would be mentally prepared and experienced. Both of them were rushing to take the pills first because they wanted to take the risks first and create opportunities for the other party. If there was danger, they would be willing to die for their master. Yang's heart warmed up. Both of them were still arguing when Qin Baoshan stepped forward and said, "Now that I'm one stage higher than you, why are you fighting with me?" Without any explanation, Qin Baoshan grabbed the jade bottle and poured out a pill. He broke the wax coating with his 2 fingers and swallowed the pill. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Xianxia's words were stuck in his throat. He was afraid that his words would disturb his old buddy's mood. His face turned red and his eyes were full of anxiety. "You bastard, even if you take the pills first, you should be prepared. You swallowed the pills in one gulp. You're looking for death," Xianxia roared angrily in his heart. But if he asked himself honestly, if Qin Baoshan didn't do this just now, the one who would do this would definitely be him. He had even planned it out. They'd been brothers for hundreds of years. Who would want to die in front of his brother? But he didn't want to see his brother die in front of him. That was an unbearable sorrow. "Get out of the way!" Yang shouted. 30 shiny silver needles appeared in his hands at the same time. The silver needles shone with dazzling light, causing pain to the eyes. At the moment when Qin Baoshan's face revealed a trace of pain, Yang slid forward and inserted a silver needle into the Baihui acupoint on Qin Baoshan's head without hesitation. Only the needle handle was left outside. Xianxia shuddered violently and stared blankly at Qin Baoshan. This was an absolutely fatal spot. Yet, such long silver needles were inserted into it. Then, Yang didn't stop. He inserted a needle into Qin Baoshan's chest, another 3 needles into his dantian and another 3 needles into the back of his head. Then, Yang kicked Qin Baoshan. Qin Baoshan's body spun like a top, and the silver needles in Yang's hands fell on his back like raindrops. To be continued with a bang, a strong wave of air suddenly erupted. Qin Baoshan's clothes were instantly torn into pieces, Qin Baoshan's face was red, and his meridians were bulging. At this moment, it was as if a human meridian map had appeared on Qin Baoshan's body. Yang panted, and his forehead was sweating profusely. He looked at Qin Baoshan without blinking, paying attention to every change. Finally, Qin Baoshan's muscles and bones were bulging out like a steamed bun, he was visibly getting fatter. Yang's eyes turned into a pair of copper bells. At this moment, only when Qin Baoshan's body was swollen to the limit, could there be an immediate effect, and all the turbulence would return to the dantian instantly. If it was done earlier, the medicinal effect would not be fully absorbed and would be wasted. Moreover, it would be harmful to the human body if it was stored in the body. It was very likely that the blood vessels would be broken, and the person would become a useless person. If it was done later, the person would explode into blood powder. Xianxia's bald head was sweating profusely. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the heavens and the earth, praying silently. Qin Baoshan, who was enduring extreme pain, had not collapsed, but Xianxia was so nervous that he almost collapsed. Qin Baoshan's body continued to swell. Slowly, his muscles were almost transparent, and cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. He was about to explode. Yang's shout was like a clap of thunder. With a kick, Qin Baoshan's body was kicked upside down. Xianxia clearly saw that Qin Baoshan's flesh and blood were bulging out crazily at this moment. He couldn't help but yell heartbreakingly, no. At this moment, Yang's hands flashed, and a silver light flashed. The last 3 silver needles were shot out at the same time. 2 of them were inserted into the bottom of Qin Baoshan's feet. The other one was inserted into his dantian, waist, and head. Silver needles were inserted into the 7 fatal acupoints of his body at the same time. Chu Yang's hands trembled like butterflies. 30 silver needles were inserted into Qin Baoshan's body, and the ends of the needles trembled violently at the same time. Some were spiraling, some were swaying, and some were rising and falling slowly. None of the needles were the same. Qin Baoshan's hair suddenly stood up, and his body straightened and swelled up. He remained motionless in this situation. After a long time, the buzzing sound of the silver needles became smaller and smaller. Chu Yang shouted loudly, and rushed forward like lightning. Shwa shwa shwa, his figure flashed and 30 silver needles were taken out from Qin Baoshan's body at the same time. Chi chi chi, Qin Baoshan immediately became a black hedgehog. Pitch black blood, or some unknown impurities, crazily spurted out from the 30 acupuncture points. It smelled extremely fishy, drawing a thin black line in the air. With a chi-chi sound, it actually spurted out several feet before hitting the wall. It actually made small black holes on the wall. Qin Baoshan's body began to shrink slowly after the black objects were shot out. Chu Yang looked on nervously. He didn't know when a bowl of water had appeared beside his hand. Even Xianxia didn't notice it. Vitality spring water. Now, the 30 silver needles were soaked in the vitality spring water. There were faint traces of black blood on the silver needle. Then, under the vitality of the vitality spring water, it turned into a faint mist, emitting a fishy smell, and dispersed in the air. Qin Baoshan's body returned to its original state. Xianxia looked on with tears in his eyes. He couldn't help but shout out in surprise. But Chu Yang covered his mouth with a piece of cloth, and he could only whimper. Don't shout. The medicinal effect isn't over yet. As Chu Yang spoke, Qin Baoshan's body swelled up again. Chu Yang grabbed the silver needles in his hand again. This happened 3 times in a row. Qin Baoshan finally returned to normal. A strange sound like popping beans could be heard from his bones, and an aura of a breakthrough was suddenly emitted, monarch level. As the aura of a breakthrough surged, it slowly pushed to the peak step by step, and then stopped. Indeed, as the sword spirit said, a purple cloud pill could only help Qin Baoshan advance from the beginner of the 8th stage monarch level to the peak of the 8th stage monarch level. Chu Yang couldn't help but click his tongue. This was a cultivation of 500 years. Only one level? Was it so difficult to break through the cultivation of the monarch level? 2 streams of muddy mucus spurted out from Qin Baoshan's nostrils like 2 long dragons. With a whoosh, the mucus actually broke through the door of the hall, and flew out with 2 holes as big as his nostrils. 2 sounds of ouch and plop could be heard from far away, and a guy's exasperated voice could be heard. What the hell? There's actually someone who uses mucus as a hidden weapon. Ouch. It hurts. Pooh. It's so smelly. Ouch ouch ouch. An unlucky guy was smashed down by the 2 buckets of mucus. In the room, Chu Yang and Xianxia looked at each other. Qin Baoshan stood up slowly, stretched his limbs, closed his eyes and checked his cultivation. He said, "Thank you, little brother. I've actually broken through to the monarch level. I'm only half a step away from the saint level." Xianxia was overjoyed. "Brother Qin, how do you feel?" Qin Baoshan's face revealed a look of lingering fear, and he said slowly, "I feel that I've died 3 times. Xianxia sucked in a cold breath. He knew that Qin Baoshan wasn't exaggerating when he said that he had died 3 times. He really felt that he had died 3 times. What kind of powerful medicinal effect was this? It's okay. Come, open your mouth. You'll get used to it after 3 more times. Chu Yang picked up a purple cloud pill, broke the wax coat without saying anything, and flicked it with his finger. Qin Baoshan was about to speak when the pill went into his mouth. He said exasperatedly, "What the hell? Can't you just let me rest for a while?" He wanted to say, "Can't you just let me rest for a while?" But before he finished his words, the familiar medicinal effect had already begun to brew. His face changed, and he hurriedly sat down cross-legged. There was a strong depression on his face. Chu Yan began to expand his acupoints with his silver needles again. His eyes were dignified, and he said, "He can't rest at this time. Once he understands, he'll be afraid. By then, it'll be twice the effort for half the result. Before he has time to be afraid, let's quickly destroy him again. Let him be afraid together with him later." Xianxiliang's face was pale, and he shuddered. He wiped off his cold sweat, and said, "Little brother, you're much more ruthless than law enforcement Master Han. Chu Yang snorted. Qin Baoshan's side had already reacted. He immediately concentrated and didn't have time to talk anymore. When Chu Yang finished protecting Sha Xinliang with his silver needles twice, Chu Yang was almost exhausted. Han Xiaoran, oh Han Xiaoran, you've really found a good job for me. Chu Yang muttered. Qin Baoshan and Sha Xinliang had died 3 times, and Chu Yang was also half dead from exhaustion. Sha Xinliang's cultivation was 1 level lower than Qin Baoshan's, so he suffered more. Chu Yang was also more tired. When Chu Yang finally finished absorbing half of the purple cloud pills, Sha Xinliang was already lying on the ground, panting like a corpse. He even said, "I can still breathe." "I'm so damn lucky." Chu Yang lay beside him tiredly, and groaned, "You're lucky. Not only have your cultivation improved, but you've also advanced to the martial saint level." "But I didn't get any benefits. I'm so tired that I'm almost vomiting blood. And I still have to listen to you two talking here." Author's note: talking about sheep fainting means showing off one's cleverness after getting some benefits. It's the local dialect of Shandong Laiwu. Epilogue: goats pushing the mill, sheep fainting. Their cultivation had indeed advanced to the martial saint level. Qin Baoshan had reached the first stage of the martial saint level. Sha Xinliang had also reached the beginner stage of the first stage of the martial saint level. But there was a big gap between the first stage and the beginner stage, but the two were already very satisfied. They had never thought that they would have a chance to break through to the martial saint level in their lives. The two laughed together, and said, "Little brother, let's not talk about formalities between us. In short, as long as you say the word, these two brothers will go through the water, the fire, and the fire. We're not heroes even if we frown." Chu Yang laughed heartily. Then, he frowned and reminded them, "Elder brothers, you have to be careful. Although you relied on the violent power of the purple cloud pill to forcefully break through the cultivation barrier and reach the saint level, your mental state, spiritual state, and soul cultivation are still stuck at the current level. So, strictly speaking, you are not saint level yet. If you fight with martial saints of the same level, you'll definitely lose." He said solemnly, "The cultivation of one's mental state and mental state can only be achieved through comprehension or through battle. Both of you have to hurry up. Since the law enforcement master has already laid his hands on Tong Wuxin, the battle will be extended to you at any time. So, there's not much time left for you to improve." The two of them nodded solemnly. Thinking of the upcoming battles, everyone was in a heavy mood. Although their cultivation had improved greatly, they were about to face one of the dominant clans, the Shi clan, which was full of experts. It was really hard to imagine how much a first-stage martial saint could do in a battle. Actually, both of you are about the same level. As long as you fight a few battles with all your strength, both of you will be half dead. It'll be very fast for you to improve." Chu Yang left these words and bade farewell to the two. He grabbed the last purple cloud pill and left the law enforcement hall, ready to rush back to the Chu clan. On the way, he passed by the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall, but was stopped by Wuji from the Huang clan. He said excitedly, "The 3 medicines that my master needs have arrived." Chu Yang stopped his footsteps. "Absolute Vine, Lifeless Death Water and Life Pandolin have arrived? Your Huang family is really fast." This was really good news coming one after another. Once the gourd was pressed down, the ladle floated up. "Yes, Divine Dr. Chu, when will you start treating my master?" Bai Wuji asked. "Yes, right away. I'll go back to the Chu clan to take the things and make preparations. Suppress the 3 medicines with purple crystals for a night, and we can start treating him tomorrow." Chu Yang was not in the mood to treat Huang Gong's erectile dysfunction. He casually made up a reason and delayed it for a day. "That's great." Bai Wuji didn't know that this was a necessary procedure. His face lit up and he nodded repeatedly, "I'll make preparations immediately." Before he finished his words, Chu Yang had already disappeared. He only left a sentence, "Then I'll go back to make preparations immediately too." Bai Wuji was touched. Looking at Chu Yang's back, he thought, what a divine doctor. He's so considerate to the patients. He's worthy of admiration. Who would have thought that although this fellow kept saying that he was doing this and that for her husband, what he was doing now had nothing to do with treating her husband's illness. It was completely unrelated. Qu Yang saw the thatched cottage again. Qu Yang's heart calmed down inexplicably. Then, he remembered something and said to the sword spirit, "It's really strange. Elder Master is at the peak of the 5th stage of Martial Saint, while Bai Wuji is at the middle stage of Martial Saint. But the feeling I get from Elder Master and Bai Wuji are completely different." The sword spirit smiled. "Oh? Bai Wuji gives me the feeling that he's deep and unparalleled. He's like a towering mountain that's unmovable. But Elder Master gives me the feeling that he's ethereal and real. I can't grasp him at all." Qu Yang pondered for a while and said, "If we were to compare the two of them, I feel that Bai Wuji is far inferior to Elder Master." "What's going on?" The sword spirit laughed somewhat mockingly. "How can Bai Wuji be compared to Chu Xiaoxin? If you use the two of them as an example, you are gravely mistaken." Qu Yang asked, "Why?" "Firstly, in terms of pure cultivation, Bai Wuji is as steep as a mountain, while Chu Xiaoxin is as deep as the sea. Mountain and sea, one is still and the other is moving. One is high and the other is low. And their starting points are also different. The mountain has an end while the sea has no end. They can't be compared at all. Secondly, in terms of cultivation, Bai Wuji is at the middle stage of Martial Saint, but Chu Xiaoxin is at the 5th stage of Martial Saint, but he's suppressing it himself. Chu Xiaoxin's spiritual cultivation has already surpassed that of a supreme martial artist. Now, he's at least a 2nd stage supreme martial artist. That's why I said, even if you leave, as long as he's willing to break through, nothing will go wrong. Other than the big clans, I'm afraid only your Chu clan has supreme martial artists. Thirdly, although Bai Wuji is at the middle stage of Martial Saint, he's been under someone for a long time. Chu Xiaoxin, on the other hand, has absolute power in the Chu clan. How can their attitudes be compared? You must know that attitudes determine attitudes, and attitudes determine aura." The sword spirit taught Qu Yang sincerely. Qu Yang humbly listened to his teachings. He knew that from this moment onwards, he'd really started to receive the education of what a real expert is. And there's another point. Bai Wuji cultivates the path of ruthlessness, while Chu Xiaoxin cultivates the path of emotions. There's a huge difference between the two. Therefore, in the entire southeast region, apart from the Shao clan, the real #1 expert is Chu Xiaoxin. Even though the Huang clan is powerful now, I'm afraid that there might not be any real experts who are better than Chu Xiaoxin." The sword spirit said in a heavy tone, "Wait until you have the opportunity to meet a supreme level expert. Then, you'll understand the true form of a supreme level expert. It's useless to tell you now." "I see." Qu Yang finally understood. Now, he was standing in front of the model door. After calming himself down, he gently knocked on the door. A sigh came from inside. "Why are you here again?" Qu Yang chuckled and said, "I'm here to pay my respects to Elder Ancestor." Chu Xiaoxin's voice sounded a little dissatisfied. "You must be up to no good by coming to me. Speak, have you taken a fancy to my starwood?" Qu Yang's heart skipped a beat. This old ancestor's foresight was indeed godly. He actually guessed that Qu Yang was here for the starwood. On second thought, he couldn't help but be speechless. It seemed that the old ancestor didn't have anything good other than this. He chuckled and said, "Elder Ancestor, can you let me in first?" Chu Xiaoxin sighed. As expected. Then, there was no sound. After a long time, the door creaked open by itself. That courtyard full of weeds appeared in front of Qu Yang again. Qu Yang stepped in carefully, remembering what he said last time, "Step on the green grass, don't step on my withered grass." Step by step, he approached the hut. The sword spirit kept muttering in the tribulation space, "This old guy is not easy to talk to. He's extremely stingy. Last time, he didn't even give you some tea. This time, you actually want the starwood. It's not surprising that he'll break your legs." However, the negotiation process left the sword spirit flabbergasted. The conversation was extremely short and clean. "What do you want that for?" "It's useful for the clan to improve its strength." "Alas. I only need a little bit of powder. I'll scrape it from the outermost layer. It won't hurt the inside." "Alas, I really only need a little bit. Did I say that I don't want you to scrape it?" The conversation ended here. Then, Chu Yang took out a small knife and slowly scraped the powder of the starwood. Chu Xiaoxin watched from the side, his face full of pain. But as he watched, Chu Xiaoxin was surprised. What kind of knife is this? It can actually scrape the starwood. Chu Yang chuckled. If I didn't have this knife, I wouldn't dare to have any ideas about the starwood. If the old ancestor were to scrape it himself, I probably wouldn't even have a chance. Chu Xiaoxin laughed and scolded, little brat. You know me well. Chu Yang laughed and scraped the powder even faster. The sword spirit was taken aback. He's not willing to scrape a few cups of tea, but he's willing to let you scrape the priceless starwood as you wish. Chu Yang sighed. Sword spirit, I don't know how you spent your time with the previous tribulation sword masters, or how their heartlessness affected you. So, you've only been a sword spirit for 10,000 years, and not a human spirit. Humans have feelings and concerns. The old ancestor didn't give me tea because it was made by his deceased wife. He wanted to use that tea to support himself and not forget his wife and brothers. This is love. He's allowing me to scrape the starwood now because he's also worried about his descendants. This is also love. Chu Yang said, Sword Spirit, you understand all the techniques, you know all the cultivation realms, and you also understand the difference between the martial way and the heavenly way. In my eyes, you're omnipotent, but the only thing you lack is love, the love of humans. The Sword Spirit became silent and murmured, the love of humans, everything in the world has a spirit, but humans are the masters of everything. Whether it's the 3 stars divine ancestors or the dragon clan or the demon clan, their final path is to transform into humans, and then they can strive for the peak in their human form. Because only through their human form can they understand the 7 realms of cultivation, and only then can they perfect their spiritual cultivation, which then becomes spiritual cultivation, and finally become a complete godly soul. This shows the importance of humans. Chu Yang said deeply, Sword Spirit, you should also have your own cultivation path. If you can't get out of the realm of the sword, I'm afraid you'll never reach the peak. The Sword Spirit became completely silent this time. The previous tribulation sword masters had all tried their best to tap into the power of the Sword Spirit to help them achieve great things, but which one of them had ever cared about the Sword Spirit? Chu Yang's words were said from the bottom of his heart, but to the Sword Spirit, it was no different from being enlightened. It made the Sword Spirit faintly touched. Chu Yang finally finished scraping the starwood powder. He knew very well that he only scraped a little bit. When he rolled it up and wrapped it in a fluffy paper bag, it was only the size of a walnut. Enough? Chu Xiaoxin was a little surprised. Enough. Chu Yang straightened up. Why so little? Chu Xiaoxin frowned and looked at Chu Yang inquisitively. There are many things in the world that are worth cherishing. The starwood isn't the most precious thing. The most precious thing is always the reverence and respect in people's hearts. Chu Yang said a little seriously, the starwood is just a container, the tea inside is also just a token of your concern. But what we should cherish the most is your concern for me. Chu Xiaoxin's body shook. He stared at Chu Yang and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he revealed a gratified look and said, I'm very relieved that the Chu clan has a descendant like you. Chu Yang bowed, Elder, you're flattering me. Chu Xiaoxin seemed to be in a very good mood. He waved his hand and said, Come, drink tea with me. The tea was already soaked. It was still the same 5 teacups. The fragrance of the tea filled the air. Chu Xiaoxin sat upright and looked down at the rising steam. He said, that day, when you were dealing with Chu Feilong, I was right outside the window of your room. I saw with my own eyes that you were sowing discord and making the Yi clan rebel. You killed Chu Feilong and even framed 7th Master Xiao. Chu Yang was shocked, ah? Chu Xiaoxin was also there that day. Chu Yang finally understood the problem of Chu Xiaoxin's strength that the Sword Spirit mentioned. Han Xiaoran was also there that day. But Han Xiaoran obviously didn't discover Chu Xiaoxin's presence. You don't have to worry. I won't blame you. Chu Xiaoxin chuckled, I heard the conversation between Chu Feilong and his 2 sons. So I went there. Since you can handle it yourself, of course, I won't interfere. I'm very happy that you've handled this matter, Chu Xiaoxin said. Chu Yang nodded and said, so you're saying that all of Chu Feilong's schemes have been seen through by you? Chu Xiaoxin nodded and sighed, yes. But you didn't stop him. Chu Yang was a little dissatisfied. Of course I can stop him. But if I stop him, how long can I stop him? After all, I'm old. The clan still needs to be passed down. If I interfere too much, the Chu clan will be destroyed once I die. Chu Xiaoxin sighed and said, if you can't solve the crisis yourselves, then the future clan master of this clan will be Chu Feilong. Chu Xiaoxin said, in your opinion, Chu Feilong is unpardonable. But do you know that Chu Feilong only did something that's common among the big clans? That's all. If a clan wants to develop, strengthen, and rise, the person it needs is never a hero like your father. A hero like your father is too straightforward. Such a person is respectable. But if he's in charge, he could easily lead the entire clan to a dead end. Because there are too many schemes that a hero can't handle. I let your grandfather be the clan master because he's stupid. He's stupid and can't see some things. He's in awe, so he can protect himself. What a clan needs to develop and rise is a hero like Chu Feilong. Only a ruthless and unscrupulous person can be a successful leader. Chu Xiaoxin said, Chu Feilong, it's good that you died. But it's also a pity that you died. He turned to look at Chu Yang, but you're very strange. You're neither a hero nor a hero. You're in between the two. You're more heroic than your father, more cunning than your uncle, and more meticulous than your daughter. I've never seen a person like you in my life. You're really a demon talent. Today's first update. We're only a few votes away from the first place. Everyone, let's work harder and rush up. Today, my comrade is coming over from Jinan. I'm going to pick him up and have dinner together. So, the update at night will be a little late. But no matter how late it is, there will definitely be an update today. And it will be released. Chu Yang smiled bitterly, if you know how a demon like me came to be and what I've experienced, you won't be surprised anymore. Chu Xiaoxin smiled, if you're born naturally, I won't feel anything. But how can a genius achieve great things without going through hardships? The education that I've received since childhood is much better than yours. Whether it's demeanor or strategy, they're all better than you. But you only have to remember one thing, a hero's true colors can only be seen at the critical moment of life and death. Chu Xiaoxin smiled and said, so, how can one see a person's real courage and confidence without being at the critical moment of life and death? And if you want to compete with the big clans, victory or defeat will be at the critical moment of life and death. Chu Yang nodded silently. He could completely understand what Chu Xiaoxin meant by victory or defeat is at the critical moment of life and death. It wasn't that time was short. But where was the key to victory or defeat, or where was the key to defeating the enemy? Chu Yang proposed to leave, and Chu Xiaoxin didn't ask him to stay. But when Chu Yang was about to leave the room, he said quietly, even if you have experience, you may not have such comprehension. Even if you have such comprehension, you may not have such ability. Chu Yang paused and smiled bitterly, because I regard myself as a man. I should be able to go up and down. Chu Xiaoxin let out a long sigh. After some time, I'll go out to train for a period of time, Chu Yang said quietly, so, if anything happens, I won't be able to come back in time. Besides, my father and fourth uncle have already set off, and third uncle hasn't returned yet. I'll use the heavenly star wood to make a medicine that can improve their skills. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to protect them and help them improve their skills. Chu Xiaoxin nodded slowly. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He put down his biggest worry and walked out. It was much safer for Chu Xiaoxin to protect them than for him to protect them with his medical skills. Because the supreme martial artist's spiritual power would constantly monitor the changes in the body of the person who took the medicine, and make adjustments at any time. But he couldn't do it himself. With the heavenly starwood in hand, the sword spirit got busy. When Chu Yang returned to the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall, the Huang clan was already waiting anxiously. They were all overjoyed to see Chu Yang. Where's your medicine? Let me have a look, Divine Dr. Chu said happily. Here. Bai Wuji took off a piece of white cotton cloth, revealing a purple light underneath. Purple crystals were used as the ground, and purple crystals were used as the blanket. Here was the absolute vine, the lifeless water of death, and the life pangolin. Not bad. Chu Yang carefully examined the 3 medicinal herbs and said, "Have you received the final consultation fee? If they arrive, we'll start the treatment immediately." As soon as he said this, the Huang family and the others looked at each other in dismay. During this period of time, the Huang clan had been embroiled in wars. How would they have the time to pay divine Dr. Chu? Now that Chu Yang had brought up this issue, it was a real checkmate. Huang Xiaoliu's face instantly turned pale. Not yet. Huang Xiaoliu said weakly. His body was trembling a little. In these few days, he felt that his body was recovering bit by bit, and his masculinity was returning bit by bit. He was extremely excited. But when he heard these words, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "If you don't pay, who's going to treat you?" Chu Yang sighed and said, "Forget it, Duke Huang has been staying here for this period of time. I quite like it." As soon as he said this, Chu Lu'er immediately covered her mouth. "Other than playing tricks on him, I really can't tell that you like him. It's really difficult to treat the art of severing posterity. First, I'll use bitterness to clear the stomach, tidy up the meridians and calm the spirit. Then, I'll use stench to trigger a reaction from the insidious martial arts. After that, I'll use acid to expel the insidious martial arts to the reachable parts. These 3 steps are definitely worse than death." Chu Yang's face was solemn, and he said, "How can ordinary people bear it? But Duke Huang is able to bear it one by one. This shows that Duke Huang has great potential. I'm deeply impressed." He pondered for a while and said, "Duke Huang has such perseverance. You'll definitely achieve great things in the future." "Fine. I'll make an exception this time. I'll treat Duke Huang without receiving any consultation fee. If your clan sends the consultation fee to me in the future, I'll accept it. I'll also form a good relationship with Duke Huang, who has a promising future." As soon as he said this, Bai Wuji's face lit up with joy. Huang Xiaoliu was so grateful that his tears almost flowed out. After being here for so long, when had he seen divine Dr. Chu making an exception? That was absolutely impossible. But, not only did Chu Yang take a fancy to him, but he also felt that he had great potential and even made an exception for him. Duke Huang suddenly had a feeling of a gentleman dies for his bosom friend. Boss. Duke Huang Xiaoliu stepped forward and held Chu Yang's hands tightly. You're my benefactor. I really don't know what to say." As he spoke, Duke Huang's voice choked, and his face was full of gratitude. Chu Yang patted his shoulder generously and said solemnly, "Brother. I understand your feelings." "Really?" Huang Xiaoliu cried loudly, "Boss. I've suffered so much all these years. Boss, I can't even spend money in the brothel. It's so hard, you can spend money tomorrow." Chu Yang looked down helplessly. "Boo-hoo. That's great. I'll go to the brothel tomorrow." Huang Xiaoliu cried bitterly. Suddenly, he felt cold all over and his hair stood on end. As he turned his head, he saw his 2 wives staring at him like sharp swords. He hurriedly changed his words. "I'll go to the brothel tomorrow, and smash the brothel. How can there be such a dirty place?" "Boo-hoo," Chu Yang was full of cold sweat. When the 2 husbands looked at him just now, even he felt cold all over. He couldn't help but sigh. A woman's jealousy is really the #1 skill in the world. "I'll go and refine medicine now." Chu Yang pushed Duke Huang aside and escaped in a flash. Huang Xiaoliu took 2 steps back and stood between the 2 husbands. His face was pale, and he forced a smile. "Husbands, please calm down." Due to his guilt and inferiority complex, Duke Huang had no confidence in front of his wives. "Husbands. Don't worry, I'll never let other women take advantage of me. I'll leave everything to you, get lost. Do we care?" The 2 husbands attacked at the same time, and then left in shame and anger. "Ah!" Duke Huang screamed, and a pair of panda eyes appeared on his face. Divine Dr. Chu's refining speed was amazing. In just a short time, before the sky turned dark, he had finished refining the medicine. His body was weak, and he carried a purple jade bottle out. "Huang Xiaoliu, I'm here. Huang Xiaoliu rushed forward. "Boss, I'm here, quick." Chu Yang's hand trembled as he handed over the jade bottle. Quick. Duke Huang Xiaoliu knew that this was the moment when the medicine was refined. How would he dare to neglect it? He quickly took over the jade bottle, opened the bottle cap and stretched his neck. Quick! Let Senior Bai unblock your meridians first. Then, drink it quickly. Divine Dr. Chu finished his words at this moment. Duke Huang was so shocked that he didn't have time to react. He stretched his neck like a rooster, and with a gulp, the medicine in the jade bottle had already entered his stomach. Only then did he become dazed. I still need to unblock my meridians first? Divine Dr. Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief and sighed deeply. You. Why are you so rash? Huang Xiao's whole body went soft at once, and he cried miserably, Boss. Will this be harmful? The two saint-level experts were also tongue-tied and dumbfounded. It's not harmful. It's just. Qiyang sighed, the effect of the medicine is a bit too strong. Huang Xiao was at a loss. Then, he felt his whole body heating up. His pale face slowly turned red. Then, the veins on his forehead suddenly bulged, and he roared towards the sky. A woo, everyone was surprised. Then, with a whoosh, a tall tent bulged out from Huang Gong's crotch at a speed that was as fast as lightning. Bai Wuji and Ziting exclaimed, and their mouths opened widely. He's up. Then, Duke Huang moaned, I'm so uncomfortable. What's going on? It's so uncomfortable, Qiyang sighed. What do you want to do? I want. Huang Xiao finally lost his consciousness. The desire that he didn't dare to speak out for a long time finally erupted from his mouth. I want to go to a brothel. Woo, I want to find 100 girls. Woo. The medicinal effect of the lust dragon's inner core was definitely the #1 aphrodisiac in the world. Duke Huang's fertility-severing hand had already been eliminated by the lust dragon's blood in these few days. Now, it completely erupted. In just a moment, the evil poison of the fertility-severing hand had already disappeared completely, and Duke Huang lost his consciousness due to the aphrodisiac. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines, and he urged, What are you waiting for? The two martial saints, Bai Wuji and Ziting, were stunned by Huang Xiao's words. They hadn't come back to their senses yet, and they asked, What? Quickly send him to the bridal chamber. Chu Yang stomped his feet and roared anxiously. Oh. The two martial saints seemed to have just woken up from a dream. They grabbed Huang Xiao, who was making threatening gestures, and flew into the backyard. Duke Huang's urgent roar shook the heavens. Find me a brothel. Find me a few chicks. Everyone's face was full of black lines. Duke Huang's wolf-like cries had been ringing for the whole afternoon. Even though the two martial saints tried their best to isolate the sound with their own cultivation, they still couldn't control Duke Huang's extremely excited cries. It's too embarrassing, too embarrassing. The two martial saints stood in the courtyard with their faces and ears red. Their faces were as red as a monkey's butt. 2 whole days passed. Only then did Duke Huang's snoring sound come from his room. It's finally over. The two martial saints wiped off their cold sweat. Looking at Chu Yang, who had a faint smile on his face, they bowed and said, Divine Dr. Chu. Our Huang clan will never forget Divine Dr. Chu's great kindness. Chu Yang laughed mischievously, never forget? That's very good. Ha ha ha. To be continued. Part 7, Chapter 120, Departure. Huang Xiao eventually left the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall with his men. Chu Yang looked at Huang Xiao's departure and couldn't tell what he felt. This foppish, flamboyant, dissolute, and ridiculous man was finally gone. However, the words he said before he left had touched Chu Yang's heart. Thank you, boss. From today onwards, I'm complete. Before Huang Xiao left, he knelt down and kowtowed to Chu Yang respectfully. I'm not kowtowing for myself, but for the future generations of the Huang clan. I know that you don't like me, and I also look down on my past self. Because I can't see any hope. When a man can't even do the least things that a man should do, hope will no longer be his hope. Everyone looks down on me, including my father and mother. They dote on me and love me, but they look down on me. I'm just a tool to carry on the family line. They won't place any hope on me. But boss, you think highly of me. Although you torment me, you treat me as a human, and not as a tool. So, during this period of time I've drunk bitter, smelly, and sour things, but I'm very happy in my heart. Because I'm not a tool here. I'm a patient. Although I'm a patient, I'm a human. Unfortunately, I also want to recover quickly. Or else, I really want to continue living here. Now, I'm going back. My body and aptitude aren't good. So, when I go back this time, I still don't know how to be a human. But I'll do my best to be a tool to carry on the family line. Although I'll feel uncomfortable, I know what I can do. Boss, take care. Huang Xiaoliu will repay your kindness for the rest of my life. Huang Xiaoliu left. The purple crystals Huichun Hall quieted down from the chaos. Before Huang Xiaoliu left, Chu Yang only said one sentence, actually, it doesn't matter what others think of you. The problem is, you just have to think of yourself as a human. At that time, Huang Xiaoliu's eyes lit up. After Huang Xiaoliu left, Chu Yang smiled and thought for a long time. Finally, he said, Huang Xiaoliu is actually quite cute. Then, he stroked Chu Luer's hair and said, actually, what everyone needs, is respect. But we are destined to be unable to give everyone respect. Chu Luer looked at him in confusion. Big brother, what are you talking about? Chu Yang laughed, it's good that you don't understand. He laughed heartily as he walked into the purple crystals Huichun Hall. Chu Luer looked at his back view in confusion. She couldn't understand what Chu Yang meant at all. The purple cloud pill has been refined, the sword spirit transmitted this message in his mind. Chu Yang was overjoyed. How much? The sword spirit smiled proudly. 10. 10 more than I had estimated. Chu Yang chuckled. Suddenly, his whole body relaxed. Of the 10 purple cloud pills, he would take 20 for himself and leave the remaining 40 for his family. That would be enough for his family to nurture 20 super experts. These 20 experts would be the safety of the Chu clan. If he went out, he wouldn't have to be on tenterhooks. Chu Yang quietly entered Chu Xiaoxin's small courtyard at midnight. He handed the 40 purple cloud pills to Chu Xiaoxin personally. This is the purple cloud pill. Every pill can raise a monarch-level expert's cultivation by 500 years. Chu Yang's first sentence made Chu Xiaoxin stand up in shock. What? Chu Xiaoxin looked at the purple crystal jade bottle in his hands, his eyes round. This was the first time in so many years that Chu Xiaoxin was so surprised. The legendary purple cloud pill was the ultimate secret for the law enforcement officers to nurture experts. Of course, Chu Xiaoxin knew about the effects of the purple cloud pill. But he didn't expect Chu Yang to get 40 of them at once. I've calculated carefully. The Chu clan now has 10 monarch-level experts and 2 martial saint-level experts. Chu Yang said, so, I've allocated 2 pills to each of them. That is to say, each of them can raise their cultivation by 1,000 years. Chu Xiaoxin's face was dull. As for the other 4 pills, they're for third uncle and fourth uncle. Third uncle isn't at home, so I don't know his current cultivation. Third uncle's cultivation hasn't reached the monarch level yet, so he can't take them yet. He can only prepare them in advance. This purple cloud pill must be guarded by an absolute expert to ensure that the person who takes it will be safe. The only one who fulfills this condition is you, elder, Chu Yang said softly. Chu Xiaoxin raised his head and exhaled deeply, I understand what you mean. Although I'm unwilling, this is after all an opportunity for our Chu clan to rise up completely. Chu Yang smiled, so, I can only rest assured if you're watching over me. Chu Xiaoxin stood still in a daze. He understood what Chu Yang meant. To take the purple cloud pill, one must be guarded by a supreme martial artist. But he wasn't a supreme martial artist yet, so, he had to raise his cultivation in the shortest time possible. This was tantamount to breaking his unending persistence, completely shattering his wish to die with the world after drinking the tea, but, this was the purple cloud pill. Maybe the Chu clan would really rise up because of this opportunity and become the master of the heavenly layer, or a force like the great clan. This was the deepest wish of the Chu clan's ancestors. The most beautiful yearning, how could he give it up? From today onwards, I'm prepared to go through the Black Pine Forest, cross the Black River, enter the Qingyang Mountain and all the way out of the southeast. I'll travel the world and increase my strength, Chu Yang said quietly, I won't be able to grow up if I only stay in this flat mountain ridge. Chu Xiaoxi nodded slowly, okay. I'll take Lu with me, Chu Yang said, her illness can't be delayed. I'll bring all the medicines and go out to find the last ones. Once I've found all of them, I'll treat her on the spot. Okay. Chu Xiaoxi nodded and agreed. It's best to take the purple cloud pill 1 month after I leave, Chu Yang reminded. You don't want people to know that this has something to do with you? Chu Xiaoxi finally turned to look at him. Yes, Chu Yang said affirmatively. Good. Chu Xiaoxi nodded slowly with a heavy heart. The two became silent at the same time. They stopped talking. After a full hour, Chu Yang said in a low voice, Elder, do you have any other instructions? Chu Xiaoxi walked slowly to the wall and stood still. With his hands behind his back, he raised his head and stared at the portrait of his deceased wife on the wall for a long time. His eyes were filled with helplessness and passion. After a long time, he said softly, this time, you mustn't be soft-hearted. With me in the Chu clan, you can rest assured. Chu Xiaoxi's figure stood tall. With his hands behind his back and his back facing Chu Yang, he didn't look back. His expression was bleak and lonely. But then, a kind of aura of supremacy rose up. He said slowly, even if the Shao clan attacks with all their strength, I can also ensure that the Chu clan won't fall. His body suddenly emitted a crisscrossing 7-colored light, as if he was suddenly burned by a 7-colored flame. His cultivation, which had been stagnant for a long time and had been forcibly suppressed and sealed by himself, began to recover vigorously. I'm sorry, Elder, Chu Yang stood up and bowed deeply. He knew how reluctant Chu Xiaoxi was to make such a decision to raise his cultivation. Chu Xiaoxi said lightly, I'm from the Chu clan. Chu Yang straightened up. Until Chu Yang walked out, Chu Xiaoxi didn't turn back. His aura rose crazily, and his power rose crazily. But his eyes were still staring affectionately at the portrait on the wall. Just like that, he continued to stand there and watch. The spiritual energy of the universe above the entire flat mountain ridge began to gather violently, condensing towards this desolate little courtyard. Chu Xiaoxi's clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. With his hands behind his back, his expression didn't change. But his aura became more and more terrifying, until it was oppressive. Chu Yang returned to his parents' courtyard. He told his mother, Yang Rulan, about his plans. Although Yang Rulan was reluctant and worried, she knew that her son was telling the truth. After confirming that Chu Yang's strength had completely recovered, Yang Rulan agreed helplessly. Then, she informed Chu Luer's mother, Duan Shuyi. The two clans decided to send Chu Yang and Chu Luer off the next day. The two mothers talked to their children for the whole night. In the early morning, when Chu Yang walked out of his mother's room, he felt that his shoulders were wet. Those were his mother's tears. On this day, the two mothers were arranging their children's necessities for the trip. They even prepared mosquito-repellent incense for the night. Each of them even had a big bag of shoes and clothes. Seeing that the carriage was almost full, the two mothers still felt that there were many things that they didn't put in. On the morning of the third day, the carriage stopped at the entrance of the Chu family's house. Two majestic black horses were harnessed energetically. Chu Yang and Chu Luer stood at the door. Chu Xiongqing and the others also stood at the door, looking at the two of them with complicated expressions. Yang Rulan walked up, her eyes full of reluctance. She tiptoed and tidied her son's hair, headscarf, and clothes. Then, she took 2 steps back, sized him up, and went forward to tidy him up. Her hands were trembling quietly, and so were her lips. But she didn't say anything. Duan Shui was also doing the same at the side. After a long time, seeing that time had passed and the sun had shone brightly, Yang Rulan finally took a step back. Looking at her son in front of her, her eyes quickly turned red. She took 2 steps forward again, stretched out her hands, and quietly hugged her son in her arms. Chu Yang was tall. Yang Rulan was considered tall among girls, but Chu Yang was still taller than her by a head. Yang Rulan pressed her face against her son's chest, as if listening to his heartbeat carefully. Finally, she took a step back quietly. Her eyes were red, but she smiled faintly and said softly, "Come back early when you're done playing outside." Chu Yang nodded heavily. Yang Rulan took 3 steps back and smiled faintly. Let's go. Chu Yang and Chu Lu'er knelt down and kowtowed. Then, they stood up. Chu Lu'er's eyes were red, and she pursed her lips as she entered the carriage. Chu Yang leaped up and got on the horse. With a whip, the two horses started to move at the same time. The carriage started to move slowly, gradually accelerating. Chu Yang didn't dare to stay any longer, and he didn't dare to turn back. He was afraid that if he turned back, he would melt in his mother's eyes, and he wouldn't bear to leave anymore. The carriage turned the corner smoothly but quickly, disappearing from everyone's sight. Yang Rulin was still waving her hands. After a long time, when the dust had settled, Yang Rulin quietly put down her hands. She only felt that her heart was suddenly empty. The tears that she had been holding back finally came out. She covered her face with her hands and ran into the door. Yang, when will you come back? It's past 4 o'clock now. I'm afraid that I won't be able to come out by the 4 o'clock. I'll have to come back around 5:30 or 6 o'clock. At hashtag just as Chu Yang was about to walk out of the flat mountain ridge, the originally sunny weather suddenly turned dark and cloudy all of a sudden. Dark clouds gathered from all directions as fast as lightning, gathering above the Chu clan as if they were running for their lives. The dark clouds in the sky became denser and denser. They rotated slowly and pressed lower and lower. A vortex suddenly appeared in the clouds in the sky. The vortex became more and more rapid. Gradually, it formed a huge eye. With the sound of a thunderclap, a thick, curved bolt of lightning suddenly wedged itself into the Chu family. With a boom, the earth shook violently. Then, the lightning in the sky was like a silver snake dancing wildly, crazily striking down without stopping. Chu Yang stood on the horse's back and looked into the distance. He asked in bewilderment, "What happened?" The sword spirit smiled calmly. Chu Xiaoxin has broken through to the supreme martial artist level. In the Chu clan, in that small courtyard full of thatch, in that low thatch house. Chu Xiaoxin stood quietly in front of the portrait with his hands behind his back. His eyes were affectionate and focused. Lightning struck down. Chu Xiaoxin looked at the woman in the portrait who was smiling gently. His face was bitter and painful. He closed his eyes and said softly, "I'm sorry. I can't go and find you at that time." The lightning struck down and lit up the whole world that was shrouded in dark clouds. The roof of the thatched hut suddenly disappeared. That lightning struck right on top of Chu Xiaoxin's head. Chu Xiaoxin stood with his eyes closed. A teardrop flowed out from his eyes. Even though the lightning struck down, he was safe and sound. It was just that his expression became more and more painful. That was the pain and contradiction in his heart. Lightning struck down crazily on top of his head one after another. Then, it dissipated. He stood still with his hands behind his back. He was enduring the baptism of the power of heaven and earth. He opened his eyes and looked at the portrait in front of him. The lightning bolts danced wildly and the portrait moved slightly. The clothes of the woman in the portrait fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. Her eyes were affectionate and she seemed to be talking to him. Chu Xiaoxin groaned painfully and said, "Are you okay?" The portrait floated up. Her eyes were gentle. "Aren't you okay?" Chu Xiaoxin asked painfully. The eyes of the portrait were gentle, and the expression was gentle. It floated up gently, as if it was denying it. Lightning, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, exploded above his head. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and torrential rain poured down. However, not a single drop of rain fell within 3 feet of Chu Xiaoxin and the portrait. "Do you blame me?" Chu Xiaoxin continued to ask. The portrait seemed to be deep in thought. Then, a gust of wind blew and the portrait fluttered. The clothes of the person in the portrait fluttered, and the gaze in her eyes seemed to become tender and affectionate. Chu Xiaoxin let out a long sigh. "I've missed you so much all these years." All of a sudden, he let out a long howl and raised his head. His long hair stood on end, and he opened his arms. Facing the might of the thunder and lightning that filled the sky, he shouted with a heart-wrenching voice, "I miss you so much." His voice was filled with sorrow, helplessness, longing, and despair. It turned into a thunderous roar in the sky. Dozens of lightning bolts rained down on his head like a string of pearls. It smashed down. The entire earth was shaking violently, at the boundary of flat mountain ridge. Chu Yang stood on a high slope and looked into the distance. That heart-wrenching shout came from afar. Chu Yang stood solemnly and said silently in his heart, Elder Master, it's been hard on you. The sword spirit was also feeling the artistic conception. He said deeply, have you heard it? Chu Yang said, what? The sword spirit sighed and said, have you heard the pain of the path of emotions? Chu Yang stared in the direction of the thunder and lightning and said deeply, the pain is because you've been too happy in the past. As long as you've had such unforgettable happiness in your life, even if you're in pain now, you're still happy. The sword spirit became silent. The thunder and lightning stopped. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated quickly and scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the sun shone again and the mountains and rivers were beautiful. Chu Yang got on the horse and shouted, go. The horse raised its hooves and went away with a long neigh. Inside the carriage, the frail Chu Lu'er was leaning against the soft bedding. Her eyes were red, and her fair hands were gripping the armrest tightly. Her knuckles were turning white from gripping it so tightly that they were turning white. This time, she would follow her elder brother into an unknown journey of life. The little girl's heart was full of sorrow, confusion, and excitement. She just didn't know what was waiting for her along the way. In the law enforcement hall of Flat Mountain Ridge, Xianxia and Qin Baoshan stood on a high point and looked up. Little brother has set off, Xianxia said with a hoarse voice. Little brother shouldn't be restrained in this flat mountain ridge, Qin Baoshan said with his hands behind his back, his world should be the heavens. Xianxia laughed. We'll meet little brother again in this martial world one day. Qin Baoshan said affirmatively, I have this feeling. Xianxia sighed and said, yes, law enforcement master has helped us improve our strength. He won't let us stay here. The two looked at each other and smiled. They were both thinking, what will it be like when we meet the law enforcement master and little brother next time? The carriage sped past, leaving a long trail of smoke on the mountain road. Chu Yang rode on the horse quietly. He was motionless and his back was straight. His whole body was like a sharp sword erected on the horse. He was dressed in black. His eyebrows were sword-like and his black hair was floating behind his head. His face was cold and motionless. His eyes were focused and vigilant. The carriage had been moving forward quickly for 6 hours. Chu Yang didn't say anything. It seemed that he could use this posture and this speed to travel for thousands of miles. The sun was already high up in the sky. In front of him, there was a patch of black. Chu Yang's eyes were dignified. He used his hand to cover his eyes and looked over. It seemed that the pine trees on that side of the mountain were darker and darker in color. They were also denser than this side of the mountain. This should be the Black Pine Mountain Ridge. We'll reach the Black Pine Forest after we pass this 300 miles long mountain range. Chu Yang looked at the mountain in front of him seriously. The Black Pine Forest is the battlefield between the Xiao clan and the Huang clan. Chu Yang's brows were tightly knitted. With my current strength and with Lu'er, wanting to cross this battlefield is no different from a fool's dream. But I must pass through it. We don't have to take this route. But if we don't, the journey will be 3 days longer. Moreover, I also want to see how the battle between the Xiao clan, the Huang clan and the Yi clan is like. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed self-mockingly. The carriage moved forward slowly and stopped under the shade of a tree. Chu Yang got off the horse and carried Chu Lu'er out. He placed her on the ground and said, be good and wait. I'll start cooking. I'll make sure you eat till your mouth is full of oil. Chu Lu'er looked a little tired and said, but I'm starving. She patted her belly, blinked and smiled. Big brother, how's your culinary skills? I'm the best chef in the heavens. Chu Yang neatly used a few stones to prop up the pot holder. Then, he spread out his hands, and the spirit energy of the world gradually converged. It slowly formed into a mist. Then, it changed into drops of clear water, and entered the iron pot. That day when he saw Chu Xiaoxin using this method to make tea, he secretly learned it from him. Naturally, his speed was 1,000,000 times slower than Chu Xiaoxin's. However, with Chu Lu'er's current physical condition, she needed this kind of water to lift her spirits and nourish her body. Only then could she use some vitality spring water. A flame started burning at the bottom of the pot. While the water was boiling, Chu Yang quickly went out and came back with 2 plump wild rabbits in his hands. He cleaned them up quickly, skinned them and removed their bones. He set up a rack at one side and put on the wild rabbits. He skillfully applied various ingredients on them and started to roast them. When the water in the pot boiled, the wild rabbits on the rack were also roasted until they were tender and yellow. An alluring fragrance slowly spread out. The plump wild rabbits sizzled on the rack and the oil from the roast dripped into the fire, making crackling sounds. However, it became even more fragrant. Chulu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She looked at the wild rabbits greedily and stuck out her little tongue to lick her lips. Obviously, this girl was craving for it. "It smells so good," Chulu said. Then, he realized that at the same time as he spoke, someone else also said the same thing. Xianxia was shocked. He looked up and saw a man in black standing quietly in the shadow 100 feet away. He wrinkled his nose and sniffed in the direction of the wild rabbits. This person wasn't far away, but Xianxia didn't notice him. Although he was busy roasting the meat and was a little distracted with Xianxia's spiritual energy, he didn't notice when this person came. This showed how powerful this person was. Xianxia stood up and smiled warmly. "Brother, I think you haven't eaten yet. If I'm lucky, can I treat you to a meal?" That person looked at him and laughed with some interest. He said in a clear voice, "But I wonder how much this meal costs?" Xianxia smiled gently. "I think you can tell that although I'm not very rich, I'm not very short of money either. Little brother, you're very straightforward." The man in black laughed and walked over. This person looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was tall and a little thin. His face was a little pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. His eyes were gentle and one couldn't tell that he had any cultivation. He was casually holding a tattered scabbard in his hand. There were already frayed edges on the edges of his black clothes. It was obvious that he had been wearing them for a long time, but they were very clean. This person's face was very ordinary, so ordinary that one wouldn't be able to recognize him if he was thrown into a crowd. But Xianxia asked the sword spirit to observe carefully and confirmed that this person didn't disguise himself. This was his original appearance. "Little brother, what's your name?" This person greeted Xianxia as if they were close friends. He casually stuffed a piece of firewood into the fire and smiled at Chulu. "Little girl, you're so pretty." Chulu blushed and hid beside Xianxia. "My surname is Chu." Xianxia said, "May I know your surname?" That person laughed. "My surname is Wei. You can call me Big Brother Wei." His brows relaxed as he looked at the wild rabbits on the fire. He seemed to be drooling. "It's really fragrant." Xianxia's heart flashed. "Surname Wei? Expert? Who is he?" The 4th chapter was finally completed. I really didn't expect to stay up all night. I really can't afford to slow down my writing speed. Just as Xianxia was about to walk out of the flat mountain ridge, the originally sunny weather suddenly turned dark and cloudy all of a sudden. Dark clouds gathered from all directions as fast as lightning, gathering above the Chu clan as if they were running for their lives. Laduo, the dark clouds in the sky became denser and denser. They rotated slowly and pressed lower and lower. A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the clouds in the sky. The whirlpool became more and more rapid, and gradually formed a huge eye. With the sound of a thunderclap, a thick, curved bolt of lightning suddenly wedged itself into the Chu family. With a boom, the earth shook violently. Then, the lightning in the sky was like a silver snake dancing wildly, crazily striking down without stopping. Xianxia stood on the horse's back and looked into the distance. He asked in bewilderment, "What happened?" The sword spirit smiled calmly. "Chu Xiaoxin has broken through to the supreme martial artist level. In the Chu clan, in that small courtyard full of thatch, in that low thatch house." Chu Xiaoxin stood quietly in front of the portrait with his hands behind his back. His eyes were affectionate and focused. Lightning struck down. Chu Xiaoxin looked at the woman in the portrait who was smiling gently. His face was bitter and painful. He closed his eyes and said softly, "I'm sorry. I can't go and find you at that time." Lightning crashed down, illuminating the entire world that was shrouded in dark clouds with a blazing white light. The roof of the thatched hut suddenly disappeared. That lightning struck right on top of Chu Xiaoxin's head. Chu Xiaoxin stood with his eyes closed. A teardrop flowed out from his eyes. He was safe and sound even though the lightning struck him. But his expression became more and more painful. That was the pain and contradiction in his heart. Lightning struck down crazily on top of his head and then dissipated. He stood still with his hands behind his back. He was enduring the baptism of the power of heaven and earth. He opened his eyes and looked at the portrait in front of him. The lightning bolts danced wildly, and the portrait moved slightly. The clothes of the woman in the portrait fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. Her eyes were affectionate, and she seemed to be talking to him. Xianxia groaned painfully and said, "Are you okay?" The portrait floated up. Her eyes were gentle. "Aren't you okay?" Xianxia asked with heartache. The eyes of the portrait were gentle, and the expression was gentle. It floated up gently, as if it was denying it. Lightning, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, exploded above his head. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and torrential rain poured down. However, not a single drop of rain fell within 3 feet of Xianxia and the portrait. "Do you blame me?" Xianxia continued to ask. The portrait seemed to be deep in thought. Then, a gust of wind blew and the portrait fluttered. The clothes of the person in the portrait fluttered, and the gaze in her eyes seemed to become tender and affectionate. Xianxia let out a long sigh. "I've missed you so much all these years." All of a sudden, he let out a long howl and raised his head. His long hair stood on end, and he opened his arms. Facing the might of the thunder and lightning that filled the sky, he shouted with a heart-wrenching voice, "I miss you so much." His voice was filled with sorrow, helplessness, longing, and despair. It turned into a thunderous roar in the sky. Dozens of lightning bolts rained down on his head like a string of pearls. It smashed down. The entire earth was shaking violently, at the boundary of flat mountain ridge. Xianxia stood on a high slope and looked into the distance. That heart-wrenching shout came from afar. Xianxia stood solemnly and said silently in his heart, "Elder Master, it's been hard on you." The sword spirit was also feeling the artistic conception. He said deeply, "Have you heard it?" Xianxia said, "What?" The sword spirit sighed and said, "Have you heard the pain of the path of emotions?" Xianxia stared in the direction of the thunder and lightning and said deeply, "The pain is because you've been too happy in the past. As long as you've had such unforgettable happiness in your life, even if you're in pain now, you're still happy." The sword spirit became silent. The thunder and lightning stopped. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated quickly and scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the sun shone again and the mountains and rivers were beautiful. Xianxia got on the horse and shouted, "Go!" The horse raised its hooves and went away with a long neigh. Inside the carriage, the frail Chulu'er was leaning against the soft bedding. Her eyes were red, and her fair hands were gripping the armrest tightly. Her knuckles were turning white from gripping it so tightly that they were turning white. She was going to follow her elder brother into an unknown journey of life. The little girl's heart was full of sorrow, confusion, and excitement. She just didn't know what was waiting for her along the way. In the law enforcement hall of Flat Mountain Ridge, Xianxia and Qin Baoshan stood on a high point and looked up. "Little brother has set off," Xianxia said with a hoarse voice. "Little brother shouldn't be restrained in this flat mountain ridge," Qin Baoshan said with his hands behind his back. "His world should be the heavens." Xianxia laughed. "One day, we'll meet little brother again in this martial world." Qin Baoshan said affirmatively, "I have this feeling." Xianxia sighed and said, "Yes, law enforcement master has helped us improve our strength. He won't let us stay here." The two looked at each other and smiled. They were both thinking, what will it be like when we meet the law enforcement master and little brother next time? The carriage sped past, leaving a long trail of smoke on the mountain road. Xianxia rode on the horse quietly and motionlessly. His back was straight and his whole body was like a sharp sword erected on the horse. He was dressed in black. His eyebrows were sword-like and his black hair floated behind his head. His face was cold and motionless. His eyes were focused and vigilant. The carriage had been moving forward quickly for 6 hours. Xianxia didn't say anything. It seemed that he could use this posture and this speed to travel for thousands of miles. The sun was already high up in the sky. In front of him, there was a patch of black. Xianxia's eyes were dignified. He used his hand to cover his eyes and looked over. It seemed that the pine trees on that side of the mountain were darker and darker in color. They were also denser than this side of the mountain. This should be the Black Pine Mountain Ridge. We'll reach the Black Pine Forest after we pass this 300 miles mountain range. Xianxia looked at the mountain in front of him with a heavy expression. The Black Pine Forest is the battlefield between the Xiao clan and the Huang clan. Xianxia frowned. With my current strength, it's no different from a fool's dream to pass through this battlefield with Lu'er. But I must pass through it. We don't have to take this route. But if we don't, the journey will be 3 days longer. Besides, I also want to see how the battle between the Xiao clan, the Huang clan and the Yi clan is like. Xianxia shook his head and laughed self-mockingly. The carriage moved forward slowly and stopped under the shade of a tree. Xianxia got down from the horse and carried Lu'er out. He placed her on the ground and said, "Be good and wait. I'll start cooking. I'll make sure you eat till your mouth is full of oil." Lu'er looked a little tired and said, "But I'm starving." She patted her belly, blinked and smiled. "Big brother, how's your culinary skills?" "I'm the best chef in the heavens." Xianxia neatly used a few stones to prop up the pot holder. Then, he spread out his hands, and the spirit energy of the world gradually converged. It slowly formed into a mist, and finally turned into drops of clear water, and entered the iron pot. He secretly learned this from Xiaoxin that day when he saw him using this method to make tea. Naturally, his speed was thousands of times slower than Xiaoxin's. However, with Lu'er's current physical condition, she needed this kind of water to lift her spirits and nourish her body. Only then could she use some vitality spring water. A flame started burning at the bottom of the pot. While the water was boiling, Xianxia quickly went out. After a while, he came back with 2 plump wild rabbits. He cleaned them up quickly, skinned and deboned them. Then, he set up a rack at one side, put on the wild rabbits and skillfully smeared various ingredients on them. Then, he started to roast them. When the water in the pot boiled, the wild rabbits on the rack were also roasted until they were tender and yellow. An alluring fragrance slowly spread out. The plump wild rabbits sizzled on the rack. Drops of oil from the roasting dripped into the fire, making crackling sounds. However, the fragrance became even more fragrant. Lu'er couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She looked at the wild rabbits greedily and stuck out her little tongue to lick her lips. Obviously, this girl was craving for it. "It smells so good," Lu'er said. Then, he realized that at the same time as he spoke, someone else also said the same thing. Xianxia was shocked. He looked up and saw a man in black standing quietly in the shadow 100 feet away. He wrinkled his nose and sniffed in the direction of the wild rabbits. This person wasn't far away, but Xianxia didn't notice him. Although he was busy roasting the meat and was a little distracted, with Xianxia's spiritual energy, he didn't notice when this person came. This showed how powerful this person was. Xianxia stood up and smiled warmly. "Brother, I think you haven't eaten yet. If I'm lucky, can I treat you to a meal?" That person looked at him and laughed with some interest. He said in a clear voice, "But I wonder how much this meal costs?" Xianxia smiled gently. "I think you can tell that although I'm not very rich, I'm not very short of money either. Little brother, you're very straightforward." The man in black laughed and walked over. This person looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He was tall and a little thin. His face was a little pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. His eyes were gentle, and one couldn't tell that he had any cultivation at all. He was casually holding a tattered scabbard in his hand. There were already frayed edges on the edges of his black clothes. It was obvious that he had been wearing them for a long time, but they were very clean. This person's face was very ordinary, so ordinary that one wouldn't be able to recognize him if he was thrown into a crowd. But Xianxia asked the sword spirit to observe carefully and confirm that this person didn't disguise himself. This was his original appearance. "Little brother, what's your name?" This person greeted Xianxia as if they were close friends. He casually stuffed a piece of firewood into the fire and smiled at Lu'er. "Little girl, you're really pretty." Lu'er blushed and hid beside Xianxia. "My surname is Chu." Xianxia said, "May I know your surname?" That person laughed. "My surname is Wei. You can call me Big Brother Wei." His brows relaxed as he looked at the wild rabbit on the fire. He seemed to be drooling. It smells really good. Chu Yang's heart flashed. Surname Wei? Expert? Who is he? The 4th chapter was finally completed. I really didn't expect it to be an all-nighter. I really can't afford to slow down my writing speed. Finally, one of the roasted rabbits was removed from the fire rack. That person's and Chu Lu'er's gazes turned greedy. The two of them started rubbing their hands at the same time, their 4 eyes staring straight at the roasted rabbit that was sizzling. This was the most delicious piece. And from the looks of it, this was also the place where Chu Yang had put the most effort into roasting it. Without waiting for Chu Yang's instructions, that person had already taken the initiative to clean up a stone to make a dining table. Using his hand, the upper half of the stone disappeared and became as smooth as a mirror. Then, he wiped it with his sleeve. Good lord, it could be used as a mirror. It was so clean that even a fly would split its legs when standing on it, it was too smooth. Chu Yang placed the roasted rabbit on the stone table and said, "Don't move." Then, he slowly stood up, walked into the carriage and slowly took out a jar of wine. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard a quarrel behind him. "Don't move!" Chu Lu'er screamed. "It's mine." Chu Yang turned around and saw Chu Lu'er with her arms spread out in front of the roasted rabbit. Her big eyes were round and round as she looked at the man in black opposite her angrily. Her gaze was actually a little fierce. One could see that the man in black was retracting his right hand somewhat awkwardly. It was obvious that he was hesitant. He swallowed twice and said, "Where are the 2 buttocks?" What he meant was, one for each of us. "No." Chu Lu'er said loudly, "The other one is my elder brother's." The man in black's face immediately fell. He looked at Chu Lu'er with a pleading gaze. Chu Lu'er said righteously, "It's no use pretending to be so pitiful. It's no use looking at me pitifully. Rabbits only have 2 buttocks, and there are 3 of us." Chu Yang laughed and turned around to walk back. The man in black retracted his hand resentfully and said, "This younger sister of yours is really fierce." Chu Lu'er snorted and turned her face away. "This younger sister of mine. As long as you don't snatch food from her, she has a better temper than anyone else," Chu Yang said with a smile. This sentence was obviously biased. The man in black was very dissatisfied. He thought to himself, "If I don't snatch food to eat, what should I snatch?" But in the blink of an eye, his dissatisfaction disappeared, and his eyes lit up. "There's wine? Good wine." Chu Yang smiled in a self-satisfied manner. He then opened the mud seal with his palm, and a rich wine aroma immediately spread out. The black-clothed man narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. He opened his mouth and exhaled, "Good wine." It was as if he had already taken a sip. Chu Yang smiled in his heart. This wine is made by the sword spirit. Moreover, a small amount of vitality spring water has been added to it. How can it not be good? He put down the jar, took out 3 cups, and poured 3 cups. The man in black stopped him. "Your sister is clearly sick, yet you still let her drink?" Chu Yang was a little surprised. This guy has good eyesight. He can actually tell that Lu'er is sick? However, it was still a little lacking. He could not tell how much the wine nourished Lu'er's body. He said indifferently, "Other wines may not work, but this wine, drinking just 1 cup is not a problem. Moreover, it is beneficial." He thought that this man's heart was not bad. He washed his hands with wine, and the wine flowed down. The aroma was so strong that it almost condensed. The black-clothed man's heart ached so much that he bared his teeth. His face was almost a little ferocious as he said, "Such good wine. You're using it to wash your hands?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, "If I don't wash my hands, I'll tear the rabbit for you. Do you dare to eat it?" The black-clothed man said, "But you can't use such good wine." Chu Yang ignored him. He took the roasted rabbit and directly tore off one of its legs. Under the black-clothed man's greedy gaze, he passed it to Chu Lu'er. The black-clothed man made a gulping sound in his throat. He looked at it reluctantly and then at the other leg. With a tearing sound, Chu Yang tore off another piece and placed it in front of Chu Lu'er. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Chu Lu'er nodded happily and contentedly, chewing until her mouth was full of oil. The black-clothed man's eyes widened. He said angrily, "You treated me to a meal, but you gave both legs to your sister." As he said that, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Xianxia said, "Isn't there still a wild rabbit on the fire? Besides, a rabbit isn't small. After removing its internal organs, it's still 3 to 4 kilograms. So, without both legs, it's still delicious everywhere else." The black-clothed man rolled his eyes and took a sip of wine. Immediately, the dissatisfaction on his face disappeared. He was about to reach out to take the rabbit. However, he saw that Xianxia had already handed over the hare to him. Looking at the rabbit that was missing 2 legs, the black-clothed man hesitated for a moment and took it, full of indignation. As if he wanted to vent, he took a big bite. In just a moment, half of the wine was gone and the wild rabbit was also in the black-clothed man's stomach. Xianxia still didn't move. "Why aren't you eating?" The black-clothed man burped and asked. "I'm waiting for the next one." Xianxia pointed and smiled. "That's the back of the rabbit." The black-clothed man choked. He put down the rabbit that was only left with a skeleton and lowered his head to look at his stomach. Looking at the wine that was only half a jar left, he looked depressed. He was only focused on eating. At first, he was still thinking about the next one. Later, the more he ate, the more fragrant it became. He was actually full. "You're ruthless." The black-clothed man stuck out a greasy thumb in front of Xianxia. There was an indescribable depression in his heart. Chulu had a small appetite. After drinking a cup of wine, she couldn't even finish the 2 rabbits and was already full. The second wild rabbit was finally roasted. Xianxia eagerly tore off a rabbit leg and handed it over. "Brother Wei, do you want to eat the rabbit leg?" The black-clothed man looked at it hatefully and snorted. He picked up the wine cup and drank helplessly. The more he drank, the more sullen he felt. Xianxia drank one mouthful after another. He ate very slowly. The black-clothed man drank and accompanied them. He sighed again and again. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter and said, "I didn't expect that I would be so depressed after being treated to a meal. I haven't felt this way for many years. You 2 kids are really daring. I also didn't expect that someone would eat my food and drink my wine and still be dissatisfied." Xianxia was finally full. The 2 of them looked at each other and laughed. At this moment, they both felt that the other party was somewhat pleasing to the eye. Wherever the black-clothed man went in his life, everyone was respectful to him. When had he ever been humiliated? Today, the other party used the simplest method to make him feel helpless. Instead, he felt that it was novel. "Where are you 2 going?" the black-clothed man asked. "We're going to the capital." Xianxia smiled. "Capital?" The black-clothed man frowned. "Just the 2 of you?" Xianxia said, "What's wrong?" The black-clothed man shook his head. "The 2 of you are purely delivering yourself to others. I don't know who will eat you on the way. I advise you to go back to where you came from." Chulu said indignantly, "My big brother is an expert." The black-clothed man was amused by her words. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Although your cultivation isn't weak, with your cultivation of a 4th or 5th stage martial emperor, it's far from enough to bring your sister all the way from here to thousands of miles away." Xianxia said lightly, "Whether it's enough or not, we can only take one step at a time." The black-clothed man pondered for a moment and said, "Forget it. I'm going to pass through the black pine forest anyway. Since I've eaten your meal, then follow me through the black pine forest. However, you'll have to walk the road after the black pine forest on your own." Xianxia laughed. "No need. We can walk on our own. Since Brother Wei has something to do, it'll be delayed if you follow us." Although he had already vaguely guessed who this person was, he wouldn't curry favor with him because of his identity. Xianxia was proud and arrogant. He had his own perseverance, and his perseverance wouldn't waver for anyone. The black-cloaked man looked at him deeply and said, "If we walk together, I'll eat your meal along the way." He also saw Xianxia's bad performance. However, he felt that this young man was very congenial and wanted to help him. "I'll eat your meal as a reward and escort you to the Black Pine Forest." Although this sentence wasn't explicitly said, the meaning was already very obvious. He smiled bitterly in his heart. If someone knew that I've actually done such a task, they would be so shocked that their teeth would fall out. No need. Chu Yang rejected. We didn't bring much food. Moreover, a lot of it is for my younger sister's treatment. If there's one more person, I'm afraid it won't be enough. The black-cloaked man frowned and felt a little helpless. He had been a loner all his life and had never owed anyone anything. Now that he had eaten a meal from someone else, he wanted to help out and let it go. After all, it was worth more than a meal. If it were anyone else, they would feel that treating him to a meal was worth it. However, he didn't expect the other party to reject him so straightforwardly. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. He laughed and said, "Since little brother is so insistent, I'll take my leave. After eating your meal today, I'll definitely repay you in the future." He stood up lazily, and in a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Chu Lu'er watched the black-cloaked man leave and asked curiously, "Big brother, why?" Chu Yang said, "Why what?" Chu Lu'er said puzzledly, "This black-cloaked man is an expert. Moreover, Big Brother's initial intention was to form a partnership with him. But in the end, when he offered to help, Big Brother deliberately messed up this matter again." Chu Yang oh. He touched Chu Lu'er's hair and said, "Little girl, you're really observant." He pondered for a while and said, "This person is indeed an expert. But I don't want to owe others. Lu'er, we have to rely on ourselves for everything. We can't rely on others to protect us for our entire lives." Chu Lu'er nodded and rolled her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Although Chu Yang said this, he knew that with Chu Lu'er's intelligence, she would definitely understand what he meant. He didn't say it because the black-cloaked man didn't go far. "I don't want to owe others, but I'm willing to let others owe me." He guessed who this black-cloaked man was and naturally knew the legendary bad character of this black-cloaked man. Don't ask for help for anything. Don't owe anyone for anything. You ate my meal and you want to repay me with something as simple as escorting me through the black pine forest. No one owes anyone anything from now on? How can there be such a cheap thing? You don't want to owe me, but I'll make you owe me. Even if it's just a meal. A favor from the world's #1 blood payer expert is not easy to get. Chu Yang's eyes flickered. Yesterday, he was so tired that he slept until noon. After sending his comrades off, he came back and slept until 7 o'clock at night. Today's update will be late, but he still asked for monthly votes. Chu Yang's guess was right. This man in black was the legendary #1 blood payer expert in the world, Wei Wuyan, Wei Wuyan. It was said that there was no blood payer mission that couldn't be completed by this person, as long as Wei Wuyan accepted the bounty of a blood payer. Then, the person on the bounty would definitely die. Wei Wuyan was famous for being mysterious. It was said that no one knew what Wei Wuyan looked like, and no one knew what level of cultivation Wei Wuyan had. The world's #1 painter, Su Danqing, had seen Wei Wuyan before. But when he wanted to draw a portrait of Wei Wuyan, he found that he couldn't draw at all. Every expert had their own charm and unique temperament. But Wei Wuyan didn't. Facing Wei Wuyan, Su Danqing actually fell into a daze. Because no matter what, he couldn't see anything special about Wei Wuyan. After Wei Wuyan left, Su Danqing locked himself in the studio for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he vomited blood and fainted, because not only could he not draw, but he also forgot what Wei Wuyan looked like the moment Wei Wuyan left. And he completely forgot. He had no impression at all. What was the most important thing for a painter? Wasn't it eyesight, memory, insight, and brushwork? These were the most basic things. Now that such a thing had happened, how could Su Danqing, the painter of his generation, not break down? The only time the Blood Payers Hall had offered a bounty for a supreme martial artist was completed by Wei Wuyan. Although he was only a first-grade supreme martial artist, Wei Wuyan's strength was daunting. Wei Wuyan was always alone. He had never fallen in love with anyone and never needed anyone's help. No matter how difficult the task was, he wouldn't ask for help. There was once a blood payer expert who was ranked #2 who contacted Wei Wuyan and wanted to cooperate with him, but was rejected by him. What everyone didn't expect was that although Wei Wuyan didn't ask for help in everything, he had a weakness: he was a foodie. However, although this food was delicious, he also had his principles. Firstly, no one knew his true identity. Secondly, as long as he ate a meal, he would repay them adequately. Therefore, although Wei Wuyan was delicious, he ate with a clear conscience. No one could refuse Wei Wuyan's repayment. Moreover, after being eaten by him, they would still have to thank him profusely. Wei Wuyan liked this feeling. But this time, he had miscalculated. He had never thought that Chu Yang would refuse. From his point of view, one of the siblings was sick, while the other's cultivation level was low. To pass through the black pine forest and walk out of the southeast region. Especially in this troubled period, this was simply an impossible task. Escorting them there was a good opportunity that ordinary people could not even dream of. Therefore, Wei Wuyan was invited to sit down without hesitation. Who would have thought that after eating, Wei Wuyan, who had never owed anyone anything, actually owed someone a love? Under such circumstances, how could he really go far? Of course, he had to hide on one side. He thought to himself, even if you don't want me to escort you, I will quietly solve the problem for you. So, I don't owe you anything. Then, he heard Chu Yang's words, and immediately regretted it. Rely on yourself for everything, and never owe anyone anything. This is the creed of me, Wei Wuyan. Why did this little mouse say it? In an instant, Wei Wuyan only felt a little disappointed, but also a little sympathetic. After the meal, the two of them set off again. The cold autumn wind blew all the way. Chu Yang pretended not to know that Wei Wuyan was secretly following them. Of course, he was pretending to be confused. But Wei Wuyan had absolute confidence. With my cultivation level and stealth skills, even a high-level supreme martial artist might not be able to detect me if I follow them secretly. Otherwise, how could I complete so many bloodpayers' missions? But he would never have thought that this person, who was only a 4th or 5th stage martial emperor in his eyes, actually possessed a divine soul power that was unparalleled in the entire heavenly realm. In Chu Yang's visualization, Wei Wuyan, who thought that he was stealthily moving in the dark, was simply as dazzling as walking in front of the carriage openly. After walking for more than 20 miles, they finally met with trouble. Two black-clothed men caught up from behind like a gust of wind. They overtook the carriage like lightning. Then, one of them seemed to have thought of something and stopped, blocking the road. The other one stopped as well. Just as he was wondering, the one who stopped first laughed strangely and said, "Little kid, what a handsome horse. Isn't it a pity to use it to pull the carriage? Come, come, come. Let me ride it on the road. It'll save some energy." These two men galloped all the way at an extremely fast speed. Originally, they didn't ride horses because they were confident that their speed was faster than fast horses. But now, seeing that they were only a few hundred miles away from their destination, they felt tired. Besides, they were going to risk their lives. How could they not conserve their energy? Since there was only such a short distance left and they met such a carriage here, wouldn't it be a gift from the heavens to them? But these two men were really unlucky. They had persevered for thousands of miles. Why did they have to cause trouble in the last bit of the journey? It would have been fine if he had stopped, but he had sent both his legs into the depths of hell, because they would never have thought that the people they had provoked were actually the king of hell of the present age, and they had provoked two of them at the same time, one in the open, and one in the dark. Wei Wuyan immediately became spirited. Looking at these two men, they should also be bloodpayers experts who responded to the bounty offered by the bloodpayers and went to help the Huang clan earn purple crystals. Such a cultivation level wasn't something that this little kid could deal with. As long as the situation is critical, I'll take action at any time to repay the kindness of this meal. From now on, I don't owe anyone anything. Wei Wuyan was actually a little excited in his heart. Little kid, do you think that everyone can do it without owing anyone anything? You're wrong. Only those with strength can do it without asking for anything. Chu Yang's eyes were cold as he looked at these two men. Yes, their cultivation levels are not bad. They'd both reached the first stage of monarch level. You want my horse? Chu Yang smiled. He sat on the horse and looked down at the two men. Although he was smiling, his expression was cold. The two men were used to being domineering. When they saw Chu Yang's contemptuous look, they immediately flew into a rage. Get down. Little brat, you're still pretending to be mysterious? It's your honor that I want your horse. Chu Yang smiled and suddenly floated down from the horse. Wei Wuyan, who was in the dark, was startled at the same time, because as Chu Yang floated down, sword aura suddenly soared to the sky. A sharp sword intent was emitted from Chu Yang's body in a crisscross manner. The long swords at the waists of the two men automatically popped out of their sheaths with a loud sword cry. There was actually a sense of excitement and exhilaration in the sword cry. The two long swords made of ordinary iron seemed to have been stimulated at this moment when they faced the Sword King. A light flashed in midair, and Chu Yang had already turned into a stream of light. What harm is there in slaughtering everyone in the world? If it were other people, it might be possible to reason with them. Even if they were stronger than the other party, they could still patiently tease them before killing them. But in the face of such people, Chu Yang didn't even have the mood to say a word. He could only kill them. He wasn't interested in talking at all. Wei Wuyan, who was in the dark, almost popped his eyes out. Damn, he's actually a sword sovereign. And his level isn't low. This time old Wei has really misjudged. Just now, Wei Wuyan was caught off guard. Even his sword almost popped out. Luckily, Wei Wuyan was strong and reacted quickly. He suppressed his sword at the first moment and didn't expose himself. The two men were caught off guard. They immediately touched the sword hilt at their waists, but what they touched was the cold sword edge. Only then did they remember that their long swords had popped out automatically. Just with this slight hesitation, Chu Yang's sword light had already shot over like lightning. The two men felt cold when the sword light touched their bodies. Sword Sovereign! The two men exclaimed at the same time. For a moment, they were both regretful. Motherf *Ker, I've been walking for thousands of miles and taking detours whenever I see something. Now that I've finally arrived here, I've actually offended a sword emperor in the last 200 to 300 miles. Why did you want to save your energy? The first man roared. He couldn't care less about the regret on his face. He retreated quickly and pulled out his sword. But just as he unsheathed his sword, the sword light from the other side had already arrived in front of him. Blocked, with a click, the sword that had just been unsheathed was cut into two pieces like a piece of wood. He exclaimed and retreated desperately. He shouted, "Domain!" A vacuum-sealed space appeared in front of him. In the dense forest, Wei Wuyan sighed deeply. He actually wants to use a domain to block a high-level sword sovereign. I don't know how this martial monarch is doing. He should be at least dozens of kilograms if he's not dozens of years old. He's so ignorant. He could have escaped with his life, but once this domain appeared, both of us are finished. Wei Wuyan was a little depressed. Looks like I'm not needed again, field. Chu Yang snorted coldly. His long sword continued to move forward. When it touched the sealed space, it burst like a soap bubble. The domain of a martial monarch was actually broken by a sword. That man spat out a mouthful of blood. His divine soul was seriously injured. He desperately dodged to one side. The long sword rushed past him with a sharp whistle. Blood flew like rain. Half of his body was already stained with blood. With just one sword, his left arm had disappeared and turned into minced meat. Even two ribs on his left chest were broken. A large piece of flesh was scraped off from the left side of his face. He staggered back and screamed inaudibly. His face had already turned pale, but Chu Yang's face was cold and hard. He didn't stop at all. The sword light flew up again. It was still the same move as before. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? Kill him while he's sick. The sword light was like a meteor. This man screamed. He couldn't care less about his serious injuries. He quickly rolled on the ground and desperately released hidden weapons to block Chu Yang. But he was facing a sword sovereign. Since he had lost the initiative and was seriously injured by his opponent, his ending was basically doomed. The sword light flashed. This man screamed in despair. Blood spurted out from his chest. He staggered and retreated. Chu Yang had already turned around like a whirlwind and rushed towards another person. In the dense forest, Wei Wuyan sighed deeply. His eyes were full of doubts. A fourth-grade sword sovereign who's not even 20 years old. How can there be such a genius in this world? Why haven't I heard of him before? To be continued. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. First update. Another person came to his aid desperately with his sword. Chu Yang had just turned around when this person had already rushed to him. Just as this absolute defense was about to be launched, two rays of sword light had already met in the air. The thin swords clashed in the air and actually made a deafening sound, as if a big hammer had smashed on metal. Chu Yang's clothes fluttered behind him. He flew straight for more than 100 feet, his chest heaving up and down. This time, he had really clashed head-on with a monarch-level expert. Although Chu Yang had used his exquisite sword techniques to offset some of the power, his cultivation was still not as strong as the other parties. Latest chapter of the Holy Hall. That person rushed up with a hideous smile. Little one, is this all you've got? Chu Yang's face changed. His body shook and he launched the fleeting snow cloud movement. Launching the fleeting snow cloud movement with the strength of an emperor-level expert, he was really as agile as a swimming dragon. That person attacked repeatedly but couldn't even touch Chu Yang's shadow. He couldn't help but feel more and more terrified. Chu Yang's sword light was faintly discernible. A feeling of extreme danger suddenly shrouded this person's heart. Sword energy suddenly erupted. Chu Yang defended for dozens of moves and finally found an opportunity to turn from defense to offense. But who knew that just as he was about to launch his sword attack, he saw the sky suddenly fly back and rush in another direction. Chu Yang's pupils shrank. Over there, Chu Le'er's head was sticking out of the carriage, and that person was rushing towards her. Wei Wuyan secretly rejoiced. He thought, it's finally my turn to attack. At this moment, Wei Wuyan suddenly felt a chill down his spine, his heart shook and he looked over in horror. He saw that the sword light on Chu Yang's side had already turned into the scorching sun in the sky. Then, it turned into a long rainbow shooting through the sky. In a moment of desperation, Chu Yang directly used all his techniques. In the blink of an eye, the sword went from a single ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet to you shall be worry-free as long as I'm alive. 10 moves were like a flash flood. Wei Wuyan saw a billowing storm coming towards him. The storm swept over the person who was speeding away. That person was still 70 to 80 feet away from Chu Le'er. He did not even have the chance to scream before he turned into fragments that filled the sky. Net, the torrent surged and rushed toward the forest where Wei Wuyan was hiding. Wei Wuyan sighed gloomily. He lowered his body and sank 100 feet into the ground. The storm of sword energy swept across the woods with a loud rumble, directly plowing out a 50 feet wide and 400 to 500 feet long road. All the trees, not even a single root was left on the ground. They all turned into powder, filling the entire sky densely. Then, they fell from the sky like snow, and it didn't stop for a long time. When Wei Wuyan crawled out from the ground, he found that Chu Yang had already driven the carriage far away. Voices came from afar. Big brother. You're so amazing. The little lowly's voice was filled with admiration. Of course. Hearing these two words, one could imagine a certain someone's arrogant expression. You didn't even ask for their names before killing them. How terrifying. The little lowly said. It's meaningless to ask for a dead person's name. A certain someone was obviously enjoying the adoring gaze of the little lowly. He was a little arrogant. Well, no wonder you didn't let that black-robed man protect us. The little lowly said with a sudden realization. Ha 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 ha, I still have to protect him when I'm free. A certain someone boasted shamelessly. Wei Wuyan only felt that his stomach was bulging. He shook his body and shook off the dust on his body. There was actually a thick pile of dust at his feet. Wei Wuyan leaped up and was about to chase after Chu Yang. Now, he was more and more interested in this Chu Yang. Wei Wuyan had a fortuitous encounter when he was young, and he was also taught by a famous teacher. He was already an emperor-level expert when he was only 20 years old. After that, he fought repeatedly and walked step by step to his current unshakable position in the bloody world. It could be said that his life was smooth sailing, but it could also be said that he had gone through a lot of hardships. But he asked himself honestly. When he was Chu Yang's age, he definitely didn't have Chu Yang's combat power, but at this moment, he frowned as if he had noticed something. A familiar aura appeared not far ahead. Sacred Hall the target this time, Wei Wuyan swept past like a gust of wind. This time, Wei Wuyan came to the Black Pine Forest not for the reward of the battle between the Huang clan and the Shao clan, but because he had received news that his mission, which had been for half a year, had finally appeared in this area. That was why he came. The person that Wei Wuyan wanted to kill this time was Yinyang Bridge. Xianxia, a martial artist at the peak of the martial saint level and the #1 thief in the southeast region. But he was given a nickname by all the heavenly layer martial artists, Xianxia. It was said that Xianxia was dissolute and shameless. His cultivation was high, and he appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Moreover, he specialized in intercepting the goods of law enforcement officers and big clans. As long as it belonged to law enforcement officers and big clans, even if it was a grain of rice, he would intercept it. But he didn't touch the other forces. He was a strange person. Wei Wuyan originally didn't want to kill Xianxia, but he urgently needed purple crystals this time. Xianxia's bounty had soared from 8,000 purple crystals all the way to 70,000 purple crystals today. This number made Wei Wuyan's heart palpitate. That was why he accepted it. But after chasing him for half a year and fighting him 3 times, Xianxia managed to escape. This time, Wei Wuyan made sufficient preparations. He swore not to let Xianxia escape from his hands again. Now, Xianxia's unique aura finally appeared. Wei Wuyan was overjoyed. Speaking of which, he had to thank Yang for this. If it wasn't for his strong sword aura that had aroused Xianxia's curiosity, it was really hard to say when he would be able to stop this guy. Wei Wuyan's body was like a black flowing light, flashing and disappearing. Yang rode on the horse and chatted with Yu Chu and Luer all the way, luring Wei Wuyan to catch up. Suddenly, Yang's whole body shook and his face changed. In his spiritual sense, there were 3 strong auras in front. Each of these 3 auras was almost not inferior to Han Xiaoran. Yang was shocked. Where did these 3 peerless experts come from in such a barren mountain? Among these 3 auras, one was very obvious, but the other 2 were very hidden. Just from the distribution of the auras, Yang could analyze that this was a trap. One of them must have appeared as a bait to lure the enemy to attack, while the other 2 were lying in ambush at the side, ready to ambush. Yang was puzzled. Is this the main battlefield of the Yi clan and the Shao clan? But, even if it's the main battlefield of the 2 clans, it's impossible to send out these 3 peerless experts at the same time. The current battle situation obviously hasn't reached the stage of sending out such experts. Sensing with his spiritual sense, Wei Wuyan suddenly accelerated and caught up with him like a flash of lightning. In an instant, he overtook the carriage and entered the dense forest ahead. Yang was shocked. Wei Wuyan? The opponent's target is Wei Wuyan, but who is so resourceful to be able to grasp Wei Wuyan's whereabouts? But no matter what, this is really strange. Yang pulled the reins and the horse stopped. Seeing that it was already afternoon, Yang was silent for a while and finally got down from the horse. He said, Luer, don't move. I'll go ahead and take a look. Something big must have happened in front. Luer nodded obediently. Big brother, go ahead. I'm not afraid. Yang chuckled and stopped the carriage. Then, he silently made a big hole between 2 big trees at the side of the carriage and let Luer hide in it. He used the 1000 Phantom technique to massage Luer's blood and let it stay in her body. In this way, as long as Luer didn't crawl out, no one would be able to discover her hiding place. Then, he cleverly covered the top and sprinkled a layer of topsoil. This place became a seamless hiding place. Even if someone discovered the carriage, they wouldn't discover Luer. The carriage can be lost, but Luer can't be lost. Yang thought. Luer, stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon, Yang exhorted. Luer nodded obediently. There were obviously 4 experts preparing for a decisive battle ahead. If he brought Luer along, Yang wasn't confident that he could protect her. But there was a road ahead that they had to pass through, so Yang could only stop here. With his divine soul, he could feel that this place was outside the attack range. It was absolutely foolproof. Yang rushed out of the dense forest and said in his consciousness space, Sword Spirit, I'm afraid I've caused you to possess my body this time. With my own strength, I'm afraid I'll be discovered by them before I reach the heart circle. The Sword Spirit chuckled. Then, the 2 of them changed their bodies without anyone noticing. The Sword Spirit controlled the body. The Sword Spirit's spiritual power and Yang's spiritual power fused together, and formed an incomparably powerful spiritual power. The black figure turned into a streamer in an instant. It shot forward. Wei Wuyan walked forward for 7 to 8 miles and suddenly stopped. On the roadside ahead, a man in green was standing with his hands behind his back. He nodded and smiled at Wei Wuyan. He had a graceful bearing. The corners of his face were protruding and his eyes were as sharp as swords. His posture was tall and straight. Just by standing there, he was like an unshakable mountain. It was Xianxia. Wei Wuyan suddenly stopped from running at a high speed. His movements were as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. There wasn't the slightest bit of effort. His eyes became dangerous and sharp. Waiting for me? Xianxia turned around slowly. Wei Wuyan, long time no see. Wei Wuyan smiled faintly. Xianxia, are you here to deliver purple crystals for me? Xianxia said indifferently, as long as you can take it, it would be my honor to earn a few purple crystals for Brother Wei with my head. He rolled his eyes and said, I'm afraid that Brother Wei will overreach himself and step onto the Yinyang Bridge in my hands. Wei Wuyan chuckled. I've already seen the Yinyang Bridge. It's just SOSO. Xianxia lowered his hands behind his back. When he raised them up, they were already in front of him. With a soft sound, a strange-shaped weapon appeared in his hands. This was a sword, but it was half as short and twice as wide as an ordinary sword. The sword blade was divided into two sides. One side was as white as snow, while the other side was as black as ink. Yinyang Bridge was not only Xianxia's nickname, but also the name of this sword, Black and White Sword, Yinyang Bridge. Wei Wuyan's pupils contracted. Looking at this strange sword, he said in a low voice, this must be the famous Yinyang Bridge. I haven't seen it in the previous few battles. Today, I finally see it. It's indeed a murderous weapon. Yes, this is the Yinyang Bridge. Xianxia stared at the sword in his hand affectionately and said lightly, when you see the Yinyang Bridge, you will cross it with your sword. When you see the Yinyang Bridge, you will cross it. Wei Wuyan, you've been through so much wind and snow in your life. You've even been nurtured by your parents. It'll be a pity if you die on my Yinyang Bridge. Wei Wuyan, it's not too late for you to give up this mission. Xianxia raised his head and looked at Wei Wuyan. He said seriously, I really don't want to kill you. Wei Wuyan smiled. You don't want to kill me? I'd like to hear your reason. Why don't you want to kill me? Xianxia smiled heavily. In the whole southeast region, there aren't many people who can catch my eye. But you, Wei Wuyan, are a real man. I'm an enemy of law enforcement officers and big clans, but I don't want to be an enemy of you. Wei Wuyan was silent for a moment and said, it's a pity that I've already accepted your mission. Before that, I don't want to be an enemy of you. Xianxia pondered and frowned. You have difficulties? Wei Wuyan smiled lightly. Who doesn't have difficulties in this world? Xianxia said, good. 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 He said good 3 times in a row. His expression gradually became cold and piercingly cold. The qi in his body was also surging. He said solemnly, it seems that you have to kill me? I don't want to kill you, but if I don't, I won't be able to get those 70,000 purple crystals. Wei Wuyan said. Xianxia smiled. It's a pity that you won't be able to get those 70,000 purple crystals, and you'll also lose your life here. He clapped his hands and said, brothers, come out and meet the #1 blood payer expert in the southeast region. Wei Wuyan smiled lightly. I saw you here alone, so I knew that you must have a helper. I'm curious about who's so daring to help you even though he knows that I'm the one who wants to deal with you. He smiled disdainfully and said, this kind of precedent can't be set. Net. A voice sounded behind him from afar, can't we set a precedent like this? Wei Wuyan? Wei Wuyan floated up like a willow catkin and moved 30 feet to the right to avoid Xianxia's frontal attack. He then turned sideways and looked behind him. A yellow-robed man suddenly appeared 300 feet away, floating over like a gust of wind. His legs did not move, and his whole body was 3 feet above the ground, as if he was riding the wind. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, making him look indescribably dashing. This yellow-clothed man had a square face and big ears. His face was square and his skin was fair. 3 strands of long beard floated in front of his chest. His eyebrows were thick like swords, but his eyes seemed to be nested in his eye sockets, slender and sharp. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 feet away. He then stopped and landed on the ground. He smiled faintly. Wei Wuyan, do you recognize me? Wei Wuyan took a breath. Road of life and death, Qingduing? The eyes of the yellow-robed man flashed with lightning, and he said a little desolately, Brother Wei is really knowledgeable. Yes, I'm Qingduing. I didn't expect Brother Wei to know that there's someone like me in the pugilistic world. Wei Wuyan only felt bitterness in his mouth, and he said, experts in the pugilistic world are very famous. How can I not know you? Qingduing said amiably, Brother Wei, you're too arrogant. I'm just trying to make a living. How can I be compared to Brother Wei, who's the #1 blood payer in the world? Wei Wuyan sighed. The road of life and death in the human world is crossed several times by ghosts. Every time they come and go, they become doing, sending you back. Brother Qing, you're known as the ferryman of life and death. Why do you want to get involved in this? Qingduing also sighed. I also don't want to. But it's a pity that you want to kill the Yinyang Bridge. If the Yinyang Bridge is broken, where's the road of life and death? I have no choice but to do so. I hope Brother Wei can be considerate when you step on the Yinyang Bridge and cross the road of life and death. Wei Wuyan's face really changed this time. His voice was heavy, and his heart also became heavy. If the Yinyang Bridge is broken, where's the road of life and death? So, the three of you know each other? And the other one is also here? Why don't you come out and let me see you? A gloomy voice said, you're indeed the #1 blood payer expert in the world. You're so knowledgeable. I'm Bao Buhuan. Greetings, Brother Wei. Wei Wuyan changed his position again. He slowly turned around and looked in the direction where the voice came from. He sighed, I see. Along with the gloomy voice, a figure in black appeared like a ghost. Like a weightless kite, he hung on the treetops 100 feet away and floated. Wei Wuyan, I'm Bao Buhuan from the Netherworld Crossing. Once I enter the Netherworld Crossing, I promise I won't return. Wei Wuyan's face became obscure. He took a deep breath and felt the internal qi in his chest and abdomen surging. He laughed, when you see the Yinyang Bridge, you'll cross it. Send you back to the road of life and death, and advise you not to return. Once I enter the Netherworld Crossing, I promise I won't return. He laughed deeply and said, I really didn't expect the three of you to be one. The one who surprised me the most is you, Qingduing. No wonder Wei Wuyan was surprised. Xianxia from the Yinyang Bridge was the #1 thief in the southeast region. Bao Buhuan from the Netherworld Crossing was the #1 killer in the southeast region. Qingduing from the Road of Life and Death was the blood payer with the second highest completion rate in the southeast region, just below Wei Wuyan. Who would have thought that the three of them, who never interfered with each other, actually had a connection with each other? And such a close connection. The three of them laughed at the same time. No wonder you're puzzled. Because those who know about this matter are all dead. Wei Wuyan said heavily, it's indeed a secret. May I know the reason? Xianxia said lightly, Brother Wei, since you're about to die, I'll tell you. The three of us were taught by 3 blood brothers. Brother Wei, have you heard of the Kaitian 3 heroes? Wei Wuyan was suddenly enlightened. He sighed, I see. No wonder you're here today. The Kaitian 3 heroes are said to be invincible when the three of you join forces. No wonder you have the confidence to kill me. No wonder you treat the big clans and law enforcement officers as your enemies. The faces of the three of them turned ugly at the same time. Qingduing said, it's good that you know. Wei Wuyan laughed and said, back then, the Kaitian 3 heroes said that they were invincible when the three of them joined forces. But because of this, they provoked Yi. Ha ha ha. Yi flew and attacked. Within 5 moves, the Kaitian 3 heroes were defeated. From then on, they swore not to enter the capital for the rest of their lives. Is this true? The eyes of the three of them turned angry at the same time. Wei Wuyan laughed loudly. 100 years ago. The Kaitian 3 heroes robbed the law enforcement officers in the southwest region and wantonly made trouble. But they happened to meet the senior law enforcement officer, Feng Yuro, who was patrolling the southwest region. The three of them joined forces and fought with Feng Yuro. Within 3 moves, they were also fatally injured. From then on, they retreated and hid, never appearing in the martial world again. The faces of the three of them turned even uglier. Wei Wuyan said, I heard that Feng Yuro is a woman. And, although they were defeated within 3 moves, in fact, Feng Yuro only used 1 move. Each of the 3 of them suffered 1 move at the same time. That's all. Wei Wuyan laughed and said, the Kaitian 3 heroes are invincible. Ha ha ha. Actually, the last 2 words of my name should be given to your 3 teachers. Wuyan, ha ha ha, Wuyan, I don't have the face to face all the heroes in the world anymore. Xianxia of the Yinyang Bridge scolded furiously, Wei Wuyan, you have to pay the price for slandering my teacher. His figure was like lightning, and he flew over like a rainbow. The black and white sword in his hand turned into a white light and a black gas, and flew over. Wei Wuyan laughed loudly. He didn't unsheath his sword, but met the attack with his bare hands. Xianxia snorted, old man, I'm not taking advantage of you. Seeing that Wei Wuyan didn't use his sword, he also kept his sword and fought with his fists and legs. As their figures drifted, the 2 of them met in the air. With a bang, the 2 of them flew up like a rocket. They punched and kicked each other in the air as they continued to fly up. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already formed a whirlwind in the air. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, all the trees fell in all directions at the same time. The power of the battle between the 2 of them was actually so terrifying. So terrifying, the sound of the air exploding was like firecrackers during the New Year. Wei Wuyan attacked with a palm, and Xianxia countered with a finger. Wei Wuyan's palm turned into a fist halfway. Boom, Xianxia's 2 fingers were like a sword, and he poked. Wei Wuyan pointed with his finger, and Xianxia countered with his palms. In an instant, there were countless changes. In the end, the 2 of them actually exchanged their attacking forms. Wei Wuyan pointed at Xianxia's palm. Xianxia snorted, and his overlapping palms stretched out, launching a sneak attack at lightning speed. Wei Wuyan elbowed him. With a bang, the 2 of them somersaulted and floated away from each other in the sky. Looking from below, one could only see a whirlwind suddenly turning into 2 people. Then, the 2 of them suddenly separated. From the size of a normal person, they turned into the size of a soybean. Then, in the blink of an eye, they floated back to the size of a normal person, and turned into a whirlwind again. Below the 2 of them was a small hill. As they fought, the whirlwind spiraling down from the sky became more and more intense. The trees on the hill suddenly leaned back, and then cracked. Finally, they were uprooted and disappeared without a trace. The sword spirit was hiding behind a big rock, and was watching this fierce battle with rapt attention. He sighed from the bottom of his heart, after such a long time, it's only today that I've seen a real battle between experts. You have to watch it carefully. For someone of your cultivation level, the changes in the artistic conception of a battle between experts of this level is a blessing that you can only come across by chance. Chu Yang didn't say anything. He only watched the battle in the sky, and silently simulated, deduced, studied and tried to crack it in his heart. In the midst of the fierce battle, Wei Wuyan suddenly let out a long howl. He shook his arms and flew up. He actually left the battle circle and came to an absolute high altitude. Xianxia was so excited that he didn't want to let go. He also flew up and chased after Wei Wuyan. But when he went up, Wei Wuyan had already pulled himself up to a height of more than 1,000 feet 3 times in a row. Underground, it was almost impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. On the ground, Qingduing's face changed. He shouted, Big brother! Draw your sword. Yinyang Bridge. Wei Wuyan is going to kill. Xianxia clearly heard his brother's words, but he didn't draw his sword. He only looked up at Wei Wuyan's figure. His body actually stopped in midair, and his palms slowly drew a few circles, setting up a defense in front of himself. Martial Yinyang, then, he crossed his palms in front of his chest. There was actually a faint sound of wind and thunder from his palms. Qingduing sighed deeply. He took out his life and death saber and flew up to the top of the mountain, ready to help at any time. The sword spirit said, Have you seen through it? Qi Yang said, What have I seen through it? The sword spirit said, At this level, it's a battle of wits and courage. Wei Wuyan's strategic grasp is already quite perfect. Qi Yang pondered and said, You mean? The sword spirit said slowly, the three of them have surrounded Wei Wuyan, so Wei Wuyan can't run away. Once he escapes, he'll immediately be besieged by the three of them. No matter how powerful Wei Wuyan is, he's no match for the three of them at the same time. So, Wei Wuyan can only fight. Looking for opportunities in the battle is Wei Wuyan's only way out. Chu Yang recalled the standing positions of the four people before this and said affirmatively, exactly. The sword spirit said, so, after Wei Wuyan knew the identity of the other party, he immediately insulted them. Moreover, he had given a real example. Under such circumstances, someone would definitely make a move out of anger, and this person would be Wei Wuyan's first target. And this person must be the eldest martial brother of the three. The sword spirit said, if the eldest martial brother doesn't attack when his sect is insulted, the other two can't attack. This is Wei Wuyan's first plan after he recognized his situation. He's using the rules of the martial world. Chu Yang said, yes. The sword spirit continued, and no matter whether it's out of respect for the eldest martial brother, or because of his identity as an expert, he can only fight one-on-one in this first wave of attacks. The other two people won't intervene unless it's a critical moment. This is Wei Wuyan's second plan. He's using the mentality of an expert. Chu Yang agreed, since his cultivation has reached such a level, how can he be so shameless as to attack others unless it's a matter of life and death? The sword spirit nodded, therefore, Wei Wuyan's second plan has also succeeded. Next, Wan Renjie came over with a sword, while Wei Wuyan faced him empty-handed. This might seem unintentional, but it was a blow, an insult. I can deal with you with a sword empty-handed. And he had calculated correctly that Wan Renjie was proud and arrogant. In front of his two junior martial brothers, he wouldn't be able to back down. This is the third stratagem. And at this time, even if Wan Renjie knew that the other party was trying to goad him, he could only do so. Chu Yang agreed. So, Wei Wuyan's third plan succeeded, the sword spirit said, and successfully created a chance for him to fight Wan Renjie alone. His fourth stratagem was to lure Wan Renjie into the sky. Because if we were on the ground, no matter where we are, the other two would be able to provide support immediately if there was any danger. Only in the air would we have such a short opportunity. Yes, Chu Yang replied. Only by severely injuring Wan Renjie in this high altitude can Wei Wuyan have a chance to escape or kill Wan Renjie, the sword spirit said. And Wan Renjie fought with Wei Wuyan several times, but he was defeated and escaped. But obviously, he didn't use his full strength. At this moment, Wei Wuyan didn't use his sword, so the danger of death was greatly reduced. So, Wan Renjie also wanted to see the gap between him and Wei Wuyan. So, even at this moment, he didn't use his sword. The sword spirit said, this is Wei Wuyan's third stratagem. Chu Yang said, but the other three obviously aren't fools. Qingduing drew his saber and went up to the peak. Although he didn't attack, he was a powerful restraint to Wei Wuyan, and Wei Wuyan couldn't kill him. The sword spirit agreed, once Wei Wuyan used his full strength to injure or kill Wan Renjie, he would immediately suffer from Qingduing's desperate counterattack. He looked up at the sky and sighed, if Wei Wuyan's cultivation was a little higher, he wouldn't have to worry about this. But now, he can't. Let's see how he deals with it. Chu Yang asked, sword spirit, how's your current strength compared to these four people? The sword spirit was silent, not as good as them. He sighed, I'm still far from them. Chu Yang said, oh. The sword spirit said, if you become a sword emperor in the future, then I'll be able to defeat these four people. But now, it's absolutely impossible. Of course, they can't kill me as well. Chu Yang snorted and said, but they can kill me. Marshal Yin Yang. The sword spirit smiled. Chu Yang suddenly shouted, Wei Wuyan is going to attack. The sword spirit was shocked and looked over. In the sky, Wei Wuyan strolled step by step as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Every time he took a step at a height of 1,000 feet, the entire land within a radius of tens of miles would tremble. Later, his footsteps became faster and faster, and he had already become a blurry shadow in the sky. And the ground had already started to tremble, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Plumes of smoke and dust, which were almost rushing straight up, suddenly filled the sky. Brilliant plan. Chu Yang praised from the bottom of his heart. In this way, it was already impossible for Qingduing, who was on the ground, to accurately grasp the position of the two people in the sky. Wei Wuyan's attack will happen in an instant, the sword spirit said heavily. Before he finished his words, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air had already sounded in the sky. Wei Wuyan's body suddenly turned from high up in the sky, and he fell down vertically like a sharp sword. Behind him, a wisp of green smoke curled up. Because of the high speed, the friction between his body and the air had actually caused the air to burn. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Xianxia. Wei Wuyan put his left hand behind his back, and raised his right palm suddenly. Without caring about anything else, he chopped down his palm almost savagely. This palm carried the power of 1,000 feet high in the sky. It was as if the thunder god had suddenly raised a big hammer that could shake the world. Xianxia exhaled, good. He rotated his palms and pushed them out fiercely. Whoosh! It actually produced a violent sonic boom, followed by a thunderous sound that shook the heavens. It was the heaven-splitting thunderbolt palm of the Kaitian three heroes. Wei Wuyan's right palm and Xianxia's palms collided fiercely. Boom! The small hill on the ground actually left the ground and jumped up. Xianxia gave a muffled groan and fell down. Normally, under such a strong impact, Wei Wuyan's body should have been shaken off, but Wei Wuyan didn't take a breath. His body turned into a steel knife, and he fell down forcefully from the impact, like a meteorite that was burning its life in the atmosphere. But his speed was even faster. He raised his left hand that had been behind his back and slapped down fiercely. At the same time, his right palm was behind his back again. Xianxia shouted and desperately tried to block with his palms. Another collision. Wei Wuyan still didn't make a sound. His left hand was shaken off, and he put it behind his back again. His right palm struck out again like lightning. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. 7 or 8 palms struck down violently in succession. Xianxia could only parry, and didn't have the power to fight back. He never expected that Wei Wuyan wouldn't be shaken off by the heaven-splitting thunderbolt palm. Instead, he fell even faster. It was this little mistake that led to his current tragedy. 2 figures, one above and one below, fell down like meteors. Xianxia's body hit the ground with a bang, and sank deeply into the ground. Wei Wuyan's violent figure rushed down like a thunderstorm. Only a series of crazy hitting sounds could be heard from the ground. He went deeper, deeper, deeper. Qingduing and Bao Buhuan came to the side of this human-shaped hole at the same time, looking anxious. Now, the two of them didn't dare to go down, let alone attack. Because in such a situation, no matter how they attacked, Wei Wuyan would have to bear it, and Xianxia would have to bear it too. The two of them were almost one body, Qingduing shouted. He stomped his feet and grabbed the ground with both hands. The next moment, he slowly lifted it up with a hey sound. The ground that was hundreds of feet deep and more than 400 feet in radius was lifted up by him, like a big pancake. He roared and threw it out fiercely. Then, he kicked it up. The whole ground was overturned by his kick. It rolled out hundreds of feet and landed far away. A figure flashed, and Wei Wuyan came out from the ground. He sneered, flicked his sleeves, and flew up in a cloud of dust. However, just as he leaped up, a ghostly sword light entangled him like a poisonous snake. A gloomy voice said, Wei Wuyan, have you forgotten that I, Bao Buhuan, am an assassin? Wei Wuyan was shocked, and he retreated quickly. Now that he had exhausted a lot of his power after the fierce battle, how could he resist the sneak attack of the #1 assassin in the southeast region? He retreated as fast as lightning. That wisp of sword light also chased after him like a maggot in a tarsal bone. After going back and forth, when Wei Wuyan stood still, he realized that he was near the entrance of the cave again. It was only at this moment that he had the time to draw out his sword. After the 3 swords clashed, Bao Buhuan withdrew his sword and retreated. His body swayed, and he disappeared in a cloud of dust. This cloud of dust created by Wei Wuyan was not only beneficial to himself, but also to an assassin like Bao Buhuan. A murderous intent came from behind him. Wei Wuyan found that he was already in the middle of a pincer attack by Qingduing and Bao Buhuan. With a roar, the ground boiled like magma. Xianxia, covered with mud, desperately jumped out from the ground. Once he appeared on the ground, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He raised his head and said fiercely, Brother Wei, what a vicious golden thunder palm. Wei Wuyan's continuous attacks almost pierced a hole in the ground. But this Xianxia actually didn't die under such attacks. He could even jump up by himself. Such a tenacious vitality made Chu Yang have more scruples and standards to measure the cultivation of the so-called second-grade saint level. Wei Wuyan smiled and said, "Same to you." Brother Wan's thunderbolt palm is also not to be trifled with. He stretched out his hands. A gust of wind blew, and the clothes on his arms turned into butterflies. They flew away piece by piece, revealing his clean arms. Wei Wuyan looked at the clothes that flew away with some love, and said softly, "This is the silk of the 7th level spiritual beast, heaven ice silk. It's midnight. Where are the monthly tickets?" Bao Buhuan didn't say a word. He swung his sword, changed his position quickly, and swung his sword again. Strange pop-up window cue. This Bao Buhuan was indeed the #1 killer in the southeast region. He swung his sword to the east and west, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, with a gloomy, ghost-like atmosphere. But the Wuyan sword net that Wei Wuyan had set up was actually broken after a dozen or so sword moves. Qingduing only felt that his whole body was relaxed, as if he had just woken up from a sticky nightmare. He roared and leaped up. His life and death saber flashed. Wei Wuyan fought calmly. But the gap between these 3 people and Wei Wuyan wasn't very big. Wei Wuyan could win against any one of them in a one-on-one fight. But if 2 of them joined hands, he would be somewhat restricted. Qingduing fought head-on, and was incomparably dauntless. He swung his saber horizontally, and fought with his life. Bao Buhuan floated around like a ghost. Every time he swung his sword, he would stab at the most uncomfortable part of his body. The pressure that he gave Wei Wuyan was even greater than that of Qingduing. On one side, Xianxia closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. He was trying to recover his martial power as soon as possible. If Xianxia joined the battle again and wielded his Yin-Yang bridge, Wei Wuyan felt that he would really have to step on the Yin-Yang bridge. But now, he couldn't get away. First, he had consumed a lot of his martial power in the battle with Xianxia. Then, he fought with Qingduing, which consumed even more of his martial power. Now, it was equivalent to his 3rd battle. In this battle, his spirit was tense, and the degree of fatigue was far greater than that of the previous 2 battles. Even if he escaped now, he would definitely have to pay a heavy price. Once he paid such a price, he would definitely not be able to escape from the #1 killer in the southeast region. While Wei Wuyan calmly accepted the battle, he was carefully thinking of countermeasures. He had to be careful. The 3 people opposite him were all experienced in the martial world. It would be too difficult to slip away under their watch. Chu Yang looked at the battle and said lightly, "I really don't know when this battle will end." Wei Wuyan has already changed 7 sword techniques. The sword spirit said, "If the battle between experts can't end quickly, it will be a long battle of attrition. There's nothing unexpected." Chu Yang said worriedly, "It's best if nothing happens to Lu'er." The sword spirit smiled in a carefree manner. "Don't worry, our spiritual energy can completely cover that area. I've already sent out a strand of energy to keep an eye out for any movements over there. If there's anything out of the ordinary, we can rush over immediately." "That's good." Chu Yang felt relieved. Then, Chu Yang discovered a doubt. "That's not right. Wei Wuyan is the #1 blood payer in the world, and he has completed the task of killing a supreme martial artist. But from the looks of it, his cultivation is clearly not at the level of a supreme martial artist." The sword spirit immediately rolled his eyes and said, "You're a little silly to say these words. If Wei Wuyan really became a supreme martial artist, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to deal with these 3 people? The battle should have ended long ago. Why drag it out like this?" "But how did he complete the task of killing a supreme martial artist?" Chu Yang frowned. "Killing a supreme martial artist isn't the only way out in the open. They could assassinate him, poison him, or even ambush him when he was seriously injured. In short, there were many ways. Besides, since that supreme martial artist has a bounty on him, there must be many people who want this bounty. And since they want this bounty, they must think that they have the confidence to kill a supreme martial artist. Do you think that everyone is brainless?" And when Wei Wuyan met him, who knows how many supreme martial artists he had already fought? The sword spirit said, "What's there to be surprised about when Wei Wuyan took advantage of him?" Chu Yang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He said, "Yes, you're right. The sword spirit said, so, although you usually use schemes and tricks, you're still an orthodox martial artist in your bones. You can't think of this not because you're not smart enough, but because you still yearn to be open and aboveboard. The sword spirit smiled. If Mo Yaoji was here, even if someone told him that a martial emperor killed a supreme martial artist, he wouldn't be surprised. That guy is a natural ancestor of schemes and tricks. Like Diwu Qingru, he belongs to the category of evil people. Chu Yang laughed. The sword spirit said, as for Wei Wuyan's title as the #1 blood payer in the world, it's probably because he killed a supreme martial artist. As for whether he's really the #1, and whether there's a real supreme martial artist among the blood payers. Humph, who can say for sure? Chu Yang deeply agreed. At this time, the battle had already reached its climax. Chengduing was fighting fiercely. His yellow robe fluttered, and his long saber turned into thunderbolts that connected heaven and earth. He slashed down fiercely. Bao Buhuan's figure became even more elusive. His dusty robe was faintly discernible in the dust and fog that filled the sky. He looked even more like a ghost with form but without substance. His sword light was like a venomous snake. Sometimes it would strike, sometimes it would strike again. Wei Wuyan's face was solemn. His Wuyan sword turned into a simple and unadorned light screen, and he fought steadily and surely. Although he was at a disadvantage, his defense was impenetrable. He was like a towering mountain that wouldn't fall. From the looks of it, if there were no other changes, these three would probably continue fighting until next year. However, other changes came very quickly. Wan Rujia, who had been adjusting his breath with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Two dazzling lights shot out from his eyes. Then he slowly stood up, and the bones all over his body made crackling sounds. Stretching out his arms, he saw that the wounds on his arms were no longer bleeding. His two arms were as smooth as before. His injuries had already recovered. With a soft sound, the yin-yang bridge appeared in his hands. The black and white swords emitted two completely different lights. The black was like the night, and the white was like the day. He took 2 steps forward and watched the battle with his sword in hand, but didn't take any action. Chengduing and Bao Buhuan were instantly invigorated. Chengduing laughed and said, "Eldest senior brother, you've recovered so quickly." Bao Buhuan laughed, "Eldest senior brother, second senior brother is right." Wan Rujia laughed and said, "It's just an injury. Do I need to recuperate for a long time?" The three brothers laughed at the same time. Wei Wuyan, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly felt the pressure multiplied. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He originally thought that Wan Rujia would join the battle, but Wan Rujia didn't take any action. This caused his plan to fail. Wei Wuyan is really in danger this time. The sword spirit sighed and said, if Wan Rujia takes action, it shouldn't be a problem for Wei Wuyan to break out of the encirclement and escape from Bao Buhuan's side. As long as this #1 killer is seriously injured, the remaining 2 won't be a problem in terms of tracking. Wei Wuyan has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. But when the opportunity came, Wan Rujia didn't take any action. This is really a case of God's plan. Chu Yang chuckled. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield with a ruthless look. I've really benefited a lot from this battle. The sword spirit said, do you need me to take action? Chu Yang looked at him puzzledly, you? Why do you need to take action? The sword spirit was speechless. We don't need to take action. We only need to watch from the sidelines. Chu Yang said, if Wei Wuyan can't break out of the encirclement of these 3 people, he'll just die. There's nothing else in this world except for a lot of F***king experts. At the very least, if you help him get out of the encirclement, he'll at most owe you a favor. What else will he do? The sword spirit stared at him. Chu Yang said, so, to deal with someone like Wei Wuyan who never owes anyone a favor, I must make him owe me the biggest favor. That'll be cool. The sword spirit said in shock, do you want to take Wei Wuyan as your subordinate? That's really whimsical and unimaginable. If you really think so, I advise you to give up. Chu Yang sighed, I feel that you really don't understand me. Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others' difficulties? The sword spirit lowered his head silently and thought, aren't you the kind? In the midst of the fierce battle, drops of blood began to splash out. Wei Wuyan's body was already injured, Qingduing's body was also bleeding from 2 or 3 places. The sword spirit was shocked, the battle is about to end. Qu Yang was puzzled, huh? Generally, when experts of this level fight, once they're injured, it means that they can't control their protective spiritual chi freely. So, once such a situation occurs, everyone will end the battle quickly, lest their injuries become more and more serious, and they can't even escape. The sword spirit said solemnly, this is also experience. This kind of experience is only suitable for 5th stage martial saints and above. Qu Yang nodded seriously, I'll remember it. In the field, Wei Wuyan suddenly looked up and roared. So stupid. Qu Yang couldn't help but scold, isn't he informing the enemy, I'm going to break through the encirclement. If you want to break through the encirclement, just break through the encirclement, but you actually have to roar. The sword spirit sighed, you haven't reached this level, so you still don't understand. Of course, he's going to break through the encirclement immediately. But, you know, this is something that can't be helped. Can't be helped? Qu Yang was puzzled. A battle at this level is purely using one breath to connect the bridge between heaven and earth, and then using one's innate embryonic breath to support one's breathing. This breath can last for a few days and nights. But once you reach the point where you need to break through the encirclement, you need to go all out. Since you're going all out, you need to spit out all the breath that you've been holding in. Only by changing your breath can you break through the encirclement in the best state. The sword spirit said, if you don't spit out this foul breath, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out at all. Sure enough, when Wei Wuyan's roar shook the mountains, Qingduing and Bao Buhuan also roared at the same time. Their voices were fierce and rushed straight into the sky. The 3 forces dispersed the clouds in the sky. Wei Wuyan's body was like a dragon soaring in the clear sky. He leaped up, and Qingduing's saber shone brightly as he chased after him. A cloud of dust suddenly rose from the ground, and Bao Buhuan's body flew up, wrapped in the dust. Wei Wuyan roared, and the Wuyan sword suddenly shot out colorful and dreamy sword light. No one had expected that the Wuyan sword, which had been simple for so long, would suddenly shoot out such a colorful and murderous sword light. Wei Wuyan's body was wrapped in the sword light, and like lightning, he flew across the sky. Even the sword spirit was astonished at such a speed. To be continued. End of chapter 860. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.